Chapter 1, Did Group Food Order Really Work? In late July, the sun scorched the earth like a fiery ball, unbearably hot. Manhwa tugged at his t-shirt collar, parked his mountain bike under the shade of a tree, whistled at the big yellow dog to keep an eye on it, then ducked into my courtyard with his head lowered. Under the old cypress tree by the courtyard gate, the big yellow dog sprawled on its back, belly rising and falling as it squinted with its pink tongue lolling out, seemingly offended by Manhwa bossing it around, and even rolled its eyes in disdain. "Auntie Zhao, hello." Manhwa saw my mom, Zhao Qin, sitting on a small stool scrubbing dirty clothes, and greeted her with a bright, toothy smile. My mom, wearing a yellow shirt, wiped the sweat off her brow and said with a chuckle, "Ah Yuan, are you here to play with Chen Xing? That lazy boy is still lazing in bed, who knows if he's up yet. Let me go call him for you." Manhwa quickly stopped my mom, saying, "Aunt Zhao, I'll go call Chen Xing, no need to trouble you." "Sounds good. I was just about to do the laundry anyway." Manhwa deftly crossed the courtyard, skirted around the well, and headed straight for my room. He moved as casually as if it were his own home. After all, we'd been classmates since kindergarten, and our families lived just a stone's throw apart. He barged straight into my room without knocking, eyeing the Macho Wonderland sticker I pasted on my door. "Still in bed, Xiaochen?" Manhwa walked in, though his gaze was fixed on the Zhangwoli yogurt bottles lining my bedroom wall. He privately mused about how yogurt quality hadn't improved across brands, yet their packaging grew increasingly premium. Even Zhangwoli had upgraded to bottled yogurt now. Snatching a bottle to pop open, he grinned. "Auntie Zhao treats you so well, trusting you with yogurt in your room. My mom guards this stuff like I'm some kind of thief." "Hey, why are you staring at me? Get up already. A homework-free summer is so precious, we've got to stretch 24 hours into 36. Manhwa continued, "Come on, get up. I'll take you for a bike ride to play in the water later." He lowered his voice at the mention of playing in the water, since we'd just finished our middle school exams, and our parents would definitely forbid it if they heard. He kept talking while I remained silent, my eyes fixed tightly on him. He thought I was upset because he'd drunk my yogurt and even tried to offer me the half-finished bottle. "What did you just say you'd take me to do?" I asked hoarsely. "So you didn't hear me clearly." Manhwa leaned closer and said, "Just some water play. My cousin's been to this little pool only about 2 meters deep, totally safe." "Play my ass. No way you're going." I couldn't help cursing. "What the hell's wrong with you? Damn, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed or what?" Manhwa looked utterly confused. "I'm not going, and neither are you. Try going and I'll break your legs." "WTF, why does that sound exactly like my dad?" Manhwa grumbled unhappily. I didn't explain, just grabbed the clothes from the bedside, pulled them on, and jumped out of bed heading straight for the door. Midway, I turned back uneasily and pointed at Manhwa, shouting, "Stay put right here, don't wander off." "I'm staying put, ain't going nowhere." Manhwa slurred through a mouthful, having miraculously produced another bag of cookies from somewhere. I slammed the door shut behind me and ducked into the bathroom. My mind was in complete turmoil, too much information had come at me this morning. I needed to splash some water on my face to clear my head. The reflection in the mirror revealed my classic student haircut, long bangs, and 150-degree black-framed glasses. My skin was slightly sallow, but my features were delicate and fairly handsome, above average in looks. What a handsome young man. I couldn't help but indulge in some narcissism. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I fell into deep thought. Just an hour ago, if someone had told me systems existed in this world, I would have laughed and said they were fantasizing too much from eating too much quick meals. But now that a system had truly descended upon me, my brain short-circuited. Right after waking up this morning, a ding rang in my mind. The system had arrived. Host has reached the age of 40, life filled with unbearable misery. Reverse life system initiating. Compiling conclusions on host's failures from early life, the system began projecting my early life like a movie reel. The summer after finishing the middle school entrance exam, Manhwa and I went to play in the mountain streams. Miscalculating the water depth, I got into trouble when swimming to the center of the pool. While saving me, Manhwa got tangled in aquatic plants and drowned, while I was rescued by a passing elderly man. The drowning of my best friend made me too afraid to socialize in high school, developing a reclusive personality. Later, I met a transferred female student and spent several years as her devoted follower, only to be abruptly dumped in the end, the reason being I didn't have enough money. Even though I graduated from a top 211 university with my first job paying nearly 10,000 yuan, with little support from my family, facing big city housing prices made my savings a drop in the bucket. The pressures of housing, cars, and betrothal gifts were simply too overwhelming. Bullshit, there's no way I could be such a pathetic loser. My first reaction was disbelief. I thought staying up late must have made me hallucinate, so I covered my head and tried to go back to sleep. But now, Manhwa really invited me to go swimming, and the timing matched what the system said. I panicked. I don't want to become a simp. Sigh, let's tackle the problem at hand first. I need to find a way to save Manhwa's life. I shook the water off my hands and was about to return to my room to stop Manhwa from continuing to eat, when suddenly a translucent panel appeared before me, fully displaying the system interface. My eyes widened in astonishment. Does this food-sharing app really work? Chapter 2, Big Yellow Saves the Day. Reverse Life System, Host, Chen Xing, Charm, 65. Intelligence, 72, Stamina, 59, Wealth, 3, Locked. Before I could even scoff at my attributes, the system dinged again. Mission, prevent childhood friend Meng Yuan from drowning. Difficulty, 3 stars, reward, 3 distributable attribute points. I studied the system panel, pondering the task. Even if the system hadn't assigned it, I would have stopped Meng Yuan from playing in the water, but this 3-star difficulty rating made me think. 3 stars, not exactly difficult, but certainly not easy either. Does this mean he'd still be in danger if he secretly went to play in the water without me? That kid's a strong swimmer, but those who drown are often the ones who know how to swim. The chances of him sneaking off alone are actually pretty high. Tisk, so is he doomed no matter what? I frowned, sensing that things weren't as straightforward as they seemed. Telling his mom probably wouldn't help much anyway. If Meng Yuan actually listened to his mother, he'd have been a well-behaved top student ages ago. Teenage rebellion runs deep in most kids, but Meng Yuan takes it to another level. Still, I can't exactly babysit him 24/7, next thing you know he'll think I'm got a crush on him or something. I needed to make him not want to swim voluntarily. Then suddenly, a stupid yet brilliant idea struck me. Lost in thought by the doorway, I finally pushed open the door only to find that little punk Meng Yuan had nearly polished off all the snacks my mom Zhao Qin bought me for summer break. Damn it, are you a pig or something? I laughed and scolded. Meng Yuan licked his fingers and replied, if being a pig means I can snack on your food anytime, then sure, I'll be one. I smacked my forehead, completely dumbfounded by him. Meng swung his arms a couple of times, as if mimicking Phelps, and said, hey, you were kidding just now, right? With weather this hot, you really don't want to cool off in the water? My expression switched instantly. Sure, why not? What came next left him even more baffled. But I've got to bring a partner. I deliberately dropped the hint with exaggerated mystery. Who is it? Who? Zhou Rong or Wang Lily? Will they be wearing swimsuits? I glared at him and snapped. It's just a crappy pool. Swimsuits? Are you out of your damn mind? Heck, just joking. Be honest with me, is it a girl? Sort of, I guess. Holy shit, really? Meng Yuan set down his snack, genuinely surprised by how extensive my social connections were. Wow, everyone say it together, Brother Xing is awesome. Watching Meng Yuan jump for joy, I chuckled dryly. Who is it? Stop hiding, just tell us already. You'll find out soon enough. Soon? It couldn't be Xiao Hong, could it? Chen Xing, you must be really desperate. Xiao Hong was the top student in the area, but unfortunately, she was a real tomboy. Of course not her, she's busy studying. I denied. That's good, as long as it's not Xiao Hong, anyone else is fine. Only when we reached the door, ready to set out, did Meng Yuan realize who I meant by partner. Damn it, is Yellow Fur even a girl? Meng Yuan looked at the big yellow dog beside my beloved car with resentful eyes. Just tell me if it's female or not. You're hot and so is she. After guarding your car for so long, taking Yellow Fur for a swim isn't too much to ask, is it? Not too much, not too much. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ah, Meng Yuan sighed. Whatever, he hadn't really expected any girls to come play in the water with him anyway, having his childhood friend here was enough. While Meng Yuan was distracted, shaking his head absent-mindedly, I bent down and slipped something into De Huang's water bowl. On our way, we ran into my mom returning from grocery shopping. Heading out to play? Yeah, we're going out to play. Don't go near the water, you hear me? I heard a kid from the neighboring town drowned, same age as you, died while playing in the water after the exams. His parents were crying their eyes out. Got it. Only dogs play in the water. I quickly swore to it. Mom nodded, reassured, especially since I was bringing our dog, De Huang, hardly the look of someone heading for a swim. Once Mom was out of sight, Meng Yuan slowed his bike and glanced back. Damn, Chen, you really went hard on yourself, calling yourself a dog like that. I just smiled without answering. The pond wasn't in town but near the hills of Shangxi village, where Meng Yuan and I grew up. Even on bikes, it took us over 20 minutes to get there. Poor Da Huang, panting hard as he trotted behind us. Huffing and puffing, Meng Yuan reached the destination and immediately started stripping, acting as impatient as a man about to engage in a bedside duel with a woman. Meanwhile, I led De Huang a bit further upstream. Feeling it yet, De Huang? Don't disappoint me now. Earlier, I'd secretly slipped some laxative into De Huang's water bowl, but I worried about overdoing it and harming his health, so the dose was kept small. At this moment, De Huang looked completely unaffected. I started regretting being so gentle. I should have gone with a stronger dose. Downstream, Meng Yuan had already taken off his clothes and was wading into deeper waters when Big Yellow finally got the urge, strolling beside him to do his business. At last, atop a heart-shaped rock, Big Yellow delivered his blooming masterpiece. Good boy, Big Yellow, you've performed a heroic deed today. Pinching my nose and suppressing my disgust, I lifted the sacred offering and flung it into the water. Then it leisurely drifted downstream. Just as Mang Yuan was humming a tune while moving from the shallows to deeper water, a yellow mass came hurtling toward him. From a distance, I shouted, "Look out! Get out of the way!" He instinctively looked up and swore, feeling his hair stand on end from terror. In that moment, he swam faster than Phelps, his arms flailing as if trying to take flight. Fortunately, he dodged it and wasn't hit by the yellow object. Unfortunately, in his frantic escape, he might have accidentally gulped a few mouthfuls of that holy relic-infused water. Mang Yuan surfaced, gasping for air. It took him a good while to recover before he finally choked out. "Where the fuck did that piece of shit come from? Damn it, fuck. I have no idea. Is this your doing, De Huan? Hurry up and apologize to a Yuan. How could you be so rude? Don't you know you can't just pee and poop anywhere?" I glared at De Huan, who had just finished his business. Woof. Thank goodness dogs can't talk, or he'd be cursing up a storm. Stupid dog. Totally ruined the mood. Mang Yuan stood there in just his underwear, watching the dog poop nimbly dodge several stones as it floated downstream with the current, finally disappearing from sight. "Still want to go for a swim?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Swim my ass. At this rate, the entire water source of Xiangxi village is gonna be contaminated. In future, let's change it to Stinky Creek Village." Mang Yuan cursed his bad luck. Truth be told, a single pile of dog poop shouldn't have that much destructive power, but the sheer psychological impact of having excrement coming straight at your face was overwhelming. Mang Yuan genuinely developed a trauma from this incident. Ugh. He began to gag uncontrollably, evidently recalling how he'd accidentally inhaled some of that dog shit-soaked water during his frantic escape. "You idiot, you just had to bring Big Yellow." I ignored Mang Yuan's jab because another ding sounded in my head. Ding. Mission completed. Prevent childhood friend Mang Yuan from drowning. Reward, 3 distributable attribute points. Since this is the host's first task completion, special reward item, Hair Smoothing Agent X1. I was ecstatic. An unexpected bonus? On the way back, Mang Yuan uncharacteristically refrained from his usual snarky comments, silently riding ahead. His short sleeves clung to his sweat-drenched back, his silhouette carrying a tinge of desolation. Meanwhile, I was basking in the joy of my special reward, feeling not an ounce of guilt for my actions. After all, I was saving Mang Yuan's life. Only when the kid grows up will he understand the mountain of debt he owes his dear old dad. I'm going back to shower. At the crossroads ahead, Mang Yuan muttered gruffly, "Wanna go swimming tomorrow?" I chuckled, only to receive a middle finger from Mang Yuan. He never wanted to swim again, and had even developed a dislike for dogs. When I got home, Mom hadn't started cooking yet. I knew she was waiting for me to return from playing. No sooner had I stepped into the yard than she pushed herself up from the stool and headed to the kitchen. Ever since I graduated from elementary school, Mom had quit her job as a hotel attendant to focus on taking care of me and my studies. All the household expenses depended entirely on my father Chen Di Wang's mobile phone shop. It claimed to be a cell phone store, but in reality, it was just a small authorized China Unicom retailer that also sold some electronics like earphones and routers on the side. The earnings weren't much, but as long as they didn't spend extravagantly or encounter any serious illnesses, it was more than enough to cover the expenses for 3 people. My happiness index has always been quite high, mainly because I have parents who love me very much. "Will Dad be home for dinner today?" I casually asked as I passed by the kitchen. Mom tied her apron while replying, "He just called saying he'll grab a quick bite at the shop, so he won't be coming home for dinner." Oh, as expected. Whether my dad came home for dinner wasn't really the point. I just wanted to strike up a conversation with Mom to make myself feel more present, so she wouldn't nag me later about doing nothing but play and sleep. I went back to my room, shut the door, and sat on the bed as I opened the system panel. Host, Qin Xing, Charm, 65, Intelligence, 72. Stamina, 59, Wealth, 3, Locked. Assignable attribute points 3 items Hair Smoothing Agent X1. Let's allocate some points first. I added points to my lowest stat Financial Resources, wanting to see the system's effects right away. Then, my Financial Resources value reached 4 points. Immediately, I found an extra 300 yuan mysteriously appearing in my pocket, 3 crisp, brand new red bills. Looking at the money, I couldn't stop grinning. My original allowance was only 23 yuan. Increasing Financial Resources by 1 point didn't add 300, it outright changed it to 300. Wait, is 300 a bit too little? I suddenly realized if the financial value increase effect is this underwhelming, then even at 100 points I'd only be a 10,000-aire. This isn't the 80s anymore. A 10,000-aire couldn't even buy a toilet in a county town. No way, the system can't be that lousy. There must be more to it. Let me try again. Curiosity getting the better of me, I added another point to my financial value. When it reached 5 points, the amount in my pocket became 1,000 yuan. I added one more point, now it's 3,000 yuan. Hiss. It seems the system has its own tiered levels for financial value. Too bad I can't see others' financial stats. Without comparison, I can't decipher the pattern. At least I've learned that increasing wealth isn't simply about linearly adding cash. The cost effectiveness improves exponentially the higher you go. Fuck me sideways. What a bloody loss. I facepalmed in frustration, shouldn't have acted so impulsively. But the regret didn't last long before excitement took over. After all, these were freebies. As long as the system's real, I can always earn more attribute points by completing missions later. A smirk crept across my face. I'll max out all stats eventually. Who could possibly stop me with Superman's physique and Batman's fortune? Just as I was fantasizing about the future, I spotted a blind spot. The plus sign behind financial resources was gone. Could this truly be my limit? What nonsense! What kind of damn system is this, with no consideration for human needs at all? After fuming for a long time with no solution, all I could do was wait for the next task to appear, complete it for rewards, and then investigate further. Forget it, let's see what this hair conditioner can do first. I clicked to use the conditioner from the inventory, then dashed to the bathroom to admire my unmatched good looks in the mirror. Running my fingers through my hair, I was pleasantly surprised to find it much improved compared to before, no longer dry or greasy but exceptionally smooth and fresh, just like the models in shampoo commercials. Not bad, not bad, I murmured approvingly, mentally raising my earlier low rating of the system by a few notches. System, you're actually useful. My apologies for the earlier disrespect. Food's ready. Mom Zhaoqin's voice rang out as she placed the final dish of stir-fried pork with peppers on the table. Coming, I called back. After that long bike ride, my stomach was growling with hunger. I quickly served bowls of rice for myself and my mom, then sat down at the table devouring my meal. Mom also held her bowl, watching me wolf down the food with a satisfied smile. Seems her cooking skills had improved again. Hey, Shen Xing, what's up with your hair? Cough, cough. Mom's question nearly made me choke, and she immediately patted my back. Slow down, is someone trying to steal your food? No, the dishes are just too delicious, hee hee. Of course, your mom here specially consulted your grandma about cooking tips. Mom smiled slightly and brought up the hair matter again. How did your hair suddenly become so silky? Did it? I blinked. Honestly, I don't know, maybe it's puberty kicking in. Does hair improve during puberty development? Mom only finished elementary school and genuinely didn't understand such things, half believing my fib. I couldn't find the words to explain, nor dared to dwell on the matter, so I abruptly changed the subject. Mom, the high school entrance exam results will be out in a few days. Guess roughly how many points your son might have scored. Who knows? I'd be thanking heaven and earth for 630. As expected, Mom's interest was instantly piqued at the mention of grades. I estimated around 650 points. During the exam, I felt like I was performing way beyond my usual level. The total score for the cultural subjects in the high school entrance exam is 750 points, with an additional 60 points for physical education, making a maximum of 810 points. If the system isn't mistaken, based on its description, I did perform quite well, scoring around 650 points. With 650 points, could I get into Huiqing number 2 high school? What was their cutoff score last year? Mom tilted her head, trying to recall. I think it was around 645. Then there really is a chance. Mom brightened up. Shen Xing, if you actually get into number 2 high school, I'll have your dad buy you a phone. I pouted upon hearing this. They'd said the same thing during the transition to middle school. Eventually, they did give me a phone, only to confiscate it immediately after summer break. But then I thought of the 3,000 yuan stashed in my room and relaxed. I'll buy my own. That's the confidence cold hard cash gives you. That evening, my dad Chen Duan came home on his motorcycle and was about to pour himself a drink when Mom mentioned my midday remark about possibly getting into second high. Good news, Dad said, slurping down a sip of baijiu with satisfied smacks of his lips. But don't get too excited yet. The scores won't be out for another couple of days. You're already acting like he's definitely made it. What if I fail? That'd be pretty discouraging, wouldn't it? I was just casually mentioning it. I'm not stupid enough to go around blabbing. You're the only one I mentioned it to, and now you're lecturing me about it, you old grump. Even though she knew Dad had a point, Mom just snorted in response, with the aggrieved look of someone wrongly accused. Dad glanced at my closed bedroom door, gave a slight chuckle, then pulled Mom onto his lap. Putting down his chopsticks, he wrapped both arms around her and said, My mistake, my mistake. How could my dear wife not understand these things? I was overthinking it. Then, he pretended to slap himself. Slap my mouth, happy now? Still mad? Mom pinched him lightly, laughing while scolding. Haven't made much money, but that mouth of yours sure is sharp. If my mouth wasn't sharp, how could I have won over a beauty like you back then? Humph. My dear wife, why are you so gorgeous today? Buzz off, you've been drinking. Don't even think about kissing me. Just one kiss, just one? No. In the room, I wore a suggestive smile. Blame it on the thin walls, I definitely didn't mean to overhear that. Honestly, my parents are something else, acting like young lovers at their age, but it's nice. A loving relationship between parents is the first gift they give their child. I still remember a middle school classmate whose parents constantly fought, even threatening divorce, until the kid stood on the balcony threatening to jump, which stopped the drama, only for them to divorce right after the high school entrance exams anyway. As these memories drifted through my mind, I gradually fell asleep. The next morning, I was jolted awake by the system's alert. Ding! Main Quest 1. Complete a daily 5K run without interruption. 0/30. Difficulty 1 star reward, 1 stamina point. Note, rewarded every 30 days of persistence, refreshable. Damn it, the system turned into an alarm clock. I rubbed my sleepy eyes awake, staring blankly for a moment before reading this main quest. 1 stamina point for persisting 30 days? Seems a bit low. Wait, no, my actual stamina improves through training anyway. Combined with the system's bonus points, progress will definitely skyrocket. Besides, stamina gains get harder at higher levels. Having this guaranteed point at fixed intervals makes it totally worth it. After analyzing my thoughts, I conquered the lazy devil inside me and put on my clothes and shoes. The sleeping beast within my body has awakened. When I stepped outside and checked the clock, it was only 5:30. My mom hadn't even gotten up to make breakfast yet. Never mind, 5:30 it is. I could still catch some extra sleep after my run. Starting from my front door, I chose that familiar route, the same path I used to take during middle school for my daily commute. The first couple of minutes were fine. Since the system required running 5 kilometers non-stop, I wasn't going very fast, didn't even break a sweat. But soon enough, the power of my 59-point stamina stat began to show. Huff, puff, huff. I'm seriously too weak. I really should exercise more, I mocked myself, already panting heavily before even finishing 1 kilometer. Could I actually complete 5? A huge question mark formed in my mind. Still, now that I'd started, I had to keep going, otherwise, all that running would have been for nothing, right? Just go for it. I gritted my teeth, shaking my head as I kept running. In the end, it took me nearly 40 minutes to finish those 5 kilometers. My legs had gone all wobbly. My legs have suffered enough, no need to torture my stomach too. Time for breakfast. Spotting a breakfast joint nearby, I wobbled in on shaky legs and immediately collapsed onto a stool. Boss, 4 buns, 2 with meat filling, 2 with leek and vermicelli, and a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Coming right up, the boss responded, stealing a glance at me, feeling puzzled. He'd seen plenty of early risers out for a jog, but they were usually retired old-timers or middle-aged folks working in state-owned enterprises. Someone this young was a first for him. Take his own daughter, during summer break, there was no way she'd get up before noon. Exhausted from the exertion, I wolfed down the breakfast on the table in 3 bites, then pulled out a red bill from my pocket and handed it to the owner. Boss, pack 2 more breakfasts to go, the usual. Oh, so you're rich, no wonder you've got nothing better to do than jog at dawn, the shopkeeper said with sudden understanding, giving me a scrutinizing look before counting out my change. It was only 6:30 when I got home. Mom, Zhao Qin, sleepily stepped out of her room only to be surprised by my unexpected return from the yard. What were you doing? Running. You're always saying I don't exercise at home, so I went out to get some workout done. I pointed to the sweat on my forehead. By the way, I brought breakfast for you and Dad. After placing the steamed buns and soy milk on the table, I returned to my room. Mom patted her head, thinking she was still dreaming, until she approached the table and smelled the fragrant aroma of the buns, realizing it was all real. What the hell? Since when did this brat become so generous? He doesn't have much pocket money, yet he bought me breakfast. Though Mom complained and pretended to be displeased, a smile appeared on her face. After all, no matter what, it was something I actively bought for her to eat, and running wasn't a bad thing. Keeping fit was exactly what she wished for me. For the next few days, Meng Yuan didn't come to ask me out, so I didn't reach out to him either. Instead, I spent time searching online for ways to make running easier. As expected, all I found were stuff like inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 3 steps, none of which suited my current condition. How could I possibly maintain such a breathing rhythm? At most, after 2 kilometers, I'd be panting like Big Yellow sunbathing, with my tongue lolling out. But these past few days, Mom seemed quite happy she didn't have to get up early to make breakfast, so she gladly gave me $100 to take charge of buying breakfast. Another morning arrived, and as usual, I got ready to go, warmed up for a minute, and stepped out with swinging arms. This time, I didn't take the route to my junior high school but chose a different path instead. After jogging at a steady pace for about a kilometer, passing by a narrow alley, I spotted a slender figure not too far ahead. It was a girl around 165 centimeters tall, with jet black hair tied into a high ponytail, wearing the same short-sleeved junior high school uniform as mine. A classmate? I deliberately glanced over as I passed by, then got thoroughly stunned. The middle school uniform was white with blue collars, bearing the school's name embroidered on the right chest. Absolutely hideous. But, even the ugly uniform couldn't conceal the girl's striking beauty. Her fair skin glowed with a dewy radiance under the newly risen sun, and her perfect oval face paired with delicate features was enough to make any teenage boy's heart race. Damn, how dare she be so beautiful? That's practically life-threatening. I couldn't help stealing a few extra glances at her, and suddenly I felt numbers flashing above my head. Lifespan +1. Lifespan +1. She happened to look up at the same time, and our eyes met then. She actually blushed, her cheeks flushing like sunset clouds. Hiss. Mom, I think I'm in love. My running pace unconsciously slowed. I wouldn't call myself shallow, but I'd never seen a girl who made my heart race like this before. It wasn't just her looks, strictly speaking, there was one other girl I knew who could rival her in beauty. But it was her pure, innocent aura that delivered the critical hit, especially for a loveless virgin like me. But oddly enough, before I could even blush myself, why did this girl turn red first? Had she somehow glimpsed the Tony Leung potential hidden beneath my surface? I wondered inwardly. Then I saw the girl take 2 steps back, swiftly moving a bag behind her back as if afraid I might see. But my eyes are sharp as a hawk's. Though the girl moved quickly, I still caught a glimpse of the corner. It was a small woven plastic bag filled with empty water bottles. So that's what it was. No wonder she blushed, I suddenly realized, and immediately averted my gaze. Staring at someone is indeed impolite, especially if the person has some unusual condition, or is doing something embarrassing like this girl in front of me. It's even ruder. I instinctively assumed the girl came from a poor family and felt guilty. Sorry about that. I saw you wearing a school uniform and thought you might be a classmate. I didn't mean to stare at you. I stopped in my tracks, scratching my head as I awkwardly apologized. Lin Siyu pursed her pale lips without a word, quickly pulling the bag close to her chest before turning away with hurried little steps. She never expected to encounter a boy around her age while collecting water bottles at 5:30 in the morning, and one so rude, staring at her like that. Lin Siyu walked faster and faster, feeling a twinge of childish resentment as her lips inadvertently formed a slight pout. Fortunately, although she was wearing a middle school uniform, she was actually about to enter her second year of high school, so that guy definitely wouldn't recognize her. I sighed inwardly. Now I'd committed a crime by hurting that girl's self-esteem. Damn it all. After berating myself slightly, I suddenly realized I'd stopped walking just now, so my 5-kilometer run would have to start over. Great, now feeling even worse. The whole way, I kept remembering the girl's face with growing puzzlement. How could such a pretty girl exist in our town without me knowing about her? You must have been so focused on studying at school that you forgot about more important matters. A few more days passed, and the date arrived at July 8th. Around 9 in the morning, my overexcited mom burst into my room and dragged me out of bed. I'd just finished my morning run and was catching some extra sleep. Bewildered, I looked at my mother and asked, "What's going on? Did Dad win 5 million in the lottery? Am I going to be rich now?" Whack, she smacked me on the head. Such wild dreams you have. Your homeroom teacher posted the middle school entrance exam results in the group chat. You little rascal actually scored 657 points. Ah, when you mentioned it a few days ago I was both worried and excited. Now that the results are out, the weight is finally off my chest. Mom patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. TCH, thought it was something big. Just a score of 657 and you had to ruin my morning nap. I curled my lip dismissively. If Mom knew my college entrance exam score of 590 would get me into a top-tier uni, she'd probably be grinning for 3 days straight. Hey, listen to this little brat putting on airs. I heard Xiaohong next door scored 785, second highest in the county. Secured a spot in the elite class at number 2 high. Impressive, congrats to her. I pulled the blanket over my head and brushed it off. Whether Xiaohong got into Tsinghua or not had nothing to do with me. It wasn't me going to college. Getting more sleep was the real priority here. Seeing me like this, Mom lightly smacked me a few times through the quilt, called me a stinky brat, then happily ran out with her phone still buzzing, probably to call relatives and share the good news. Her son could get into number 2 high school after all. Maybe phone calls weren't enough. Mom even rushed to her parents' house after cooking lunch, eager to tell my grandma the news. Left alone at home, I sprawled on the couch like a starfish and flipped through TV channels while digesting lunch. That's when my middle school class monitor Zhao Zikai showed up at our door with a wiry, dark-skinned middle-aged man. What? Number 3 high school's advanced class? I asked skeptically after listening to the middle-aged man's pitch. That's right. You scored 657 points, didn't you? At number 2 high, that would only get you into a regular class. But with us at number 3 high, you could join the advanced class. Don't believe that nonsense about preferring to be the tail of a phoenix over the head of a chicken. Last year, our university admission rate was only 15 percentage points lower than number 2 highs. Look at this comparison chart. Last year's average college entrance exam scores from our advanced class students versus number 2 high's regular class students. Our average was 13 points higher. Our number 3 high is actually very competitive. I strongly recommend you join us. I'll reserve a spot for you in the advanced class. My name is Chen Xing. Yesterday, Teacher Wang and class monitor Zhao Zikai came to my house. Zhao Zikai said to me with a smile, "Yeah, Chen Xing, Teacher Wang makes a good point. Look, I've already joined the experimental class at 3rd High. If you come too, we'll have each other for company. With my mom out, I was home alone with no escape. After pondering for over 10 seconds, I tactfully replied, "Teacher, let me think about it. My parents aren't home right now, I need to discuss it with them first. I can't make this decision on my own." Teacher Wang didn't press further, saying, "Alright, Chen, take your time to consider. 3rd High's doors will always remain open for you." I responded politely with a smile, "Sure, thank you, teacher." The moment they left my yard, my smile immediately vanished. Who in their right mind would choose 3rd High? Even if Teacher Wang's score comparison chart was legit, I wouldn't go there. 3rd High has been putting insane pressure on students these years to catch up with 2nd High. Their night self-study sessions run an hour longer. What's the point of gaining a few extra points in 3rd High's honors class? It's like being imprisoned there. Rumor has it 1 or 2 students attempt suicide by jumping off buildings every year. Besides, my future doesn't hinge on exam scores. I've got a system in my brain. I'm literally cheating at life. Grades aren't that crucial to me. The next morning, after finishing my jog and showering at home, I skipped napping and cycled straight to the town's middle school. Today is the day to submit our high school applications. Although filling out choices isn't as formal as the college entrance exam, it's still quite important. My mom Zhaoqin kept nagging me at the door, reminding me repeatedly not to make any mistakes and to double-check everything. I found it ridiculous. How could anyone mess up filling out applications? Like adding an extra stroke when writing number 2 high school? She was really fretting over nothing. When I arrived at the classroom, it was filled with familiar faces. After all, the high school entrance exams had just ended, and none of us had changed much in appearance. I spotted Meng Yuan chatting with some girls in the back row and walked over to call out, "Hey Yuan." When Meng Yuan turned to look at me, there was something off in his eyes. He must have figured out at home these past few days that I'd probably taken De Huang to prank him intentionally when we were playing in the water. But he was too embarrassed to bring it up, had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. He snorted and said, "Damn you, Xing." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. Seems his soul-searching at home paid off. I asked, "So what did you score, handsome Meng?" He said, "Even if you call me handsome, I still won't forgive you." I teased, "Alright then, Andy Lau." He immediately beamed, "Andy Lau works fine." He mentioned scoring 631 points with perfect marks in PE. I feigned ignorance and asked, "So you're going to 3rd High?" Obviously, he rolled his eyes. "Where else would I go? I'd rather slack off at 1st High, but my mom won't allow it. Says I have to attend even an ordinary high school." Number 1 high school is a vocational school in our county town, filled with delinquents and wild girls who mostly skip classes to fool around. I called out his humble bragging, alright, drop the act. You wouldn't be happy if you really had to attend number 1 high." Unfazed, he asked about my test score. I replied, 657 points, probably not honorable enough to share a school with Wu Yinzu. He exclaimed, "Holy shit, have you been secretly studying behind my back? How did you score so high? You only got 50 in PE though, you must be really good at academics." I chuckled modestly, "Just luck, just a little lucky." Then a girl chimed in, Xing, "Looks like we'll be at the same high school. I'm planning to go to number 2 high school too." I scratched my nose awkwardly, "That's great. We might even end up in the same class." The girl said enthusiastically, "Want to join a group chat? I've added all our classmates going to 2nd high school." "Alright," I said. I pulled out the phone my dad, Chen Duan, had gotten for me from our family's phone store and joined the group. The classmates' usernames were ridiculously outdated, names like Love Heartbreak, Love Never Lands, and Mr. Loki almost made me burst out laughing. The girl teased me, Xing, nice QQ name, is it from an anime? Silently, I changed my username from Demon God vs Dragon Emperor to alright then. When all the classmates had arrived, I noticed there weren't any particularly good-looking girls in our class. The prettiest one could only be described as delicate and refined. This was probably why the boys in our class performed slightly better academically than those in other classes. After a while, our middle school homeroom teacher, He-Hai, walked into the classroom carrying a stack of papers. Stern and humorless, he explained the key points to consider when filling out our application forms before distributing them to us. Outside the classroom, I spotted the teacher from number 3 high school, the one who had visited my home earlier, peering through the window. He even gave me a friendly nod. I clicked my tongue in mild annoyance and wrote down the name Hwai City number 2 high school on my application form. Although 3rd High's teachers eagerly encouraged everyone to enroll there, while secondary high staff never even visited, most students scoring over 650 opted for secondary high. After all, its reputation was stellar, and top schools never struggle for applicants. After homeroom teacher He-Hai collected the enrollment forms, 3rd High's teacher Wang slipped into the classroom, questioning each student he'd previously approached. Discovering several had chosen secondary high, his face fell. He asked me, "Shen, which school did you pick?" I replied, "Secondary high." Personally, I wanted 3rd High, but my parents absolutely refused. They threatened to divorce if I enrolled there. Sigh, I had no choice. His mouth twitched. I pointed at Meng Yuan and added, "Hey, don't take it to heart, sir, this friend of mine is going to year 3rd high. Could you spare one of those experimental class slots for him?" Teacher Wang asked, "What was your score on the high school entrance exam?" I replied, "Over 600. He pressed further, specifically? Reluctantly, I coughed, 630. His expression instantly changed as he regretfully said, "That's quite unfortunate. The spots for the advanced class are limited. Let me ask some other students." Meng Yuan snapped angrily, "Damn it, I didn't even want to join that advanced class anyway." I buttered him up. "I was just teasing him, why get upset? Does Wu Yanzu even care about some bullshit advanced class?" He chuckled, "Heh, that's true." After their chat, Meng Yuan asked, "Where should we hang out later?" I replied, "Not sure. There wasn't anywhere fun in this small town, not even an arcade in the mall." He suggested, "How about going to the county town? I've got $50 on me, enough for an internet cafe." I thought about it. It had been ages since I'd played LOL and my fingers were itching, so I agreed. So we first went home separately to stash our bikes, then met up at the bus stop. It took an hour by bus to get to the county town, and after spending 5 more hours at the internet cafe, it was already past 4 in the afternoon when I returned to the town. Meng Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "That was awesome. Let's go to the internet cafe again when I get my next allowance." I nodded, though in truth, I had enough money to treat him for much longer. But since frequenting internet cafes wasn't good, I kept that to myself. After parting ways at the bus station, I walked home alone. The station wasn't far from my house, just across the town's Jingha Bridge, and soon my 2-story courtyard home came into view. Just as I was a few steps away from home, someone suddenly called out, "Qin Xing." Chapter 7 Shi Hongdou. Startled, Qin Xing turned around to find a stylishly dressed, strikingly beautiful girl with short hair standing before him. "Hey, Hongdou, when did you get back? I thought you went to your mom's place?" Seeing Shi Hongdou approaching, Qin Xing asked curiously. Shi Hongdou lived right across the courtyard from Qin Xing, making her an even closer childhood friend than Meng Yuan, or rather, since she's a girl, the proper term would be childhood sweetheart. Though nominally childhood sweethearts, their relationship wasn't nearly as tight as Qin Xing's friendship with Meng Yuan. There were 2 reasons for this. One factor was that Shi Hongdou's parents divorced early. She was placed in her father's custody but would spend summers and winter vacations at her mother's for weeks at a time. As a result, the 2 rarely overlapped much during school breaks. The second reason was simply gender. After all, they were boy and girl, and by adolescence, they had begun unconsciously or not keeping a certain distance, what you might call avoiding misunderstandings, as if neither wanted to be suspected of dating the other. "You're back." Shi Hongdou wore an oversized white shirt with light blue denim shorts, her slender, pale legs ending in black sandals, an ensemble that instantly outshone the ordinary girls in town. Of course, this has everything to do with her mother, a vice president at a cosmetics company. Her aesthetic sense has been top-notch since childhood. She's also the only one in Qin Xing's mind whose looks could rival that girl he bumped into while jogging last time. "It's still early. I remember you usually don't come back until near the end of summer break." "Heh, did your mom kick you out? A dog's mouth spews no ivory." Shi Hongdou's delicate nose wrinkled slightly as she scolded, "Qin Xing, I kindly brought you chocolates out of goodwill. Why must you speak so harshly?" "Chocolates?" Qin Xing glanced at her waist and indeed saw Shi Hongdou holding a box of liquor-filled chocolates in her hand. The exquisite packaging alone suggested it was no cheap gift. These are really for me?" "Humph. Actually these are for Da Huang. I just called you over to help deliver them." Shi Hongdou crossed her arms with a haughty tone. "What's Da Huang's is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Since you're so generous, I won't stand on ceremony." Qin Xing immediately beamed with joy as he took the chocolate from Shi Hongdou's hands. "Stealing from a dog? You're really more of a dog than the dog itself. Thanks for the compliment." Qin Xing had gotten his benefit, so he wouldn't fuss with the girl. Letting her mock him a couple times was no big deal. After delivering the items, Shi Hongdou suddenly ran out of things to say. Since she often shuttled between her parents' places, she barely had any close friends her age. At best, Qin Xing only half-counted. "Going home," she said flatly. "Okay." Before Qin Xing could finish saying the word okay, the system suddenly assigned him a mission. Mission, resolve Shi Hongdou's unhappiness. Difficulty, 4 stars. Reward, 4 charm points. Wow, such exquisite chocolates. "Hongdou, would you like to come to my place later?" Upon seeing the mission, Qin Xing immediately changed his wording while feeling puzzled. Was saving that punk Meng Yuan's life only a 3-star difficulty, while making Shi Hongdou happy was 4 stars? The rewards are even more generous now. Meng Yuan's life seems a bit cheap. Could this guy be some sort of bargain deal? Just as they were about to head back, Shi Hongdou stopped at Qin Xing's invitation and turned around to ask, "Go to your place to hang out? What would we do there?" "What would we do?" Qin Xing scratched his head in momentary confusion. He just blurted it out without thinking. He genuinely hadn't considered any actual plans. "My dog De Huang just learned how to do a backflip recently. After thinking for several seconds, Chen Xing said with a serious expression. Put. Sure, Hongdo burst out laughing. Chen Xing, do you think I don't use the internet? This is clearly a pickup line, why are you using it on me? As she spoke, she moved closer to Chen Xing, the faint scent of gardenia perfume drifting into his nostrils and making him take 2 awkward steps backward. You're blushing, Sure, Hongdo teased, a mischievous smile flashing across her face. Just the heat. Hee, Chen Xing, you still need more practice. What to practice? What do you think? Flirting with girls. I never planned to at all. You wouldn't think I like you, would you? Back when we played house as kids and you wanted to be my bride, I didn't even agree. Get lost. Sure, Hongdo glared at him with beautiful eyes. This idiot keeps bringing up childhood memories at the drop of a hat. Becoming childhood sweethearts with Chen Xing is undoubtedly the biggest stain on Sure Hongdo's life. Just say yes or no. Chen Xing spread his hands and said bluntly. Sure, I've got nothing better to do anyway. Let's see if your big yellow dog learned any new tricks. Last I remember, its only skill was eating shit just like you. Fuck off, I don't do that. Chen Xing exploded in rage. Stop explaining, explanations are just excuses. I'm your neighbor, I can tell at a glance whether you like me or not. Remembering his mission was to resolve Sure Hongdo's unhappiness, Chen Xing forcibly suppressed his cutting remarks. But the way she teases me doesn't seem like someone with worries. How am I supposed to cheer her up? Chen Xing walked side by side with Sure Hongdo, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward her delicate profile. Last week, Manhwa and I went to play in the water at Xianxi, and Big Huang came along too. Guess what happened? After racking his brain, Chen Xing realized Manhwa was the only source of recent amusing stories worth sharing. So he began recounting Manhwa's embarrassing mishap to Sure Hongdo. Ha, so does that mean he'll never dare to play in the water again? Sure enough, Sure Hongdo burst into laughter upon hearing it, but Chen Xing frowned even deeper because the system didn't prompt the task as completed. This meant Sure Hongdo still wasn't genuinely happy. Could it be sunshine depression? What's up with this girl? The so-called sunshine depression refers to those who pretend to be happy around others but immediately sink into melancholy when alone at home. Chen Xing strongly suspected Sure Hongdo had this condition. But her family isn't short on money, and she's good-looking too. What could she possibly have to be depressed about? Parents got divorced? But didn't that happen long ago? Still can't get over it till now? After much consideration, Chen Xing could only attribute her unhappiness to her parents, though whether this was truly the case required deeper investigation. The moment Sure Hongdo entered Chen Xing's home, sharp-eyed Zhao Qin immediately spotted her and came over with delighted surprise. Little Hongdo, what brings you to my house? Auntie Zhao, Chen Xing said Big Yellow can do backflips, so I came to see for myself. Don't listen to his nonsense. Look how fat Big Yellow is now, can't even jump, let alone do backflips. Hee, I know, Sure Hongdo chirped sweetly. Actually, I came to see you, Auntie Zhao. Zhao Qin beamed with joy, promptly taking Sure Hongdo's hand as she ushered her home. Mrs. Zhao had watched this girl Sure Hongdo grow up next door, and the families had even joked about arranging a childhood betrothal between them in earlier years. But as Chen Xing grew increasingly ordinary while Hongdo blossomed into a striking beauty, such playful remarks had naturally ceased. Though she knew her place, it would be a lie to say Zhao Qin didn't secretly harbor hopes of Hongdo becoming her daughter-in-law. What if Hongdo just happens to take a liking to your son at first glance? Chen Xing tagged along as a mere supporting character, completely unaware of what was going through his mom's mind, because if he knew, he'd probably be complaining. Mom, did you sneak a bite of my takeout order? Getting carried away with wild fantasies now, aren't we? Chapter 8 Mission Incomplete. Zhao Qin pulled Sure Hongdo inside, telling her to play with Chen Xing in his room for a while she prepared some fruit for them. Sure Hongdo nodded, though she was secretly quite curious about what a boy's room looked like. When was the last time she'd been in Chen Xing's room anyway? It probably dates back to 3rd or 4th grade. Curious, Sure Hongdo followed behind Chen Xing and at first glance spotted that manly Wonderland sticker. Put, what are you laughing at? Ain't I manly enough? Chen Xing widened his eyes, feeling insulted, then flexed his non-existent biceps. Watching Chen Xing wave his arms around, Sure Hongdo suppressed laughter and said, you're pretty good at morning exercises. This girl's mouth is way too sharp. Does she really think she can get away with anything just because she's good-looking? When Sure Hongdo covered her mouth to laugh, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, long lashes fluttering like a pretty butterfly's wings. Well then, being good-looking really does have its advantages. Chen Xing repressed the impulse to use a premeditated punch, stepping aside to let Sure Hongdo enter the room first. Never thought your room would be this tidy. Sure Hongdo sniffed the air. No strange smells either. Worth praising. Of course, I have OCD, I've been obsessed with cleanliness since childhood. Hearing Sure Hongdo's praise, Chen Xing practically wagged his little tail, shamelessly claiming credit for Zhao Qin's morning efforts in cleaning up his pigsty without a hint of embarrassment. The sheer audacity. With amusement twinkling in her eyes, Sure Hongdo employed a classic verbal jab disguised as praise, but as the saying goes, a spotless room without a trace of smell. means either a eunuch or a gay dude. So, Chen Xing, which one are you? Damn, spitting rhymes like that, are you trying to ace the grad school entrance exam? I'd never take that exam, studying's exhausting. Unfamiliar with the meme, Sure Hongdo genuinely thought Chen Xing was suggesting she apply for graduate school. Alright, can't force chemistry. Chen Xing changed the subject. What was your high school entrance exam score? Why do you want to know? Sure Hongdo puffed out her cheeks, instantly defensive about her grades. No reason, just curious which high school you're planning to attend. Chen Xing spread his hands innocently. He was practically an academic failure himself, how could he possibly mock others with test scores? This wasn't exactly his strong suit. 630 points. Sure Hongdo thought for a moment, hesitated a few seconds, but ultimately told the truth. That's decent, you're going to Sanjiang High? Meng Yuan's there too. No, I'm going to Second High. Chen Xing was utterly confused. Since when did Second High have a looks bonus option? How come I didn't know about it? I could have made it to the elite class then. Sure Hongdo burst out laughing at Chen Xing's narcissism again. What are you talking about? My mom's arranging for me to attend Second High as a visiting student. I'll be in the humanities track later. Visiting student. Chen Xing scratched his head, vaguely remembering that Second High School indeed had this transfer student policy, but you needed connections at home, or to pay 10,000 yuan per point. With this year's cutoff score at 650, that'd be 200 grand? Quite the little rich girl indeed, Chen Xing thought to himself, glancing at the liquor-filled chocolates on the table. Just then, Zhao Qin pushed the door open, carrying a fruit platter meticulously sliced and skewered with toothpicks. Thanks Auntie Zhao, Sure Hongdo chirped sweetly. You guys have fun, I have something to do outside. Zhao Qin said with a smile, and then closed the door thoughtfully when she left. The early bird catches the worm, so this brat Chen Xing better seize the opportunity. Zhao Qin silently cheered for Chen Xing in her heart. Then we will be in the same school in the future? But I should be studying science, and I am not very good at Chinese and English. Chen Xing picked up a slice of apple and ate it while talking. Although he struggled with several subjects, his performance in liberal arts was comparatively worse, so he'd most likely choose science studies in the future. Sure Hongdo nodded and also picked up a cherry tomato to nibble. Then, the two of them suddenly fell into an awkward silence. This always happens when you're somewhere between acquainted and close, wanting to keep the conversation going but running out of things to say. Chen Xing couldn't very well tell her he'd recently acquired a reverse life system, that he was destined for greatness, and that she should stick with him, guaranteed 3 days hungry for 9 meals. Wait, no, 3 days feasting on 9 meals. Sure Hongdo, likewise, couldn't pour her heart out to Chen Xing about how she'd noticed her mother seeing another man, possibly remarrying soon, and that's why she'd been feeling down. Want to watch a movie? Eventually, Chen Xing spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Sure. Sure Hongdo also breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't much good at conversation either. Chen Xing got up and turned on his home internet TV, then frustratingly discovered that watching any movie required some bullshit platinum VIP membership. All his money was physical cash, and his mobile wallet only had 30 cents left. Chen Xing awkwardly turned to look at Sure Hongdo. Let me handle it. Sure Hongdo took out her phone and helplessly scanned the QR code. After all this fuss, Chen Xing was just here to exploit the wealthy. Chen Xing had no choice either. He rarely watched TV nowadays, so how could he know it had become like this? He still remembered the days when online TV offered lots of movies for free, without requiring any VIP subscriptions. The two of them finished watching the 2-hour movie in a somewhat delicate atmosphere. It's getting late, I should head home, Sure Hongdo said. Despite all his efforts, Chen Xing still hadn't completed the task. Fortunately, there was no time limit, so he nodded, planning to figure it out later. Auntie Zhao, I'm heading home now. Sure Hongdo walked outside and greeted Zhao Qin, who was watering the flowers. Leaving so early? Stay for a meal. Zhao Qin quickly replied. No, Auntie Zhao, I'm heading home for dinner. I know your situation. Old Sure is always busy with his fishery. Who's there to cook for you at home? No, it's alright. Listen to your auntie, your Uncle Chen won't be back for dinner today, and I made too much rice. Help me finish some. Well, alright then. Unable to refuse Zhao Qin's warm invitation, Sure Hongdo had no choice but to agree. But Zhao Qin was right about one thing, no one would be cooking for her at home, and she had originally planned to grab a quick bite outside. Having secured Sure Hongdo's agreement, Zhao Qin shot another exasperated glance at her useless son, then took Sure Hongdo's hand and asked what she'd like to eat. I'm fine with anything, %. Eating shouldn't be casual. Come with me, let's check the fridge. Pick whatever dish you want. Auntie Zhao here can cook them all. Meanwhile, Chen Duong, who was riding his electric scooter home for dinner, suddenly received a text message from Zhao Qin. What do you mean I can't come back for dinner? Forget it, my wife must have her reasons for doing this. Chen Duong turned his bike around and rode toward a Shaoxian snack shop by the street. Chapter 9, My Mom Takes the MVP. Watching the two of them in the kitchen, getting along like real mother and daughter, Chen Xing suddenly felt like he was picked up from a trash can. Zhao Qin, fully embracing her chatty and warm-hearted middle-aged woman persona, quickly helped Shi Hongdo pick out the dishes she wanted to eat. Then, while cooking, she started chatting with her about everyday life. Shi Hongdo's mother was a typical career woman. During their visits there, they always dine out, never once had meals been prepared at home. Now, watching Zhao Qin cook in the kitchen together felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet carried a warmth that was oddly comforting. So Zhao Qin kept asking questions, and Shi Hongdo answered truthfully. Somehow their conversation lasted right until the meal was ready. "Auntie Zhao, let me help you serve the dishes," Shi Hongdo said. No, it's not right for guests to serve dishes. That rascal Chen Xing over there, growing so tall just to sit there and eat with his mouth open. Zhao Qin glanced at Chen Xing seated at the dinner table. Chen Xing, who had inexplicably been scolded, looked utterly baffled before reluctantly getting up to help serve the dishes and rice. "Your meal, Your Majesty. Here you go, Princess, your meal." "Mrs. on a diet lately, just half a bowl," Shi Hongdo said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "Hey, quite demanding, aren't we?" Chen Xing scooped out half a bowl of rice into his own bowl using clean chopsticks, then handed it back to Shi Hongdo. "Thank you, just eat yours." He. Zhao Qin's cooking skills had indeed improved rapidly lately, which was related to her daily consultations with her grandmother who cooked at the village committee. Moreover, the meals at home were all freshly prepared, and the rice used was Wuchang rice from the Jinlangju brand. Therefore, even the usually small-eating Shi Hongdo found herself eating more and more with growing delight in her eyes. "Can I have another half bowl, please?" She looked at Chen Xing and said, "As if I could even say no." Chen Xing sighed, then obediently served the young lady another half bowl. After eating her fill, Shi Hongdo contentedly patted her slightly rounded stomach, while Chen Xing was shooed by Zhao Qin to wash the dishes. "Auntie Zhao, is Chen Xing always this capable at home?" "Of course, this boy is so well behaved. He always fights to do the house chores, definitely husband material someday." Zhao Qin deliberately raised her voice so Chen Xing in the kitchen could hear. Thus, with this validation, Chen Xing felt his inner workhorse spirit awaken, scrubbing the dishes with renewed vigor. By the time he finished washing up, Zhao Qin had one hand holding Shi Hongdo's and another gently stroking her hair, soothing her softly. "Your mother isn't young anymore, it's completely normal for her to find true love now. You should be happy for her. Don't think just because she's remarried, she doesn't love you anymore. I know your parents well, they're both remarkable people. They were merely unskilled in the art of loving one another, but they never stopped loving you in their own ways. Not every mother expresses love by cooking meals or doing housework. Working hard to secure a better future for you is equally an expression of love." Shi Hongdo lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly. "Auntie Zhao, I understand. I'm not a kid anymore, I was just caught off guard when I first found out." Hongdo is so clever and sensible, I won't say more." Chen Xing stood at the kitchen doorway as a voice echoed in his mind. Clang! Task make Hongdo happy completed. Task reward, 4 charm points obtained. WH what? The task's finished? Did mom carry me through this? Chen Xing was stunned. He'd just been washing dishes, and his mom had already cleared a 4-star difficulty mission? If this were a game, Zhao Qin would definitely have a rating of 13.0, while Chen Xing would only get 3.0. Final score at game's end. Mom took MVP. Chen Xing was just along for the ride. But hey, a win's a win, right? Chen Xing was in a cheerful mood and didn't mind being called a freeloading dog. Moreover, the rating system would distort people's sincere efforts anyway. If he hadn't washed the dishes for his mom, would she have had time to chat with Shi Hongdo? Without those conversations, could his mom have helped resolve Shi Hongdo's troubles? Chen Xing totally nailed it. After about half an hour, when Shi Hongdo had digested enough, she prepared to leave. This time, Zhao Qin didn't try to keep her any longer, as it was indeed getting late. "Chen Xing, go see Hongdo out." She stood up, brushed the wrinkles from her pants, and said to Chen Xing, who was engrossed in his phone, "Mom, have you lost it from chatting too much? Shi Hongdo's house is right across from ours, just a street away. She can get home in 2 steps, why bother sending her off?" The task was complete, the rewards were in hand, so Chen Xing naturally couldn't be bothered to move. Hearing this, Zhao Qin looked utterly exasperated. The most frustrating part was this exact scene. She had worked hard to carry the whole game, only for her teammate to not only be terrible but also slack off. Chen Xing was exactly such a teammate. This brat hasn't learned a single ounce of his father's silver-tongued charm. How's he ever going to chase girls in the future? How's she ever going to get a daughter-in-law and hold her grandchild? Suddenly, Shi Hongdo stifled a laugh while egging them on. "Auntie Zhao, there's no need for him to walk me home. It's not that dark out, I'll just be careful as a young lady by myself." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Xing immediately felt the murderous glare from Zhao Qin. 3, 2, 1.5 warning. Zhao Qin directly deployed the countdown tactic that Chen Xing feared the most. Alright, I'll take you home, okay? Chen Xing stood up with resignation, his face full of reluctance. Stepping outside, Shi Hongdo clasped her hands behind her back and said, "I had a really good time at your place today. The streetlight illuminated her profile, her snow-white earlobe gleaming translucent, making one instinctively want to take a bite. Chen Xing gulped. Glad you enjoyed it. Lately, what's going on? Whenever I see a pretty girl, my heart starts inexplicably fluttering. It was the same with the girl picking up water bottles last time, and now with Sure Hongo. Could it be that he's really reached that age where teenage hormones explode, making him restless? No, women are demons, tigers blocking the path and stumbling stones on the road to success. The system already concluded it, in this lifetime, he'd be toyed with by bad women. So Chen Xing must be extra careful, never easily falling for their tricks. Especially beautiful women, they're the best at deception. Think about what a Sigma male would do. Given how close they were standing, Chen Xing barely had time to process before Sure Hongo spoke again. We're here. Thank you for today, and please thank Auntie Zhao for me too. Her smooth short hair fluttered in the night breeze, the girl's lively eyes clear as spring water, paired with that unconscious tilt of her head. Who can resist this? Not even Sigma males stand a chance. Don't worry, you can come over to my place more often from now on, Chen Xing blurted out inexplicably. But he instantly regretted those words when Sure Hongo gave him a sly smirk and replied, alright then, I'll come over for free meals every day. Damn it, whether Sure Hongo came for a free meal or not wasn't the real issue. Chen Xing's family naturally wouldn't mind setting an extra plate. But, with Sure Hongo around, wouldn't the dishwashing duty from now on inevitably fall squarely on his shoulders? That's highly fucking likely. The mere thought of it nearly made Chen Xing pass out. Seeing Chen Xing's pale face, Sure Hongo found it even more amusing. Covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, she looked like a beautiful little fox. Good night. The girl chuckled playfully, leaving Chen Xing with a slender and dazzling silhouette. Of course, she wouldn't freeload meals every day, just teasing Chen Xing a bit, but going occasionally would still be quite an enjoyable experience. Chapter 10 Moving. In the blink of an eye, it was late August. The carefree summer vacation, free from homework, was about to come to an end. Chen Xing was about to start high school in the county town, and the Chen family was making a big move, literally. They were relocating. The agony of a middle-aged man. That brat actually wants to take my wife away, leaving me all alone in an empty house. Chen Duan leaned against the doorframe and sighed, complaining to his wife. Their family didn't own a house in the county town, so Chen Xing had to rent a place for school. But they couldn't just abandon their mobile phone shop, which meant that once Chen Xing entered high school, Chen Duan and Zhao Qin would inevitably live separately. Zhao Qin would need to take care of Chen Xing's schooling, doing his laundry and cooking for him. When a woman reaches a certain age, her thoughts naturally revolve entirely around her child. As for my husband, honestly don't know him that well. Can't see any work to do, huh? Just standing there dumbly without even helping to move anything. Zhao Qin completely ignored old Chen's outburst, arms laden with pots and pans as if determined to strip their entire home bare. Can't see work? Didn't I carry most of the stuff into the car already? The moment I take a breather you start scolding me. How heartless. Chen Duong said with a wounded expression. And if you take everything away, how am I supposed to cook at home? Want me to scavenge from trash cans? Only your precious son matters to you. Humph, you old rascal, get to work. Stop acting like Chen Xing only carries my family name and isn't yours too. Zhao Qin gave Chen Duong a light slap as she urged him on. Alright. Chen Duong caught his breath and glanced back. Where's Ching Xing? I don't see him. I'm here. Was in the bathroom, just finished washing my hands. Emerging from the bathroom's spawn point, literally refreshed, Chen Xing popped his head out, hands still dripping wet. Boys grow rapidly around the age of 15 or 16. In just one summer vacation, Chen Xing shot up from about 1.75 meters to nearly 1.80 meters, already looking taller than Chen Duong. Damn brat, sneaking off to the toilet during work, and now you show up when most of the heavy lifting's already done. Chen Duong laughed and scolded playfully, patting his nearly as tall son on the shoulder, unable to suppress his beaming smile. Absolute slander, just pure slander. When nature calls, what can a man do? Chen Xing deftly took the items from Chen Diwang's hands while loading them into the car, hastily proving he hadn't been slacking off. Stop dawdling and hurry up, the driver's getting impatient, Zhao Qin urged the father-son pair again. Outside the courtyard, a classic Wuling Hongguan minivan was parked at the gate, its interior packed full. He's my cousin, it's fine. Chen Duan walked up to the driver's window with a chuckle, handing the driver a Zhonghua cigarette. No rush, cousin? What's the rush? It's not far, take your time moving. The driver lit a cigarette and began puffing away. Nothing left, we can leave soon, Chen Duan said. High school's about to start. Lots of people moving to the county town recently? Must be making good money? The driver chuckled. Not bad. Plenty hiring whole cars. Parents will spare no expense for their kids' education. Of course, education is the most important thing in life. Is your son from the second high school? From number 2 high school, got in somewhat luckily. Once you get into number 2 high school, it's basically guaranteed you'll make it to university. You'll be a college graduate, sitting in an office drinking tea and reading newspapers, making tens of thousands a month. The driver sweet-talked him so well that Chen Duong, utterly delighted, shoved the half-pack of Zhenghua cigarettes he had left into the man's hands. Slow down a bit. Since there wasn't enough room for all their belongings, Chen Duong didn't join them. Instead, he ran to the roadside, waving his hand as he shouted, "Don't worry, I'm an old hand at this. No problem at all." Watching the van gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Duong turned back to glance at the now somewhat empty house, feeling an inexplicable sadness in his heart. "We just parted ways a few minutes ago. What's going on? Getting sentimental in my old age." Chen Duong mocked himself, when suddenly he noticed Lao Shi across the way boarding the bus with his daughter. "Heading into town?" Chen Duong asked. "Yes, Hongdo is starting school soon. I'm taking her to her aunt's house." Sure, Hongdo's father Sure Chang replied. His skin was tanned from working daily at the fishery, but his well-proportioned features showed he must have been quite handsome in his youth. "That's nice, having family nearby to look after her is a blessing. Unlike my relatives who all live in the town, none have houses in Huaicheng." "Yes, that's right." Sure Chang nodded. Actually, he wasn't good at dealing with people, but during this summer vacation, Shi Hongdu had been to Chen Xing's home for meals several times and mentioned him, so he felt quite grateful to Chen Xing's family. Shi Hongdu heard the two middle-aged men talking and politely rolled down the car window to greet Chen Duong. "Hello, Uncle Chen. Red Bean has grown even prettier, like a movie star, no, even prettier than most stars. He. Though being complimented on her looks was a common occurrence, Sure Hongdo still felt particularly happy this time, with a warm flutter of parental approval in her heart. "Wait, something feels off. What kind of parental approval is this?" Sure Hongdo was startled, and a sudden flush appeared on Chen Xing's face as she thought about him. "What am I thinking? I've only been to their place for a few meals. How did my thoughts wander there? Honestly, what am I doing?" Fortunately, Sure Chang wasn't much of a talker. After packing up his things, he simply said let's go to Chen Duong before getting into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Noticing his daughter's slightly flushed face, he asked curiously, "Is the car hot? I thought the AC had been on for a while." Sure Hongdo quickly shook her head. "I just had the window open and got a bit sunburned. It's nothing." "Oh, I see." Sure Chang didn't dwell on it further. While driving, he reminded Shi Hongdu, "Be good and sensible at your aunt's place, okay? Let me know right away if you need anything." "I know, stop nagging." Shi Hongdu pouted her lips, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep in the back seat. Truth be told, she preferred her mom's original plan, buying a new apartment near number 2 high school over staying at her aunt's place. But Sure Chang insisted on checking the fishery and claimed he wouldn't have time to look after her. Staying with her aunt would be more convenient since relatives could take care of her and supervise her studies. Hongdo wasn't happy about this at all. She always felt uncomfortable staying at someone else's house, it just didn't feel right. Even though her aunt treated her well, she wasn't her own mother. Wouldn't living there long-term eventually become annoying? Hongdo didn't dare share her thoughts with Sure Chang, knowing he'd just get angry and yell stuff like, "Your aunt is my own sister, of course she'll take care of you." Whatever, she'd just stay for now. Maybe she was overthinking it. Sure Hongdo let out a sigh and stopped her restless thoughts. Huai City. Zhao Qin had already viewed an apartment in the county town and paid the deposit 2 weeks prior, so upon arrival, Chen Xing and the others immediately began unloading their belongings from the car into the house. The place Zhao Qin rented was a single-story house, not far from Huai City's second high school, just about a kilometer's walk away. A 2-bedroom apartment with kitchen and bathroom, 600 yuan per month, Zhao Qin said with a pained expression. 600 yuan was indeed the ceiling for renting in a small county town, unless you wanted an apartment in a residential complex. "Mom, you're so generous." Chen Xing was quite satisfied. After all, many students who rented near number 2 high school had to share a single room with their mothers, separated only by a curtain. Zhao Qin was already fortunate beyond expectation to find a room with some privacy. "As long as you study hard, your mother's efforts won't be in vain. Guaranteed. Just wait and watch your son get into Tsinghua or Peking University," Chen Xing boasted. "A Tier 1 university is good enough. Tsinghua and Peking are too far-fetched," Zhao Qin said pragmatically, keeping her expectations realistic. "That's a piece of cake. Show me you can grab one of those slots for a top university, and your dad and I can finally go home to run the shop with peace of mind. That's when the good life will truly begin for us. Don't worry, if I don't get into a Tier 1 university, I'll find a sugar mommy or something to make sure you live a good life." "Pa, don't talk nonsense, just like your damn father." Had ha. At the hometown Sha County snack shop in town, Chen Duong sneezed several times in a row. "My wife must be missing me for sure," he thought happily, his face brimming with joy. Chapter 11 Back to School. August 25th. Chen Xing was roused early by Zhao Qin to brush his teeth and wash his face. It was the first day of high school freshman year. In the bathroom, Chen Xing brushed his teeth while staring at the translucent panel before his eyes. Host, Chen Xing. Charm, 69. Intelligence, 72. Stamina 60. Financial power, 3. Locked. His charm level had already reached 69 points, enough to be called a young little Daniel Wu now. Chen Xing felt there probably weren't any 100-point charming people in this world, even celebrities would top out around 80 at most. The system's enhancement of charm isn't about suddenly getting a handsome face through plastic surgery, but rather a gradual process. It slowly alters facial features and skin texture, unconsciously making one more pleasant to look at, ultimately improving appearance scoring from the inside out. Chen Xing felt the same way when looking at himself. It seemed nothing had changed, yet he could still sense he'd become slightly more attractive. The second line showed intelligence stuck firmly at 72 points. Apparently the developing organs of adolescence didn't include the brain. His stamina had increased slightly from persistent running. With the first 30-day milestone approaching in a few days, he'd gain another point soon. Though modest, it was enough for his needs. Seeing progress makes the effort worthwhile. As for the final financial points, don't ask why it dropped back to 3 points. Blame Zhao Qin for confiscating his phone. Chen Xing had to secretly buy another one. After all, what era are we living in? Studying can't be done without a phone nowadays. Though he occasionally uses his phone for entertainment while studying, Zhao Qin should trust him. Chen Xing has great self-control after all. After analyzing his stats panel, Chen Xing withdrew his gaze and went to wash his face. Zhao Qin had also finished getting ready by now. On the first day of school, she had to accompany him, partly to pay the tuition fees, and partly to familiarize herself with the location of her son's classroom, so she wouldn't struggle to find it if she were ever called to the school later. On the way, the mother and son chatted. "Mom, you're overthinking things. How could your obedient son ever get called to the principal's office? Hard to say. What if you skip class to go to an internet cafe, or don't do your homework or something like that? Ah, there's a serious crisis of trust between us. I'm deeply disappointed. Just eat your dumplings already, and stop all that nonsense," Zhao Qin said impatiently, pointing at the steamed buns Chen Xing had just bought. "These buns aren't up to par, not as good as the ones from our town. Stop being picky when you've got food to eat." "Seriously? I'll be studying hard every day from now on. You've got to support me properly. Don't you know the saying logistics must precede the march of troops?" Chen Xing retorted. Zhao Qin scoffed. "I'm just making sure you don't starve to death. Don't set your expectations too high. How cruel. I'm reporting you to the Central Authorities for Child Abuse." "Report me? I'm your mother." Mother and son kept bickering back and forth, and before long they arrived at the gates of Erzhong High School. Standing before them was the towering arched entrance, with the horizontal stone tablet engraved with 4 large characters, Huicheng Erzhong. Because it was the first day of school, the entrance was already packed with parents bringing their children, and the scene was extremely noisy. Fortunately, a relatively young man who appeared to be a teacher stood at the entrance of the security office, shouting loudly through a megaphone. "Parents, please first go to the central hall on the first floor of the teaching building to find the class assignment boards, then locate your child's classroom based on the information provided. Each homeroom teacher will be waiting in the classrooms, just go there to pay the tuition fees. Let's go, we'll head to the teaching building first." Zhao Qin tugged at Chen Xing's arm as she spoke. "Okay." Behind the gates of number 2 high school lay a circular flower bed, with pathways flanking either side and a central walkway paved in blue-gray stone slabs. "Number 2 high really does have a nice environment," Zhao Qin remarked to Chen Xing with genuine admiration, feeling increasingly reassured that the school's reputation was well-deserved. "Much better than your middle school. With all that money, half of Huicheng's education budget must have gone to second high. That's because they're a good school, so the Education Bureau supports them heavily." True. Since they were praising his own school, Chen Xing uncharacteristically kept his mouth shut this time. "Class 12 of grade 1? Why's it so far down the list?" Zhao Qin wasn't entirely pleased with the class assignment. In her mind, the further back the class number, the worse it was. Otherwise, why would the Olympiad classes be classes 1 and 2, and the honors classes be classes 3 and 4? Class 12 was already among the last in the regular class rankings. Later, when the science track splits off, 2 or 3 classes would become humanities classes. Doesn't that make it the absolute bottom of the barrel? The regular classes are all randomly assigned, not based on grades. Look, the average scores across the classes here are pretty similar. Chen Xing shrugged helplessly, trying to console her. Besides, with your son's grades barely scraping the cutoff line, he has equal room for improvement wherever he goes. Zhao Qin also thought it was reasonable, so she glared at Chen Xing and said, "Who told you to score so low? Now you realize you need to study hard, don't you? Otherwise, you'll end up in the worst class during the sorting." Got it. And keep your voice down. Who says our class is definitely worse? That's just a stereotype. I hope so. Following the location indicated on the sign, Chen Xing and Zhao Qin arrived on the 5th floor of the teaching building, then found classroom 12. "These will all be my classmates from now on." Chen Xing curiously sized up the boys and girls in the classroom, scanning for any pretty faces among them. The quality of students is much higher than in middle school. Several side profiles are quite attractive. That was his first thought. Unfortunately, with parents present everywhere, Chen Xing couldn't get a proper look at everyone. Find yourself a seat, I'm going to pay the tuition. Zhao Qin finished speaking and headed to the teacher's platform, just as Chen Xing caught sight of his homeroom teacher. Male, bald head. Okay, not interested. Just one glance and he averted his eyes. What's the point of looking at some middle-aged guy anyway? He'd have 3 whole years to get sick of the sight. Better save his eyes some strain while he still could. Chen Xing, being tall, dutifully made his way to the back row and took the seat by the corner, only to get an earful from Zhao Qin after she finished paying his tuition. Why'd you move to the back? Can you even see the blackboard from there? My eyes are the ruler, seeing everything crystal clear. Still bragging even with glasses on. Seems like your mind's not on studying at all. Damn, you're complaining even before the books are handed out? That's not fair. It's not your fault I ended up sitting in the back, it's because I got stuck with these tall jeans from you. Zhao Qin thought about it and realized she was kinda at fault here too. As long as you can see the blackboard clearly. Oh come on, don't worry about it. These seating arrangements are just temporary, our homeroom teacher will definitely adjust them later based on circumstances, Chen Xing said helplessly. Whatever you say. More batches of parents trickled into the classroom, and the homeroom teacher soon collected all the tuition fees. Ahem, everyone quiet down and listen. The homeroom teacher quickly took control of the situation. My name is Wu Yongxiang, and I'll be class 12's homeroom teacher moving forward. My phone number is 139x x 4399, same for WeChat. Parents can add me on WeChat, and I'll shortly create a class group chat. After paying tuition and joining the WeChat group, parents may leave one by one. These kids are already high school students, they don't need constant supervision. Hearing this, the parents gave their children a few final words of advice before filing out of the classroom. Be good at school, Zhao Qin said to Chen Xing. Absolutely will be, Chen Xing answered with a grin. After the parents left, Wu Yongxiang wrote the morning's tasks on the blackboard. 1. Self-introductions. 2. Arranging seats. 3. Collecting military training uniforms. A bold boy asked Wu Yongxiang, Teacher, what about this afternoon? Wu Yongxiang ran a hand through his thinning hair and smiled faintly. We'll see the instructor for military training this afternoon. The classroom erupted in collective groans. Ha! Military training starts this afternoon. No way, after lying around all summer, I won't last. Chen Xing wasn't particularly fazed. The military training had been announced long ago, just 7 days. After running consistently for a month, enduring it shouldn't be too difficult for him. Alright, settle down. Wu Yongxiang rapped on the lectern and gestured toward the student seated by the door in the first row. Starting with you, introduce yourself. Chapter 12, The Weighty Girl. The boy at the door, singled out by Wu Yongxiang to introduce himself, was caught off guard and stumbled over his words, stammering incoherently. What's a boy got to be shy about? Everyone in this classroom will be your classmates for the next 3 years. No need to be afraid, speak up with confidence. Wu Yongxiang walked over to him, leaning on the desk as he encouraged. My name is... Louder. The classmates in the back can't hear you. My name is Jiang Haofei, from Hushi Town originally. Jiang Haofei finally managed to squeeze out the briefest self-introduction while shouting at the top of his lungs, exhaling heavily afterward as if he'd narrowly escaped death. That's it? Wu Yongxiang looked at him in surprise, while Jiang Haofei responded with an embarrassed smile and a nod. Alright, next one. Wu Yongxiang didn't want to waste time, so he didn't press the matter and instead gestured to the girl behind him. My name is Dongli, I live on Huai City's Heping Road, the house number is XXX. Hold on, no need to give the house number. The classroom immediately erupted in laughter. Wu Yongxiang was left thoroughly speechless. How could someone even reveal their home address so blatantly during an introduction? Self-doxing, really? Next. Thanks to Jiang Haofei's brilliant example, the self-introductions of several classmates that followed were equally uninspiring, sticking to just name and hometown. Such template responses. Chen Xing thought to himself that if he followed the same formula as everyone else, he certainly wouldn't make any mistakes. When it was the second row's turn, he spotted a familiar face, a male classmate from junior high. Unfortunately, they hadn't interacted much back then and hardly spoken, but compared to the strangers around him, this acquaintance felt much more familiar. Everyone's introductions were safe and unremarkable, until a boy with a crew cut stood up cheerfully and announced, My name is Yao Jun, and I want to be class monitor. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly reignited. Yao Jun boldly met Wu Yongxiang's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Alright, then Yao Jun will serve as the class monitor for class 12. Perhaps to motivate everyone, Wu Yongxiang surprisingly agreed immediately to let Yao Jun take the position. As a result, the classmates behind followed suit. I want to be the vice monitor. I want to be the class study monitor. I want to be the math class representative. Chen Xing thought, this won't do. If I'm the last one to introduce myself, by the time it's my turn, the only position left in class will probably be the trash can supervisor. It's not fair, it's not fair. Fortunately, Wu Yongxiang quickly realized his earlier decision had been somewhat impulsive and immediately issued a hotfix. This arrangement is only temporary. Later, I'll reassign class positions based on individual performance and grades. These words gradually dissipated the students' enthusiasm, and self-introductions became brief once more. My name is. When a male classmate spoke, Chen Xing lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. When a female classmate spoke, Chen Xing opened his eyes and studied them carefully. This was making the most of his time. By the time about half the class had introduced themselves, a girl sitting in the center of the classroom stood up, and Chen Xing's eyes widened to their fullest extent. Not just because she was beautiful with fair skin, but more so because she possessed an extraordinary strength unlike ordinary people. Sheer, undeniable strength. The kind of strength that'd make freshman Manhwa call out for his mom. Hello everyone, I'm Ruan Xiaoxiao. I'm also from Huiqing and graduated from experimental middle school. I hope we can all look out for each other over the next 3 years, and I'd love to make friends with everyone. Ruan Xiaoxiao? You're anything but small. The girl's development far beyond her age had blessed her with a pair of prideful peaks. Out of respect from the opposite sex, Chen Xing couldn't help but pay visual tribute. Of course, Chen Xing wasn't the only boy looking at her. All the other boys in class were stealing glances at Ruan Xiaoxiao too, their hearts screaming in disbelief. This defies science. It's completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, the girls enviously covered their own flat chests, determined to go home and drink papaya milk for enhancement. They absolutely couldn't lose to Ruan Xiaoxiao. Because of Ruan Xiaoxiao's appearance, classmates who didn't know each other before actually started whispering among themselves. Chen Xing's tall deskmate stared intently and murmured softly, "She must be the prettiest girl in our class." Indeed. Unsure whether the comment was directed at him, Chen Xing still politely responded, and instantly, the other boy became animated. "Hi, I'm Ma Wangya," the tall boy said cheerfully, extending his right hand in greeting. "King Horse? That's quite a name. How many eyes do you have?" Chen Xing's lips twitched slightly as he introduced himself. "Brother Chen, my name is Ma Wangya, E as in wild monster, not E as in lord." "Wow, you're really good at making up words. Wild monsters wild, that's something else. League of Legends player?" Chen Xing immediately asked with a laugh. "No, I'm a Mobile Legends pro, 5 King tier badges. Awesome, just awesome." Chen Xing cupped his hands in salute. "What about you?" "I'm both a dog petter and a farm enthusiast on weekdays, plus I play Naruto, 3 Kingdoms Kill, Valorant, CSGO. "Ha, then you must be a player." "Not at all, I'm genuine with every single one." When it came to gaming, the two instantly warmed to each other, chatting animatedly like old friends who'd known each other for years, heads bent together as they exchanged words back and forth. After Ruan Xiaoxiao sat down, the self-introductions of the other students no longer seemed as captivating, the splashes they made becoming much smaller. Although there were a few good-looking girls among them, compared to Ruan Xiaoxiao, their impact was far too weak. When it was Chen Xing's turn to introduce himself, the novelty had already worn off for everyone. Many of his classmates didn't even bother to turn their heads, including that gloomy-looking girl. More often than not, things turn out this way. You spend ages rehearsing words in your mind, agonizing over how to phrase something perfectly, when in truth, no one really cares. Who cares? Do you really think you're Wu Zun or what? Just an ordinary NPC, not even with a question mark above its head, couldn't even give out quests. But Chen Xing didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he was quite pleased. Being invisible was just fine. It'd be even better if the homeroom teacher didn't notice him. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Murphy's Law came into play. Homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang sized up Chen Xing for a few seconds, stroked his chin, and said, quite tall. "Chen Xing, you'll serve as our class's temporary PE monitor for now. Leave the boys to the gym next door to collect the military training uniforms later." Chen Xing blinked in confusion. Didn't anyone volunteer to be PE monitor just now? How did this responsibility fall to him? Fine, being the PE committee member is better than being the trash can supervisor after all. At least it's an official position, so there should be some privileges in PE class in the future, if the class isn't stolen by other subjects, that is? Yes, master. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. Chen Xing ended up being picked as the sports committee member, and his classmates all turned to look at him with curiosity. Chen Xing grinned, flashing his white teeth as his gaze met Ruan Xiaoxiao's. Chapter 13 Development Elsewhere. The gymnasium of Huiqing No. 2 High School was also something unfamiliar to rural students like Chen Xing, equipped with complete facilities. It consisted of 8 small courts ingeniously combined, 4 spacious basketball courts and 4 standard badminton courts, which were both independently functional and conveniently convertible for shared use. Surrounding these 8 courts ran an indoor track, while vision charts, height measurement scales and similar fixtures lined the gymnasium walls. At this moment, stacks of military green uniforms were piled in the center of the gymnasium, with many classes already sending students to collect theirs. Over there. As the class sports committee member, Chen Xing took the lead, informing the teacher in charge of the uniforms about his class, then gathered everyone to haul away the pile designated for class 12. Chen Xing, I'm sticking with you from now on. Sports committee member, that's so cool, Ma Wanye whispered as he sidled up to Chen Xing. What part of this screams cool? Isn't this just being the glorified workhorse leader? You don't understand, our PE class rep in middle school had it made. Every time we had PE, he'd get first pick of the equipment. Whether it was basketballs, soccer balls, or badminton rackets, the good stuff always went to his buddies, while the rest of us got the broken gear. And because of that little bit of power, he even scored a girlfriend. Horse King Yi wore an expression full of yearning. Was it really that extreme? Chen Xing's lip twitched. Truly the epitome of our country's students, even the tiniest scrap of authority stretched to its absolute limit. Would I lie to you? I swear I'm not barking up the wrong tree. Next time we have try saving the best equipment for Yuan Xiaoxiao. She might not say anything, but she'll definitely notice the favor. Give it enough time. Haha. Stop. Hold on. I'm not that desperate. My mom told me to focus on my studies. Hypocrite. Ma Wanye shot Chen Xing a disdainful glance. Your eyes were popping out even more than mine when Yuan Xiaoxiao was talking, and yet you have the nerve to say you're not interested. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Xing made a shushing gesture and then walked into the classroom. Honestly, he was merely paying due respect to beauty, just boosting his HP limit with an extra glance or two. He wasn't even close to considering chasing after Yuan Xiaoxiao. 20-odd boys each carried a portion, stacking the military training uniforms onto the teacher's desk. Wu Yongxiang handed Chen Xing a ruler, instructing him to draw a simple height chart on the blackboard. Measure your height and collect the corresponding size of military training uniform. Wu Yongxiang stepped aside by the door to make space for Chen Xing. Some of the shorter students wore reluctant expressions. Publicly measuring their height was practically social suicide. Yet the homeroom teacher's word was law, so they complied obediently. Chen Xing, meanwhile, reported the measurements back to Wu Yongxiang. Zhang Haofei was the first to step forward again. 1.69 m, Chen Xing rounded it up to 170. As a fellow guy, he knew just how crucial that mere centimeter was to male pride. Zhang Haofei threw him a grateful glance, understanding perfectly, while Chen Xing responded with a no-worries smile. For fairness, Chen Xing showed full respect to every classmate who came up afterward. If someone was close to 1.6 meters, he'd call it 1.6 meters. If close to 1.7 meters, he'd say 1.7 meters. It wasn't until a particularly heavyset girl stepped up that Chen Xing broke this unspoken rule. 1 meter, 56. Yuan Xiaoxiao leaned against the blackboard, standing slightly on her tiptoes. Unfortunately, even someone as generous with measurements as Chen Xing couldn't in good conscience claim she was 1.6 meters tall. Hearing that she was only 1.56 meters tall, Yuan Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth, clearly looking upset. Somehow, Chen Xing's brain short-circuited, and he suddenly whispered comfortingly, "It's okay, you just developed elsewhere." Yuan Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, then her face instantly turned crimson. You! She certainly understood what he meant, she just didn't expect this tall boy to be so bold. Chen Xing also realized his slip of the tongue and quickly apologized. Then he glanced at Wu Yongxiang again, only relaxing when he noticed the boy was looking down the hallway. Sorry, my words slipped out wrong. Pervert. Chen Xing regretted his behavior, wondering when he had become so vulgar. It was all because of spending too much time with Meng Yuan. Those filthy thoughts must have rubbed off on him. Better to blame others than blame himself. After shifting the responsibility to Meng Yuan, Chen Xing cheerfully proceeded to report his height. When the last classmate was measured, he took a mental tally and gained a rough grasp of the average height level among the students of class 12. Since they were all first-year high school students, the girls averaged around 160 centimeters in height, while the boys averaged about 168 centimeters, still short of 170 centimeters. However, this was normal. The girls had basically reached their full height potential, while the boys were still in the midst of rapid growth. In another year, the average height of the boys would likely surpass 170 centimeters, and the gap would only widen further. Chen Xing wasn't the tallest in class 12. For instance, Ma Wanye stood at 181 centimeters, and there was even one guy who hit 185 centimeters, basically a mini Yao Ming. As for Yuan Xiaoxiao, she wasn't particularly short either, with several girls being even shorter than her. The military training uniforms had all been distributed, so Chen Xing obediently stepped down from the platform to make way for Wu Yongxiang, then listened quietly to his speech. According to Wu Yongxiang, this was his first time serving as a homeroom teacher, so he lacked experience. He asked everyone to cooperate with him properly, promising that he would work hard to help all the students achieve good results in the college entrance exams. Chen Xing's mouth slightly gaped open below, utterly astonished. Teacher, you're really only 35? With that much hair loss, I thought you were in your 40s or 50s. Then, Wu Yongxiang went on to share some amusing anecdotes, like the hilarious professors he'd encountered in college, and it wasn't until the clock struck 12 that he finally clapped his hands and dismissed everyone for lunch. Remember to come back to school this afternoon, and don't forget to wear your military training uniforms. Got it, teacher, the students replied in unison. Mawanji, being naturally outgoing, invited Chen Xing to walk with him. "Where do you live?" Ma Wanya asked. "Probably near Plum Blossom Village. My mom rented it, I'm not too sure." "That direction east of the school?" Yeah. "Then we're going the same way, what a coincidence, hee hee. Do you rent too?" "Yep, my hometown isn't in Huicheng either, but I live alone," Wang Yema said with a cheerful laugh. "Lucky you, that must be nice." "Not bad, but it'd be even better if my mom gave me some more allowance." Chen Xing nodded. Conversational boundaries mattered, so he didn't probe further about money that was private territory. Behind him, Ruan Xiaoxiao and her newly acquainted deskmate Fong Sini were walking home together after school. "Xiaoxiao, I noticed you suddenly blushed when you were at the lectern earlier. What was that about?" Ruan Xiaoxiao glared at Chen Xing's retreating figure, biting her silver teeth lightly. "Nothing, just feeling a bit unhappy about being short." Fong Sini comforted her. "I think it's fine. Height doesn't matter much for girls, many tall guys actually prefer shorter ones. Who cares what they like?" Ruan Xiaoxiao huffed. She currently despised boys, especially tall ones. "I'd hate it even more if the surname was Chen." Chapter 14, Misunderstanding. After returning home for lunch, Chen Xing took a half-hour midday nap. Around 1:40 in the afternoon, he walked to school under the blazing sun, already dressed in his military training uniform. The t-shirt wasn't very breathable, and the collar felt like plastic. "This is the quality I get for $180? Chen Xing secretly thought the principal must have lined his pockets well. But this was just his internal rant. In reality, he couldn't even get into the principal's office. The late August sun was still scorching hot. Just from walking, beads of sweat had already formed on Chen Xing's forehead. It seemed the afternoon military training wouldn't be as easy as he'd imagined. Stepping into the classroom, Chen Xing scanned the room with a glance. Ma Wanya had gotten military training clothes a size too big when measuring his height that morning, now wearing them loose and baggy. At that moment, he was craning his neck to chat with two classmates in front of him. Chen Xing faintly caught words like rap and West Coast from their conversation. With a playful demeanor, Chen Xing walked over and patted him on the back, teasing. "Style's on point, but the skin tone's off." "Hey, Chen Xing, you're here," Ma Wanya laughed heartily. "Is the homeroom teacher not coming?" "Surely we're not doing military training in the classroom," Chen Xing asked. "Who cares, better if he doesn't show up," Ma Wanya said. "I just asked the two guys in front, they both play Honor of Kings. I'm looking for a girl classmate to join us, and we'll have a full 5-man squad for the weekend." Hee hee. "Not bad, good organizing skills. The homeroom teacher should make you the gaming committee leader." "Bet. Ha ha ha." The four classmates burst into laughter together, their relationships growing noticeably closer. Similar scenes were playing out in other parts of the classroom. As peers of the same age, everyone had maintained some distance that morning when they first arrived. But by afternoon, dressed in identical military training uniforms and discussing the upcoming drills, they all became much more talkative. This was probably why Hwai City No. 2 High School insisted on holding the 7-day military training at the beginning of each school year. It quickly helped students get familiar with each other. After a while, instead of homeroom teacher Wu Yongqiang arriving, a young man in military green fitness attire appeared. One look at his tan skin and lean, muscular build made it clear he was military personnel, undoubtedly Class 12's training instructor. Sure enough, the man named Zhou Kai introduced himself as the instructor for Class 12 and immediately ordered everyone to gather on the field below. As he moved closer to the hallway, Chen Xing saw students from other classes below, also dressed in military training uniforms, streaming toward the field. He estimated there were at least 800, maybe even 1,000. Not only is this the best high school in Huicheng, but also the largest one. Chen Xing marveled inwardly. Back in his hometown, people considered getting into second high school the mark of a good student and child. Yet here, a school like Second High produced 1,000 of such good students in just one grade. What about the whole city? The entire province? All of China? No wonder college students would become worthless in the future. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, Chen Xing followed the crowd to the center of the playground. Class 12 was divided into 6 rows, and he ended up in the last one. Like Doraemon, Zhou Kai pulled a whistle from his pocket and used a series of sharp blasts to snap Class 12 out of their chaotic noise and disorder. "Attention! Can't even stand straight, what kind of look is that? First I'll teach you how to stand properly. Starting with the attention stance. Back straight, middle fingers aligned with trouser seams, eyes looking directly forward. Today is your first day of military training, and I don't want to see any of you slacking off." Without the slightest warning or time to prepare, Zhou Kai, with his impeccable soldierly discipline, quickly launched into training these high school rookies. That's it for today's training, dismissed. The 3.5 hours in the afternoon felt endless for the rookies. Even Chen Xing, who had been running daily for a month, ached all over, let alone his classmates who had spent their summer vacation doing nothing. Ruan Xiaoxiao was a classic example, raised in pampered luxury. Her face was deathly pale, beads of clammy sweat streaming down her forehead as she gasped for breath. By the time today's training finally ended, while the others walked off the field with looks of relief, she remained motionless on the grass. Are you okay, Xiao Xiao? Her desk mate Fong Xinyi asked with concern. Xiao Xiao Ruan shook her head stubbornly, just a bit tired. Xinyi, you go home first. Let me help you to the classroom to rest for a while. Fong Xinyi still couldn't relax, so she supported Xiao Xiao Ruan to the classroom and poured her a glass of water. Thank you. Don't be so polite, Xiao Xiao. It's only been half a day and you're already like this. Maybe you should take a sick leave tomorrow. Pushing yourself too hard isn't good. I saw on the news that someone actually died from exhaustion during military training. Fong Xinyi meant well, but clearly lacked tact. Her few clumsy words had Ruan Xiao Xiao flushing so hard it practically cured her hypoglycemia on the spot. No need, Xinyi, you should really go home. I'll stay here for a while. How could Ruan Xiao Xiao possibly skip school on the very first day? What would the other students think of her then? Would even the teachers suspect she was faking illness? So she quickly shook her head to deny it. Are you really okay? Really, I'm not that weak. Xinyi, we don't live in the same direction. I'd feel guilty delaying your trip home, so you should hurry back. Well, alright then. Guessing Ruan Xiao Xiao had too much pride in wanting to spare her embarrassment, Fong Xinyi waited another 10 minutes until her complexion improved before leaving on her own. After Fong Xinyi left, Ruan Xiao Xiao began her meltdown. Arg! Ruan Xiao Xiao, you're so embarrassing, how could you crumble under just a little pressure? She buried her face in her arms on the desk, regretting how she hadn't listened to her mom during summer vacation to go out more, instead holding up at home watching anime like a shut-in. The regret persisted until around 6 o'clock when the school had nearly emptied out. Ruan Xiao Xiao had no choice but to drag herself home. Summoning her strength, she struggled to stand only for her legs to buckle beneath her. She managed 2 steps forward but needed 3 breaks, crawling from the 5th floor to the 2nd at a snail's pace. Stupid school, why put first-year classrooms on the 5th floor? As if summoned by karma, her complaints seemed to reach the school's ears. Retribution struck immediately. Her right foot slipped unexpectedly, sending Ruan Xiao Xiao tumbling backward. Her heartbeat instantly accelerated, pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Damn it, my head's gonna get smashed open. Just at this critical moment, Ruan Xiao Xiao suddenly felt a powerful force seize her from behind, gripping her clothes tightly. Her body suddenly jerked to a halt, like a doll in a claw machine being lifted up, narrowly avoiding an intimate collision with the hard stairs. Saved! Arigato, Savior-san. Her otaku instincts flaring up, Ruan Xiao Xiao instantly envisioned a scene straight out of a romance anime, a dashing high school Prince Charming rescuing the heroine. Thanks. She turned around, the word thank you still lingering on her lips when she froze in shock. The newcomer turned out to be Qin Xing, that very creep who'd made those sleazy remarks during her height measurement. Crack! The shut-in's fantasy is shattered. Why are you here? Are you following me? Ruan Xiao Xiao frowned as she asked, her first thought being that Qin Xing was tailing her. After all their classmates had left, and he was the only one who stayed. Is Qin Xing also having cold sweats from low blood sugar? Obviously not. What an idiot, this girl. I'll fuck your mother's smelly cunt. Qin Xing, who had kindly helped someone only to face accusations instead of gratitude, was left dumbfounded. Do these fairy tale princesses actually exist in real life? Must have been browsing too much Zaya Hongshu. He always thought those news stories about girls suspecting guys of installing cameras when they helped carry luggage were fabricated, just rumors spread by people trying to stir up gender conflict. Today I saw it, there really is one. Seeing Ruan Xiao Xiao clutching the stair rail with an unhappy expression, Qin Xing's face darkened too. To complete the main quest without breaking his 30-day running streak, he had gone out to buy a bottle of water, rested for a while, then returned to the running track. Just as he finished running and was about to head home, the system suddenly issued the "Save Ruan Xiao Xiao from falling down the stairs" mission. Qin Xing immediately rushed over from the opposite staircase and barely managed to catch her in time. But never expected she would turn around and bite me instead. Being pretty and big-chested doesn't give you the right to be unreasonable. Qin Xing's fondness for the beautiful girl before him instantly plummeted to zero. He'd originally intended to spew some choice Mandarin expletives, but remembering his own earlier misbehavior that morning, he swallowed the curses back down. Fine, an adult shouldn't hold grudges against a child. Think of it as rescuing a stray puppy, and the system just completed the life-saving task anyway. An extra 2 charm points isn't a bad deal. Without a word of explanation, he shifted his icy gaze away from the girl and walked past her down the stairs. Consider us even. Wiping the sweat from his hurried rush, Qin Xing thought to himself, leaving Ruan Xiao Xiao with nothing but his tall, slender retreating figure. Did I misunderstand him? This thought suddenly flashed through Ruan Xiao Xiao's mind, making her reconsider her opinion of Qin Xing. Although she couldn't figure out why Qin Xing remained on campus, the icy glare he gave her after being questioned struck her like lightning, stirring an indescribable unease in her heart. I might have been quite rude just now, Ruan Xiao Xiao quietly admonished herself, lightly biting her lip as if it could somehow lessen the guilt gnawing at her conscience. After all, regardless of Chen Xing's true reasons for staying at school, he had undoubtedly saved her life at a critical moment. Yet she had rashly confronted him and even doubted his intentions, something she now deeply regretted. Maybe I should apologize to him next time we meet. Ruan Xiaoxiao sniffled and gazed ahead. Right now, she needed to figure out how to walk home. The girl's first day of high school wasn't going well at all. Chapter 15, Fainting Spell. Dusk had fallen. Feeling like the proverbial Lu Dongbin who got bitten after saving a dog, Chen Xing returned home and slumped sullenly into a chair. Zhao Qin, apron tied around her waist, asked curiously, "What's going on? You're back so late." "I noticed all the other first-year high school students in the neighborhood got home ages ago. After the military training, I went to the sports field and ran a few more laps," Chen Xing replied. Hearing this, Zhao Qin became furious and pointed at Chen Xing, scolding. "Didn't they say military training is exhausting? How do you still have energy for running?" "Chen Xing, I'm telling you, it was fine if you went jogging during summer vacation since I thought you were just exercising. But now that school has started, you need to focus all your attention on studying. You didn't get into number 2 high school to be a student athlete. Why are you running every day?" "But military training's still ongoing," Chen Xing quickly explained, seeing Zhao Qin's anger. "The textbooks haven't even been handed out yet, how can I study? Besides, health is the foundation of everything, including studying. I'm just getting my body in peak condition before classes start so I can study harder later." "Isn't that right, Mom? Since when did you have such insight?" Zhao Qin eyed her son suspiciously. She knew his temperament inside out. He had never taken academics seriously his entire life. Not a single word of his nonsense convinced her. "Working out definitely isn't for studying, so what could it be for?" Zhao Qin tried guessing Chen Xing's motives but couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought, eventually giving up with a final warning. "Anyway, you'd better think carefully. Don't wreck your health again running around during military training. Your mother's flat broke. If you get sick we won't have money for treatment. Don't worry, if anything happens I'll crawl my way outside if I have to. Promise I won't cause you any trouble, old lady." Chen Xing chuckled, starting to spout nonsense. Zhao Qin rolled her eyes, abandoning any sophistry with him as she walked over to the rice cooker to serve Chen Xing his meal. "Take a shower after eating. Your clothes are soaked with sweat, and you don't have anything to change into. If it rains, I don't even know whether they'll dry after washing. It's fine unwashed. I don't mind." "I do mind." Zhao Qin placed the meal on the table in front of Chen Xing. "Eat." "Thanks, Mom. Do your legs not work? Can't even serve yourself rice? Should I feed you next?" Her words were sharp but her heart was soft. Though Zhao Qin had already decided to serve Chen Xing's rice, she couldn't resist nagging. He knew this well, it was routine by now, and simply grinned foolishly in response. "Just yesterday you said you wouldn't let him starve, but today's meal is absurdly lavish. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, greens, river shrimp, yellow croaker, plus a tomato and egg soup. 4 dishes in one soup, each one perfectly suited to make rice disappear. I'll eat 10 bowls of rice," Chen Xing declared boldly. Though he ultimately fell short of his boast, he still managed to polish off 3 heaping bowls. Burp. Ah, satisfaction. Chen Xing let out a satisfied belch, patted his stomach, and walked out of the kitchen. Zhao Qin suddenly asked, Isn't Shi Hongdu also attending number 2 high school? Did you run into her today?" "Sure, Hongdu?" Chen Xing shook his head. "She's in the liberal arts class. I didn't see her today. Invite her over for dinner someday. Tell her Auntie Zhao misses her." "What nonsense, she definitely doesn't have time to come over for dinner." Chen Xing immediately refused. "International joke my ass, how could he even bring it up to Shi Hongdu? If he did, she'd probably think he had a crush on her. How do you know she won't come if you don't even ask?" Zhao Qin yelled with hands on her hips. "That girl clearly said she loves my cooking the most. You don't know how lucky you are." Alright, my bad. I'll mention it if I run into her. They're just buttering you up, Mom, don't take it seriously." Chen Xing didn't dare tell the truth, so he muddled through and made his escape. "You've got her QQ contact, haven't you? Just ask her directly, and remember, you must bring it up." Zhao Qin called after him. "Got it. Shi Hongdu isn't your daughter-in-law, what's with all this enthusiasm?" Chen Xing was silently cursing in his heart. The military training continued as usual the next day. After standing at attention and standing at ease, they practiced left and right turns. Chen Xing felt like a puppet. The moment instructor Zhou Kai gave an order, his gears would start turning involuntarily. Turn left, turn right. What kind of big shot can't even tell left from right? Ha, are you trying to make me laugh? Put. Someone in the platoon couldn't hold it in, and the laughter quickly spread like contagion. "What are you laughing at? Did you do any better? Keep practicing. Did you hear me?" "Yes, we heard. Didn't have breakfast this morning? Your voices are so weak." "We heard you," everyone shouted in response. After spinning around for over an hour, the only thought in Chen Xing's mind was, I'd become the TESE sports team, a human spinning top. Yet to his great surprise, with every turn he took, he felt something peculiar, as if a pair of eyes were silently watching him. At first, Chen Xing didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just his imagination, but as it happened more often, he became certain that someone was watching him. Finally, during an unintentional turn, his eyes met with the person's gaze. It was actually Ruan Xiaoxiao. Chen Xing quickly rolled his eyes and looked away. Why is she staring at me? Could it be that she really intends to report me for stalking her? This woman is insane. Chen Xing frowned and thought, are all young girls these days so difficult to deal with? Fellas, who can relate? Got caught in the female gaze. Though stares couldn't kill, knowing someone was constantly watching him still made Chen Xing extremely uncomfortable. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chen Xing was getting a little impatient. Just as he was about to remind Ruan Xiaoxiao not to look at him, suddenly, a female classmate shouted in panic, Coach, Ruan Xiaoxiao fainted. What the? Did she faint because I'm too handsome? Am I really that good looking? Chen Xing glanced back at Ruan Xiaoxiao, who had collapsed on the grass, then quietly took half a step back, blending into the crowd of onlookers. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Kai quickly stepped forward to check the situation. He then knelt down and shouted, I have a back injury, someone help carry her to the infirmary. Several seconds passed, yet no one uttered a word. The girls lacked the physical strength, while none of the boys wanted to be the first to stick their necks out. If it were any other girl, it wouldn't matter, but this was Ruan Xiaoxiao. Even though classes had just started, everyone already agreed she was undoubtedly the prettiest girl in class 12. Would leaving now make it seem like I have feelings for her? If they could actually win the beauty's favor, that'd be one thing. But the boys all knew better. Mouthing off was fine, but when it came to actually stepping up, they'd all chicken out. So in the end, it turned into all the boys just exchanging glances without making a move. Damn it, where's the class monitor? Monitor. Zhou Kai had no choice but to appoint someone. Yao Jun secretly rejoiced and stepped forward. If it was instructor Zhou Kai who told him to carry it, then there'd be no issue, and no one would point fingers at him. I'm the class monitor. Yao Jun straightened his posture like a drawn blade, waiting only for Zhou Kai's command to unleash. Never could he have expected Zhou Kai to glance at his scrawny frame, immediately furrowing his brow even deeper. You're too skinny, no good, switch somebody else. Zhou Kai was worried that Yao Jun, with his scrawny physique, wouldn't even make it halfway carrying Ruan Xiaoxiao before collapsing. That would be real trouble. Me. Yao Jun was on the verge of tears. He was just picky with food and a bit slender, but in truth, he was quite strong. Where's the PE monitor? Where is the PE monitor? Zhou Kai called out again. Chen Xing internally groaned at the words. Sure enough, everyone turned to look at him in unison, instinctively making space, and Zhou Kai's gaze also landed on his tall frame. Oh shit. Is this really happening to me? What are you staring at? Hurry up. Isn't she your classmate? Zhou Kai said impatiently. Class 12 was truly a special bunch. When their own pretty female classmate fainted, the boys all withdrew like turtles into their shells, not daring to step forward. Chen Xing felt the stares around him prickle his scalp. Cursing these cowards silently, he didn't bother speaking but simply squatted down, hoisted Ruan Xiaoxiao onto his back, and strode decisively toward the infirmary. Though he didn't have much fondness for Ruan Xiaoxiao and even considered her an annoying little princess, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die, could he? Besides, with so many people watching, if he chickened out too, wouldn't he be just as cowardly as those turtles? Consider it doing a good deed for the day. Chapter 16, He's in good shape. Ruan Xiaoxiao's skin was so delicate it looked like you could squeeze water from it, the unmistakable result of being pampered like a treasured pearl by her parents since childhood. No wonder she collapsed the moment the heat hit her, she just couldn't take it. Chen Xing carried her on his back, walking ahead while their instructor Zhou Kai and Ruan Xiaoxiao's desk mate Fong Sini followed closely behind. Fong Sini looked nervous, her hands hovering tentatively beneath Ruan Xiaoxiao's hips in case she slipped and fell. After just a few steps, Chen Xing was already drenched in sweat, not because Ruan Xiaoxiao was heavy, quite the opposite, she was as light as a feather. Sweating profusely referred to Chen Xing's internal turmoil, because Ruan Xiaoxiao's assets were overwhelmingly powerful. Those two soft mounds pressed tightly against his back, making his heart race and sending a chaotic stream of unruly thoughts flooding through his mind. Stay calm, Chen Xing, you're a decent guy. He chanted this mental mantra while practically flying down the road, compressing a 10-minute walk into 3. Of course, his speed was also driven by fear that Ruan Xiaoxiao might wake up and falsely accuse him of being a lecher again. After all, one couldn't treat her like a normal person. Eternal vigilance was mandatory. Finally reaching the infirmary door, Chen Xing let out a long sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. At last, I'm free. If he had to carry her any longer, he feared he might truly lose the ability to recite the heart-cleansing mantra. Inside the infirmary. Doctor, someone has fainted here. Fong Sini, living up to being Ruan Xiaoxiao's newly made bestie of just 2 days, immediately shouted at the top of her lungs in panic upon entering, her voice nearly strong enough to lift the roof off. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp clicks of high heels against the floor tiles grew nearer, and a woman in her 40s, clad in a white lab coat, hurried over with an air of urgency. Fainted? The female doctor asked with a furrowed brow. Yes, she collapsed during military training, Fong Sini quickly replied, her voice thick with concern. This heat is unbearable, like a steamer. I've said all along they shouldn't take the training so seriously, the doctor grumbled, gesturing to a nearby single bed. Quick, get her onto the bed. After saying that, she turned to glare at Zhou Kai. You're the instructor, right? She's just a high school girl. Military training is just a formality. Every year someone faints. Could you really take responsibility if something serious happened? Zhou Kai wore a helpless expression, silently protesting in his heart. Our military training back in the day was much harsher. Standing at attention for a whole day was normal. Kids these days are so delicate. Chen Xing carefully placed Ruan Xiaoxiao on the bed. The female doctor moved closer to examine her while muttering, low blood sugar, and some dark circles, probably didn't sleep well last night. Let her rest here for a while. Later, give her some lightly salted water. Zhou Kai, who had been scolded by the female doctor until he looked thoroughly chastened, stood by the doorway like a guilty elementary school student, nervously rubbing his hands together. Doctor, please take care of her then. There are still students on the sports field. I need to go back and keep an eye on them. Humph, hurry up and go. Standing here isn't helping anyone, the female doctor waved her hand dismissively, her tone dripping with disdain. Alright, Zhou Kai replied as if granted a royal pardon, then scurried away like greased lightning. Seeing the instructor had already bolted, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a spark of glee. Does this mean I can sneak away too? He had just turned around when the female doctor spoke up. Young man, don't leave just yet. Chen Xing froze in place, offering an awkward smile. Is there still something for me here? I thought I was just temporary human wheelchair whose job was done. His words instantly lightened the previously tense atmosphere. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle, explaining kindly, nothing serious, we just thought you might be tired from carrying someone and wanted you to take a break. That's all? No need. Thanks sister, I'd better return to military training. Hearing there was no trouble, Chen Xing immediately beamed with joy and turned to dash away. The female doctor was utterly charmed by being called Big Sister. Beaming as she said to Fong Sini beside her, this boy from your class has such a sweet mouth. Not like those brats from the Olympiad class who keep calling me auntie the moment they see me. Drives me up the wall. Seeing the doctor was in good spirits, Fong Sini relaxed, realizing Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't be in serious condition. She chimed in with a chuckle, Olympiad students are all book-smart geniuses. It's normal for them to lack some emotional intelligence. True enough, the doctor nodded, then asked curiously, but this boy from your class is quite interesting. When I made up an excuse to let him rest, he refused and insisted on going back. First time I've seen someone so enthusiastic about military training. He's our class's sports committee member, Fong Sini explained offhandedly. Probably just has great stamina and doesn't find the drills challenging. The female doctor's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she lowered her voice to ask, good physical condition? Could you elaborate? Fong Sini was instantly speechless, her face flushing scarlet to the tips of her ears. She was no naive little bunny, having secretly read romance novels more than a few times, and occasionally even sneaked searches for certain adult films. She was somewhat familiar with content from China, Korea, domestic productions, and even European and American works. The expression on this female doctor's face was increasingly resembling certain, unmentionable roles from Japanese adult films. I don't really know either. Fong Sini lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, wishing she could vanish into the floor. Seeing her like this, the female doctor looked disappointed and changed the subject. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Go pour a glass of warm water for this classmate to drink later. Fong Sini sighed with relief and hurried off to fetch water, silently vowing to herself, never again would she casually respond to a doctor's remarks. She's still just a baby, after all. Meanwhile, as soon as Chen Xing returned to the group, he found himself surrounded by classmates whose curiosity was burning like wildfire. Hey, Chen Xing, why are you back? Is Ruan Xiaoxiao okay? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? Where's Fong Sini? Is she staying with Ruan Xiaoxiao? The instructor looked pale-faced earlier. What happened? The tedious military training suddenly had such a big incident, and everyone instantly became as pumped as if injected with stimulants, bombarding him with endless questions. Chen Xing patiently answered each one. Ruan Xiaoxiao is fine. The doctor said it was low blood sugar and she just needs to rest. Fong Sini is keeping her company. As for the instructor, he got scolded by the doctor, so he's probably in a bad mood. Just as he was explaining until his mouth was parched, he suddenly caught sight of their class monitor, Yao Jun, staring at him with eyes burning with jealousy, his expression looking as though Chen Xing had stolen his girlfriend. Did you take any liberties while carrying Ruan Xiaoxiao on your back? Yao Jun suddenly blurted out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The moment these words were spoken, the previously lively atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone was stunned, as if the air itself had solidified. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, silently cursing what an idiot in his heart, but maintained a cold sneer on his face. don't project your dirty thoughts onto others, okay? What's going on in your brain is none of my damn business. And even if I did or didn't touch her, what the hell does that have to do with you? He paused, his tone growing sharper. And who exactly are you to Ruan Xiaoxiao? Chen Xing was already irritated, and Yao Jun's questioning pushed him over the edge. He fired back without hesitation, not bothering to spare the guy's dignity. What, did being class monitor in high school suddenly make you some kind of big shot leader? Cut the fucking act, you pretentious bastard. The girls nearby couldn't stand it anymore and chimed in. Yao Jun, that was way out of line. Chen Xing was obviously just helping. One girl almost added, the instructor called for you first, but you're as thin as a bamboo stick and couldn't seize the chance, and now you have the nerve to be jealous of Chen Xing? But after some thought, she held back for the sake of maintaining classmate camaraderie, keeping her words from being too harsh. Still, Chen Xing's swift and decisive action when carrying Ruan Xiaoxiao had caught the attention of many girls, with some even secretly labeling him boyfriend material max in their minds. Yao Jun was left speechless by the rebuttal. Knowing he was in the wrong, he hung his head in silence, though a trace of resentment still lingered in his eyes. Clearly, he wasn't ready to back down. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to engage with him any longer and turned away to sit down, grumbling inwardly, this military training is truly exhausting. Not only do we have to endure the scorching sun, but also deal with this inexplicable drama queen. Chapter 17, The Expert Mother. Dr. Lu Tingting carefully fed Ruan Xiaoxiao some diluted salt water before joining Fong Sini for a casual chat by the doorway. Dr. Lu, I get the impression you doctors have it quite easy. Fong Sini blinked curiously, her tone laced with genuine interest. People like me are in the minority, Lu Tingting chuckled. Doctors working in regular hospitals are incredibly busy, like my classmates, for instance. The school clinic is relatively relaxed by comparison. Which university did you graduate from, Sister Lu? Wancheng Medical College. Back then, it was still a second-tier institution, but the school worked hard and has since been upgraded to first-tier. Oh, right. After a while, Fong Sini rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting into the distance. Softly, she said, actually, my dream has always been to become a doctor. My mother's health isn't great, and I thought, if I became a doctor, I could take better care of her someday. Lu Tingting listened, then reached out to pat Fong Sini's head, her tone gentle yet carrying a hint of teasing. As someone who's been there, I have to say, encouraging people to study medicine is asking for divine retribution. But if you truly want to become a doctor, then go for it bravely. MHM. Fong Sini nodded, her eyes sparkling mischievously before she asked with a grin, Sister Lu, would it be okay to tell me how the pay is for doctors? Well, it varies by institution. For example, the two continued chatting like this until nearly noon when Ruan Xiaoxiao finally woke up. Cough, cough. She groggily opened her eyes to find the scorching playground had transformed into a cool, air-conditioned room. Looking around, is this the infirmary? I think I just fainted. Ruan Xiaoxiao rubbed her throbbing temples, recalling how she'd lost sleep last night over Chen Xing's matter. Coupled with the exhausting, sweltering morning military training, no wonder she collapsed. Xiaoxiao, you're awake? Fong Sini cried out joyfully, immediately walking over to the bedside with Lu Tingting. Sini, thank you again for taking me to the infirmary, Ruan Xiaoxiao said gratefully. It wasn't me, the one who carried you here was our class's PE monitor, Chen Xing, Fong Sini explained with a smile. Lu Tingting chimed in teasingly, and quite a tall, handsome guy at that. Chen Xing. Ruan Xiaoxiao's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Once again, it was him who had saved her. I misunderstood him last time and haven't had the chance to apologize yet, and now I owe him another favor. Where's Chen Xing? She couldn't help but ask. He went back to the playground, rushing for military training. Ha! Ruan Xiaoxiao's expression froze, feeling a pang of disappointment in her heart. Others might not realize it, but she knew all too well, Chen Xing was clearly avoiding her. After all, she had been so unreasonable yesterday. You're still very weak right now. I'll give you your phone in a moment, call your family. Skip the military training for now and go home to rest for a few days, Lu Tingting suggested. All right, Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded. If even the doctor said so, she couldn't keep pushing herself. Besides, continuing the training would just cause trouble for others without any real benefit. Taking the phone Lu Tingting handed her, Ruan Xiaoxiao dialed her mother. Before long, a BMW X5 pulled up at the school gate, and an elegant woman picked up Ruan Xiaoxiao. Fong Sini stood at the infirmary door, watching the departing car, and couldn't help but sigh, quite a little princess. She never expected her deskmate's family to be so well off, compared to hers, which didn't even have a car for basic transportation. However, she quickly perked up again, clenched her fist, and muttered to herself, it's okay, my mom loves me very much. With that, she walked out of the school gate alone to go home for lunch. In the BMW, Ruan Xiaoxiao's mother, Dong Hui, said with a mix of concern and mild reproach, Sweetie, I told you to take a leave yesterday, but you insisted on going to school and then you fainted, didn't you? Pouting, Ruan Xiaoxiao turned her head away, refusing to engage with her. As soon as you called, I rushed right over, worried sick about you, and now you won't even talk to me? That really hurts. Donghui feigned hurt as she spoke. Oh, quit calling me baby. I'm way too old for that. It's so embarrassing if people hear you calling me that. Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and retorted somewhat angrily. Aren't you my baby? I carried you for 10 months and went through so much hardship giving birth to you, you know. Donghui replied with a hint of Shanghai accent, her tone dripping with affection. Ugh, whatever. Ruan Xiaoxiao wore an expression of resignation, too tired to argue further. Don't be upset dear, Mama's not scolding you. I'll have your dad get a medical note from the hospital later. You can just stay home these few days and keep me company watching TV. Donghui suggested softly. I don't want to watch TV, you can watch by yourself. Ruan Xiaoxiao pouted. If not TV, then where do you want to go play? Mom can accompany you, Donghui persisted, continuing to probe. I don't want that either. I'll just stay home and read. What's gotten into you, baby? You've become so boring as you've grown up, Donghui teased, her eyes twinkling with amusement. It's obviously you who's not normal here. I'm in high school, other parents want their kids to focus on studying, but you? All you do is either make me watch TV or go traveling. If I don't get into college, I'll just mooch off you at home. Humph. Ruan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her tone half teasing, half defiant. Donghui burst out laughing at this, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Your dad and I would love nothing more than for you to stay home and live off us. After all, the money we earn is meant for you. At most, you can just find a boyfriend willing to marry into our family, and we'll support both of you. Ugh, not this again. What kind of guy would even agree to that? Ruan Xiaoxiao groaned, exasperated. Why was her mom so obsessed with finding a live-in son-in-law? Oh, they exist. In one district of Zhejiang's provincial capital, wealthy women specifically seek out husbands to marry into their families. Plenty of decent candidates too. We have the means, and you're our only daughter, of course we should arrange this. Donghui laid out her reasoning confidently, as if she'd already meticulously planned her daughter's future. Stop, stop, stop. Don't read anymore. I was already annoyed, and now I'm even more annoyed. Ruan Xiaoxiao rubbed her face, cutting her off impatiently. Annoyed already? What happened? Tell Mom about it. Donghui noticed her daughter's mood and softened her tone. Don't want to talk about it. Ruan Xiaoxiao turned her head away. Come on, tell me. You're becoming less and less cute. Donghui teased her. Fine, be unlikable then, Ruan Xiaoxiao retorted petulantly. Well, don't say it then. You tell me not to speak, but now I want to even more. With full rebellious energy, Ruan Xiaoxiao immediately spilled every detail of what had happened with Chen Xing over the past 2 days to Donghui. After listening, Donghui glanced at her daughter and said with sincere earnestness, Darling, you're actually in the wrong here. I don't think that boy had any intention of following you. I just had a momentary lapse of judgment. Of course I know I wronged him. The main issue now is what to do. He saved me twice, yet I doubted and confronted him. Ruan Xiaoxiao lowered her head in distress. What's there to think about? Just apologize face to face next time you see him. It's not like it's something that can't be cleared up. Should I buy something as an apology gift? Sure, if you want to buy something, go ahead. Donghui agreed readily. Then recommend someone for me. Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked, her tone carrying a hint of playful coquetry. How would I know about teenage boys? Your mother here is almost 40. I don't believe you. You watch romantic Korean dramas at home every single day. Ruan Xiaoxiao scrunched her petite nose, mercilessly exposing her. Hee alright then, let me analyze this for you. Donghui, caught off guard by her daughter's revelation, couldn't help but laugh. She then put on an expert demeanor, cleared her throat and said, First of all, since this young man was willing to save you twice, it shows he's not a bad person. He might even have a bit of a soft spot for you. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red at these words, and she mumbled, Don't talk nonsense. He must hate me to death by now. How could any boy dislike my beautiful baby? Mom! Xiaoxiao, feeling embarrassed, quickly cut her off. Stop teasing and get to the point. Alright, let's get down to business. Donghui shook her head with a smile. Since you want to apologize, you should be sincere about it. As for the gift, you can choose based on their personality. If they're practical, get something useful. If they're romantic, go for something creative. Ruan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, thinking her mother made sense, but then she frowned again. But I don't really know him that well? Then just go with something practical. It suits the relationship between classmates. With guidance, Ruan Xiaoxiao finally sighed in relief, a smile blooming on her face. Mom, you seem to know quite a bit about this stuff. Of course. Donghui raised her chin proudly. Your mom has watched hundreds of episodes of Korean dramas. What plot twists haven't I seen? This little matter is nothing but child's play. Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling the weight in her heart dissipate a little. Leaning back in her seat, she watched the scenery fly past the window, silently resolving in her heart, the next time she saw Chen Xing, she would make sure to properly apologize and clear up the misunderstanding completely. Seeing her daughter's expression, Donghui's lips curled into a faint smile. She's really something. All those soap operas she watches clearly weren't for nothing. Wait a minute. Romance dramas? Did I just give completely wrong advice? Dong Nui was startled, suddenly regretting having recommended that gift. Chapter 18 Night Study Session. For the next 5 days of military training, Ruan Xiaoxiao didn't appear at school. According to the instructor, she had taken leave to rest at home. Many female classmates from class 12 were envious. After all, who wouldn't want to skip military training in this scorching summer heat? But Chen Xing thought it might actually be a good thing. He welcomed the peace and quiet, glad to be free from those inexplicable misunderstandings. Just like that, the week-long military training for first-year high school students passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, everyone showcased their training results to the school leaders on the sports field, marking an end to those hard days with a finale. However, what followed was bad news. Their homeroom teacher, Wu Yongxiang, announced that starting today, everyone would have to attend evening self-study sessions. The classroom instantly erupted in a chorus of groans. God damn it, they haven't even handed out the textbooks yet and they expect overnight self-study? What are we supposed to do during study hall? Play with our phones? Wang Yaman nearly cried as he vented his frustration. Soon, Yongxiang Wu provided the answer. Just as everyone was changing into casual clothes and the classroom buzzed with lively chatter, he appeared like a ghost by the window at the back of the room, silently sliding it open and startling everyone with a jump. Yao Jun, pick a few boys and go fetch the textbooks from the academic affairs office, Wu Yongxiang said expressionlessly. At this, Yao Jun immediately puffed up with pride. Last time, Chen Xing had been the one to lead the group to collect the military training uniforms, but now the task of fetching the textbooks had fallen to him. What did that signify? Status, ha! In class 12, he was practically the class president reigning supreme beneath only one person. With a somewhat provocative glance at Chen Xing, he rose leisurely to his feet and said to Wu Yongxiang with exaggerated formality, "Yes, teacher." Then, he called out loudly, "Guys, follow me." Moron. Chen Xing shook his head helplessly. Seriously? Bragging about leading a book retrieval team? If Wu Yongxiang were to give him a little red flower next time, wouldn't he faint on the spot just like Fan Jin passing the imperial exam? Sitting beside him, Ma Wanya nodded in agreement and quietly reminded, "He seems like a petty guy. Be careful he doesn't make life difficult for you." Ha! What can he possibly do to me? Write down my name for talking in class? How terrifying, Chen Xing scoffed disdainfully, clearly not taking Yao Jun seriously. Ma Wanya hesitated, wanting to say more. He had originally planned to tell Chen Xing that he and Yao Jun attended the same middle school and that Yao Jun was known to hang out with some troublemakers. But upon second thought, such a minor conflict probably wouldn't make Yao Jun call in outsiders to cause trouble, so he decided to keep it to himself for now. Ah well, just be careful yourself, Wang Yama finally said, nearly patting Chen Xing's shoulder. Chen Xing shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, if he really dares to pull any shady tricks, I'm not afraid of him. In the classroom, Yao Jun led a dozen boys out the door in a grand procession, as if embarking on some crucial mission, deliberately not calling any of the boys sitting in the back row where Chen Xing was. Chen Xing watched their retreating figures and thought, just picking up some books, do they have to show off like that? However, he quickly put the matter out of his mind, lowering his head to nap on the desk. After all, night study hall hadn't started yet. Every minute of slacking counted. When the books were delivered, Yao Jun enthusiastically tore open the packaging bags to distribute them, thoroughly enjoying the busywork. The result was that when all the textbooks were handed to Chen Xing, he barely had to lift a finger to receive them. Chinese compulsory 1, Math compulsory 1, English compulsory 1, Mental health education? 15 books, really? Ma Wanya couldn't help but exclaim at the small mountain of textbooks piled on the desk. Chen Xing explained casually, it's normal. Unlike the liberal arts class students who've already chosen their path, we undecided ones have to study both arts and sciences. The school's just giving us room for mistakes. What if you, Ma Xiao, turn out to be a literary genius descended from the stars, utterly hopeless at science but freakishly talented in humanities? You deserve a chance to shine before making your final decision at the end of freshman year. A Wenkuxing scholar is out of the question. I'm definitely going into STEM. I'm the king of unbalanced subjects, Ma Wanya declared with absolute confidence. Seriously? What did you score on the math section of the high school entrance exam? Chen Xing asked skeptically. If he got like 120 points and called himself the king of unbalanced subjects, that would just be ridiculous. A perfect 150. English was 79, and Chinese was 95, Ma Wanya boasted proudly. Chen Xing was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Damn, that's impressive. He'd always thought the term subject-specific genius was just a joke, never expected to meet someone who actually matched the description. Don't you regret it? If you'd scored higher in English and Chinese, you might have made it into the advanced class or even the Olympiad team. Chen Xing couldn't resist asking. Why would I regret it? I never liked English anyway, can't memorize vocabulary for shit, it's such a pain. Plus, my middle school English teacher was a total moron. Dude spoke with a thick accent yet kept tearing into my pronunciation. Ma Wanya's face twisted with disgust at the mere mention of English. Hey, have you considered learning Japanese? Chen Xing suddenly had an idea, remembering that some students chose Japanese instead of English for the college entrance exam, supposedly because it was easier to score higher. Japanese? You can take Japanese for the exam? Ma Wanye was intrigued by the suggestion, but after thinking it over, he shook his head. But I don't really watch anime, so my Japanese probably wouldn't be any better. Might as well stick with English, at least I can score a few dozen points. Yeah, I was just throwing it out there. Don't know much about it either. Chen Xing shrugged and didn't press further. He didn't excel in any particular subject either, just average across the board. With his English score barely passing at 120 in the high school entrance exam, choosing Japanese was never really an option for him either. The other students in the classroom were also flipping through their newly issued textbooks, finding them utterly novel. Wu Yongxiang wasn't in the classroom, so no one had to pretend to study seriously. The 2 evening self-study sessions quickly came to an end. Evening self-study isn't so unbearable after all. Ma Wanye stuffed all his books into his desk and prepared to head home empty-handed. Ma Xiao, go home alone tonight, Chen Xing suddenly said. Running? Count me in. Ma Wanye knew Chen Xing had a habit of running daily, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to join him. Not today. I have some business to attend to in the humanities class. What business? Isn't he looking for a female classmate? Ma Wanye shot Chen Xing a suspicious glance, muttering to himself. Damn Chen Xing, don't tell me he's brought his girlfriend to high school already? Chen Xing cleared his throat twice, offering no explanation, nor did he know how to explain. What was he supposed to say? That he had a childhood sweetheart, and his mom invited her over for dinner? This is just asking for trouble. So he could only wave his hand dismissively and say vaguely, stop guessing. It's just something personal. Chapter 19, The Second Main Mission. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, Chen Xing walked out of the classroom and headed upstairs, forming a stark contrast with students streaming down the stairwell. Class 15, which housed the liberal arts stream, was located on the 6th floor, the top level of the school building. Jokingly speaking, even the floor assignment reflected Huaichang No. 2 High School's preference for the science stream, reluctant to make their science students climb too many stairs. There sure are a lot of girls, Chen Xing noted with mild surprise, observing that most of the people coming down the stairs were female, and their average attractiveness level was just a tad higher than in the science track classes. However, he didn't linger long, taking 2 steps at a time and quickly reaching the hallway outside classroom 15. He should be in there. Chen Xing peered through the window, scanning the group of girls packing their bags for Shi Hongdo's familiar figure. Fortunately, it was easy to spot Shi Hongdo. She was both pretty and stood out in the crowd. She was sitting in the 3rd row, chatting and laughing with her deskmate. Hey, classmate, are you looking for someone? The window suddenly slid open as a girl near the wall asked curiously. Chen Xing scratched his head. Yeah, I'm looking for Shi Hongdo. Here comes another one, the girl said with a giggle. Another one? Chen Xing didn't understand what she meant, but the girl immediately explained. Several boys have come looking for Shi Hongdo these past few days. Sure, she's pretty, but aren't you guys being too bold? Aren't you afraid of the teachers? Well, I'm different from them, Chen Xing replied helplessly. How are you different? There was even one who was handsomer than you. Kid, just give up, the girl teased. Chen Xing sighed, not wanting to argue with her, and simply called out, Shi Hongdo, come out for a second. The shout drew the attention of classmates in the classroom, who started whispering among themselves. Naturally, Shi Hongdo saw him too. Although puzzled by his sudden appearance, she obediently stepped out of the classroom. Is she really going out? Am I seeing this right? He's the first guy to ever get Shi Hongdo to step outside. I told you Shi Hongdo has a boyfriend. Otherwise, why would she refuse to go out with Han Feiyu last time? And Han Feiyu is so handsome. Where's the handsomeness? He looks like a punk with that earring. I don't see it at all, a girl retorted disdainfully. It's the Korean style. You wouldn't understand if you don't follow K-pop oppas. The girl who had just spoken to Chen Xing was also dumbfounded, never expecting that Shi Hongdo would actually come out when called. Why are you here? Shi Hongdo was dressed simply today, a black printed t-shirt on top and a pair of blue denim shorts, giving off a fresh, youthful vibe overall. Chen Xing scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, my mom invited you over for a meal. He couldn't help feeling awkward himself. His mom really had to push him into doing this kind of thing. Shi Hongdo's eyes crinkled into a smile as she readily agreed, her voice cheerful and sweet. Aren't you going to ask why? Chen Xing was somewhat surprised. Of course it's because I'm adorable and Auntie Zhao misses me. Shi Hongdo tilted her snow-white chin upward, stating it as an obvious truth. Looking at the girl's tsundere expression, Chen Xing also chuckled. Alright then, how about tomorrow? We happen to have a holiday. Okay, Shi Hongdo nodded again. Is there anything else? You didn't come all this way just for this, did she? She blinked, a hint of playful teasing in her voice. Actually, yes. Lend me $50. I'm Qin Shi Huang. Invest in me now, and when I reunify the empire, I'll put you in charge of the Huai City troops, Chen Xing said with complete seriousness. Shi Hongdou froze for a moment before realization dawned, glaring at him indignantly. Just kidding. You agreed so quickly before, I thought you'd say yes to anything. Chen Xing hurriedly apologized. Hey, you. The girl was slightly annoyed and ready to scold Chen Xing for teasing her when her deskmate, Jiang Xiaoxi, ran over with a gossipy grin, her bag slung over her shoulder. Handsome, are you Hongdou's little boyfriend? Jiang Xiaoxi blinked, her face full of curiosity. Cici, what nonsense are you spouting? Shi Hongdou's face flushed as she lightly swatted Jiang Xiaoxi. Well, judging by your eager expression, I hate to break it to you, I'm not, Chen Xing said with mock regret. Alright, so are you chasing after Hongdou? Jiang Xiaoxi persisted with her questioning. Chen Xing nearly blurted out in exasperation. Hongdou, do you liberal arts girls have nothing but romance in your heads? No, we were classmates in junior high. I need to talk to her about something, Chen Xing explained. Then back in junior high, were there any boys who, MMPH? Jiang Xiaoxi tried to continue her interrogation, but Shi Hongdou swiftly clapped a hand over her mouth. Jiang Xiaoxi, you're dead meat, Shi Hongdou said with a flushed face. MMPH. I was wrong, let me go, I won't ask anymore. Jiang Xiaoxi mumbled her plea through restrained lips. Humph. Shi Hongdou released her grip and shot her a glare. Freed from her seal, Jiang Xiaoxi shot Chen Xing and Shi Hongdou a knowing look before chirping. I'll head home first then, you two chat. With that, she bounced away, giggling. Sorry, didn't realize all the girls in your class were love-struck morons, Chen Xing shrugged. Should have just texted you instead. You're the love-struck moron here, Shi Hongdou retorted. I'm a Sigma male, can't stand love-struck idiots, Chen Xing said with a raised eyebrow. Just then, several guys emerged from the classroom, shooting hostile glances at Chen Xing. Shi Hongdou, don't tell me you've already been voted class flower right after school started? Why do their eyes all look like they want to devour me? Chen Xing pretended to be frightened. Serves you right, Naya Naya Naya. Shi Hongdou stuck out her petite tongue playfully. I'd better get going, or someone might really hit me. Chen Xing still had to run laps on the field, so he made an excuse to slip away. Chat on QQ tonight, I'll send you my home address. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Alright, Shi Hongdou answered, watching him leave as a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. To be honest, she was also craving Zhao Qin's cooking. Early Saturday morning, upon waking up, Chen Xing received the system's second mainline mission. Ding! Main Quest 2, Persistent Study, maintain self-study time exceeding 2 hours daily, 0/30. Difficulty, 1 star. Reward, +1 intelligence point. Note, +1 point awarded per 30 consecutive days, refreshable. Self-study time? Does that mean time outside of class? Chen Xing rubbed his chin, then suddenly exclaimed holy shit. Counting self-study periods, he already had 9 45-minute classes daily, and now they wanted him to study independently for 2 extra hours? Spending half of every day just on studying, this difficulty level was clearly 5 stars. System, are you there? Did you hear the user's feedback? Quickly adjust the reward values, thank you. After breaking down emotionally for a while, Chen Xing ultimately decided to follow the system's instructions. After all, he couldn't increase his intelligence points himself. If it's difficult, then difficult it shall be. He might as well fulfill his duty as a student. Thud, thud. Zhao Qin pushed the door open, planting her hands on her hips as she demanded, didn't you say Hongdou agreed to come over for dinner yesterday? When are you going to pick her up? Mom, stop nagging. Hongdou will message me when it's time. What's the rush? Can't you let the girl enjoy her one day off without dragging her over here so early? Chen Xing looked up helplessly, still holding the phone Zhao Qin had given him. His chat history with Shi Hongdou had been silent since last night at 10. Zhao Qin snorted inwardly, this darn kid puts on such a reluctant front, acting all grumpy, yet he jumps to obey at the slightest mention of her. When has he ever been this eager about anything else? Still insisting he's not sweet on Hongdou? Yeah right, what a stubborn liar. Alright, then remember to pick her up early. Don't keep her waiting too long. Zhao Qin deliberately emphasized the word early, her eyes carrying a hint of meaning. Got it, got it. No need to worry. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, feigning annoyance, but his eyes kept darting to his phone screen. Clearly, he was more invested than he let on. Seeing this, Zhao Qin chuckled inwardly but said nothing more. She turned and left the room, leaving Chen Xing alone to pretend he wasn't impatiently waiting for the message. Chapter 20, The Boy Shi Hongdou Liked. Around 11 o'clock, Shi Hongdou sent Chen Xing a message. Her QQ ID was Red Beans Grow in Southern Land, and her profile picture was a childhood photo of her when she still had long hair. Indeed, good-looking people even use their own photos as profile pictures. Chen Xing didn't share that confidence. His profile picture featured a handsome shot of Goku, not the homegrown Monkey King Sun Wukong, but rather Super Saiyan Goku from Dragon Ball. Beep beep, red beans grow in the south, all packed and ready. It is what it is, okay, I'll come pick you up. Hongdou from the south huh? You bought an electric bike? Shocked. Hesitant steps. Nope, I walked here to pick you up. Hongdo from the south, speechless. Hesitant steps. Aren't you satisfied that this young master personally came to get you? Angry. Red bean grows in the south, covering mouth to laugh. Alright, I live at XXXX. I'll wait for you at the neighborhood entrance in a bit. Walking mouth behind. Ajk, you can come down later. It'll take me some time to get there. Red bean grows in the south, little crocodile nodding. Putting away his phone, Xing complained to Zhao Qin, Mom, you've got to buy me a vehicle sooner or later. Even a bicycle would do. Relying solely on my legs is just too inefficient. The bicycle in town was too old, so Xing didn't bring it with him. Zhao Qin snorted disdainfully, I've wanted to buy you one for ages, but seeing you run every day, I thought you preferred walking. Running is one thing, being lazy about walking is another. Xing stretched his arms, grabbing an umbrella as he added, I'm off. The address Hongdo provided was the country garden residential area nearby, less than a kilometer away from Xing. Xing hadn't walked far when he spotted that distinctive signboard. On the steps of the security office stood Hongdo, holding an umbrella. She was wearing a purple top today, paired with a white pleated skirt. Her snowy white legs stretched straight into the open air, the radiant glow of her beauty visible from a distance. Hongdo. Xing waved as he approached. Why are you wearing a skirt today? Hongdo slightly raised her umbrella until she could see Xing properly. She lifted her chin with a hint of pride in her tone. I like it. What's it to you? Just tell me, does it look good or not? Good looking, Xing honestly admitted. Even someone like him couldn't lie through his teeth and claim Hongdo's outfit today wasn't striking. Hongdo caught sight of the unopened umbrella in Xing's hand and said teasingly, Xing, don't tell me you brought this umbrella just for me? You didn't even open it for yourself. What else? It'd look ridiculous for a man like me to be holding an umbrella. Xing frowned. Quite thoughtful of you to bring an umbrella for a girl, but luckily this young lady is clever enough to bring her own. Hongdo waved the umbrella in her hand. Fine, you brought one. It's too hot. Let's hurry up and go, Xing urged. Too proud for your own good, Hongdo pouted, then moved closer to Xing, sharing her umbrella with him. As the umbrella blocked the sunlight, Xing immediately felt much cooler. Combined with the pleasant fragrance drifting from the girl, even the air no longer felt stiflingly hot. I'll take it. Xing grabbed the umbrella from Hongdo's hand and said, Not bad, you're quite considerate. Hongdo smiled while praising him. Mainly because you're too short. Holding the umbrella while walking makes it inconvenient for me, Xing remarked with a straight face. Shut up. I'm 165 centimeters tall, alright? That's the golden height for girls. How is that short? Hongdo retorted indignantly. Under 1.7 meters is just short, Xing shrugged. Well, you're not 1.8 meters tall either, so you're short too, Hongdo shot back defiantly. Who says I'm not 1.8 meters? Just measured yesterday, I've already hit 1.8 meters. Oh dear, growing so fast is such a nuisance, Xing said in a ridiculously boastful tone. Hongdo gnashed her teeth, glaring at Xing who now stood nearly a head taller than her, silently cursing the heavens for being so unfair. The boy is still growing taller these days, while she hasn't grown an inch in months. Amidst all the bickering and laughter, the two of them made their way back to Xing's house. Zhao Qin spotted the distant pair from the courtyard gate of the rental house, instantly breaking into a radiant smile. Actually, these two kids make quite a good match. Auntie Zhao Hongdo called out sweetly. Well, Hongdo, you're looking prettier than ever today, Zhao Qin responded with a beaming smile. Auntie Zhao, you're the one who's beautiful and youthful, Hongdo cooed with sugary sweetness. Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes from the side. Alright, you two, enough with the mutual admiration, the food's going cold. Out of the three of us, you're definitely the ugliest, Xing. Hongdo pulled a face. Yeah, it's me. Happy now? Xing swiftly served rice for the two girls before digging in heartily. Mom, your braised fish ma today is absolutely killer, Xing praised between mouthfuls. Slow down there, I made this for Hongdo. Come on, am I not your real son? Xing pouted with an aggrieved expression. Found you in a trash can, thanks. Zhao Qin fired back without skipping a beat. Watching Zhao Qin and Xing bicker while holding her bowl, Hongdo's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She absolutely adored this kind of atmosphere. The lively back and forth of family togetherness was simply wonderful. Hongdo, try this, green beans. I bought them fresh from the market this morning, Zhao Qin said enthusiastically, placing a generous portion on the plate. Hongdo nodded obediently. It was highly unusual. Hongdo ate 2 full bowls of rice in one meal. Auntie Zhao, I won't be able to come over for meals anymore. Hongdo set down her bowl and said with feigned solemnity. Why? Zhao Qin was taken aback. Too much of this and I'll get fat, then I won't be pretty anymore. Hongdo playfully blinked her eyes. Zhao Qin chuckled at that. Nonsense, Hongdo. You'd look good even if you gained weight. Your delicate features are all in the right place. There's no way you could ever look ugly. Hee hee. Sure Hongdo grinned, her eyes crinkling with joy. After finishing the meal, Sure Hongdo stayed at Chen Xing's house for another 2 hours and had a slice of watermelon cut by Zhao Qin before leaving. Since she was going back, Chen Xing naturally saw her off. On the way back, my mom's cooking is really that good? I feel it's just okay, or is it because I eat it every day? Chen Xing asked her in surprise. Of course it's delicious, and I really enjoy the atmosphere during meals too, Sure Hongdo said with a smile. Atmosphere? Chen Xing didn't quite understand what she meant, but he didn't press further. By the way, Chen Xing. As they neared the residential area, Sure Hongdo suddenly darted out from under the umbrella to face him, turning around in front of him. Does your mom want me to be her daughter-in-law? Chen Xing was instantly thrown into disarray. Is this something you can say out loud? Mom, I told you not to be so obvious. Even an idiot could tell what you're thinking, let alone a smart girl like Sure Hongdo. What should I do now? The girl is taking the initiative to hold me accountable, and all the pressure's on me. Well, my mom, she just really enjoys cooking, Chen Xing stammered in reply, and she happened to meet someone who likes her cooking, so naturally she got a bit overly enthusiastic. Oh, Sure Hongdo drew out the syllable, making Chen Xing feel utterly embarrassed. Alright, I'll be honest, that's what my mom thinks, but don't get mad, she's just a middle-aged woman with too much time on her hands. Rest assured, I don't have those kinds of thoughts about you, Chen Xing explained, forcing the words out. Really? Sure Hongdo took 2 steps forward, leaving just a finger's breadth between herself and Chen Xing. The girl tilted her head up toward Chen Xing's bowed head, their breaths so close they seemed audible to each other. Put. Sure Hongdo suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile and said playfully, Chen Xing, you're so easy to tease. It was just a joke after all. Chen Xing let out a long sigh of relief. However, if you really do like me, that's fine, but not now. We're still too young, and I prefer boys who excel in their studies. So, you can work hard, and who knows, maybe there'll be a chance once we're in university. Ha? A question mark popped up over Chen Xing's head. Sounds a bit like something a heartbreaker would say. Sure Hongdo waved and ran off, her cheeks flushing red where Chen Xing couldn't see. Sure Hongdo recalled her childhood, back when her grandmother raised chickens and her father farmed fish. She always carried an unpleasant odor back then, and few children wanted to be near her. Except for Chen Xing. Playing with you means my dog Dahuan gets chicken butts to eat, the little boy declared proudly with hands on hips, then proceeded to play with her openly. That was why she brought chocolates for Chen Xing when she returned for summer vacation. It's a pity they had less and less time to play together later. Chen Xing. Sure Hongdo silently whispered his name in her heart. Humph. You're really not as cute as when you were little anymore. Wait, no, you've never been cute at all. Chapter 21, I'm here. Saturday passed in the blink of an eye, leaving little of the weekend remaining. Chen Xing slept straight through until noon on Sunday, had a meal that could hardly be called either breakfast or lunch, and then realized with dismay that his precious weekend was already damn near over. How come days away from school pass by so quickly? At school, time drags on endlessly, a single day feels like an entire lifetime. Monday. Chen Xing got up at 6:30 a.m. Damn this school for inventing not just evening study sessions but morning study sessions too, forcing students into this outrageously unhealthy routine. Up earlier than chickens, to bed later than dogs, no kidding about that. There was this video where a foreigner pointed at a brightly lit building at 9 p.m. asking, "Is that a factory?" "No, that's a school." The foreigner had only one sentence after hearing it. "What the F***ck? Are you F***king kidding me?" Chen Xing was in the same state now, walking dazedly on the road while muttering in his mind, "Fuck your mother. Though I don't know who the school administrators are, better hide your horses well before I, the horse hunter of Huicheng, find them." After taking a couple more steps, "That smells amazing," Chen Xing sniffled and sighed. A passing female classmate gave Chen Xing a disdainful look, then quickly put distance between them as if he were some disgusting pervert. "Damn it, I said stuffed buns." Wronged yet again by this little fairy, Chen Xing fumed inwardly as he walked up to the beef stuffed bun stall. "Boss, for beef stuffed buns please." "Got it. Want some soy milk? Freshly ground?" Chen Xing chuckled. "No thanks, I'll take a bottle of milk." "Not even soy pulp left in it, and you call it freshly ground? What a damn joke. Pre-made is pre-made, thinking you can fool me like some out-of-towner, no wait, some Japanese tourist? I'd rather buy a box of yogurt drink than your 2.5 yuan pre-made soy milk. At least the plain yogurt tastes decent when neither has any nutrients. A beef pan-fried bun costs 150, 4 would be 6 yuan, plus 250 for the yogurt drink. Young Master Chen just spent 850 on breakfast. Anyone would give him a thumbs up and praise him as rich bro. Only Chen Xing himself knew his financial resources value had just dropped from 3 points to 2. "Just let me find a sugar mama, I'd even be willing to live in a villa and drive luxury cars." Chen Xing was lost in thought as he walked, then ran into Wang Yama at the school gate. What a coincidence! When Wang Yama saw Chen Xing, and the 2 unfinished beef stuffed buns in his hand, he sprinted over like an eager dog. "Damn it! Chen Xing was startled and, at an even faster pace, took a bite out of each steamed bun before the ferocious dog could reach them. Damn it, protecting your food, huh? Ma Wanya angrily unleashed a great desolate prisoning heaven finger, transforming into Pan Hong. Hand them over. Get lost. I've already taken a bite. I don't mind it. Sichuan native, huh? Chen Xing's eyes widened as he clenched his buttocks and sidestepped to dodge, slipping away. Mawanji gave a sinister grin as he gave chase. Pursuer and pursued, the two of them barged right into the classroom. Ha, I finished eating on the way. Panting, Chen Xing plopped onto the chair and triumphantly held up the empty plastic bag. Ma Wanya remained silent, his gaze fixated on Chen Xing's fingers. Damn, that look in your eyes is seriously creeping me out. I'd better watch out for you. Heh, scared you to death. Ma Wanya's eyes darted mischievously before returning to normal. Chen Xing's lips twitched. He'd definitely change seats next time, a man's golden rule, no gays nearby, even if there's just a 1% chance. Better safe than sorry, that's crucial. Nobody wants to be investigated. Wu Yongqiang entered the classroom precisely on time for morning reading inspection. Since it was the official first day of classes, everyone had obediently arrived on time without being late, leaving him no one to catch. After mindlessly staring at the English textbook for 30 minutes, Chen Xing couldn't remember a single word. Exhausted. With that, Chen Xing flopped onto his desk. More than half of class 12 was just as drowsy as him, falling over like rows of harvested rice, plop, all down at once. Until the blackboard made a knocking sound, everyone slowly started to get up and wake up. Standing prominently on the podium was a woman with a baby face, about 1.5 meters tall, even shorter than Wan Xiaoxiao, wearing a blue and white floral dress, her skin fair with a rosy flush. Where did this elementary school kid come from? How'd she get into our classroom? Ma Wanya said groggily, rubbing his eyes. Chen Xing beside him nearly burst out laughing. Seriously, buddy, not being able to guess the woman's age is one thing, but can't you see the stack of textbooks in her arms and the voice amplifier strapped to her waist? As expected, everyone had just woken up, so the classroom was relatively quiet, making Ma Wanya's remark, neither too loud nor too soft, stand out conspicuously. Everyone heard it, including the baby-faced teacher on the podium, whose expression instantly darkened. That student, I'm not an elementary school kid. I'm your English teacher, Xia Rui. Of course, you can also call me by my English name, Sherry. Sherry. Some idiot actually repeated it aloud, with terrible pronunciation, and Chen Xing's iPhone 13 Pro, left unmuted in his pocket, immediately responded. I'm here. A standard mechanical female voice. Fuck you, you shouldn't be here right now. Chen Xing, stabbed in the back by his phone, quickly switched it to silent mode with a crestfallen expression, only to meet English teacher Xia Rui's teasing gaze. Great, found two troublemakers in one class sitting together, just perfect for dealing with both at once. Xia Rui's lips curled slightly upward, making Chen Xing and Ma Wanya's eyelids twitch involuntarily. This woman doesn't seem like a good person, that adorable baby face of hers must be a disguise. Click, click, click. Xia Rui crossed her arms as she walked to the last row. Hand it over nicely, and if you rank in the top 10 on the next English exam, not only will I keep today's incident from your homeroom teacher, but I'll even return your phone. How about that? It sounded merciful, except Chen Xing had entered school with the lowest grades in their class, and his English was naturally near the bottom 2. Would being in the bottom 10 count? Chen Xing asked carefully. No way. Xia Rui swiftly grabbed the phone and glared at Ma Wanya. What's your name, classmate? Ma Wanya jumped in fright. Teacher, are you going to give me extra credits? What do you think? Xia Rui wore a smile, but the murderous intent in her eyes couldn't be concealed. That reckless little brat actually dared to call her an elementary school student. She couldn't wait to see Ma Wanya's middle school entrance exam English score. How dare he act so cocky? The teacher, his name is Ma Wanya, scored 79 in the English exam for high school entrance. Better to sacrifice others than oneself. Chen Xing added fuel to the fire from the sidelines. You fucking bastard. You're such a snake. Ma Wanya's eyes widened in shock, mentally showering Chen Xing with a storm of colorful insults. A 79. Well then next time you'd better get a full 100 for me. If you don't, you'll find out what I'm capable of. Xia Rui clenched her delicate fist threateningly as she spoke. On the very first class of the new semester, both Chen Xing and Ma Wanya immediately caught their teacher's attention. Chapter 22, First Impressions of the Subject Teacher. Xia Rui assigned tasks to Chen Xing and Ma Wanya respectively before clicking her high heels back to the podium. She introduced herself in English, then thoughtfully repeated it in Chinese, afraid these newly promoted rookies might not understand. After listening to the 3-minute self-introduction, Chen Xing succinctly summarized the key points. Married, a 30-year-old young woman, with one child. As for the other stuff, where he went to college, why he became an English teacher, who cares? None of it matters. During the first English class, Xia Rui didn't dive straight into new material. Instead, she laid down the rules up front and took the opportunity to teach some related vocabulary along the way. Sleeping in class is not allowed. No eating in class, especially anything that makes noise. Talking in class is not allowed. The most important rule, no studying other subjects in my class, especially math. Xia Rui gritted her teeth as she spoke, clearly still hurting from the wounds inflicted by students from previous years. By the way, who's the English class representative in our class? Stand up so I can recognize you. Xia Rui scanned the room. Everyone exchanged glances. Damn, who even was the English rep? Why couldn't anyone remember? Teacher, we haven't actually chosen an English class representative yet. Yao Jun raised his hand to reply. During the self-introductions on military training day, candidates for class monitor and academic committee were nominated, but somehow no one volunteered for English rep. How bizarre. Could it be that class 12 is the Wolf Warrior class? I suggest Wu Jing be appointed as homeroom teacher, then expel Chen Xing from the class for using an iPhone. Xia Rui frowned slightly. No one else? Then, I choose you. She pointed towards the center of the classroom, and all eyes followed her gesture. Ruan Xiao. Then I have no objections. The classmates, being all superficial about looks, immediately accepted this fact. Ruan Xiao, suddenly appointed as class representative, was startled. Me? Yes, you. Xia Rui smiled slightly. For such a pretty girl, her English must be excellent. After all, girls good at English tended to be as beautiful as her. How many points did you get in the high school entrance exam for English? To confirm her assumption, Xia Rui asked. 148 points. Wow! The entire classroom erupted in exclamations, and even Chen Xing was slightly shocked. Was this really an ordinary class? What kind of place did I end up in? Ma Wangye scored 150 in math, and Wan Xiaoxiao got 148 in English. How is a weakling like me, who can't even break 120 in all three main subjects, supposed to survive here? Oh right, I have a system. Never mind, then. Deep blue bonus. All about the stats. My eyes are like rulers. I spotted our class highest English scorer in one glance, Xia Rui said proudly. In high spirits, she kept chatting with everyone until the class bell rang, when she picked up her designer bag and clip-clopped away. Hey, what's next period? The desk mate in front, Wang Qingji, suddenly turned around and asked. That's a good question. You've stumped me. Chen Xing rubbed his chin and replied. Who the hell knows what the next class is right after school starts, damn it. Only when the homeroom teacher prints it out or when obedient students jot it down and stick it on their desks can the century-old mystery of what's the next class be solved. Why call it a century-old mystery? Because some idiots, even after 2 years of classes, still turn left and right after every period to ask others, what's next? Oh wait, that was me in middle school. In that case, replace idiots with handsome geniuses. Won't you find out when the time comes? Ma Wanye craned his neck to join the conversation. Yeah, I hope the next teacher is also a woman, Wang Qingji chuckled. I hope so too, he. Then the boys exchanged glances, all wearing that knowing look. Whether they truly understood or were just pretending, everyone's laughter carried a distinctly lewd undertone. Come on, what guy dares claim he's never had any thoughts about a beautiful female teacher? Why is it acceptable for girls to crush on delinquents in middle school, jocks in high school, rappers in vocational college, drill sergeants during military training, bosses at part-time jobs, Tony the hairdresser, or driving instructors, but suddenly taboo when boys admire teachers? The 10-minute break passed cheerfully as Chen Xing and his friends chatted, until the second class bell rang and Wang Qingji reluctantly turned back around with evident reluctance. To the boys' disappointment, the teacher who walked up to the podium for the second class was an old man with neatly combed but thinning hair, wearing round glasses and sporting small eyes, probably in his 50s. Hello everyone, I'm your Chinese language teacher, Qian Heping. Teacher, you're absolutely right, money can indeed bring peace. Chen Xing propped his chin in his hand, watching the fascinatingly named Chinese teacher Qian Heping hold forth eloquently while pontificating about everything under the sun. As everyone knows, when it comes to storytelling, language arts teachers leave all other educators in the dust. Their mastery in spinning tales is simply unbeatable. Every Chinese literature teacher in their youth had extraordinarily brilliant yet abruptly truncated experiences before their talent was reined in and smoothed down by reality, left with nothing but simmering resentment to pour out onto their students. Qian Heping was a prime example. From modern times back to the present, he only talked about topics too sensitive to even mention, as if forgetting he was a Chinese literature teacher and not a history or politics instructor. Ma Wanya listened from below, not particularly concerned about the teacher's gender. Whether it was a man or a woman made no real difference to him. Male teachers are actually better, because female teachers might easily fall for a pretty boy like him. What if some beautiful female teacher clung to him, demanding a passionate teacher-student romance? He still needs to focus on his studies, okay? Ma Xiao, wake up, the teacher is calling you. Chen Xing whispered into the ear of the sleeping Ma Wanya, covering his mouth. Ma Wanya suddenly shivered, wiped off his drool, and stood up with a loud clatter. So it was just a dream. Qian Heping saw a tall male student inexplicably stand up, thinking perhaps his words had been too harsh and sparked dissatisfaction. Adjusting his glasses nervously, he asked, "Classmate, is there something you need?" Damn, he wasn't calling on me. F**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and improvised a response. Teacher, I think what you just said was absolutely right. Oh, I see. What a good child. Xian Heping, relieved, let his smile reappear. He motioned for Ma Wanye to sit down and resumed his lecture. The third period was taught by Wu Yongxiang, the math teacher. Chen Xing couldn't help but complain. Who can tell me why homeroom teachers are overwhelmingly likely to be math teachers? Both his elementary and middle school homeroom teachers had been math instructors. Are teachers of other subjects allergic to being homeroom teachers or something? The fourth period was biology, taught by a female teacher named Shin Hongmei. Perhaps to help freshmen quickly get familiar with all their teachers, the afternoon schedule featured completely different subjects, physics, chemistry, plus a mental health class. Chen Xing had formed initial impressions of his subject teachers. Homeroom teacher and math instructor Wu Yongxiang, bald, strict, with piercing hawk-like eyes. Chinese teacher Qian Heping, old-school rebel, handwriting extraordinarily beautiful. English teacher Xia Rui, attractive young married woman, no further comments. Physics teacher Cheng Dishing, a typical science guy who likes to sit on students' desks while lecturing. Chemistry teacher Hu Chengeng, another old-timer with a strong accent. Biology teacher Shin Hongmei, a kindly middle-aged woman. As for the mental health teacher, total NPC, barely know her. After 2 evening self-study sessions of Chinese class, Chen Xing went jogging on the playground as usual. Ma Wanye followed along, but since Chen Xing was running 5 kilometers, he only jogged 1 kuan circumference before slipping away first. On the synthetic rubber track, Chen Xing panted heavily. After persisting for a month, he'd already learned to maintain rhythmic breathing. Having completed another task check-in, he drank some water, shouldered his backpack, and headed home. In the darkness, Ruan Xiaoxiao emerged from nowhere, watching Chen Xing's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 23, 10 billion. So Chen Xing has a running habit, that explains last time. Already aware that she had misinterpreted Chen Xing, Ruan Xiaoxiao felt even more guilty upon seeing him jogging on the sports field. Oh no, he must hate me now. Ruan Xiaoxiao walked out of the school gate with her head hanging low, her face clouded with disappointment. The evening breeze of Huiqing brushed through her hair but couldn't disperse the gloom in her heart. I've got to apologize as soon as possible. Before she knew it, she had arrived at one of Huai City's only 2 commercial districts, Wuyue Plaza. Dalmui had previously recommended that Ruan Xiaoxiao buy a Bluetooth headset as an apology gift during their car ride. Her reasoning was simple: what high school boy could resist an electronic gadget as a gift? Ruan Xiaoxiao thought it made perfect sense too, but as soon as she stepped into the mall and saw the dazzling array of merchandise, new ideas began forming in her mind. He likes running, uses an iPhone, and has bare wrists, definitely a sporty guy. On his first day, Chen Xing had summed up each teacher's characteristics, while Ruan Xiaoxiao had also summarized Chen Xing's traits. Not far away, the classic bitten apple logo glowed white at the store entrance, revealing an Apple retail shop before her eyes. The next day, Xia Rui took Wu Yongxiang's place for the morning reading session. From now on, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings are for Chinese reading with teacher Qian coming over. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings are for English reading under my supervision. Ha! To make the English and Chinese reading sessions equal in number, they're even making students come on Saturdays? Harky, you rascal. The class 12 students had no objections, not that raising any would have made a difference, so they reluctantly opened their English textbooks to the last few pages and began memorizing vocabulary. Chen Xing was different. He'd bought a vocabulary book, 3,500 must-know words for college entrance exams, and was now huffing and puffing over abandon at his desk. Ma Wanye was even more unconventional. He couldn't even read phonetic symbols, let alone pronounce the words, so he just sat there blankly staring at the textbook's little girl illustrations. Tang was drooling. Xia Rui strolled up and down the aisle between the desks, pausing for 2 minutes each time she passed Chen Xing's area, only leaving when both Chen and Ma started pretending to read aloud with exaggerated enthusiasm. Out of the corner of his eye, Ma Wanye watched Xia Rui's little leather shoes disappear, then sighed with relief before remarking with somewhat lecherous admiration. Teacher Xia's feet are quite nice-looking. Idiot. Chen Xing mercilessly unleashed the national treasure of insults. What are you, a prison warden, only caring about your jailers? Apart from math and physics in the morning, there was also a history class and a politics class. Most students weren't paying attention, and some brazen ones even took out their unfinished math homework from last class, openly NTRANG right under the history teacher's nose. These are usually students who have already decided to major in science subjects. There's no need for them to waste time on history or politics. Students understood, and so did the teachers. Turning a blind eye is best for everyone involved. In 2 days, everyone had gotten to know all the teachers except the PE instructor. Since the new semester had just begun and nobody had yet felt the crushing pressure of high school, everyone was grinning ear to ear after evening self-study. Some performed pigeon-style martial arts moves against the walls like Iron Mountain leaning, while others who'd lost bets screamed down the hallway, "I'm the Milk Dragon! No, I'm the Milk Dragon! Press 1 for free Milk Dragon stone blocks." An air of cheerful dumbassery typical of high schoolers hung thick in the atmosphere. "Not running with you today, I'm starving, gonna grab some food," Wang Yama told Chen Xing. The real reason was the track field didn't have any unexpectedly hot senior girls, so he couldn't be bothered to run. Ugh. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively, not caring in the slightest. Beasts roam in herds, only tigers walk alone. I alone level up. Humans are strange creatures. When they start doing something different, they instinctively hide their behavior out of fear, but over time, they gradually begin to relish that sense of uniqueness. Chen Xing had first-hand experience with this when it came to running. At first, he chose to run only in the early mornings when few people were around, but now he could completely disregard the stares of others. It wasn't like he ran to show off, there was nothing to be ashamed of. With his phone confiscated by Xia Rui, Chen Xing could only hum a tune softly to himself, secretly vowing to ace the next English exam so he could reclaim his precious phone. If I don't make it into the top 10, then, well, never mind, I'll just buy another one. One really shouldn't be too hard on themselves. Don't look at me just as a wolf, the lambs taste sweeter because of us. After finishing his run and exiting the school gate, just as he turned right, a figure suddenly appeared before Chen Xing's eyes. Chen Xing lowered his head to look at Ruan Xiaoxiao in the darkness. It couldn't be that bad, right? I really wasn't following you. Just as he was about to retort, the girl in front of him spoke first. Like something straight out of a Japanese anime, her face flushed crimson as she performed a perfect 90-degree bow, nervously saying, "I'm really sorry about last time. I misunderstood you and I hope you can forgive me. Please, please, is this even Chinese?" What a formal apology. Chen Xing had never heard anything like it in his entire life. Most apologies he'd encountered were along the lines of, "Sorry, okay, my bad," or "Damn, we're even after last time." So for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Calling her a little fairy and saying you'd never forgive her in this lifetime? That seems a bit unnecessary too. Besides, Ruan Xiaoxiao apologizing like this probably means she's not a little fairy, because little fairies never apologize first unless the other person is genuinely wealthy, then they might if they need something. Someone like Chen Xing, who's only pretending to be rich, forget it, a little fairy wouldn't even glance his way. Seeing Chen Xing remain silent, Ruan Xiaoxiao thought he was still angry, so she pulled another paper bag from her backpack. I have an apology gift for you. Girl, are you for real? Last week you were acting like a stereotypical fairy princess, and now you've turned into this docile little miss? Playing up the contrast, huh? Or has my goblin fantasy come true? Chen Xing thought for a few seconds before saying, "No thanks." "Ha?" Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes cutely, looking utterly confused. "Can't even catch the meme reference, whatever." Chen Xing shook his head. "Apology accepted, but keep the gift. What does it mean to be a true man? Just look at this magnanimity." A subtle smile curled at the corner of Chen Xing's lips. "Kid, let me show you the heroic spirit of a southern Anhui man." Ruan Xiaoxiao let out a quiet "oh," fishing out a black box with the Apple logo from the paper bag with evident disappointment. "I thought you'd like this Apple Watch." "What? Apple Watch? And the latest 2024 model? Why did my damn mouth have to run so fast? My mistake, rich lady, can I take it back? XNX. With his heart bleeding internally, Chen Xing forced a smile. "This is too valuable. You should return it." "Then you're not angry anymore?" "Yeah, I'm not angry," Chen Xing silently added in his heart, "but my heart hurts. By the way, can I ask what your family does?" Apologizing with a watch seems excessive. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly. "My dad's in business." "Ah, those evil capitalists," Chen Xing realized with sudden understanding. No, my father runs a legitimate business," she hastily clarified. "Ha, even professional scammers claim they're running legitimate businesses. Alright then, I'll head back first if there's nothing else." Chen Xing, who just lost 10 billion, said with feigned nonchalance. He needed to go home and cry himself to sleep 100 times. "Sure, bye-bye." The misunderstanding was cleared up, and Ruan Xiaoxiao finally had the weight lifted off her heart, her face breaking into a smile again. "Goodbye." Chen Xing waved his hand, bidding farewell to the Apple Watch that had almost been his. Apple Watch out. On Wednesday morning, as Chen Xing was getting ready to take out his Chinese textbook for memorization, his fingers brushed against a sharp corner while rummaging through his desk. With a surge of excitement, he grabbed and pulled it out. Last night's loss of 10 billion. She didn't return the watch. Ruan Xiaoxiao. Chapter 24, 5-star difficulty. Morning reading had just begun, and the Chinese teacher Qian Heping hadn't arrived yet. Deskmate Ma Wanye was sprawled across the desk like a corpse that had already kicked the bucket. No one noticed Chen Xing taking out the watch box. After hesitating for just 3 seconds, Chen Xing stuffed it back under the desk. Can't take it. As much as I want it, I can't accept it. Ruan Xiaoxiao might have money, but Chen Xing has his own principles to uphold. Since she wasn't the sort of little fairy Chen Xing disliked and had offered a sincere apology, it was fine now that the misunderstanding was cleared up. The latest Apple Watch cost as much as Chen Duan could earn after a month of hard work. How could Chen Xing possibly accept such a gift? Though he often joked about wishing some wealthy woman would see through his exhaustion and let him live off her, when signs of this actually appeared, Chen Xing chickened out. Morning reading ended. Casually holding the watch, Chen Xing sauntered over to Ruan Xiaoxiao's seat and tapped on her desk. Come out for a minute. Got something to talk about. Ruan Xiaoxiao and Fong Xinyi both looked up simultaneously. Fong Xinyi instantly switched from drowsy mode to full gossip mode, her eyes widening like copper bells. Chen Xing, you kids should sleep more and mind their own business. With that said, Chen Xing grabbed Ruan Xiaoxiao's arm and left the classroom. The teaching building was a three-sided ring-shaped structure, and the tower at the end of the corridor was the perfect spot for whispering in private. There, Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao came to a stop. Didn't I tell you to return it? Why did you stuff it into my desk again? Chen Xing frowned as he spoke, then handed the watch back. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a girl to turn down an Apple Watch even once? Turning it down once feels like losing 10 billion, and you actually made me refuse twice. Besides, using this to test officials, which official wouldn't fail such a test? The clerk said it couldn't be returned. Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, her long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Today her hair was tied in a high ponytail, the end swaying gently as she tilted her head, looking like an exquisite doll. Chen Xing was nearly amused by this clumsy lie. Take me for a kid or what? The packaging isn't even torn, there's no way it can't be returned. Come on, tell me which shady store this is. Watch me report them to 12,315 and settle this once and for all. Fine, but you obviously like it very much. Why refuse it? Ruan Xiaoxiao tilted her head and asked. She could tell Chen Xing really wanted this gift, which was why she got up early that morning to rush to school and secretly placed the watch inside his desk drawer, hoping to surprise him. Since childhood, her father had taught her, if you want something, just buy it outright. Why was Chen Xing acting more reserved than a girl? How strange. I wish I could turn into Ultraman too. Should you apologize by giving me a transformation device as well? Ruan Xiaoxiao stayed silent for a few seconds. To be honest, she did have a bit of a princess complex, but who could blame her? Growing up wealthy as the only child in her family, it'd be stranger if she didn't have some spoiled tendencies. Besides, she'd put genuine effort into selecting this gift, even going so far as to secretly follow Chen Xing for days to observe his habits. Chen Xing actually refused. With her impressive bust line rising and falling slightly, Ruan Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks. She swiftly tore off the packaging of the watch box, then took out the black Apple Watch Ultra 2 inside, cradling it in her palm. You're not allowed to reject me. The whole sequence flowed like water, leaving Chen Xing dumbfounded. How could this girl flip between being obedient and rebellious in mere moments? Hey, are you threatening me? Don't you know I've never been one to follow orders since childhood? Chen Xing retorted with a raised eyebrow. Humph. The two remained locked in their stalemate until the bell signaling the start of class was about to ring, accompanied by the approaching click-clack of Xia Rui's high heels. Ruan Xiaoxiao stubbornly flung the watch aside, but Chen Xing reacted with lightning reflexes, catching it midair to prevent it from shattering. Damn, you play dirty, he conceded. How dare you just throw it away? Is this the little princess whose spending power far surpasses mine? While Chen Xing was taking the watch, Ruan Xiaoxiao dashed into the classroom. Left with no choice, Chen Xing swiftly stuffed the watch into his pocket, then grabbed the box and leftover plastic packaging in one scoop. Xia Rui watched Chen Xing slip into the classroom right before the bell, her willow leaf eyebrows shooting up in annoyance. That brat! Not an ounce of respect for such an adorable teacher like her. Xiaoxiao, be honest, what did Chen Xing take you out to do? Fong Xinyi felt as though ants were crawling in her heart, her impatience boiling over as she interrogated her deskmate. Then, fixing her with a wide-eyed, head-tilted glare straight out of Gigi Bond, she waited for an answer. The English teacher is coming, stop talking. Ruan Xiaoxiao sat up straight, her gaze fixed ahead without glancing sideways. You? No tea to spill, so frustrating, Fong Xinyi is about to cry. On the other side, Chen Xing, who had just returned to his seat, felt the system in his head acting up again. Clang! Mission, reciprocity, give Ruan Xiaoxiao a gift of equal or greater value than an Apple Watch. Difficulty, 5-star. Reward, financial points times 5. Note, reselling the watch is prohibited. 5-star difficulty. Giving a gift actually has 5-star difficulty. Chen Xing was stunned for a moment, but then suddenly found nothing strange about it. The watch in his pocket was worth around 6K, while right now he couldn't scrape together even $50 from his entire person. Just saying, makes total sense, alright? Totally justified. Chen Xing glanced at his stats panel again. Host, Chen Xing. Charm, 71. Intelligence 72. Stamina 60. Wealth 3. Locked. Luckily mom had replenished my wallet a bit, otherwise I wouldn't even have 3 financial points. 6 financial points equals 3k, imagine what 8 points would be? This mission absolutely must be completed. But how to do it? Chen Xing sank into thought. Wait, I think I've found a bug. The financial rewards are directly added to my existing funds. What if I first borrow money to max out my financial value, then complete the task? Holy shit, genius. Just as Chen Xing was rejoicing as if he'd discovered a new continent, the system suddenly slapped him back to reality. Ding! System vulnerability detected, repairing in progress. Repair completed. Wealth index will now only correlate with funds acquired by the host. God damn it. Chen Xing was dumbfounded. Was this some kind of freaking hotfix patch? In novels, that would definitely be the stupid author noticing a plot hole and casually rewriting it with a stroke of their pen. How shameless. So now only the money I earn myself or from the system counts toward my financial power score? Ah, I need to figure out how to complete the gift-giving mission, otherwise, with my financial power score staying so low, it'll hinder future tasks. Chen Xing furrowed his brows, utterly at a loss as to how to come up with more than 6,000 yuan. How many times would he have to trick his mom into buying study materials to save up that much? Damn rich people, even their gifts are so expensive, completely out of touch with reality. In despair, Chen Xing twirled his pen when suddenly another little rich girl came to mind. Should I borrow some from her? After all, I can pay her back once the mission is complete. Chapter 25, I Must Not Die. As the saying goes, nobody notices when you study hard, but laziness never escapes detection. Chen Xing was caught by Xia Rui the moment he lowered his head to spin his pen distractedly. Chen Xing, the devilish doll-faced teacher instantly activated her skill. King Yama calls the roll. Been staring at your textbook the whole time? Does it have the advanced vocabulary I just taught you? Or maybe you already know the meaning of this word and don't need my instruction? 2 sarcastic remarks instantly broke Chen Xing into a cold sweat, making him jump to his feet and instinctively glance at his deskmate, Ma Wangya. Which word? Which word? Ma Wangya met his gaze with a look of exaggerated seriousness before shaking his head. How would I know? He didn't call on me. Wait, do people actually study this foreign language nonsense? Damn it, you're completely useless, shift. Chen Xing cursed under his breath before mustering the courage to ask. Teacher, which word did you mean? Upon hearing Chen Xing's almost self-incriminating question, the entire classroom burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's fucking hilarious. These giggling assholes probably weren't paying attention in class, but that didn't stop them from taking pleasure in others' misfortune. They're all just here for the drama, reveling in watching their classmates suffer. Must ridicule mercilessly. Alright, clearly you weren't paying attention. English teacher Xia Rui transformed into her classic smiling tiger persona, then pointed to a word in the upper right corner of the blackboard. I've pointed out the word for you, young master. Now can you tell me what it means? Ahem, wait a sec. Chen Xing squinted for a long time before realizing he wasn't even wearing his glasses. Since his prescription wasn't strong, he didn't like wearing them all the time. Ambulance, ambulance. 2 words surfaced in his mind. That's it? To complete the second main learning task, Chen Xing had forced himself to memorize vocabulary every night for the past 2 days. Going through all the high school must know 3,500 words starting with a. Ambulance, mnemonic. I can't die in Chinese accent. Ambulance. Chen Xing adjusted his glasses and murmured casually. Xia Rui was surprised, not expecting this kid to have a decent foundation. The classmates stopped laughing too. Having failed to see Chen Xing embarrass himself and instead witnessing him show off, they were feeling rather displeased. How about this one? Xia Rui refused to give up and wrote another word on the blackboard. Ambiguous, unbigosai, I'll force the dog to die. It means ambiguous, uncertain. Accommodation. Oh my god, accommodation, dining. Chen Xing once again pulled off his show-off act, wearing a Nike smirk on his face. Showing off is like the wind, always by my side. Come on, hit me with any word starting with a. If I can't answer, I lose. After failing to stump Chen Xing with 3 consecutive words, Xia Rui began doubting his actual proficiency. Could Chen Xing really just be some English-loving kid? Last one. Xia Rui turned back to the blackboard to write again, this time words beginning with B. Chen Xing thought to himself, this is bad. But just then, the class dismissal bell rang, and joy flashed across his face. Class was over, he was saved. But Xia Rui paused halfway through writing and then continued. Damn it! What kind of teacher ethics is this? I hate teachers who drag out classes the most. Chen Xing had already braced himself for the humiliation of failing to show off, but after Xia Rui finished writing the word, she suddenly stopped asking Chen Xing to answer and instead addressed the whole class. Class dismissed. I won't ask about this word anymore, look it up yourselves. I'll quiz you next class. You've got plenty of time, so if anyone can't answer then, copy it 100 times as punishment. Phew. Get me some pants, Chen Xing, who had just narrowly escaped death, slumped in his chair while the boys around him started chanting, "Damn, Chen Xing, you're insane. Dude, your English is actually that good? I thought you were just like me," Ma Wanya said with a mix of admiration and resentment. Stay low-key, stay low-key. If it weren't for teacher Xia pushing me, I wouldn't normally reveal my true skills. Despite being terrified out of his mind inside, Chen Xing maintained a facade of utter calm in front of his friends, steady as an old dog. "I'm going to the restroom." With a push of his left hand, he nimbly vaulted over Ma Wanya and dashed out of the classroom. When morning classes ended, Chen Xing didn't head home, choosing instead to eat at the school cafeteria. Zhao Qin had returned to their hometown for a couple days, apparently to attend some relative's son's full-month celebration banquet. Country folks sure love throwing banquet feasts, weddings, childbirths, graduation promotions, even postgraduate entrance exams all warrant boozy celebrations. Chen Xing once attended one such academic advancement banquet for a cousin only to find out the dude had just scraped into a third-tier vocational college. Not that he looked down on trade schools per se, but his cousin's face had turned the color of pickled liver while making toast rounds, clearly dragged into the charade by family to recoup all those damn congratulatory gifts they'd handed out over the years. This creates a vicious cycle where everyone wants to recoup their money, so they keep giving gifts, then hosting banquets, giving more gifts, and hosting more banquets. Holy shit, who said perpetual motion machines don't exist? This goddamn thing is one. Lost in thought while descending the stairs, Chen Xing suddenly ran into the most dreaded sight on his way to lunch, the hand-holding couple. Form a straight line with 4 people, holding hands, walking at a leisurely pace, while a dumbass traffic jam builds up behind them. A pissed-off dude, starving beyond endurance, roared, "Get the hell out of here, you ugly freaks!" Chen Xing instantly felt refreshed. Damn, my guy's a legend. The purest verbal abuse brings the ultimate satisfaction. The effect of the scolding was immediate. The 4 beauties, more like ashen-faced scarecrows, wanted to retaliate, but the sight of dozens of ravenous classmates glaring at them with bloodshot eyes instantly cowed them into meekly surrendering their spots. With the hand-holding harpy no longer blocking his way, Chen Xing took 3 steps at a time, flying towards the canteen like the wind. Wang Xingji says the canteen's mini hot pot is to die for. Time for me, the food scout, air gourmet expert Chen, to put it to the test. Approaching the window, Chen Xing first glanced at the menu before tilting his head and calling inside. "Auntie, 1 small beef hot pot, please." 30. Got it. Chen Xing grandly pulled out the 50 yuan bill his mom had given him that morning, supposed to last 2 days, and handed it over. "Since I'm planning to find the little rich girl and complete the mission to earn money anyway, there's no harm in spending a little in advance." "Hey, auntie, you look really familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Suddenly, Chen Xing froze, feeling like he'd seen the canteen auntie somewhere before. Those eyebrows and eyes, she must have been a real beauty in her youth. The auntie burst into laughter. "Kid, I'm not the owner. Pretending to know me won't get you a discount. But you know, we could always add some extra beef," the auntie whispered again. "Oh my, auntie's too kind." Studying hard always works up an appetite, Chen Xing beamed, thinking the still charming canteen lady looked even prettier now. When the small hot pot arrived, Chen Xing completely forgot about that vaguely familiar feeling he'd had earlier. He immediately took the pot, found a seat, and started devouring his meal. 20 minutes later, Chen Xing stood up with a satisfied burp, feeling refreshed. He bought 2 bottles of cola from the convenience store before heading straight to class 15. Chapter 26. Prideful ones are all losers after all. Climbing 6 floors in one go, Chen Xing peeked through the window and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sure, Hongdo was actually in the classroom. He'd only come here on a whim, not expecting to really find her. As far as he knew, Sure Hongdo lived with her aunt. Shouldn't she be having lunch at home at this hour? Or maybe, her aunt also went to the banquet? Aside from Sure Hongdo, there were about 8 or 9 boarding students from class 15 who had finished their meal in the cafeteria and were now napping at their desks. Chen Xing tiptoed into the classroom and crouched beside Sure Hongdo's desk, like a cat creeping toward stolen fish. Sure Hongdo was also asleep, her youthful face as tranquil as a porcelain doll's. Sunlight danced upon her eyelashes, casting delicate shadows across her cheeks. Her snow-white arms folded together, head tilted to rest in the center, eyes tightly shut, the pale little face gave off a sense of tranquil beauty. This childhood friend of his was actually quite lovely. Had he known, he should have agreed during their childhood pretend wedding games when she wanted to play his bride. After watching for about a minute, Chen Xing suddenly snapped out of it. "Damn it, I'm here to borrow money, not to be a creep." Cursing himself inwardly, he tore his gaze away from Sure Hongdo's stunning beauty. Pathetic. After knowing her for so long, he still hadn't built up immunity. Sure Hongdo, Sure Hongdo." Chen Xing called out softly twice, but she showed no reaction at all. "You're such a little piggy." Unable to help himself, a faint smile crept into the corners of Chen Xing's eyes as he reached out and gently poked the girl's arm. The touch was like jelly, soft and delicate, giving him an almost irresistible urge to keep his finger there. "Mum, The evidence showed that tactile sensation remains more effective than sound for waking someone up. Sure Hongdo had just fallen into a shallow nap and hadn't yet reached deep sleep when she awoke with a frown, her drowsy eyes widening instantly upon recognizing the figure before her. The first thing those beautiful eyes landed on was Chen Xing squatting beside her with a rather suspicious demeanor. Instinctively, Sure Hongdo nearly let out a scream. Fortunately, Chen Xing frantically gestured for silence, narrowly preventing the horror scenario where the beauty's shriek would have served as an alarm clock to wake the entire 15-minute napping class. Chen Xing, are you trying to get yourself killed? Damn, you scared me. Sure Hongdo clutched her chest and whispered in a chiding tone. Who knew you'd be so easily scared? Chen Xing muttered under his breath, then flashed a meaningful look. Come outside for a sec, got something to tell you. Sure Hongdo stretched lazily, her alluring curves making for a tempting sight. What's up, Auntie Zhao? Miss me already? It's only been 2 days since I last ate at your place. You're not worthy of eating my family's rice yet, Chen Xing retorted with a pout. Go out first, I really have something to do. What's so urgent? Before Sure Hongdo could finish her sentence, Chen Xing grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the classroom. Fortunately, none of the boys from class 15 were around, either still out or taking their midday nap, or they would have surely killed Chen Xing with their stares. Damn your birth! Who allowed you to touch her? Just to be safe, Chen Xing led Shihondu all the way to the staircase leading to the rooftop on the 6th floor before stopping. What's this about? I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Though Shihonda complained verbally, her body honestly followed Chen Xing all the same. Chen Xing stopped in his tracks, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin and whispering something to the girl. Vivo 50? Sure Hongdo tilted her head. Guess I should tone down the sarcasm, now even normal conversation gets misunderstood by Sure Hongdo. I'm serious, do you have any money? What are you going to do? Lend me some cash. Chen Xing scratched his head. Sure Hongdo patted his pocket. How much do you need? 6,000 yuan, more if possible. Chen Xing felt his cheeks flush as he spoke. It was quite a large sum to borrow, but he had no choice. Among all the people he knew, Sure Hongdo was the only one from a well-off family. As for Meng Yuan, he'd be lucky not to extort money from Chen Xing himself. Sure Hongdo had just fished out 50 yuan in change from her pocket when Chen Xing mentioned 6,000 yuan. Her hand froze midair as her cherry lips parted slightly. Zimbabwean dollars? Renminbi yuan. Chen Xing, you're not going to do something bad, are you? Chen Xing shook his head. He'd already come up with a reason to borrow money during class and now it rolled off his tongue. I accidentally broke a classmate's phone and need to buy her a new one. Did you drop a solid gold phone with all Genshin Impact characters at Constellation 6? Sure Hongdo narrowed her eyes. Or are you trying to spend 6,480 yuan on new honor of king skins? Damn, my inner dog-loving gamer spirit outweighs my peasant gamer side, okay? If I were gonna top up, it'd be for League. Chen Xing smacked his forehead again. You got me sidetracked, you don't think I'm lying, do you? I really broke someone's phone, the latest iPhone. That's a pretty expensive mistake you've made there. Life is full of unexpected storms, who could have seen this coming? Honestly, do you even have that kind of money? Chen Xing feigned a sigh. If my mom finds out about this, there'll be no peace in my house ever again. Please help me out, young lady. After learning the reason Chen Xing needed to borrow money, Sure Hongdo relaxed and circled him teasingly. With a hint of amusement in her voice, she asked, I do have the money, sure, but why should I lend it to you? The girl smiled playfully at Chen Xing, looking every bit like she was deliberately keeping him on tenterhooks. Fine, we've known each other since we were in diapers, and now you have the nerve to say such cold, heartless words to me. Get lost, Chen Xing. How can you be so shameless? Who'd share diapers with you? Sure Hongdo waved her pink fists in mock anger. Ah, forget it then, since you have such a bad memory. Fine, don't admit it if you won't. Chen Xing continued, since you asked what reason I could give to borrow money from you, I can only offer you my most precious possession. Sure Hongdo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Who wants that thing of yours? Hey, you don't even want my collector's edition Transformers? Do you really want me to offer myself to you instead? Chen Xing said in mock surprise. Sure Hongdo realized she'd been teased. Blushing with annoyance, she stomped her foot before speaking again after a few seconds. When do you need it? Ah, Chen Xing exclaimed joyfully, the sooner the better. Thank you, Princess Hongdo. Then I'll transfer it to you on WeChat tonight. Could it be cash instead? My phone was confiscated by the teacher. Fine, come with me to the ATM tonight to withdraw the money. Sure Hongdo thought for a moment, her red envelope savings card should have enough. Don't worry, I'll repay you as soon as possible, said Chen Xing cheerfully after securing the loan, speaking without thinking. Where would you get money to repay me? Just owe me for now, Sure Hongdo retorted, lifting her snow-white chin. Oh, right, indeed. How could there be such a kind-hearted, beautiful, and adorable girl in this world? Chen Xing buttered her up with flattery. I just don't want Aunt Zhao to get angry, that's all. It's not like I care whether you live or die. The complimented beauty scoffed coldly, then left with a flick of her short hair, tossing back, "I'm going back to take a nap." The scent of gardenia shampoo lingered in the air. Tsunderes always end up as losers. Chen Xing chuckled, but when he looked down, he realized he'd even forgotten to give her the cola. Talk about getting a free ride. Chapter 27. Do high school kids these days all have this much money? Back in the classroom, Chen Xing hurriedly took a 20-minute nap. Though brief, those precious 20 minutes were enough to keep him from nodding off like a pecking chick during the afternoon classes. Normally, students hit their peak performance in the few classes right after nap time. Ding-a-ling. The school bell rang, and the wheatheads began to rise one after another. This was class teacher Wu Yongxiang's math class. The students pulled out their math textbooks and placed them on their desks, then stared at the pages, pretending to study ahead even though Wu Yongxiang hadn't arrived yet. Still, not a single person dared to speak during this time. After a few days of classes, they pretty much figured out each teacher's personality, which instructor's lessons could afford some relaxation, and which ones demanded full attention. Everyone saw the situation with perfect clarity. But today was a bit unusual. 5 minutes after the class bell rang, Wu Yongxiang still hadn't arrived. Some speculated maliciously that he had fallen into a toilet, while others guessed he'd been in a car accident. Mostly, I was secretly hoping the principal would catch Wu Yongxiang being late and dock his pay severely. "I'm Han Xin level 3 with both red and blue buffs entering your jungle. Tell me what you're gonna do about it." Holy cow, some bold classmates had already started whispering to their desk mates in hushed tones. Seeing someone take the first bold step, everyone else stopped pretending and promptly turned to chat with their neighbors. The law doesn't punish the masses, so at worst Wu Yongxiang will just scold us a bit, and we can treat it like wind whistling past our ears. Mawanji was more cautious, waiting a full 2 minutes until Wu Yongxiang still hadn't appeared before relaxing. With a grin, he turned to chat with Chen Xing. "Chen Xing, do you watch NBA? "Yeah, why?" Chen Xing replied without looking up from his textbook. His current state was the most reliable, allowing him to switch to study mode at any moment. Can I ask which basketball player you like?" "Oh ho, digging into my background? That's classified S-level information." As someone who frequented forums like Hupu, Tieba, and Weibo year-round, Chen Xing naturally wouldn't casually reveal his fan allegiances, so he replied vaguely. "I usually pay more attention to the game itself. It doesn't matter to me which team wins, as long as it's an exciting match." Ma Wangye refused to give up. As a diehard Nikola Jokic fan, with the player currently at his peak, he was desperate to find out which star Chen Xing admired. The two then plunged into a heated debate about their idol's abilities, going back and forth like warriors locked in 300 rounds of fierce battle. "I don't believe it. With so many star players out there, there must be at least one you particularly like?" Chen Xing remained silent. "James? Durant? Don't tell me you're a Curry fan?" Still silence. "Holy crap, you're not one of those bandwagon Celtics fans who jumped on for Tatum, are you?" Chen Xing looked exasperated. These kids were completely clueless. Couldn't they see everyone had gone quiet? Wu Yongxiang had obviously arrived. Out of humanistic concern, Chen Xing coughed twice as a gentle reminder. Unfortunately, this blockhead was too dense to take the hint and kept asking incessantly. Wu Yongxiang was late due to personal matters at noon, but as a seasoned troublemaker, he wasn't flustered. His plan was to catch a couple of chatty troublemakers in class for reprimand. This way, his tardiness would be conveniently overlooked. Like a lion surveying its territory, he entered through the back door of the classroom and silently stood by the last row until everyone noticed him and hastily shut their mouths, burying their noses in their books. "Wait, why is there still sound?" Wu Yongxiang sensed someone was challenging his authority and turned his head sharply to glare at Ma Wangye. That damn Ma Wangye was still rattling off player names over there. "Booker? Westbrook? Harden? Paul? Kawhi? Who do you actually like? I already said class has started. Can you stop disturbing my studying?" Chen Xing suddenly scolded him with a straight face, then turned away to focus intently on his textbook, as if he were about to crack the Riemann hypothesis the next second. At these words, the classmates in the classroom stifled their laughter. Only Ma Wangye looked utterly confused. "Dude, when did you become such a bookworm?" But soon enough, he would learn the reason why. His ear throbbed with sudden pain as he was yanked upward by a powerful force. Mr. Sir." Ma Wangye turned his head and was shocked, silently cursing Chen Xing for being disloyal. How could he not warn him? "I was gone for just a moment, and you're already raising hell in the classroom. Have you even glanced at today's lesson notes? Is this how a student should behave?" Ma Wangye hung his head low like an obedient child, clearly resigned to his fate without resistance. Wu Yongxiang scolded him for a while before instructing him to report to the office after class, finally releasing him and stepping onto the podium. "You little rascal." After sitting down, Ma Wangye shot Chen Xing a resentful glare. Chen Xing didn't look back, simply pushing the undelivered cola across in front of him. "Holy shit, Godfather." Ma Wangye's expression instantly darkened, yet he suddenly felt no fear about going to the office later. Chen Xing laughed. "That's just how our group of handsome guys is. If Coke were replaced with original iced tea, that one Godfather greeting could turn into 3. After math class came 2 liberal arts classes. Before stream division, subjects were fairly balanced unlike the hellish consecutive math or English classes after streaming. But Chen Xing didn't care. His mind was completely occupied with accompanying Shi Hongdo to withdraw money and complete the system's mission. So after enduring the afternoon classes and night self-study, the moment the bell rang he grabbed his backpack and dashed to the 6th floor. "Young mistress, please go ahead." Chen Xing diligently performed his duties as a beautiful maiden's attendant, extending his right hand with a professional smile. "Oh, you." Shi Hongdo snorted, but couldn't help letting the corners of her mouth curl up as she casually tossed her school bag to Chen Xing. The two walked out of school and stopped at the 24-hour ATM next to the Bank of Communications. "I'm going to withdraw some money. Wait for me." Shi Hongdo took a bank card from her pocket and waved it at Chen Xing. "Okay, if there's a robber, tell him he'll have to step over my dead body first." Shi Hongdo burst into laughter. The impact of 6,000 in cash was still overwhelming. As Hongdo walked out holding a stack of bills bearing the image of the world's most handsome man, Chen Xing suddenly thought, that girl across from him was absolutely stunning. "Here, take it." The gesture of handing over the money became even more beautiful. Wow, it's a bit hot to handle. Be more careful next time. If you break someone else's phone again, I won't have any money left either, Shi Hongdo said with a wrinkled nose. Definitely paying attention, this time was an accident. "I'd better head back now, got tons of homework today." The pretty girl pulled a slightly woeful face before waving goodbye and walking off. Chen Xing watched her retreating figure disappear into the distance, then rubbed his nose and headed the opposite way. To avoid complications arising from delay, he decided to buy the phone that very evening. Indeed, the only gift worth 6,000 yuan that Chen Xing could think of was a smartphone. As a classic example of a poor person, Chen Xing's mind didn't contain thoughts of any other expensive gifts. The salesgirl at the Apple store in Woyue Plaza found it very strange watching Chen Xing buy a phone at lightning speed and then leave. Do high school students these days all have this much money? Yesterday a girl came to buy an Apple Watch, today a boy bought the latest iPhone model, while she was still standing here working late into the night. Woohoo XNX. Next lifetime, she'll make sure to be born rich. Chapter 28, If you don't take it, how can I? The advantage of mom not being home was that no one would interrogate him about these mysterious behaviors. Early in the morning, Chen Xing arrived at the classroom with his newly bought phone. He and Ruan Xiaoxiao had the same idea, to quietly place the gift when no one was around. The dawn light was faint, with a pale blue glow seeping through the gaps in the curtains, casting a hazy streak of light on the lectern. On Ruan Xiaoxiao's desk, yesterday's unfinished exercise book was still lying open, its corners slightly curled up, the pencil marks appearing especially clear in the morning light. A breeze slipped in through the half-open window, lifting a blank test paper. The pages rustled softly before settling back into place. Chen Xing lifted the desk lid and couldn't help but remark a girl's desk compartment was truly neat compared to his own. The textbooks were arranged in orderly rows like library shelves, looking infinitely better than his own garbage dump of a desk compartment. After stuffing the little white box containing the latest iPhone inside, he still felt something was missing. So he tore off a small scrap of paper and wrote "return gift" on it before adding it to the package. That feels better. Contentedly closing the laptop lid, Chen Xing prepared to go out again to grab some food. His stomach hadn't been fed during his earlier mad dash. But when he turned around, a boy was suddenly sitting in the middle of the second-to-last row. The boy had a crew cut, wore glasses, and sported a patch of scruffy black beard around his lips. The strangest thing was that Chen Xing hadn't heard him enter at all. What the hell? How? When did he show up? There was no one here just now. Besides, it's only 5:40. Why is he already at school? Did he just see how I put my phone away? Chen Xing's heart raced with alarm, but the boy simply gave him a friendly smile. Are we birds of a feather? Shang Qiming adjusted his glasses. This was getting interesting. Yet it is I who am the Dawnblade bearer, the first pioneer to cleave through the veil of ignorance when night retreats. This vocabulary book is my secret sword manual, and the morning light bestows upon me the buff of truth. As he sat down, he felt both the joy of encountering a fellow studious comrade and the unyielding resolve to rise even earlier next time. Come on, let's memorize 100 words first. Shang Qiming's heart roared silently as he submerged himself into an ocean of knowledge. He didn't ask what I was doing, probably didn't notice me. Whatever, food comes first now. Seeing Shang Qiming enter study mode, Chen Xing stopped overthinking and walked out of the classroom. Beef pan-fried buns, here I come. Unwilling to share this sacred study space with me? Interesting, Chen Xing, I'll remember you. Noticing Chen Xing wasn't settling down to study but instead leaving the classroom, Shang Qiming was slightly surprised, concluding the boy was just as prideful as himself. Well then, let's settle this during midterms. I thought I was the only hidden gem in class 12, but now I've discovered another. But Shang Qiming won't lose to him. At this thought, Shang Qiming's fighting spirit ignited, and his speed reading the letters increased several-fold. Chen Xing had no idea about Shang Qiming's Chinibyu inner monologue, he just thought the guy was a bit of a creep. Was this the legendary Grind King? Got bumped down to the regular class, huh? Big Head's son stifling laughter. After buying his usual breakfast combo, 4 beef pan-fried buns plus a carton of yogurt drink, outside school, Chen Xing returned to his seat and waited. Just as expected, when Wan Xiaoxiao put down her backpack and reached for her Chinese textbook for morning reading, she spotted the small white box Chen Xing had slipped into his desk compartment. She froze for 3 full seconds before whipping her head around to look at the back row. The system's task completion notification chimed at that moment. Clang! Task, reciprocate by giving Wan Xiaoxiao a gift worth equal to or greater than an Apple Watch, completed. Reward, 5 financial points. Current financial points have reached a terrifying 8 points. Chen Xing instinctively covered his pocket, fearing the system would rudely stuff money into his trousers like before. Though the feeling of being crammed full was nice, it wouldn't be good if anything leaked out. It's a bank card. Chen Xing craned his neck and stole a glance. Surprisingly, the system had humanely provided a card this time. How much is inside? 6 wealth points are equivalent to 3,000 yuan, so 8 points must be at least 10,000, right? Am I a 10,000 heir now? Chen Xing was instantly overjoyed, and the morning Chinese literature recitation session turned into his personal concert. If only I were young and accomplished, not insecure, understanding what's truly precious, those beautiful dreams. Seizing the perfect timing, Chen Xing blended his singing into the chorus of classmates reciting textbooks, keeping himself entertained for 30 minutes. When morning reading ended, his deskmate Ma Wangye rolled his eyes and said, Chen Xing, I beg you to be a little more insecure. Your singing voice rivals Pang Meilang's, I'm literally going insane. Chen Xing chuckled without replying. Kid, at your age, you should count yourself lucky to hear someone worth 10,000 yuan sing especially for you. At school you can call me Chen Xing and I won't mind, but what should you call me outside school? It's gotta be young Master Chen. Chen Xing, come out for a moment. Ruan Xiaoxiao had somehow appeared beside Ma Wangye with her hands behind her back and spoke up. Chen Xing scratched his head, thinking the plot these past 2 days seemed somewhat similar. Still, he obediently followed her out. This matter really needed to be clarified. Watching the two walk shoulder to shoulder out of the classroom, Ma Wangye's expression grew peculiar. Seriously dude? With singing that terrible, you still attracted the class beauty? Looks like he'll need some practice during morning reading too. You, why did you buy me a phone? Ruan Xiaoxiao's bashful expression as she hooked her fingers made Chen Xing take 2 steps back. Damn it, don't look at me like that. I'm just completing the system mission. You're making it seem like I'm confessing my love to you or something. Don't get the wrong idea, it's just a return gift. Think of it as an exchange for the watch you gave me. Chen Xing cleared his throat and said, but that was my apology gift. You have nothing to apologize for. Honestly, why does she have to cling so stubbornly to formalities? Chen Xing sighed. Reasoning clearly wouldn't work here, so he put on a stern expression. If it's given to you, just take it. Don't be so bashful. Besides, if you don't take it, how can I take mine? Chen Xing took out the watch and put it on his wrist, nodding in satisfaction. You can use the phone too, let's call it even. Ruan Xiaoxiao cautiously asked, you didn't steal money from your family to buy these, did you? Nonsense, Chen Xing replied with an air of righteousness. How could I ever steal? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Don't underestimate me. Do you even know what New Year's money is? Oh, right. Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded, thinking to herself that Chen Xing's family background must also be decent. He probably wouldn't need to marry into someone else's family in the future. Tui, why did I even think that? It's all mom's fault for going on about marrying into a family every single day. What are you doing? Chen Xing watched as the lovely girl suddenly started muttering pa for no reason, completely baffled. Face flushing with embarrassment, Ruan Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands in explanation. I just had something on my lips, sorry. Really? Chen Xing glanced downward. Those lips were rosy and dewy, utterly free of dead skin, clearly very kissable. Oh no, very clean indeed. But seeing Ruan Xiaoxiao's flustered expression, Chen Xing didn't press further. Chapter 29, Lin Su. The first class was history, and many students breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally sneak in some extra sleep. Wu Yongxiang's class schedule still hasn't been released, so class 12 continues living their guess the next class days. Truth be told, any class was about the same for Chen Xing. Life in the back row was just too comfortable. All the teachers were busy lecturing new material, barely recognizing students' names, and with no printed roster available, there was absolutely no risk of being called on. This can be considered a newbie benefit. After all, everyone's academic level remains unknown before the first exam, and the teachers still believe they're doing a great job teaching. Perhaps only after the exam results come out will the subject teachers realize how shockingly unprepared their students truly are, subsequently piling on the pressure themselves. Chen Xing isn't worried about ranking last in class either. Although his admission score placed him near the bottom, he now studies independently for 2 hours every day to complete the system's tasks. In an ordinary class, this level of discipline would absolutely place him among the top performers. Strange, I woke up earlier than usual today but don't feel sleepy at all. With his left hand resting on his right shoulder and his head propped on his elbow, already in his usual sleeping position, Chen Xing was surprised to find himself unexpectedly wide awake. Could it be that sleeping 5.5 hours leaves one more energetic than 6.5 hours? Unable to make sense of this phenomenon, Chen Xing reluctantly abandoned his sleep plans and pulled out his copy of 3500 must-memorize college entrance exam vocabulary. At this stage, studying other subjects might be too challenging. But English vocabulary is different. For every word you memorize, that's one more you truly know. That's why he is now focusing primarily on English. Of course, there was also the thought of getting his phone back. After all, 3,000 yuan wasn't exactly pocket change. As a thrifty and diligent homemaker, not a single penny is allowed to slip away. Hey, where was I in my recitation? Flipping through the wrinkled front and pristine back pages, Chen Xing muttered, "Oh, still stuck on B sections, damn it. Why are there so many B-letter words? Look at the X section, just one word, so consider it." If asked what's the most grating sound in the world, it would undoubtedly be the rustling of a deskmate flipping through a textbook. Just as he closed his eyes, Ma Wangye's ears twitched. He abruptly snapped them open, alert. Seriously? Chen Xing, you're secretly outworking me? Unacceptable. Secretly? Isn't this right out in the open? I never said you shouldn't study. Chen Xing put on a look that said, I love studying and studying loves me, making Ma Wangye's eyes turn red with envy. Grinding me down, huh? I'm gonna study the vocabulary book with you, so the gap between us won't widen. That way, you won't make any progress either. Not bad with relativity. Chen Xing gave him a glance, then immersed himself in memorizing vocabulary without paying attention to anything else. Ma Wangye stared intently at the vocabulary book in Chen Xing's hands, but couldn't hold on for long. How can you flip through it so fast? Have you already memorized all these? Not yet, replied Chen Xing. This is how I memorize words. First skim through them quickly, then repeat the process several times. Finally, I cover the Chinese meanings to see which ones I haven't remembered yet and focus on those. Chen Xing didn't keep it to himself and openly shared his word memorizing method. What kind of method is this? Not sure. I just feel it works for me. If you like it, you can call it Xing Ji's vocabulary memorization technique. Chen Xing chuckled. Get lost. Someone definitely discovered this method before you. So what? If I don't know about it, then it might as well not exist. Oof. Something's off. You're not trying to avoid memorizing vocabulary yourself by deliberately chatting with me to prevent me from studying too, are you? I can't talk to you anymore. I need to study. Chen Xing suddenly had an epiphany. Ma Wangye persisted for a few more rounds but ultimately couldn't keep up with Chen Xing's pace. In the end, he had no choice but to cover his ears and go to sleep. Forget it. I want the foreigner dead. The morning classes passed in a blur, and Chen Xing still opted to eat in the cafeteria today. Not encountering hand-holding sister, he nimbly weaved through the crowd, ultimately becoming one of the first students to arrive at the cafeteria. Humph. Experimental class? You may dominate academically, but when it comes to grabbing food first, I can only say, get good if you suck. Even living closer to the cafeteria won't put you in young Master Chen's league. Back at his usual mini hotpot stall, Chen Xing ordered another beef hotpot. What can he say? The man's loyal to his favorites. Auntie, make it extra spicy this time, Chen Xing called out with a beaming smile. Got it. Same familiar auntie. Looks like I'll be getting extra meat in my beef hot pot again. When the hot pot arrived, Chen Xing froze momentarily while paying. Damn it, after the wealth value updated, all the spare change on me disappeared too. Now I've only got cards, no cash. Behind him, a long line slowly formed as Chen Xing's forehead beaded with sweat. I'm screwed. Damn system's setting me up like this. Just as Chen Xing was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, a beep suddenly sounded. Classmate, I swiped it for you. Go ahead and grab your meal first. Don't keep the students behind you waiting. The cafeteria auntie retrieved the card from the card reader and said with a smile. Chen Xing quickly expressed his gratitude. Auntie, I'll pay you back later. Okay. What's going on? Is my stomach somehow biologically wired to only survive on rice cooked soft? Just yesterday I borrowed money from a schoolgirl, and today I'm asking an auntie to swipe her meal card for me. As Zaya Hongshu said, women really are born with an innate capacity for love. So touching. After finishing his meal, Chen Xing rushed to the ATM without delay. As soon as he inserted the card, it felt like he'd seen the password before. His fingers automatically entered it without conscious thought. He clicked check balance. 10,000.00. Sure enough, it was 10,000 yuan. A wealthy smile spread across Chen Xing's face. Might as well take out 500 for some fun money first. He had no intention of repaying Shi Hongdo immediately anyway. After all, his childhood sweetheart wasn't in urgent need of the cash. Wouldn't it be better to keep it and temporarily boost his own financial status? You can complete more tasks later when your financial value is higher before paying me back. Besides, it wouldn't be easy to explain if I repaid the money right now. With cash in his pocket, Chen Xing walked with newfound confidence as he dashed back to the cafeteria. The auntie hadn't left yet, he'd made it just in time. So fast? I can't break this 100 yuan bill, the auntie said. I'll go to the store to get some change, auntie. Please wait for me a moment. Watching Chen Xing brimming with energy like a gust of wind, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. She wished her own daughter could be this lively. 3 minutes later, Chen Xing, panting heavily, handed over the change and gave the auntie a bottle of water. Phew, auntie, are you sure we've never met before? You look so familiar to me. Familiar? Lin Su pondered for a moment. Oh, you must have seen my daughter. She also attends number 2 high school. What's her name? Lin Siu. Chen Xing shook his head, indicating he'd never heard the name. Oh, I see, you must be mistaken then. We've never met before. Lin Su brushed off some dust from her clothes as she replied. Young lady was in her second year of high school, while this boy standing before her was probably a freshman. It made sense for them not to know each other. Alright then, auntie, I'll be heading back now. Chen Xing waved goodbye to the auntie, then headed back to the classroom carrying 2 bottles of iced black tea. Don't ask why it's 2 bottles. When you're rich, you can do whatever you want, and I just want someone to call me daddy. Chapter 30 PE Class. A true man born under heaven, how can bear to linger in obscurity under another's shadow? In the classroom, Ma Wangya suddenly slammed the desk and stood up, mimicking Lu Bu's theatrical tone from the TV series, sending his deskmates Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao into fits of laughter. Chen Xing walked into the classroom carrying the freshly bought iced tea, unable to suppress the upward twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. The classic original skin mamba drink swayed gently before his eyes like fishing bait, instantly making Ma Wangya's pupils fixate as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Chen Xing, is this iced tea, unopened? Just bought it from the convenience store. Give me a sip. Ma Wangya rubbed his hands together, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Chen Xing didn't immediately agree, instead turning to Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao. Do you guys want some? Originally, of course, he had bought it just for Ma Wangya alone since he was his deskmate and the person he got along with best in this class. But he'd also exchanged a few words with the 2 sitting in front of him. It'd be awkward to directly give the iced tea to Ma Wangya without asking them first. The awkwardness didn't stem from Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao's personalities, but rather from the situation itself. When everyone's chatting and someone suddenly starts distributing items while completely bypassing them, anyone would feel a bit awkward. No thanks, I'm not thirsty. Wang Qingji waved his hand in surprise, a shy smile appearing on his face. I'll pass too, thanks. Zhang Xiao likewise declined politely. Though they refused, both still felt somewhat comforted. At least Chen Xing had remembered to ask them. They hadn't been completely overlooked. Among guys, there isn't so much scheming and intrigue. No one would think Chen Xing is stingy for sharing a bottle of iced tea among 3 people. Instead, they'd see him as a decent guy who's good to hang out with. Then it's all mine. Ma Wangya had already resigned himself to getting only 1/3 of the national treasure, the tea, but when the 2 in front didn't want any, it couldn't have worked out better. Grinning from ear to ear, he reached out to grab it. Dodging his outstretched hand, Chen Xing teased, "What kind of man eats food handed out in pity? Ahem, if you would not reject me, I would gladly acknowledge you as my godfather." Ma Wangya instantly transformed into Lu Bu's second form, declaring with an ingratiating bow. The term godfather sent a wave of satisfaction through Chen Xing, prompting him to hand over the iced tea. Ma Wangya eagerly twisted open the bottle cap and gulped down a large mouthful. By the way, I heard the class schedule is out. The last period this afternoon is PE. What games are you planning to play? Wang Qingji suddenly spoke up. Hey, save me a good basketball, Chen Xing. You're the PE rep after all. Ma Wangya shouted with a mouthful of iced tea, his words muffled. What a coincidence, I love basketball too. Wanna join us later? How about you two, Chen Xing, Zhang Xiao? Wang Qingji's eyes lit up as he glanced at them. Chen Xing chuckled, I'm not too bad at basketball either. Damn it! Zhang Xiao groaned dramatically. Don't tell me I'm the only soccer player here? It does seem that way. You can check if anyone's on the field during PE class. If no one's there, come to the basketball court. I'll teach you how to play, Wang Qingji reassured him. Zhang Xiao responded with a muted him. Being shorter in stature and having faced setbacks playing basketball in middle school, he wasn't particularly keen on the sport, preferring soccer which didn't emphasize height as much. Soccer had no physical limitations. Take Zhang Zhao's idol Lionel Messi, standing just 1.7 meters tall, yet capable of scoring effortlessly and weaving past 1.9 meter tall defenders. The unfortunate reality was that while soccer reigned as the world's most popular sport, in China, basketball commanded a larger following than football. It's all because Chinese football is so lousy, lacking a star player who can draw public attention to the sport, whereas Chinese basketball has produced iconic figures like Yao Ming. If we were to rank the popularity of school subjects, PE class would undoubtedly top the list for class 12 students. Music and art classes belong to the second tier. History, politics, and geography fall into the third tier. Chinese and English belong to the fourth tier. Physics, chemistry, and biology fall under the fifth tier. Naturally, the final tier is reserved for mathematics, personally taught by homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang. So, when they found out the last class of the day was first period P, everyone's minds, like office workers counting down to quitting time on a Friday afternoon, had already wandered out the window and floated into space. Definitely not focused on class. After suffering through 2 unrelated lessons, the classroom erupted in cheers. Even during break time, everyone hurriedly formed groups and rushed toward the playground. The classroom's back door slammed loudly as several boys whooped and rushed out first, their uniform jackets haphazardly tied around their waists, shoelaces trailing on the ground without a care. The girls walked in small groups behind them, one winding a hairband around her wrist, the ends of her hair swaying lightly with each step. Passing by other classrooms, they'd even cast smug glances at students still confined to their desks. Damn it, next time we have PE, we're gonna yell louder than them. Students from other classes gritted their teeth, practically snapping their pens in frustration. In less than 3 minutes, only a few students remained in class 12. The hallway draft carried the sluggish afternoon sunlight, flipping through the pages of textbooks left open on desks. Someone's forgotten water bottle stood alone on the windowsill, its stainless steel body reflecting a glaring spot of light. From the playground below came the sound of a whistle, mixed with laughter and the squeak of sneakers against the synthetic track. At the center seat, Ruan Xiaoxiao slowly closed her book. Raising a hand to shield her eyes from the sunset, the light filtering through her fingers turned her eyelashes into golden strands. What perfect weather for reading. Seriously Xiaoxiao, you're going to read during PE class? Fong Xinyi face-bombed. I don't like sports. Reading's nice, plus it's a novel look. Ruan Xiaoxiao produced a copy of Pride and Prejudice with a smile. You've got me there. Hee hee. The playground of Huiqing No. 2 High School was newly renovated a few years ago, with its bright red rubber track and emerald green synthetic turf looking exceptionally vibrant under the sunlight. Class 12 students were even more disciplined than during military training, having formed neat lines on the field early, terrified that the gym teacher might cancel their free activity period in a fit of displeasure. Before long, a tall man in pink basketball shoes sauntered over. Class 12? Yes, the students answered in unison. I'm your PE teacher Luo Yong. Any class sports leader? Chen Xing stepped forward. Teacher, that would be me. Alright, Luo Yong gestured lazily. Warm up first, then the sports leader leads 2 laps around the field. After roll call, free activity time. Hell yeah! The whole class cheered. This kind of hands-off PE teacher is always the most popular. After finishing 2 laps, Chen Xing took Ma Wanye and a few other boys to the equipment room to get sports gear. When they returned, their classmates immediately crowded around them. Monitor, toss me a basketball. I want a badminton racket. Thank you brother Chen Xing. Chen Xing turned to see it was a boy speaking in a falsetto voice, instantly getting goosebumps all over. Get lost. Don't call me brother if you're a guy. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Then let me give it a try. A bold girl cheekily moved closer. Brother Chen, how about giving me a ping pong paddle? Chen Xing felt secretly pleased, but kept a straight face as he handed over a good racket. Ma Wanya muttered sourly nearby. Letting you hog all the spotlight. Chen Xing patted his shoulder. I'll let you have your fun later. After class, you can pack up the equipment. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Damn, enjoying the benefits without fulfilling the duties, huh? Chapter 31, Male Looks Ranking. The classmates crowding around Chen Xing for equipment gradually dispersed, leaving 2 ping pong paddles and a badminton racket lying neglected on the ground. Ma Wangye glanced at Ruan Xiaoxiao and Fong Xinyi not far away and slyly suggested, Hey Chen Xing, why don't you bring a racket over to the class bell? Fuck off, go by yourself if you want. Chen Xing rolled his eyes at him. If they wanted to play, couldn't they grab it themselves? Why bother having you play the eager delivery boy? Ma Wanye was all talk, even 10 times the guts wouldn't be enough for him to actually go through with it. Quickly hugging the basketball, he awkwardly laughed it off. Let's go, Wang Qingji has already snagged the court for us. Let's hurry up. Chen Xing nodded, and the 2 of them dashed toward the basketball court. No. 2 High School had both indoor basketball courts, like the ones in the gymnasium where they'd collected their military training uniforms last time, and outdoor courts near the pathways between the playground and the teaching buildings. The indoor gymnasium was usually locked and only opened for competitions. For regular physical education classes, they were naturally held on the outdoor basketball courts. The basketball court was enclosed by green grid fencing, housing 4 full courts. But since high schoolers generally didn't have the stamina for full court games, they mostly played half-court, so you could say there were effectively 8 playing areas. Wang Qingji waved at them from the furthest court, surrounded by a few unfamiliar-looking boys. Chen Xing glanced over, they were all classmates, just not people he usually interacted with, hence why they seemed unfamiliar. No matter. A game of basketball would fix that. Full court or half court? Wang Qingji asked. Not many people, let's do half court. Ma Wangya counted only 6 people in total, perfect for a 3v3 game. Okay, let's pick teams then. Ma Wangye grinned broadly and pulled Chen Xing into a side hug. Chen Xing's with me. You guys can group however you like, whoever's left can join our team. Get lost with your team split strategy. You two giants teaming up against us, isn't that cheating? Wang Qingji immediately protested. Before the game even started, everyone assessed strength in the most straightforward way, the taller the player, the better at basketball. Both Chen Xing and Ma Wangye stood at 1.8 meters tall, forming an unbeatable front-court duo. What's left for the others to play against? Damn it! Chen Xing didn't really care who they'd be playing against, but suddenly recollected something and asked, I remember during height measurements, wasn't there a guy in our class almost 1.9 meters tall? Isn't he coming to play basketball? You mean Dang Dongfang? A square-faced boy standing near Wang Qingji walked over. He's a sports major. I just asked him earlier, he said he's not coming, afraid of getting injured. I see. Chen Xing nodded to show his understanding and didn't bring it up again. So how are we splitting the teams? Ma Wangya asked impatiently. Rock paper scissors then, let's be fair. Don't waste too much time dividing teams, PE class is short enough as it is. Chen Xing made the call, and without further ado, everyone circled up and extended their hands. Ha, rock paper scissors puts me on Chen Xing's team too. Ma Wangya got his wish, laughing boisterously as he threw his arms around Chen Xing and another boy. Damn, come on then, what good is being tall? Wang Qingji pumped himself up. Let me show you what Kyrie Irving can do. Bring it, who's scared of who? You can take the first serve. While the boys were sweating it out on the basketball and soccer fields, the girls' activities painted a completely different picture. Most girls chose to gather in small groups and chat about everything, from male and female celebrities to all kinds of gossip, both inside and outside school. Xiao Xiaoruan was an exception. She sat on a stone bench under the shade of a tree, her legs together with a novel placed squarely between them. In front of her were the badminton and table tennis courts, while behind her lay the basketball court where Chen Xing was playing. Unlike most girls who gathered by the pavilion, Xiao Xiao found the shouts from the players more tolerable than the chatter and gossip. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing spots of light on the stone bench where the girl sat with her legs curled up, the edges of her canvas shoes dotted with freshly fallen fragments of leaves. The rustling of turning pages mingled with the distant clamor from the basketball court, yet the sound seemed muffled, as if separated by a pane of frosted glass. As she read on, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. There was a particular line in the novel she adored, so she folded down a corner of the page. Nice shot, Chen Xing. The basketball court suddenly erupted in cheers. Her subconscious caught a key phrase and she turned around instinctively, her gaze landing on the boy in the white t-shirt who was frozen in a three-point shooting pose, grinning brightly. Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the edge of the book page, crumpling the paper into tiny creases as Ruan Xiaoxiao's lips curved into a faint smile. Tap tap tap. Xiao Xiao, settle this for us. Her deskmate Feng Sini rushed over with a group of girls in tow. Zhao Jingjing insists that Song Weilong is handsomer than Wang Hedi, absolutely no taste. Tell us, which one of them is better looking? Ruan Xiaoxiao looked up blankly. Who are Song Weilong and Wang Hedi? Are they our classmates? The girls gaped at her as if she were an alien. Xiaoxiao, don't tell me you don't know Song Weilong and Wang Hedi? They're famous actors. Haven't you watched their dramas? Wang Hedi recently starred in that ultra-popular show The Night Watchers. Ruan Xiaoxiao wore an apologetic expression. Well, I don't really follow celebrities much. The only male celebrity she could name were a few Korean stars, and that was only because her mom Dong-wi kept mentioning them while watching Korean dramas every day. As for domestic idol stars, she genuinely didn't recognize them. Oh my god, you're so boring. Feng Sini plopped down beside her. The other girls all nodded in agreement. Going to class every day without finding some fun would indeed be dull. Then one girl's eyes lit up. Let's not talk about celebrities then. Which boy in our class do you think is the handsomest? At these words, everyone clearly perked up with interest, but no one spoke up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After about a dozen seconds, it was Zhao Jingjing, the girl who first brought up the topic, who broke the silence. I think Huang Zichen is the most handsome in our class. He looks just like Bian Baekhyun. Indeed, Huang Zichen has very striking features. With someone taking the lead, several girls stopped pretending and began chattering away excitedly. Su Zian isn't bad either. I'd rank him second. Who's Su Zian? I hadn't noticed him before. Now that you mention it, I'll have to look out for him next time to see if he's handsome. Hee hee. No one mentioned Song Yu? He fits my taste perfectly, with such a clean-cut look. I don't think he's anything special. Feng Sini was also part of the conversation when suddenly she noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao had remained quiet the whole time. With a mischievous grin, she asked, Xiaoxiao, who do you think is the most handsome guy in our class? The other girls also stopped their discussion and turned to look at Ruan Xiaoxiao. Ruan Xiaoxiao was unanimously considered the class belle, so everyone was quite interested in the guy she found attractive. Suddenly put on the spot, Ruan Xiaoxiao was startled, her face instantly turning red. I think they're all about the same. Not good enough. You have to pick one, or I'll tickle you. Fong Xinyi raised her claws with a mischievous grin. Under Fong Xinyi's pressure, Ruan Xiaoxiao hesitated before speaking. I think, Chen Xing. Oh. Fong Xinyi had long anticipated Ruan Xiaoxiao would choose Chen Xing. Now having successfully pried out the answer, she wore the smug expression of someone shipping them. The sports committee member? His looks are passable, but he's pretty tall, Zhao Jingjing remarked. A girl suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xing carried Xiaoxiao to the infirmary during military training, remember? The other girls instantly caught on, exchanging knowing glances. Such juicy gossip to savor. Ruan Xiaoxiao's ears burned crimson. Truthfully, she hadn't harbored those elaborate thoughts the others imagined. Yet when his name was cheered amidst the teasing, a curious tingling sensation fluttered through her chest like the delicate wing beats of a tentative butterfly. Chapter 32 Basketball 3v3. The 3v3 match on the basketball court was in full swing. Ma Wanye was clearly a seasoned player, tall with long arms dominating the rebounds, combined with Chen Xing's scorching three-point shooting that day. Wang Qingji's team soon waved the white flag in surrender. Take 5 everyone. Let's regroup later. Chen Xing and Ma Wanye can't be on the same team. You two should be captains picking players, otherwise this game's just unwinnable for others. Wang Qingji waved his hand while supporting his waist and said. Chen Xing smiled and said alright, then sat down on the ground to drink some water. Yesterday's main running quest was completed, and with his additional training, he just gained another point in stamina. Now his stamina stat had reached 62 points. Moreover, he realized he might have completely underestimated the system's given values. Originally, his average physical condition was rated at 59 points by the system, and he had only gained 1 point after training for over half a month. Now with 62 points, he already felt superior to those like Wang Qingji. I thought 90 stamina points were athlete level. Turns out, national level athletes would be lucky to hit 80 points. Aside from financial resources, having charm, stamina, and intelligence all at 60 points means they're at an average level, so I guess I'm actually doing pretty well. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Then he began to envision his future self with maxed out intelligence and physical strength. Could it be turning into a three-body situation? Hey, Class 12, you dare to have a 3v3 match? Just as Chen Xing was deep in thought, an unfriendly voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Look up. 3 tall boys came walking over, led by a skinny one with handsome features, though the earring on his ear made people unconsciously frown. Where did this hoodlum come from at second high? Chen Xing thought carefully he hadn't offended anyone recently. Han Feiyu chewed his gum, holding a basketball under his arm as he stared coldly at the boy sitting on the ground, thinking, so this is the punk who keeps harassing Shi Hongdou? Let's see what you're really made of. If Chen Xing could read minds, he would have surely fired back. Sheltering from the wind and sand, if he wanted to chase Shi Hongdou then he should chase her. What's the point of going after him? Did he think winning at basketball would win Shi Hongdou's heart? Too much the great master of beauty novels, huh? Faced with Han Feiyu's provocation, the hot-blooded boys of Class 12 also showed displeasure. Who the hell are you? If you can't find a court, go dribble a ball in the classroom. What are you causing trouble here for? Maverick wasn't about to take any crap, laying into him with a verbal barrage. Han Feiyu didn't react like some stereotypical antagonist who jumps at the first insult either. With a faint smile, he crooked his finger in a mocking gesture. Just say whether you dare or not. Damn, that's some next-level arrogance. Was this really something you could just let slide? Ma Wanye jumped to his feet. Fuck it, let's fight. Just see if I don't wreck you. Chen Xing had no choice but to stand up too. It was clear the other guy was targeting him, he couldn't just turtle up now. Wang Qingji volunteered, and the trio from Class 12 was complete. Which class are you in? Ma Wanye asked with a raised eyebrow. Han Feiyu from Class 16. 10 shots to decide the winner, alright? Whatever. Han Feiyu wore an expression of disdain. Ma Wanye snorted coldly. When you lose later, you'll have to shout 3 times that Class 16's basketball can't beat Class 12's. Fine, but what if you lose? Then I'll do the shouting. Clang. Mission, defeat Class 16 in a 3v3 basketball match. Difficulty, 3 stars. Reward, 3 stamina points. A mission? Then I have every reason not to lose. Chen Xing twisted his neck slightly, his eyes narrowing. Look, isn't that Chen Xing and his friends playing a basketball match against another class? On Ruan Xiaoxiao's side, an observant girl noticed the commotion on the basketball court and immediately called out. Everyone turned to look and, sure enough, confirmed the sight. They all jogged closer to the fence to watch the game through the wire mesh. Ruan Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then put down her novel and walked over. Class 12 took the first possession, with Wang Qingji passing to Chen Xing as Ma Wanye cut into the penalty area. Chen Xing bent his knees slightly, dribbling while scanning for weaknesses in the opponent's defense. Whoosh! With a fake maneuver to deceive Han Feiyu, Chen Xing immediately pulled up for a jump shot. A perfect arc cut through the air as the basketball swished through the net, barely causing the net to ripple before releasing a crisp, satisfying swoosh. 1-0. Chen Xing wagged a single finger tauntingly at Han Feiyu, who let out a frustrated damn before falling silent. Class 16 wasn't going to take this lying down either. Chen Xing's strong start hadn't shaken their morale. They quickly identified Wang Qingji as the weakest link among the three opponents from Class 12 and made him their target, each challenging him one-on-one. Wang Qingji's face burned red with frustration. If they lost this 3v3 match because of him, he'd never forgive himself. Chen Xing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Relax. We've got this. Beyond the three-point line, he dribbled twice between his legs before stepping back for a three-pointer shot. Damn! He made it again. Ma Wanya's eyes widened as he couldn't help but swear, Chen Xing, are you fucking cheating or what? With a slight smirk, he casually wiped the sweat from his forehead and lazily replied, basic skills, no need to applaud. Han Feiyu, unwilling to admit defeat, picked up the ball and tossed it back to Chen Xing again. I don't believe you can make another one. Chen Xing caught the ball and this time didn't even dribble, directly shooting from one step beyond the three-point line right in his face. Swish! Another clean nothing-but-net shot. Han Feiyu opened his mouth, finally squeezing out, fine, you're insane. He was starting to regret it, seemed like he'd just shown off in this kid's area of expertise. Chen Xing's playing style wasn't flashy, but his shooting was frighteningly accurate. His shooting form was textbook perfect, body straight as he leaped, wrist snapping crisply upon release. The ball's trajectory seemed predetermined the moment it left his fingertips. Defenders cycled through matchups against him, yet no matter how they contested, he always found his shooting window. Guard him. Don't give him open looks. Han Feiyu finally snapped when the score hit 8-6, ordering a double team against Chen Xing. Chen Xing's lips curved into a smirk as he suddenly changed direction, accelerating past his defender to rush toward the 45-degree angle on the right. With a feint, he shook off Han Feiyu. Instead of forcing his way against the help defender, he bounced the ball off the floor, passing it to Ma Wanya inside the paint. Ma Wanya caught it and banked it in off the glass for the score. 9-6. Han Feiyu paled. Losing the game didn't matter, Hongdo wouldn't know he'd come to challenge Chen Xing anyway. But what about that bet he'd just made with Ma Wanya? If he actually yelled that, how could he keep his dignity at number 2 high school? Seizing the moment of distraction, Chen Xing launched another three-pointer. Swish! Holy shit! The sidelines erupted in exclamations as the 3v3 game had unknowingly drawn a crowd of onlookers. The shot was fast and fierce. Han Feiyu didn't even have time to react before the ball swished through the net. 10-6. Chen Xing, dude. Are you fucking possessed by curry? Ma Wanya ran over and gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Chen Xing shrugged with an annoyingly smug grin. Just got lucky. But anyone could see, this was no mere luck. His three-pointers were terrifyingly precise. From the sidelines, Ruan Xiaoxiao's gaze lingered on that figure standing in the sunlight. She suddenly thought Chen Xing on the basketball court seemed even more radiant than usual. Xiaoxiao, you've got no taste. Chen Xing is seriously handsome, Zhao Jingjing said with a starry-eyed look, to which the other girls nodded in agreement. Guys who play basketball really do get bonus points. Hearing the girls talk like this, Ruan Xiaoxiao felt inexplicably down, like discovering a treasure only to realize others have noticed it too. Chapter 33, Special Tutoring. Hey, you over there, time to honor our bet, don't you think? Ma Wangyi didn't even bother wiping his sweat, flashing a grin full of white teeth while making exaggerated faces at Han Feiyu, his expression so punchably smug it could infuriate a saint. Fuck. Han Feiyu had originally planned to pretend he hadn't heard and sneak away, but Ma Wangyi's eyes were like searchlights, firmly locked onto him without giving him any chance to escape. More and more students gathered around to watch the commotion, some who knew about the bet and others who were simply drawn in by curiosity. All eyes were now fixed on Han Feiyu and his two companions. Several boys from Class 16 exchanged guilty glances, and the other two took a synchronized step back, putting distance between themselves and Han Feiyu, effectively handing the stage over to him alone. When disaster looms, everyone saves themselves. Better your friend die than you. Not familiar, really not familiar. Since they weren't the ones putting on airs, they naturally shouldn't be the ones taking the blame. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Han Feiyu had nowhere to hide and could only muster up the courage to shout. I, Han Feiyu, officially declare that Class 16's basketball team is no match for Class 12. Hey, not much skill on the court, but at least you're self-aware. Ma Wanya immediately piled on, his sarcastic tone drawing roaring laughter from the crowd. Ha 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 ha, put. Though they hadn't been a class for long, a sense of collective pride had quietly taken root. The onlooking classmates from Class 12 all puffed out their chests, their brows radiating pride. Meanwhile, the students from Class 16 darkened with embarrassment, melting into the crowd, some even bolting away outright. How utterly humiliating. Don't bite off more than you can chew next time you make a bet. Don't drag the whole class into it. After yelling this, Han Feiyu, knowing he had utterly embarrassed himself, slipped away with his head bowed amidst everyone's laughter, his retreating figure screaming social death. The spectators gradually dispersed, leaving only the 6 who'd originally been playing basketball. Manhwa collapsed on the ground. 2 consecutive 3v3 games had completely drained him, but at least they'd won, and the mental satisfaction alleviated much of his physical exhaustion. Chen Xing, you're really good at basketball. Though he'd already praised him countless times during the match, he couldn't help but marvel once more. The other boys nodded in agreement. Chen Xing's pull-up jumpers and three-pointers just now were exactly how they dreamed of playing. His moves were elegant and impeccably crisp. How can a single handsome suffice? Chen Xing smiled without speaking. Truth be told, today was an exceptional performance. He wasn't usually this accurate. One could say Han Feiyu lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He had assumed Chen Xing would be exhausted after playing basketball for a while and, adhering to the principle of the striking while the iron is hot, immediately stepped forward to challenge him, hoping to capitalize on his physical advantage. Little did he expect that the earlier 3v3 game had warmed up Chen Xing's shooting touch. Moreover, since obtaining the system, Chen Xing had shed his former timidity and brimmed with confidence, his shots decisive without hesitation. Lastly, there was the added boost from the female spectators watching the game. Several buffs stacked together are what made him play so smoothly today. But, so what if it was luck? The flex still worked. Clang! Quest, defeat Class 16 in a 3v3 basketball match, completed. Reward, 3 stamina points. Double blessings. Chen Xing's smile grew even brighter. No wonder everyone loves villains who wouldn't adore such a perfectly delivered experience package handed to them. He warmly welcomes more kind-hearted souls like this, those who lack strength but can still trigger missions, to come find him. As his stamina increased, Chen Xing's bodily fatigue vanished instantly, just like popping a Viagra. I'm back in the game. He sprang up like a carp leaping from water and raised an eyebrow at Manhwa. Grub time? Are you even human? Don't you get lactic acid buildup? I can't even stand up. Manhwa stared in astonishment. They just finished playing an intense match that lasted dozens of minutes. Had Chen Xing watched some advertisement to revive himself? It's all about hard work and sweat, little ma. You need more practice, Chen Xing teased. Earlier when you wanted me to grab rebounds you called me young master ma. Now that the game's over it's little ma. Chen Xing, you're such a player. Defamation. I'm a pure-hearted 180 centimeters high school guy, alright? Every scumbag claims to be innocent. The greatest injustice in history. After bickering for a while, Chen Xing finally asked seriously, alright, young master ma, are we going to the cafeteria or not? Manhwa scratched his head. Actually, I always go home to eat. Fuck off. If you're not going to the cafeteria why the hell are you talking to me? Wasting your dad's mealtime. Chen Xing's expression darkened in an instant. He had actually been played for a fool by that bastard Manhwa. Without looking back, he strode away. Manhwa pointed at Chen Xing's retreating figure with a grin and said to the others, still saying you're not a jerk? Your expression changes faster than I can flip a book page. Sound reasoning. Aside from having free activity time, another major advantage of PE class was getting to eat at the cafeteria earlier. Without competing with others, Chen Xing could leisurely secure the advantage at mealtime. What should I eat? The most difficult problem in the world was solved by Chen Xing in less than a second. Beef hot pot. It's well known that guys have this trait, no matter how fickle they might be with girls, when it comes to things like eating out or getting haircuts, they're extremely loyal. Once they settle on a shop, they'll stick with it for the long haul. Chen Xing was no exception, especially since the cafeteria lady had just helped him swipe his card not long ago. Same as usual, ma'am. Even though he'd only been there 3 times, Chen Xing felt he'd already formed a deep, battle-tested bond with the lady. She must understand me. Yet as I approached, the window stood empty. Ha, where's the cafeteria lady? It wasn't normal dismissal time yet, but nearing mealtime, some students from gym class who'd gotten out early were already eating in the cafeteria. Why would the staff disappear now? Skipping work is not advisable. Just as Chen Xing was puzzled, a familiar voice came from inside. Sorry about that, student. My daughter's here, so I'm fixing her something to eat. Lin Su trotted to the window while wiping her hands as she spoke. Oh, special treatment, ha. Chen Xing flashed a knowing smile. This was perfectly normal, just like how teachers' kids always got free tutoring. What was wrong with the cafeteria auntie giving her daughter some extra food? No one would usually complain about it. Resources were meant to be utilized, after all. Everyone loved taking advantage where they could. Seeing no one around, Chen Xing lowered his voice. Auntie, mind hooking me up too? My lips are sealed, I'm just craving a little extra. Lin Su had a favorable impression of Chen Xing. He was your typical sunny, good-natured guy. After thinking about his proposal for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Come in through there, I'll open the door for you. Okay. Looking at the small door Lin Su pointed to, Chen Xing grinned. Today he'd get to enjoy some delicious food. Indeed, a boy has to make the first move to get opportunities. Chapter 34, Senior, you wouldn't want Auntie to find out about this, right? Question. What's the most important thing about a high school cafeteria? For high school students whose bodies are growing rapidly and whose brains consume enormous energy, as long as the food isn't outright terrible, they'll eat it, and with the speed of starving ghosts taking possession. So taste isn't the most crucial factor, cleanliness and hygiene take top priority. Chen Xing entered the kitchen through the small door and glanced around. He was quite satisfied with the hygiene conditions of Second High's cafeteria. If rated on an ABCD scale, it would easily score at least AB. But then again, it wasn't surprising. After all, this was the county's top high school. The administration wouldn't tarnish its reputation by neglecting the cafeteria. Over here. Lin Su beckoned to him. Chen Xing quickened his pace and hurried over with a grin, his mind already playing the theme music from A Bite of China. Behind the pass-through window was a small cubicle, where Lin Su led Chen Xing inside. Nothing fancy really, just the usual stuff you often eat. Lin Su pointed with her right hand towards the low table in the corner. While verbally saying, "Auntie, I love all kinds of food," Chen Xing's body involuntarily turned toward the table. The meat slices bobbing in that churning red oil, the vibrant green cilantro, the bubbling broth gurgling away. This was no ordinary hot pot. This was straight-up soul snatcher's bait. His eyes gradually lit up. Classmate, class is about to end soon. I need to go to the front and tend to things. You can chat with my CU here and exchange study tips. Lin Su glanced at the time and said, Sure. Chen Xing nodded eagerly like pounding garlic, his butt already precisely landing on the chair closest to the hot pot. Hello, senior, my name is Chen Xing. The high ponytailed senior next to him, wearing summer uniform, kept her head down while eating. The fair skin exposed to view suggested her looks probably weren't bad either. Moreover, since Auntie was a great beauty in her youth, her daughter couldn't possibly be plain. That's why Chen Xing was being exceptionally enthusiastic. Lin Siyu was utterly mortified at that moment. She never expected her mother to bring someone to their small dinner table, and of all people, that ill-mannered boy from last time. Oh no. Seeing my face would definitely remind him of that time I picked up the water bottle. Lin Siyu's head was practically buried in her bowl as she lost herself in thought. Chen Xing was utterly baffled. Wait, was the senior actually being possessive over food? Senior, don't worry, I won't steal the food from your bowl. There's no need, really no need. He scratched his head, completely baffled by the girl's behavior. Yet the senior before him remained oblivious to everything else, stubbornly burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. Whatever, I'm here to eat, as long as the food tastes good, that's all that matters. Chen Xing gave up on greetings, glanced around, and very consciously grabbed a bowl to serve himself rice before sitting down to wolf it down. Perhaps because he'd burned too many calories during PE class, he surprisingly devoured 3 large bowls in a row. Lin Siyu, who'd been hiding her face in her bowl beside him, also got a shock. Is he a pig? Or do all boys eat like this? I'm full. Chen Xing patted his stomach and got ready to leave. Lin Siyu's face lit up with joy. After waiting for so long, he was finally leaving. Holding one position was exhausting, her neck was so stiff now. Chen Xing stood up, then suddenly realized something was wrong. It was already dinner time. The area outside the cafeteria was swarming with students. How was he supposed to get out? The aunt had made an exception for him, so he couldn't let her down. Hey, senior, do you know where the cafeteria's back door is? He crouched next to her and asked curiously, where did you usually go out before? Silence. Chen Xing scratched his head. Was he some kind of terrifying person? Or was there something slightly off about his senior? Dumb. After waiting 2 minutes without a response, Chen Xing sighed and started wandering around the kitchen himself. To his surprise, he actually found the back door. What a little genius, Chen Xing muttered to himself as he opened it. Phew. Hearing the sound of the back door opening and closing, Lin Siyu finally exhaled in relief and set down her bowl. Thank goodness, he didn't see my face. Lin Siyu pouted. Mom's really something, how could she casually bring someone back here? After 3 minutes, she thought Chen Xing must have gone far enough by now. She turned around to leave through the back door as well. Just as she opened it, a surprised voice sounded beside her. So it was you? That bastard Chen Xing actually hadn't left. The female senior's continued absence had made him intensely curious, so he played a little trick and faked the sound of the door opening and closing. Sure enough, I managed to get a clear look at the senior's face, only to realize I'd actually seen her before. Isn't that the girl who picked up the water bottle that day? That's odd. Auntie said her daughter wasn't in 10th grade, so she must be at least 11th grade. Why was she still wearing her middle school uniform during summer break? Lin Siyu was also startled by the sudden voice. She took a step back and nearly knocked over the small dining table, but thankfully Chen Xing caught her. So you're Auntie's daughter, Chen Xing said with a cheerful laugh. Why are you still here? Lin Siyu's face instantly flushed red as she stammered out the question. I've never been back here before. Afraid I'd get lost since I don't know my way around, Chen Xing replied innocently, pointing behind him. Number 2 High School's cafeteria was located quite close to the back hills, and navigating the abandoned construction site paths was genuinely difficult. He wasn't entirely lying about that. can you give me a ride? Chen Xing blinked. Lin Siyu sniffled but didn't answer, simply walking ahead. Senior, what's your name? Senior, are you a second-year or third-year student? Senior. Lin Siyu walked ahead with a tense expression, mentally adding Chatty to the list of labels she'd given Chen Xing right next to rude. But you really can't blame Chen Xing, it's mainly because Lin Siyu just looks so easy to tease. Among the 3 strikingly beautiful girls he had met, Shi Hongdou embodied the tsundere charm of a stunning maiden, Ruan Xiaoxiao radiated the cultivated elegance of a wealthy young heiress, while Lin Siyu, though his senior, was the most quintessentially Jiangnan-style beauty of them all. Her delicate features carried no hint of aggression, while her refined and innocent demeanor made people involuntarily blush when looking at her. He looked like the perfect target, someone who'd take abuse without fighting back. You talk so much. Lin Siyu's cheeks puffed up slightly. Oh, so you can speak. You scared me, I thought such a pretty senior might have some sort of illness. Chen Xing feigned concern and let out a sigh. Humph. Lin Siyu wanted to swear but realized none of the curses she knew packed much punch, so she swallowed her words. The two walked from the steep dirt slope onto the smooth concrete pavement. Chen Xing patted the yellow soil from his trouser cuffs and suddenly voiced the doubts in his heart. Senior, last time, were you looking to buy something? When I saw her picking up water bottles while jogging before, Chen Xing assumed she might be an orphan or had a sick family member at home. But now it seems that shouldn't be the case. Although the cafeteria lady's salary probably isn't very high, she shouldn't lack basic necessities like food and clothing. None of your business, Lin Siyu snapped, her delicate face tightening in irritation. The next instant, she felt a flicker of embarrassment, wondering if she'd been too harsh and ought to apologize. Not gonna tell me? Chen Xing rubbed his chin. Senior, I'm sure you wouldn't want your mom to know about your bottle collecting side hustle, would you? Chen Xing suddenly lowered his voice. Lin Siyu slammed the brakes, her eyes widening into perfect circles. Oh crap! If mom found out she secretly collected bottles during summer vacation to save money for the puppy, she'd definitely get scolded. You, what do you want? She nervously twisted her fingers together. Chen Xing's eyes lit up. So there really is a secret. His curiosity burned fiercely. Tell me, or I can't promise I won't tell your mom about this. Damn that Chen Xing, just a second ago he was boasting about keeping secrets tight. Chapter 35, Meng Yuan's worth equals a dog's. Lin Siyu bit her lower lip, then spoke as if steeling her resolve. If I tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Okay, I promise. Cross my heart with my noble character. Chen Xing held up 4 fingers. Lin Siyu pursed her lips and said, find another guarantor. Chen Xing felt utterly devastated, forcing out a smile even uglier than tears. Lin Siyu was secretly pleased to finally have Chen Xing at a disadvantage for once. The little dimples reappeared on her cheeks, making Chen Xing steal a few extra glances. Then, she lowered her head and slowly began explaining why she was picking up plastic bottles last time. I have a little dog named Duo. Chen Xing wiped his sweat, relieved that he wasn't the Valorant Jr., otherwise the phrase, I'll be your little dog, would have slipped out uncontrollably. Playing Valorant since age 3, calling everyone mom wherever he goes. Lin Siyu's following words snapped Chen Xing back to reality. I found it during my first year of high school and brought it home. My mom objected at first, worried it would distract me from studying. Only after I promised repeatedly did she finally agree. Lin Siyu's eyes dimmed as she spoke. But later for some reason, Duo suddenly got sick. He kept vomiting, and mom wouldn't let me keep him anymore. Trivial? Chen Xing pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, that's what the people at the pet hospital said. The smile slowly faded from Chen Xing's face. So you're picking up bottles to pay for the dog's treatment? Lin Siyu continued. The vet said treating parvovirus usually costs around 5,000 yuan. I've been saving all summer but still don't have enough. And the dog? Dog lover Chen Xing expressed his condolences silently. If his own family's big yellow were to die, he'd probably mourn while tearfully devouring 3 big bowls of rice. It's not dead. Chen Xing exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you say you couldn't earn that much money? Did the dog heal on its own? Lin Siyu shook her head. No, I only saved up 2,000 yuan, but the pet hospital said if I gave them the dog, they could cure Duo for 2,000. Can you really freeload like this? Chen Xing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly saw no issue with it. After all, the dog was safe, and he could always buy it back later. My Duo is especially adorable, so the pet hospital was happy to take her in. Lin Siyu smiled. Chen Xing could tell her smile was forced and thought it understandable. Her dog now belonged to someone else. He considered saying something to lift her spirits. True, with looks like my deskmates, even a pet hospital wouldn't take him in if he turned into a dog. Chen Xing grinned. Your deskmate is really unlucky. Nah, my deskmate calls me daddy every day, shops on Pinduoduo, and keeps saying he's the luckiest person in the world. Put, do you guys always roast each other like this? No, it's just because I nurtured my deskmate that we're this close. With those few exchanges, the air instantly filled with more joyful elements. Finally, Chen Xing and Lin Siyu parted ways at the entrance of the teaching building, with the second-year classes on the left and the first year on the right. At the same time, the system assigned a new mission. Mission: have Lin Siyu become the owner of the dog duo once again. Difficulty level, 3 stars. Reward, 3 charm points. Damn system, I swear you're an absolute perv. The trigger rate for missions is way too high when it comes to pretty girls, and the rewards never dip below 3 points. My best friend's life is only worth 3 points, yet even a pretty girl's damn dog gets 3 points. Alas, the world is in decline. Brothers are worse than dogs when it comes to women. How am I supposed to complete this mission? Don't tell me I have to buy the dog back from the pet hospital? My financial situation just started improving. Chen Xing's heart ached. Could I just change my brother Meng Yuan's name to Duo and give him to Lin Siyu? System, say something. Lost in thought all the way to the classroom, Chen Xing noticed that the new class schedule arranged by Wu Yongxiang had already been posted at the front of the room. English again tonight? Why does it feel like our English teacher has an abnormally high appearance rate? Could it be the MILF effect? Chen Xing sat back on the stool as a wave of body odor assaulted his senses. Wanya Ma, can you just fucking get lost? Chen Xing immediately covered his nose, restoring his world to birdsong and floral fragrance. To everyone's surprise, Ma Wanya made the same gesture. Damn it, Chen Xing, don't think you smell any better yourself. After a brief exchange, they both turned to glare at their front desk classmate. Shit, you two stink too. The basketball player Wang Qingji and soccer player Zhang Xiao, who just finished a 40-minute match, both burst into laughter. Several people started attacking each other. The scene was crazier than a Hunan TV melodrama. After evening reading, the first self-study class began. Although no teacher came, most students honestly studied because homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang might appear at the windows or back door at any moment. But here's the thing, this uncertain presence of the homeroom teacher breeds a peculiar creature. Gambler. I bet your gun isn't loaded. Oh wait, no, I bet the homeroom teacher definitely won't catch me slacking off. Chen Xing was precisely that kind of gambler at the moment. After finishing memorizing the words starting with B, Chen Xing didn't feel like moving on to the C words just yet, plunging him inexplicably into a void. Try out the new watch. Chen Xing secretly pulled out the Apple Watch given to him by Ruan Xiaoxiao. Wait, no, it was the Apple Watch he got by trading in his Apple phone. This young master's going to see what makes you, this little thing, worth 6,000 yuan. Under the stark fluorescent lights of the classroom, Chen Xing hunched over to investigate. Suddenly, holy shit, Chen Xing, you're actually loaded, Ma Wanya exclaimed in a hushed yet exaggerated voice. Chen Xing startled violently, while Zhang Xiao at the front row, nodding off, jerked awake, leaving a long trail of drool like silver thread across his textbook. Keep your damn voice down, trying to get me killed or what? Ma Wanya's eyes bulged like copper bells. Where the hell did you get a watch like that? We swore we'd stay poor together, and now you've abandoned Xiaomi. Chen Xing shrugged. A pretty girl gave it to me. Quit your bullshit. I'd sooner believe you're being kept by a 60-year-old sugar mommy than that some rich little princess would ever look twice at you. Shaking his head, Chen Xing didn't explain further. If you won't believe the truth, then buzz off. Does your watch have any actual functions? Or is it just a blood pressure monitor? Ma Wanya stared at the watch on Chen Xing's left wrist, saying with marked envy. Chen Xing waved a careless hand, grinning as he replied, of course it's more than just a blood pressure monitor, it also has the ability to turn people into jealous lemons. Damn it! Ma Wanya rolled up his sleeves to show off the mechanical watches mom had bought him for the high school entrance exams. Digital watches are trash, real men rock mechanical ones. Oh, Chen Xing arched an eyebrow, then may I ask, which is more expensive, young Master Ma's mechanical watch or my 7-year-old cousin's Zio Shiankai smartwatch? Ma Wanya. At this moment, he felt the dimensionality-reducing strike from capitalism. Friendship over. This friendship is absolutely over. Ma Wanya's expression was exaggerated, clutching his chest with both hands as if his heart was shattered. Yet Chen Xing's peripheral vision caught the grim reaper-like figure outside the window at that very moment, so he promptly chose to sell out his teammate. Once again, Chen Xing shot him a look of disdain, his expression clearly saying, Ma Wanya, don't disturb my studies. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Ma Wanya was no longer the fool from days past. Seeing Chen Xing's stiff reaction, he immediately realized the homeroom teacher had arrived. This problem is so hard. I can't do it. The pained expression covering his chest instantly transformed into the look of someone stumped by a difficult question, letting him narrowly escape trouble. Wu Yongxiang circled the back rows with a dark expression, then vanished without anyone noticing. Damn you, Chen Xing, never giving me a heads up. You gotta figure this stuff out yourself. If you don't have Spider-Man's danger sense, just buckle down and study properly. Chen Xing showed not a hint of remorse, instead, he swelled with pride at his uncanny ability to always escape unscathed. What the hell does it mean to be the chosen one? Chapter 36, The Wager. After the real self-study session ended, Chen Xing, along with Ma Wan, the Jungle King, and Shang Ji, headed to the restroom to relieve themselves. They lingered by the corridor chatting for a bit before the bell abruptly rang again. The fake self-study period, with an actual teacher supervising, was about to begin. High school students lead such miserable lives, those precious 10-minute breaks melt away after a quick bathroom dash, forcing us to gulp down water in desperate haste. Class begins. With a clear voice, Xia Rui walked into the classroom with her 5-centimeter heels click-clacking. Every male student instantly looked up. Today, Xia Rui was wearing a white blouse paired with a figure-hugging gray pencil skirt, looking every bit the elite female lead straight out of an office drama. Holy shit, who can handle this? Ma Wanya muttered under his breath, gripping his ballpoint pen so hard it nearly snapped. Chen Xing glanced at his hopeless deskmate and thought, this is just the beginning. Then, as Xia Rui set her textbook on the podium and casually flipped her hair, a chorus of breathy gasps erupted from the back rows. As we begin today's lesson, while Xia Rui turned to write on the blackboard, the curve-hugging pencil skirt outlined her perfect silhouette, prompting several boys in the back row to frantically elbow their deskmates. Zhang Xiao even secretly moved his hand beneath the desk. Chen Xing speculated he might be checking Weibo, needing to adjust his trajectory. Ah, these youngsters lack self-control, Chen Xing sighed inwardly, deliberately placing both hands on his desk to demonstrate his innocence. Why on earth did Xia Rui dress like this today? Isn't this just plain disruptive to everyone's studies? Li Daming. Xia Rui suddenly called on him. Translate this sentence. Li Daming, who had been spacing out staring at the teacher's outfit, jolted awake. I love, no, this, that. The entire class struggled to contain their laughter, nearly choking on it. Xia Rui raised an eyebrow. It seems some students have already mastered the use of love without being taught. Suddenly looking at Chen Xing, she said, Chen Xing, help him. Caught off guard, Chen Xing almost blurted out, teacher, I also love. Fortunately, he stopped just in time and stammered, this sentence means, glancing down at the textbook, he froze. Damn it, too busy staring at legs, forgot to listen to the lecture. It seems memorizing vocabulary alone isn't enough. You'll need to pay attention in my class too, Xia Rui remarked meaningfully, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye shimmering distractingly. Chen Xing quickly agreed. This was absolutely not the time to be stubborn, his apology had to be sincere. Fortunately, Xia Rui was in a good mood today. After a few more warnings, she let Chen Xing sit down. From the back row came the sound of Ma Wangye's stifling laughter while pinching his thigh. Chen Xing, now you're really on the English teacher's radar. This is hilarious. Chen Xing pursed his lips. There was nothing unusual about a handsome youth being noticed by a mature woman. Damn you, Ma Wangye, what do you know? After Xia Rui called on them twice, the teenage boys snapped out of their adolescent fantasies and finally started paying attention in class. To be fair, Xia Rui wasn't just a pretty face, her accent and blackboard writing were both impeccable. Teacher, you've got elite class potential. Teaching us commoners is such a waste. The first English self-study class ended with Xia Rui completing the first unit, which took roughly 3 days. So for the second class, she didn't plan to cover new material. Xia Rui tapped the blackboard lightly with her slender fingers, sending chalk dust fluttering. Since we have another class left, I'm not planning to teach new content. Would you all like to watch a movie instead? The students immediately perked up. Yes, we do. Oh God, yes, teacher. Teacher, do you have any idea what these past few classes have been like for me? Do you? If you show us a movie this class, Ms. Xia, you'll officially be my second mother. You there, the suspected Valorant player, please take your seat. Don't use this group discussion as an opportunity to air out your particular hobbies. Chen wiped his sweat, feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Would this wicked woman really just let them watch a movie so easily? Before everyone could enjoy their happiness for even 2 seconds, Xia Rui continued by revealing her true intentions. She's way too good at manipulating people. Though the teacher is showing you a movie, is it alright if I make one small request? Fine. Say no more, I'd agree even if it were 10. Damn it, Ip Man over here, sit your ass down. Teacher, even if you weren't showing us the movie, we'd still agree to your request, Monitor Yao Jun shouted with a grin, raising his eyebrows as if quite pleased with his own response. Chen Xing covered his face with his hands. Miss Xia, please stop teasing us. You've got everyone hooked like wide-eyed fish biting bait. Xia Rui smiled faintly. It's not that exaggerated. I just want everyone to promise me one thing, next English exam, I hope more than 5 students in our class will score above 130. We definitely won't finish the movie in this single class, but if you all deliver on my request, I'll screen the complete film for you next time. On the other hand, if you fail to keep your promises, then I'll take over the first period of evening self-study to give you extra lessons. How cruel. We're only first-year high school students and you're already trying to invade our self-study time. We'll never sign such an unequal treaty. Chen Xing was just about to protest when his deskmate Ma Onyi acted faster. With a forceful slam on the desk that produced a loud bang, he beat Chen to the punch. Good brother, I knew you had backbone too, you didn't let me down. But the next second, Chen Xing couldn't laugh anymore, as he heard Ma Wangye shout, "Teacher, what kind of guarantee is that? I'll answer for everyone. And you are. You, with your failing English grades and the high school entrance exam, where the hell does this confidence come from?" Chen Xing glared at Ma Wangye, only to receive a confident "I believe in you" look in return. Damn it. Fortunately, not everyone in class had fallen under Xia Rui's spell. Ruan Xiaoxiao raised her hand and said, "Teacher, 130 points is a bit too high. Could we lower it a little?" Even Ruan Xiaoxiao, who scored nearly perfect in the middle school English exam, wasn't entirely confident about scoring over 130 in her first high school test. After all, this was her English class representative. Xia Rui thought for a moment before nodding. "Then let's lower it a bit. 125 points acceptable? That's the lowest I can go. Any lower and this bet loses its meaning." Xia Rui glanced at the class. "Can you all manage 125 points? His slightly disdainful tone instantly roused everyone's fighting spirit. "No problem. Piece of cake. Teacher, just play it already." Seeing everyone's confidence, Xia Rui stopped wasting words and slid aside the center blackboard to reveal a screen inside. "Let's screen green book for everyone," Xia Rui said with a smile before unexpectedly stepping down from the podium and strolling to the back of the classroom. "Chen Xing, do you think you'll be one of those 5 people?" Chen Xing shook his head. "Teacher, I never agreed to that. Ma Wangye said he could do it. You should ask him." Just now, he was all talk down below, but the moment Xia Rui stood next to Ma Wangye, he immediately became meek, stopped boasting, and pointed at himself with his right hand, striking the signature pose of Benboba. "Me? Score 125 in English?" Chapter 37, The Devastating Power of a Pretty Girl. Watching Chen Xing and Ma Wang acting like mindless clowns, Xia Rui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alright, I won't give you two a hard time. If you can score 100 points, that'd be impressive enough. Let's just watch the movie." Xia Rui had solid reasons for selecting these 5 English top students. She held the middle school English exam results for class 12. Though the average score ranked mid-tier among ordinary classes, she had indeed discovered several promising students. Of course, Chen Xing and Ma Wangye weren't among them. She'd wandered to the back row just to tease these two for fun. For mischievous students like Chen Xing and Ma Wangye, Xia Rui didn't dislike them at all. She actually found it quite enjoyable to occasionally tease them with a few sharp remarks. The movie abruptly stopped mid-scene when the class-ending bell rang. Xia Rui cheerfully walked up to the podium, saying, "We'll watch the second half depending on how you behave." "Ha, like I can't just go home and watch it myself?" Chen Xing smirked disdainfully. "That evil doll face, your tricks won't work on someone like me who can just use my phone. At most, you can make me nervous during evening study hall. Let's go." Chen Xing, wanna grab some late-night snacks with me? I recently found this amazing noodle stall, super delicious. You gotta try it, Ma Wangye said while shaking his backpack. "Nah, my mom might come home tonight." Chen Xing shook his head. "Damn it, Chen Xing, you never hang out with me after school. Don't you know this is damaging our fragile friendship?" Ma Wangye shouted. "I know, kiddo," Chen Xing replied, "but we've got a father-son relationship. A little thing like this isn't enough to shake me." "Fuck off," Ma Wangye cursed with a laugh. "Ha ha ha." After bantering back and forth with Ma Wangye for a while, Chen Xing went to the track and ran 5 kilometers. On the way home, the night breeze blew against him, drying the sweat from his workout in no time. It was precisely the time when the first and second year students had left after school, while the third year students were still in class, making Chen Xing the sole traveler on the tree-lined path. The feeling was truly exhilarating. Chen Xing felt completely refreshed all over. About 30 meters away from his rented room, he spotted the kitchen light shining. Zhao Qin must be preparing a midnight snack for Chen Xing. "Mom." Standing on the kitchen threshold with a toothy grin, Chen Xing said, "I've missed you so much these past 2 days." Zhao Qin rolled her eyes at Chen Xing's unserious behavior as she placed a bowl of fried rice dumplings on the small dining table. "Craving a midnight snack, aren't you?" Chen Xing scratched his head. "I want both." Taking a bite of the dumpling stuffed with green beans, his eyes lit up. "Did Grandma make these? You're quite the picky eater. I went to your grandma's place today and she insisted on loading me up with all sorts of vegetables, even made me bring her homemade rice dumplings for you." Zhao Qin scolded with words but wore a smile on her face. Really wasn't necessary. Grandma's getting on in years, yet still insists on tending the vegetable patch. Chen Xing changed tack, though a few more of those rice dumplings wouldn't go amiss. "You little rascal." Zhao Qin gave Chen Xing's head a light tap before asking, "I've been away these past couple days, have you been keeping up with your studies?" "Absolutely. 2 hours every night without fail, rain or shine." "That's good. You're in high school now, don't waste your time fooling around, focus on your studies." "Listen, there's a kid in your grandma's village who, bull-headed." Mom was about to unleash her nagging spell. Chen Xing didn't have time to savor the rice dumplings anymore. He wolfed them down in a few quick bites, then tossed out a "I'm going to shower" before making his escape. The first week of high school flew by in the blink of an eye, bringing us to the exciting arrival of Sunday. Chen Xing had made plans to hang out with Meng Yuan, never anticipating that Third High would also require students to voluntarily attend classes on Sundays. Chen Xing nearly burst out laughing. Thank goodness he hadn't chosen Third High, or he'd be getting volunteered too. While Second High's policy of only 1 day off per week was brutal enough to rival livestock treatment, when compared with Third High, it suddenly became downright humane. At noon, Chen Xing waited at the entrance of number 3 high school like a doting father to pick up Meng Yuan. Yuaner, your dad's here, Chen Xing called out shamelessly, waving at a thoroughly exasperated Meng Yuan in the distance. Fuck, Chen Xing, you're such a dog. Weren't you supposed to wait for me at the milk tea shop? Who asked you to come pick me up? Meng Yuan said with a dark expression. Just worried about you crossing the road, that's all. Came specially to get you. Scram, scram, scram. Chen Xing patted his backpack with a faintly mocking tone. Oh my, young Master Meng is working too hard. Don't forget me when you get into Tsinghua University. Remember your old friends when you rise to fame and fortune. Stop it, I really regret this. I'd have been better off going to the vocational school for CNC machines. Damn it, this place is pure torture. It's only the first week, I don't know how I'm gonna survive the rest. Jean Xiaowei, number 3 high principal, is such an absolute dick. Meng Yuan groaned with a miserable expression. Ha ha ha. Chen Xing didn't offer any comfort at all, in fact, he burst out laughing. Seeing his childhood friend lose his composure, Meng Yuan couldn't help but laugh through his scolding. Once the laughter subsided, Chen Xing slung an arm around his shoulders and said, we absolutely gotta treat our young Master Meng right, today's bubble tea is on me. Mark your words, back out and you're officially my godson. Look at how petty you're being. You don't understand, drinks taste best when someone else is paying. Youth recovers its vitality so easily. Chen Xing's single sentence completely revived Meng Yuan, who promptly dragged him toward a nearby milk tea shop. Orange Glow Milk Tea. Meng Yuan and Chen Xing entered the shop together. Since it was located near Sanzhong High School, the store was filled with groups of teenage boys and girls. Some had ordered multiple milk teas but barely touched them as they chatted away, while others clustered around a single shared drink, engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. As everyone knows, there's no difference between high school students and elementary school students, they all hog Wi-Fi to play games. Meng Yuan studied the menu for a long time before ordering a kale smoothie, while Chen Xing casually got 2 cups of the Overlord fruit tea. The two then found a spot to sit down. Why did you order 2 cups? Meng Yuan asked curiously. A 1000 milliliters cup of Overlord fruit tea. Ordering 2 cups doesn't make you a water buffalo, does it? Nonsense, obviously there's one more person coming. Besides me, what other friends could this dog bastard possibly have? Meng Yuan's eyes widened. You'll find out soon, someone you know. Someone I know. Meng Yuan took a sip of milk tea while mentally reviewing the people both he and Chen Xing were acquainted with. The gaming crowd kept the milk tea shop lively with bursts of shouts, but when the door suddenly swung open, the atmosphere froze for a dozen seconds. The glass door of the milk tea shop swung open, scattering the seashell wind chimes hung on the frame into a crisp shower of shattered notes. A gust of chilled air, carrying the sweet mist of grapefruit 4-season oolong tea, surged into the street. The boys slouched over the counter playing mobile games froze like pixelated characters collectively hitting pause. The Xiaomi phone of the guy on the far left nearly slipped from his grip, the screen flashing with the electronic lament of defeat. Sure, Hondo's hair seemed to have grown longer, the ends now brushing her shoulders. Sunlight streamed through the milk tea shop's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a delicate glaze over her porcelain-like profile. The black pleated skirt swayed with each step, revealing slender, straight calves. The click of her leather shoes against the floor tiles matched the synchronized heartbeat of every teenage boy in the room. Iced oolong macchiato, double cream cap. The ding of the scan-to-pay notification snapped everyone out of their daze. Someone coughed awkwardly, and the boys immediately resumed stabbing at their phones, yet their burning ears betrayed their flustered embarrassment. How terrifying. Is this the lethal charm of a beautiful girl? Chen Xing's eyelids twitched, his heart sighing heavily. Sure, Hongdo, biting on her straw, turned around and spotted him after a quick glance. She smiled faintly and walked over. Chapter 38 Casual Chat at the Milk Tea Shop. Sure, Hongdo? Meng Yuan whirled his head around violently, his eyebrows nearly disappearing into his hairline. His wide eyes darted rapidly between Chen Xing and the girl, like a particularly scandalized orange tabby cat. You don't recognize it? Got a problem with that? Chen Xing arched an eyebrow. I know her, but... Meng Yuan's words stuck in his throat as Sure Hongdo pulled out the chair and sat down opposite him. In the small hometown town, Xiao Hong was the best student, while Sure Hongdo was undoubtedly the prettiest. She rarely appeared when everyone was playing, always carrying an air of mystery about her. You could say Red Bean was like the hyacinth on the homeroom teacher's desk. Everyone knew she was beautiful, but few dared to lean in close enough to smell her fragrance. And pretty girls always held an upper hand when facing young boys. Meng Yuan felt thoroughly uncomfortable in his own skin. No idea how Chen Xing managed to get her to come. He subconsciously straightened his back, only to suddenly feel his clothes were slightly crumpled, regretting not having changed into a fresh set. This is all your fault, Meng Yuan silently mouthed the accusation at Chen Xing. What was supposed to be a guy's hangout suddenly had an uninvited guest, and not just any guest, but one who turned out to be the center of attention. Now the entire bubble tea shop's gaze was glued to their table, leaving him too self-conscious to crack any of his usual crude jokes. Hello there, Meng Yuan. Shi Hongdou rested her chin on her hand, her eyelashes casting delicate fan-shaped shadows under the light. Hi, Shi Hongdou. Meng Yuan reflexively sprang up, his knee banging against the table leg with a dull thud. He felt flustered and honored that she had greeted him first. Seeing Meng Yuan's exaggerated reaction, Chen Xing couldn't hold back his laughter. Whoa there, young Master Meng, that's quite an international greeting style. Do you mix Chinese and English when greeting everyone? This bastard always humiliated him in front of pretty girls. Flushing red, Meng Yuan retorted, fuck off, Chen Xinghai doesn't even count as English. Ha ha ha. Giving his elder son some face, Chen Xing knew when to stop and turned to tap on Shi Hongdou's desk. Didn't I say I'd order your drink? Why did you buy another cup? Don't like it, Shi Hongdou shook her head, wrinkling her nose like a ragdoll cat smelling catnip. No taste. Mine's freshly cut fruit, yours is all additives. Chen Xing lamented dramatically, then what about this cup? Isn't it a waste now? Give it to me. Give it to me. Meng Yuan gulped down his kale smoothie in one go and snatched the fruit tea. He thought to himself, better to block my mouth with a straw now than stay speechless later. I'll only treat you to one cup. The second one costs money. Chen Xing suddenly held out his palm, 18 yuan, WeChat, or Alipay. Holy shit. Meng Yuan jerked his hand back as if scalded, pushing the fruit tea to the center of the table. Chen Xing, are you robbing me? For that money I could buy 3 cups of lemonade. Look at you. Chen Xing laughed. Just kidding. Young Master Meng only had half a day of classes today, so go ahead and drink to your heart's content. That's good then. Meng Yuan scoffed and snatched the fruit tea back again. The trio then chatted about the amusing things that happened during their first week back at school while sipping their milk tea. Shi Hongdou, do your humanities teachers just tell stories all class? Chen Xing asked curiously. Not at all, that's such a stereotype. I take notes every single day. Our teachers fill up 2 blackboards per lecture until their arms ache. Shi Hongdou raised her palm, showcasing her jade-like slender fingers. Really? Did it develop calluses? Let me see. Chen Xing reached out to touch her hand, but Shi Hongdou quickly pulled back and glared at him. Ahem. Chen Xing had only meant to scare him a bit, not actually turn into some pervert, so he cleared his throat and said, studying liberal arts isn't viable anymore. Back in the day, liberal arts grads had decent job prospects, right? You actually researched liberal arts employment? But hasn't it been notoriously hard for liberal arts majors to find jobs for over a decade now? What back in the day are you even talking about? With a completely straight face, Chen Xing replied, the Song Dynasty. Hearing this, a humanities student's heart shattered into pieces. Don't say any more, woo-woo. Ah, just kidding. So what major are you planning to choose in uni? Isn't it too early to think about that yet? Shi Hongdou swirled her milk teacup, the ice cubes clinking with crisp sounds. What's wrong with being a freshman in high school? You can still have a dream career in mind. Then what do you want to learn? Shi Hongdou tilted her head slightly and countered. I asked you first, you go first. No, you go first. I'll speak after you. Oh, playing tough with me, huh? Chen Xing arched an eyebrow and spread his hands dismissively. Fine, let's not say anything then. Not like I'm all that curious anyway. Humph. Shi Hongdou lifted her chin, unwilling to speak either. But soon Shi Hongdou had to admit defeat. Seeing Chen Xing casually shaking his leg with that indifferent look made her grind her teeth in frustration. Then I'll go first. If you don't speak up later, I'll beat you up. Chen Xing smiled without a word, choosing neither assent nor dissent. Shi Hongdou lifted her petite pink fist with determination. I want to become a lawyer in the future, so I'm planning to study law. But this is just my current thought, it might change later. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xing interrupted. Speaking of law studies reminds me, I think I came across a TikTok video yesterday from a law student. They mentioned earning only 1,800 in internship pay but having to pay 700 for social security. No proof of internship gets issued without the social security payment, and after factoring in subway fares, meals, and such, working a full month left them 500 in the hole instead of making any money. Ah, Chen Xing, you jerk, shut up already. Shi Hongdou puffed up her cheeks and punched him lightly. Fine, I'll pick teacher training then. I'll be a teacher. Hello teacher, I'm thinking of attending a normal university in the future. Oh, I never knew you had dreams of teaching and nurturing students, Shi Hongdou exclaimed in surprise. Chen Xing shook his head. No, it's mainly because normal universities have more girls, easier for me to find a wife. But, Meng Yuan, who was listening nearby, nearly spat out his fruit tea in surprise. Chen Xing turned his head and glared at him. Don't tell me you're not thinking about finding a wife in college. Of course I am, Meng Yuan answered silently in his heart. But with Shi Hongdou present right now, he he declared righteously, "Don't presume to speak for me. My only wish is to dedicate myself to our nation's development. Go west, go where the country needs you most, isn't that your line?" Chen Xing sneered. "Too bad programs like 3 supports and 1 assistance or the Western Development Plan won't take you. The competition's brutal these days." After bickering with Chen Xing for a while, Mang Yuan suddenly felt his bladder swelling from drinking too much too quickly, scratched his head and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. You guys keep talking." Possibly out of habit from frequent bathroom trips with Ma Wangye at school, Chen Xing subconsciously stood up too. "Whatever, I'm coming too." Shi Hongdo looked puzzled at the 2 boys walking away with their arms around each other's shoulders. Glancing down at her still mostly full milk tea, she couldn't fathom the male thought process. Did they really have to synchronize even their bathroom breaks? They relieved themselves with satisfying efficiency in the restroom. When they returned, they were surprised to find their seats occupied by 2 delinquent-looking boys, one even wearing number 3 high school's uniform. One of them, sporting an exaggerated pompadour hairstyle, was leaning his chin on his hand while rhythmically tapping the table in front of Shi Hongdo with his fingers. "Hey freshman, wanna exchange WeChat?" Chapter 39, Millennial Assassination. "That's just typical of you third high kids." Chen Xing shot Meng Yuan a contemptuous look before striding forward. He was damned curious to see who dared be ballsy enough to steal his spot. "Damn, don't generalize like that, okay? There are still good people there." Meng Yuan, also burning with unspoken anger, clenched his teeth and followed suit. Shi Hongdo was cornered in the innermost seat by 2 boys, her face filled with disgust at their frivolous remarks. Yet, shrewdly, she remained silent. Truth be told, with her temper, she'd long fantasized about tearing into the guy 1,000 times over. But being a girl at a physical disadvantage, she knew provoking him would only leave her worse off in the end. Moreover, these 2 hoodlums knew their limits. They only uttered some annoying remarks without actually laying a hand on anyone. "Damn you, Chen Xing, taking forever in the bathroom." Shi Hongdo scooted further inside, secretly blaming Chen Xing in her heart. "Hey classmate, don't you have a phone? Let's exchange contacts. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight." The guy with the pompadour hairstyle was named Dong Biao. He used to be a senior at 3rd high school but got expelled for fighting. Now he loafs around all day, the spitting image of his father who had some underworld connections in his youth. The boy wearing 3rd high's uniform who took Meng Yuan's seat was called Guan Shangxiang, a student from the liberal arts class. Under the gaze of the crowd, he was visibly uncomfortable. "Forget it, Biao Ge, she's just a girl." He'd met Dong Biao while gaming at the internet cafe. Truth be told, they'd only just recently become acquainted. Though it was just after Dong Biao had carried him to several consecutive wins, Guan Shangxiang had been so pleased he offered to buy him milk tea. But he never expected this guy would be so unhinged, his brain clearly faulty, charging in to try picking up such a pretty girl like Hongdo the moment he laid eyes on her. And, what kind of chatting up is that? Isn't this just pure harassment? Though no students around dared to stand up for Shi Hongdo because Dong Biao looked downright menacing, being stared at with such contempt still made Guan Shangxiang a little uncomfortable. He was just an internet-addicted teen, he had no interest in being a small-time thug. "It's fine, I was just asking. Shangxiang, go order some milk tea first. Oh, and get an ice cream too, treat this little sister here." Dong Biao was clearly trying to flaunt his alpha male authority in front of Shi Hongdo, bossing Guan Shangxiang around like his underling. Guan Shangxiang suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and was about to get up and leave Dong Biao's idiot presence when 2 tall figures appeared on either side of him. "Hey, that's my seat." Chen Xing patted Dong Biao's shoulder and said coolly. Shi Hongdo looked up at that moment, her lips slightly pursed, yet feeling inexplicably reassured, as if nothing bad could happen with Chen Xing around. "I'll just sit for a while, you 2 go stand over there." Dong Biao glanced at Chen Xing, noticed he was just a delicate-looking boy, and quickly dismissed him. What's the point of being tall? High school kids nowadays are all pretty tall, but shout at them once and they'll still cower. Dong Biao had been in more than one fight, he fancied himself radiating conqueror's haki, like one of the 4 emperors in the anime One Piece. Fucking idiot. Chen Xing was speechless. Who still plays the gangster act these days? The civil approach had already been attempted, but since the other party refused to listen to reason, he saw no point in wasting more words. Grabbing Dong Biao by the collar, he yanked hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Motherfucker, you asking to die?" Slamming onto his rear with a spine-jarring thud, the humiliation and searing pain in his tailbone sent Dong Biao into an instant rage. He actually got beaten up by a high school kid? And lost all face in front of his little sister too. "I don't like resorting to violence, because my mom taught me since childhood to reason with people. Pity not everyone had a mother." Chen Xing sighed helplessly. Then he turned to Dong Biao and said, "The girl clearly wants nothing to do with you, yet you still shamelessly cling to her like a brain-dead creep? Mind your own damn business. I'll fuck your stinking whore of a mother." Dong Biao erupted in rage. After spewing obscenities, he lunged at Chen Xing to throw a punch. Unfortunately, Chen Xing wasn't exactly a well-behaved boy back in his hometown either. He and Mang Yuan had been notorious troublemakers since childhood, no strangers to scrapes and fistfights. Seeing the opponent's fist coming at him, Chen Xing raised his elbow to meet it. The elbow is one of the hardest parts of the body, and as Dong Biao punched it, he immediately cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Mang Yuan circled behind him and kicked Dong Biao squarely in the backside. Same old trick, Mang Yuan just loves kicking people in the ass, Chen Xing muttered, skillfully sidestepping while curling his lip. Dong Biao, assaulted from both sides, lost his balance and was kicked flat by Mang Yuan. Seizing the moment, the latter delivered a crushing follow-up, a legendary 1,000 years of pain. Ow! Dong Biao's agonized wail made everyone within earshot instinctively clench their buttocks, leaning back half a step as they stared in horrified awe at Mang Yuan's frozen attack posture. This boy must never be made an enemy of. Damn, you're even using forbidden techniques, Chen Xing said to Mang Yuan. Heh, I got so mad I just couldn't hold it in. Be more careful next time. Okay. Dong Biao, lying on the ground, watched the two main culprits chatting and laughing freely, boiling with anger and fear. He immediately shouted at Guan Xiangxiang at the top of his lungs. Qiang, what are you still standing there for? Are you just gonna watch them 2v1 me? Hey buddy, who are you calling out to? Where's this Qiang? Could it be that cowardly lizard over there? Chen Xing scoffed and pointed at Guan Xiangxiang, who had already slithered his way to the roadside. Damn it, motherfucker, you dare tell me where you're from? Next time bring all your guys and let's settle this. Gangster movies have really done a lot of harm. Chen Xing originally wanted to mock him, but Sher Hongdo suddenly tugged at his clothes from behind. Let's go, don't stoop to his level. Fine, can't be bothered to argue with him, but I'm not afraid of you either. I roll with brother Yu Jiawei from number 1 high. Come at me if you've got a death wish. The principle of yielding to the fortunate, Chen Xing spat out harsh words before exchanging a glance with Mang Yuan, who nodded in response. The three of them then stepped over Dong Biao, who was sprawled on the floor, and left the milk tea shop. Not far from the shop, Sher Hongdo asked curiously, did you just make up the name Yu Jiawei on the spot? Chen Xing shook his head. No, he was a senior from our middle school, 2 grades above us. Then you. Sher Hongdo was puzzled. Wasn't this harming others? Oh, back in middle school, he used to ambush younger kids behind the toilets. Mang Yuan and I even had our basketball court taken by him before. Since he's at number 1 high school now, I'll just drop his name and let them fight like dogs. Mang Yuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, everything Chen Xing said is true. Yu Jiawei is no saint either. No need to feel guilty about using his name. Alright then. Sher Hongdo wasn't some naive saint. Hearing both Chen Xing and Mang Yuan say Yu Jiawei was a bad student, she didn't dwell on it further. Thank you too for today. Mang Yuan scratched his head. No problem at all. We're friends, aren't we? Thanks don't mean much when they're just words. How about lending me another $500? Chen Xing asked with a cheeky grin. Sher Hongdo immediately refused. No way, my personal savings are running low. Chen Xing, don't even think about coming after me again recently. Who's coming after you? I'm coming after your money, okay? Poor choice of words there. Chen Xing shrugged and retorted. Chapter 40, A Cold Joke. The happy chatting session was ruined by those troublemakers, and the trio lost interest in finding another milk tea shop. Let's go home. Waking up at 6:30 every morning this week has left me feeling groggy. I need to go back and get some proper sleep. Mang Yuan was the first to suggest heading home, his school bag slung over his left shoulder as he vigorously rubbed his eyes. Alright then. Chen Xing nodded. Mang Yuan's rented room was near 3rd high school, so Chen Xing and Sher Hongdo parted ways with him on the spot. Let's go, I'll walk you home first, Chen Xing said, shoving his hands into his pockets. Dong Biao was probably still lying in a sorry state at the milk tea shop, but there was no guarantee someone like him wouldn't try to harass her again. To be safe, Chen Xing decided to escort Sher Hongdo home. Upon hearing this, Red Bean didn't refuse. She was actually feeling somewhat apprehensive too. To be honest, despite growing up to this age, this was her first time encountering such delinquent youths, and their earlier behavior of blocking her way had been truly unpleasant. Whenever they walked together before, Red Bean would always take the lead ahead of Chen Xing, naturally forming a princess and attendant sort of pairing. Today, Sher Hongdo intentionally slowed her pace, allowing Chen Xing to take the lead by a stride. Chen Xing wasn't dressed up much today, just a white t-shirt and black shorts, but his tall, slender frame gave him an unmistakable youthful charm. He's actually quite tall, and his skin seems fairer than before. Sher Hongdo stole glances at the boy, quietly judging his appearance in her mind. Why is his hair so smooth? Not a single tangle or hint of grease. She suddenly wanted to reach out and touzle Chen Xing's hair. Bet it's as soft as petting a puppy, right? The girl imagined this, her adorable dimples unconsciously appearing in a faint smile. Suddenly, Chen Xing stopped in his tracks. Lost in thought, Sher Hongdo failed to react in time and bumped right into him. Sher Hongdo's head bumped against Chen Xing's white t-shirt, and the scent of lavender laundry detergent wafted into her nose, making the tips of her ears blush involuntarily. Chen Xing, what are you doing? Stopping abruptly like that, Aren't you trying to scare me? Shi Hongdo chided with a mix of annoyance and affection. Chen Xing gave her a once-over and asked curiously, no, I was just wondering why you're walking so slow. It's so hot outside, walking at this pace, when will we ever get home? I'm happy with it, so what if short legs can't walk fast? Shi Hongdo crossed her arms and puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Hearing this, Chen Xing instinctively glanced at the scenery beneath the girl's pleated skirt and blurted out, they're not short though, pretty fair actually. Eyes off. Shi Hongdo's face flushed red as she quickly raised a hand to block Chen Xing's view. Ahem, you're the one who brought up legs. I was merely following the principle that practice yields true knowledge, just took a glance and offered an evaluation. No, that won't do either. Looking so pretty but not letting me see, isn't that a waste of your outfit? Chen Xing joked. Oomph, it's not like I'm wearing it for you. I just like it myself. Shi Hongdo lifted her chin, saying with a prideful pout. Damn straight. Chen Xing blurted out. You women dress up just to please yourselves, right? Classic internet fairy rhetoric. Hearing Chen Xing's teasing remark, Shi Hongdo frowned, her willow leaf eyebrows knitting together as she began getting angry. Chen Xing, don't talk like that. Sorry, I got carried away scrolling through forums. Chen Xing wiped his sweat, realizing he'd forgotten he was talking to a normal girl now. Damn you, Sun Sachuan. Seeing Chen Xing's lightning-fast apology, Shi Hongdo's anger subsided slightly. She snorted, don't forget I'm your creditor, you'd better behave. Yikes, don't define our relationship with money. Chen Xing scratched his head. Alright then, pay back the money you owe me, and we won't have any financial ties anymore. Shi Hongdo playfully blinked as she said this. Hee, maybe we should keep the arrangement as is. Chen Xing instantly put on an obedient expression and said meekly. He hadn't even started preparing for the mission to buy back Lin Siyu's puppy, how could he possibly repay the money right away? As a dedicated wait-and-see advocate, he wouldn't touch a single cent from his card unless the next financial worth mission appeared. Of the 36 stratagems, delay is the best, trust that those who wait shall triumph in the end. Seeing that Chen Xing had conceded, Shi Hongdo stopped pressing him about repaying the money and reverted to her usual self, walking ahead of him as always. Chen Xing, are there any pretty girls in your class? As they walked, Shi Hongdo suddenly asked a question. Which one are you talking about? Shi Hongdo pouted slightly, which one? Are there many pretty girls in your class? Quite a few, and there's even one who can rival you. Chen Xing thought so in his heart, but the words that came out of his mouth were entirely different. Didn't look closely, not sure which one you're talking about. Oh, so that's how it was. Shi Hongdo's pouting lips relaxed as she sweetly spoke, not referring to anyone in particular, just casually asking. Behind her back, Chen Xing pouted, as if believing her would be the height of foolishness. You can come see for yourself, I'm faceblind, can't tell who's good-looking anyway. Really? Alright, I admit there's about 1% fabrication, because I often can't tell the difference between my reflection and Wu Yanzhu or Eddie Pang, Chen Xing said with feigned distress, earning him a fit of unrestrained laughter from Shi Hongdo. Ha, stop laughing, save some face for me, thank you, Chen Xing said with a dark expression. Alright then. Shi Hongdo tried to force a stern expression, only to break character almost instantly, bursting into a fit of goose-like giggles. Even though you're my creditor, your mocking laughter is borderline aggressive. It's causing irreparable damage to my fragile psyche. I formally request 100 yuan deduction from my debt, Chen Xing declared with utter seriousness. Sure thing. Ha! Chen Xing looked at her in surprise. It was meant as a joke, but Shi Hongdo inadvertently revealed her little rich girl aura. Oomph, as long as you can keep me happy, Xiaochun, I could spare you swapping 100 times. Wow, you said it, now I'll have to bring out my secret skills. What kind of special skill is that? The most ridiculously bad joke in the entire universe. How cold was it? Come on, tell me. Shi Hongdo tilted her head cutely, peering at Chen Xing. Chen Xing cleared his throat twice and said, there was an old man who took his granddaughter out on a boat. Suddenly, a huge wave hit them, and the old man's are broke. Then, in panic, he turned to his granddaughter and said, do you know what he said? Shi Hongdo furrowed her brows. What did you say? Chen Xing took a deep breath and shouted, granddaughter, grandfather has finished speaking, the paste is finished. The girl froze for 2 seconds, then slowly caught on to the homophonic pun. Ow, don't hit, don't hit. Chen Xing cried out in pain as the girl's delicate fists pummeled his arm. A thug bruised my arm just now during the fight. Don't touch it. Shi Hongdo immediately drew back her hand upon hearing this, then fretfully grabbed Chen Xing's arm to examine his elbow. There's no bruise at all. Maybe that punch you just threw cured me. Chen Xing smirked mischievously. Shi Hongdo instantly realized she'd been fooled by him again. Chen Xing, just added those 100 points back. No way. After one round, the smile on Chen Xing's face had completely transferred to Shi Hongdo's. Chapter 41. A Dragon Clan, huh? To be honest, with Chen Xing's antics, the gloom Shi Hongdo had felt in the milk tea shop vanished like bubbles under sunlight, disappearing in no time. Alright, you can stop here. When they reached the entrance of Shi Hongdo's residential complex, She turned her back and said playfully, "So cruel, not even inviting me up for tea." Chen Xing feigned heartbreak. "Then come on up. My aunt and uncle are home." "Ahem, I actually have some urgent matters at home. Need to get back. Maybe another time." Chen Xing wiped his sweat. Why did Shi Hongdou always break the script like this? This was seriously awkward. Shi Hongdou giggled, "Alright, enough joking with you. I'm really heading back now. Bye-bye." Bye. Watching Shi Hongdou's slender, graceful figure and the gently fluttering pleated skirt, Chen Xing suddenly had a thought. How nice it would be if Shi Hongdou were his girlfriend. Smack! Before his fantasy could even last 2 seconds, Chen Xing instantly slapped himself across the face. Did you forget the system's warning about failures? No falling in love recklessly. Better to just watch a couple of romance anime if the cravings hit. Do it yourself if you want something. Women? Don't know them. Sigh. Glad I came to my senses, almost fell for that woman's charm trap. Having set his heart on the principle, Chen Xing averted his gaze from Shi Hongdou and turned to leave. Home I go. Still haven't finished my homework, definitely can't copy others' work in the very first week of school. Ding ding ding. The pig-shaped alarm clock on the desk rang at 6:30 in the morning. Chen Xing gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a grimace as he reached out an arm to press its ears. 5 more minutes. Even though he hadn't stayed up late last night, Monday mornings were still unbearably drowsy. 5 minutes later, the alarm tried ringing again. Last 5 minutes. Chen Xing announced the final deadline. Another 5 minutes passed. Chen Xing initially thought about giving himself another 5 minutes, but then reconsidered. No more extensions. If he hit snooze again, he wouldn't wake up in 5 minutes, but after 7 o'clock. This is a terrifying truth without scientific basis. Chen Xing could only groggily stumble to the bathroom to wash up, then head to school. Having just entered 10th grade, the school uniforms hadn't been issued yet, but he already knew 11th graders wore blue uniforms, while 12th graders wore purple ones. 2 senior high school boys in purple uniforms were chatting up ahead. Did you know gold prices have been skyrocketing lately? I think I saw something about that in the news. My dad gave me some money to try investing, so I went all in. Made over 10 grand from gold already. Damn, all the stocks I bought earlier turned completely red because of that idiot Trump raising the tariffs. Hold on, don't bail yet. I feel like there's still a way out. You're too late, I've already sold it. Damn, is this still high school? Since when are we discussing stocks? Chen Xing quickly stopped eavesdropping. He needed to put on the Apple Watch he'd left in his school desk to feel somewhat decent about pretending to be rich. Can't listen anymore, absolutely can't. Any more of this and I'll develop an inferiority complex. Chen Xing quickened his pace, overtaking 2 actual rich kids to position himself behind 3 sophomores in blue school uniforms. I've got Han Xin at level 3 with full health and mana. What you gonna do when I invade your jungle? What if I'm playing Pei Qinhu with Dong Huangtai as my support? Then you're just goddamn OP. Last night I played Kai the Conqueror and crit for 10k in 1 slash. 10,000 crit damage? Sick. Hearing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile. Now that's more like it, exactly the kind of topic us pure-hearted high school boys should be discussing. Following the stream of students up the stairs, Chen Xing entered the classroom around 6:50. Morning reading starts at 7, yet only half the class has arrived, meaning the other half will be cutting it close. Looks like I'm still pretty diligent. Chen Xing chuckled. Before he even reached his seat, Chen Xing sensed someone watching him. Startled, Chen Xing turned his head and locked eyes with a bespectacled boy sporting a crew cut. Yet the moment their gazes met, the other boy immediately lowered his head. Who's he? Why does his expression seem full of pity? How strange. Chen Xing scratched his head, momentarily unable to recall the boy's name. Shang Qiming was deeply disappointed. He had initially thought Chen Xing was a kindred spirit in their shared pursuit of academic diligence. Hence, when Chen Xing arrived at the classroom before him that day, Qiming woke up an additional half-hour earlier the next morning. 5 o'clock. Have you ever seen Huai City at 5 in the morning? Well, Shang Qiming has. But when he arrived in the classroom and studied diligently for over an hour, Chen Xing leisurely entered the classroom like any ordinary student. At first, Shang Qiming thought it was just an accident, but he never expected Chen Xing to keep arriving so late to class in the following days. It wasn't until now that he finally understood that early morning was an exception after all, and Chen Xing was just an ordinary person. I should have seen it earlier. He was never the type to sacrifice sleep for knowledge. So be it. On this path of seeking truth, solitude shall remain my eternal companion. Shang Qiming gently stroked the textbook cover with profound eyes, murmuring to himself, only you shall be my eternal ally. Unaware of the Chunibyu teenager's inner monologue, Chen Xing walked behind Ma Wanye and suddenly slammed the desk. The startled Ma Wanye, who had been engrossed in reading, hastily closed the thick novel he'd been hunched over. Oh, Dragon Raja? Chen Xing chuckled as his eyes swept across the cover that read Dragon Raja I, Dawn of Fire. Scaring people can literally scare someone to death, you know. Mawanji patted his chest. It's a new novel I just got into. What? Have you read it? How can someone just be getting into Dragon Raja when it's been out for so long? Truly a brave soul. Should Mwanji be considered lucky or unlucky? Adhering to the principle of never being a spoiler, Chen Xing simply chuckled and said, I've read it. Jiang Nan has a way with words. After finishing Dragon Raja in middle school, I wanted to send him a little tribute. Yeah, I spent all Sunday reading this Dragon Raja book. It's incredible. When will I get to meet Nono-senpai too? With her fiery red hair and high heels showing me the world of hybrids. Wang Yama's eyes sparkled with longing. Let's get to morning reading first. You can enjoy your novel slowly, no spoilers from me, Chen Xing said, stifling a laugh. Words are pointless. Only those who finish it will understand the inevitable pain of youth. Heck, Comrade Xiaoma, just wait till you reach the chapter where old Tang dies, see if you can still laugh then. And Dragon Raja 3, The Moonless Tide. Anyone who can finish it without wanting to beat up Jiang Nan is a saint. My Ari, damn you Jiang Nan, I've got morning classes at 8. While mentally cursing Jiang Nan yet again, Chen Xing pulled out his Chinese textbook and started memorizing ancient poetry. Even if it's only worth 6 points on the college entrance exam, he still had to grind through it obediently. Otherwise, why bother taking the exam if we're just going to throw away these points? What's the point of even sitting for the Gaokao then? After 3 years of hard work, I'm determined to get into XX Vocational and Technical College. Zhao Qin would definitely kill him. After all the effort of renting a place and accompanying him through schooling, only for him to end up in a junior college, this family would surely fall apart. For the sake of family harmony, Chen Xing should at least learn a bit more. Go for it. Or let's do this. Chapter 42, The Confession Note. Alone I stand in the autumn chill, where river Xiang northwards flows, at Orange Islet's head. See myriad hills all clothed in red. Eagles cleave the air, fish glide in the limpid deep, under freezing sky a million creatures contend in freedom. Brooding over this immensity, I ask this boundless land, who masters nature's fate? While Chen Xing was reciting the poetry of history's most dashing man, Ma Wanya remained engrossed in the fantastical plot of Dragon Raja. Damn, Caesar's so cool, even giving away a Bugatti Veyron? Ma Wanya placed the Chinese textbook on the desk, propped Dragon Raja on his left thigh, tilted his head slightly, squinted his eyes, and intermittently muttered under his breath. It's just that the Dragon Raja is too thick and the Chinese textbook too small, making it impossible to openly place on the desk for reading. Suddenly, as if telepathically synchronized, the entire class simultaneously raised their reading volume. Chen Xing instinctively glanced toward the window. Head teacher Wu Yongxiang hadn't arrived yet. Instead, it was Chinese teacher Qian Heping who first descended upon the battlefield. Cough cough cough. Playing the role of an exemplary deskmate, Chen Xing immediately donned his consumptive persona upon seeing Qian Heping, erupting into exaggerated coughing fits. Having learned from numerous past mistakes, Ma Wanya instantly recognized their covert communication signal. He swiftly stashed the Dragon Tribe novel beneath the desk, propping it between his knees while using the desktop to conceal the contraband. Alone in autumn's chill. Ma Wanya suddenly belted out at the top of his lungs, his voice powerful enough to lift the roof tiles. Chen Xing's lips twitched. Those with a guilty conscience always read louder than anyone else. At least Qian Heping's age and poor eyesight worked in their favor. He didn't notice Ma Wanya's little act. When Qian Heping, still in his cloth shoes, paced to the back rows, he even nodded approvingly. This student certainly has enthusiasm. Qian Heping walked from the back row to the podium, then simply picked up a book and started reading as if no one else was around. Ma Wanya cursed his bad luck. Fortunately, being tall and long-legged made it easier for him to balance the book without straining too much. If it were someone with shorter legs, their limbs would have gone numb long before morning reading ended. Qian Heping stubbornly refused to leave voice chat, and with jungler Wu Yongxiang potentially ganking at any moment, Ma Wanya had no choice but to abandon his novel and drowsily stare at his textbook. Ma Wanya had a peculiar habit. The sleepier he got, the faster his leg jiggled. Earthquake? Chen Xing's desk started vibrating at an extreme frequency, leaving him utterly baffled until he spotted Ma Wanya's shaking leg. Then everything made sense. Stranger still, the earthquake spontaneously ceased just before the bell was about to ring for class dismissal. Ma Wanya quickly regained his composure and seized the 10-minute break to reopen his novel. Damn impressive. Chen Xing sighed in admiration, then chuckled softly as he recalled how similarly ravenous he'd been while reading Dragon Raja back in middle school. Every guy hates loser Lu Mingfei, because everyone has been that kind of loser at some point. Even though Jiangnan Old Thief is detestable, he truly understands teenage boys. The first class in the morning was physics, and many students were completely lost. The basic concept seemed simple, but when the physics teacher gave them a random problem, everyone got it wrong. Holy shit, I can't even tell the difference between stationary and moving objects. My worldview is shattered. After class, Zhang Xiao clutched his head with a pained expression. Same here. I knew physics was hard, but never imagined it'd be this difficult. I scored 86 out of 90 in the high school entrance exam, yet now I feel like a complete idiot, Wang Qingji sighed, shaking his head. Ma Wanya's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He'd instantly understood the problems just by glancing at them earlier and found them quite manageable. Listening to the two complain, he suddenly caught the scent of a perfect opportunity to show off. It's not that bad. Let me explain it to you. Guaranteed you'll get it right away. Kid, you're trying way too hard to show off. Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao turned their heads away simultaneously, chanting la 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 can't hear you like it was turtle scripture. They'd rather spend an hour figuring things out on their own than give Ma Wanya the satisfaction of showing off. Damn! Ma Wanya looked at Chen Xing. Young Master Chen, you need. I did it right. Chen Xing calmly put away his physics textbook and took out his English one. English class is next, and teacher Xie said there'll be a dictation last week. Are you ready? What? Dictation? Ma Wanya was startled, his pretentious thoughts instantly forgotten as he frantically pulled out his English textbook to cram. Unfortunately, the results weren't very promising. When English class ended and Xia Rui left the classroom clip-clopping with the collected dictation notebooks in her arms, Chen Xing could see the despair in Ma Wanya's eyes. I'm doomed, Chen Xing. Out of 20 words, I only knew one. You seem genuinely surprised that your dictation went poorly, Chen Xing said with surprise. So you're saying I have no self-awareness? I didn't say it, you said it yourself. With a final taunt, Chen Xing leaped right over Ma Wanya. Let's go, the homeroom teacher checks attendance during the break exercises. Second high's extended break lasts a full 25 minutes. Freshmen and sophomores can return to class after finishing the broadcast exercises, while the unlucky seniors don't do exercises but have to run 800 meters instead. This is also a major point of complaint among many students at number 2 high school. They don't make them run when studies are less intense in grades 10 and 11, but insist on it during the crucial, time-strapped final year of high school. Still going on about how running makes you more energetic. The furious high school senior roared, damn fucking principal, why don't you try getting just 5 or 6 hours of sleep every day, then sit on your ass for hours and see if you can still run without feeling exhausted. But complaints remain just complaints. The old-timers obediently followed through in the end. After all, they'd already made it to senior year. What was the point of making a fuss now? Mentally indulging in the imaginary feast of offerings stolen from the ancestral graves of school administrators, what a delightful thrill. Of course, Chen Xing was just a freshman in high school and had no intention of wasting his time speaking up for those senior-year-old fogies. After lazily completing the morning exercises, he headed straight to the school convenience store to grab some snacks and fill his belly. Can't help it, my inner pig comes out strong during growing years. Chen Xing, who's calling me? Chen Xing turned toward the voice and saw an unfamiliar female classmate smiling and waving at him. He was still wondering what her name was when the female classmate swiftly stuffed a folded note into his hand. Wow, Zhao Jingjing slipped you a secret note. Could it be a love confession? Ma Wanye approached from behind, his tone laced with equal parts envy and jealousy. What nonsense, I don't even know her. Chen Xing shook his head. Though he jokingly claimed to resemble Wu Yanzu every day, truth be told, he wasn't handsome enough to make girls fall for him after just 1 week of acquaintance. Hypocrite, are you going to humble brag next? Really not, whatever, can't be bothered to explain to you. Tossing the small note into his pocket without a second thought, Chen Xing headed toward the cafeteria. He bought 2 packs of dried fish and a bottle of Kobe drink, iced tea, while secretly reading the note a female classmate had slipped him on the way. It was a confession. Chen Xing felt a little flutter in his heart when receiving his first love note from a girl, though the excitement didn't last long before he folded the note shut. What can he do? He's shallow when it comes to looks, and that's just something he can't change. Sorry about that, Jingjing-chan. The note hadn't even been thrown in the trash yet when the system started acting up again. Ding! Chapter 43, The Favor of 100 Girls. Quest. Gain the favor of 100 girls, no time limit. Difficulty, 5 stars. Reward, 5 allocatable attribute points. Progress, 2 of 100. Chen Xing's paper-throwing movement halted abruptly, his brows knitting tightly together. Damn system, just say you don't want to give me rewards instead of issuing impossible missions. Look at this, is this something I can actually complete? Favor from 100 girls? Class 12 only has slightly over 20 female students. 100 girls would mean winning affection from 5 entire classes worth of girls. What kind of international joke is this? Do they really think I'm some Wu Yanzu level heartthrob? Besides, Wu Yanzu might not even be popular among these teenage girls nowadays. You'd need some Korean oppa to impress them. Before Chen Xing could finish cursing the damn system, he suddenly noticed another blind spot. What's going on with these progress percentages? Aside from the girl who just slipped him that note, could there possibly be others who also like him? Who has such good taste? Chen Xing puzzled over it but couldn't figure it out, and could only shake his head in bewilderment as he returned to the classroom. Just as he stepped into the classroom, Zhao Jingjing, who had been waiting for him, immediately turned her gaze toward him, her heart full of anticipation. But when she met Chen Xing's slightly apologetic smile, she instantly understood his meaning and lowered her head again. But she only felt dejected for a little while before bouncing back, turning her head to whisper something to her deskmate. Unlike the children from rural towns, Zhao Jingjing was born into a comfortably well-off family in Huaicheng. Frank and forthright by nature, she loved and hated freely, which was why she had confessed to Chen Xing so soon after the semester began. In her philosophy, my liking you is a blessing, and being rejected wasn't any cause for embarrassment. Even if confessed feelings were unrequited, at least the other person would know that among 6 billion people in this world, someone had once cherished them with all their heart. No matter how much hardship Chen Xing might face in the future, wouldn't remembering her bold, unreserved affection warm his heart a little? This bewildering taste of youth is precisely the root of both love and hate, something that need not be attained, for sometimes it's the lingering regrets that make one savor it all the more. Zhao Jingjing's unexpected confession was just a minor episode in Chen Xing's high school life, a fleeting breeze that briefly relieved the monotony of study before vanishing without a trace. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye, and Class 12 faced their first major challenge. All subjects had reached their initial checkpoints. Mathematics, physics, and other science subjects had finished their first chapters, while Chinese and English were even more unforgiving, ready to spring tests on students at any moment. They had only held back to synchronize with the other subjects. Thus, the merciless, brutal exam week descended. Homeroom teacher and math instructor Wu Yongxiang struck first, marching into the classroom early in the morning with a stack of test papers. He stood at the lectern, scanning the classroom with a sharp, stern gaze. Listen up for the exam, spread out your desks. No whispering, looking around, or any funny business during the test. If I catch you, you'll be standing through all future classes. At the front of the room, Wang Qingji clenched his fists so tightly his soul seemed to tremble. Is it finally happening? Damn it, there's no escaping this. Although he had known this day of exams would come, when the math test paper was placed before him, it still felt like a bolt from the blue. The Chunibu teenager Shang Qiming was uttering the same lines. Has the moment finally arrived? It's time for these insignificant mortals to realize that Class 12 also possesses a supreme mathematical deity. All my efforts, all my dedication can finally unleash their true worth. His eyes glittered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Even as the test papers were still being distributed, he had already detected the hidden trap in the first multiple-choice question and pinpointed the correct answer with surgical precision. A subtle smirk curled his lips. Mathematics? Is that all? Sitting in the last row, Chen Xing remained perfectly calm. His intelligence had always been his most standout attribute from the beginning. Combined with the extra hours he devoted to self-studying math and English, he saw no reason to panic. He paid attention in class and completed his assignments diligently. Since perfection wasn't the goal, what was there to fuss about? Beside him, Ma Wanye waggled his eyebrows conspiratorially and whispered behind his hand, just tap the desk if you get stuck, young Master Chen. I'll slide my test paper your way. Scram, I'm honest and trustworthy, never cheat. Chen Xing refused outright. System, then what am I? Chen Xing, you're an auxiliary system, that doesn't count as cheating. If others had one, they could use it too. System, alright, that's fair enough. As the math exam concluded, the entire Class 12 sat flushed and dumbstruck, clearly unprepared for the difficulty level of high school examinations. However, the math test was merely the beginning. During afternoon break, physics teacher Chang Dishing arrived 5 minutes early. So, about the exam. The students gaped in disbelief. What? An exam in just one class period? Half of its recess time. 50 minutes is plenty for a physics test, Chang Dishing said with a chuckle. Damn it! I saw just one class on the schedule and got my hopes up, only to get hit with an exam. Chang Dishing, you've got those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how could you pull this dirty trick? Physics is already my Achilles heel, and you couldn't care less, teach. The students began whispering among themselves. Quiet, everyone. This test isn't difficult. Let's not waste time, spread out your desks and prepare for the exam. Sigh. Then came the Chinese exam, English exam, chemistry exam, one after another like a relentless combo punch, dealing a heavy blow to Class 12 students. With the biology teacher swapping classes for an exam during Wednesday evening self-study, all subjects had finally completed their testing. The nightmare of these past few days, we don't have to take any more exams now. The bell rang, and a student shouted loudly. Fuck, don't compare answers with me, let me recover for a night. Wang Qingji repeatedly waved his hands as he shook off Ma Wanye, who was chuckling incessantly. This guy was up to no good, always finding people to compare answers with, riding high on his strengths in math and physics. Ma Wanye looked at Zhang Xiao, who retorted defiantly, bring it on, let's take each other down. You challenge me in math, and I'll challenge you in English. Boring. I'm hungry, gonna grab some midnight snacks. Ma Wanye wiped the smile off his face and prepared to make a quick getaway. Behind them, Chen Xing and the two boys in front were laughing uproariously together. On the other side, the girls' group was also chatting about the exams. Ah, math is so hard. Ah, physics is so hard. Ah, Why is everything so difficult? Xiao Xiao, how did you do on this test? I didn't even dare check answers with anyone. I'm definitely screwed for every subject except Chinese. Fang Xinyi overheard the classic post-exam lament from the girl beside her, paling as she regretted not studying hard during the first month of school. Ruan Xiaoxiao actually thought she'd performed decently, but saying so now would clearly demoralize her deskmate. Instead, she offered warmth. This exam won't count toward our final grades, just treat it as a minor quiz. Work harder before midterms and you'll be fine. Aha! Fang Xinyi nodded repeatedly. What she needed most right now was someone to tell her it was okay that she didn't do well on the test. Chapter 44, Pride Comes Before a Fall. After school, Chen Xing finished running 5 kilometers on the playground and realized he had completed the stamina main quest once again. Silently in his heart, he willed the panel to open. A translucent attribute panel unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chen Xing. Charm, 71. Intelligence, 73. Stamina 6-7. Wealth 8. Locked. Added 2 points to stamina and 1 point to intelligence this month. Quite a productive haul. Muttering the future looks promising under his breath, sweat-drenched Chen Xing grabbed his backpack from under the tree and headed home. The dim yellow kitchen light was still on. No need to guess, Zhao Qin was surely reheating dinner for Chen Xing again. If there were ever a woman in this world who would treat you unconditionally well, there's only one, your dear mother. And precisely because Chen Xing had a mother who loved him, he could sneer at feminism without ever actively siding with the men's rights movement either. Hey, where did this bicycle come from? Chen Xing hadn't noticed it earlier in the darkness, but as he approached the landlord's yard, he spotted a white mountain bike parked beside his rental unit. Could it be? Just as hope began blooming in Chen Xing's heart, Zhao Qin emerged from the kitchen and brought up the subject. Your dad bought you a new bicycle. She hadn't even taken off her apron yet, crossing her arms with a hint of disdain as she spoke. Why are bicycles for students so expensive these days? They casually cost over 1,000 yuan. I told your dad to buy an electric bike, but he insisted a bicycle is better for exercising. Chen Xing's face lit up with a smile as he caressed his brand new bike. Although Zhao Qin always complained about not wanting to buy it for him, her actions betrayed her true feelings. He knew perfectly well that his mother held the financial reins in the family. Without Zhao Qin's approval, could Chen Duong have possibly gotten this bike? That's one handsome bike. I'm gonna take it for a spin. No matter what type it is, a man's passion for vehicles never changes. Chen Xing was already swinging his leg over the seat as he spoke. Zhao Qin stopped him immediately, scolding. It's late now, what are you trying? Go get dinner first. Do you think the bike will run away by morning? Fair point, mother dearest. Having gotten his way, Chen Xing would behave properly for a while without any rebellion, obediently washing his hands and eating his meal. In the neighboring rental unit, senior high school student Jiang Song watched this scene with envy. Not only did he have to share a room with his mother, but even the bicycle he rode was secondhand. Forget it, everything will get better once I get into university. People fear comparison. Jiang Song felt a slight pang of loss in his heart, but soon he drowned himself again in the sea of exam questions. A single pen is enough to break the barrenness of a home's 4 walls. The next day, Chen Xing rode his new bike to school. Number 2 high school had its own parking lot to the west, but Chen Xing's home was in the east, so he followed others by parking it on the roadside. In the classroom, someone had copied the English answers onto the blackboard. Every student who entered shuddered at the sight, then pulled out their test papers with a mix of worry and anticipation to compare them with the answers. Is this answer wrong? How did I get so many incorrect? A classmate stared at their English test paper covered with more red crosses than checks, sinking into deep thought. It's over. Out of the first 125 points, I only got 60. I actually failed. Others were in the same boat, brows furrowed, covering their faces while muttering it's over under their breath. Only one person's eyes grew brighter while checking the answers. Ma Wanya felt today was his lucky day. Full marks in listening. Full marks in reading. Perfect score on the closed test too? Holy shit, I got full marks. Didn't even need to write the essay for 100 points. Count me in for the 125-point club. Movie night is definitely happening. Ma Wanya yelled excitedly from his chair, oblivious to the fact that his front-row classmates Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao were laughing so hard they looked ready to explode. Don't laugh. We're professionals. We never laugh no matter what happens, unless we can't help it, Wang Qingji whispered to Zhang Xiao, covering his mouth. Zhang Xiao nodded. Wang Qingji suppressed his urge to burst into laughter for a moment before turning back with feigned surprise. Brother Ma, you got them all right? No way. I saw most others got quite a few wrong. My English skills aren't great, but I've got better luck than them. Ma Wanya, knowing his own limitations, could only attribute his miraculous results to sheer luck. Damn impressive. Wang Qingji gave a thumbs up, but when he saw Ma Wanya looking like Fan Jin passing the imperial exam, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Ma Wanya asked in confusion. And nothing. Hey, Chen Xing's here. Wang Qingji spotted Chen Xing entering through the back door and said while suppressing laughter, Chen Xing, check the English answers on the blackboard for us. Manhwa actually got all the multiple choice questions right this time. All correct? Chen Xing scoffed inwardly. Manhwa's language skills were about as developed as Friday the Savage from Robinson Crusoe. If he could get all the answers right, then pigs might fly. Without even looking at the answers on the blackboard, Chen Xing already knew what was going on. He patted Manhwa's shoulder and said, "You dumbass, those answers on the blackboard were copied from your test paper." That single sentence shocked Manhwa into sudden clarity. Right? How could anyone get so lucky as to ace all multiple choice questions? He'd basically been guessing at random, so the probability of getting everything right would be some power of 25%. Someone was screwing with him like he was an idiot. Manhwa glared at Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao with fury. "You damn bastards, was it you two?" Seeing that their prank had been exposed, Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao abandoned all pretenses and burst into laughter. Manhwa's momentary joy turned into anger as he jumped up, ready to bash both of them to death. "Run!" Wang Qingji, sitting near the aisle, shouted and slipped away, leaving poor Zhang Xiao in the lurch. Trapped in his inner seat, Zhang was caught by Manhwa and rubbed against the desk. Sorry. Pressed beneath, Zhang Xiao laughed so hard he was nearly out of breath. Luckily, Chen Xing stepped in to rescue him. "Master Ma, you'd better erase the answers on the blackboard first, or soon everyone will know your test score." Manhwa thought it made sense and gave Zhang Xiao's but a hearty slap before releasing him, then hurried up to the podium to erase the answers. Meanwhile, Wang Qingji, who had run off to the other side, was still showing off outside the window, proudly recounting his great achievement to his classmates inside. Soon, everyone understood what had happened. After a collective sigh of relief, they turned their laughter toward Manhwa. "Damn it, kid, see if you dare not come back to your seat when class starts later." "Ha, not gonna reply." Wang Qingji was making funny faces outside, filling the classroom with cheerful energy. As everyone knows, extreme joy often invites sorrow. Unbeknownst to anyone, a grim-faced bald man had suddenly appeared behind Wang Qingji. Homeroom teacher Wu Yongxian had arrived early to inspect the classroom. Wang Qingji was no fool. When classmates around him abruptly wiped the grins off their faces and buried their noses in textbooks pretending to study, he knew he was doomed. With a pained expression, he turned to meet the lethal glare of Wu Yongxian. At this moment, he'd rather be dragged back to his seat and tormented by Manhwa than shudder under Wu Yongxian's gaze. Wu Yongxian pulled out a stack of test papers from behind his back and muttered coldly, "Wang Qingji, did you do exceptionally well on your math exam? Chapter 45 Who's the Math Champion? Wang Qingji, did you score well in math?" Wu Yongxian's voice wasn't loud, even carrying a hint of hoarseness, yet it nearly made Wang Qingji burst into tears. People really shouldn't get too cocky sometimes. You'll get what's coming to you. In the classroom, Manhwa, who had just been flushed with anger, now just wanted to shout at the sky. "I want to howl. I want to howl. Wang Qingji, you bastard, you're finally arrested." This is the first time Wu Yongxian's face has ever looked so kind and pleasant. Probably because he did something that was deeply satisfying to everyone. Not long after, Wu Yongxian came in, but Wang Qingji didn't. He was currently acting as Class 12 security guard, standing guard at the entrance, a task assigned by Wu Yongxian. Only, in his hand, he was clutching a test paper that Wu Yongxian had dug up, with two glaring red numbers written on it. 79. No wonder Wu Yongxian said that. "I actually failed." Wang Qingji's face was ashen as he recalled Wu Yongxian's warning that if he failed the next exam again, his parents would be called. With Wu Yongxian's lesson to Wang Qingji serving as a buffer, everyone turned into perfect little angels before the test papers were even handed out. "Don't cause trouble, but fear trouble, please spare me." Running a hand over his gleaming bald head, Wu Yongxian wasted no words and began calling out grades before morning reading. Yao Jun, 86 points. Class monitor Yao Jun was the first name called. His face flushed crimson upon hearing his score, and as he collected his test paper, Wu Yongxian delivered a pointed remark, "Didn't pass, huh? I must have let the homeroom teacher down." Yao Jun's heart was tormented with anguish. Wu Yongxian was indeed a little displeased, thinking that he shouldn't have so readily handed over the position of class monitor to Yao Jun at the start of the school year. After all, as a class leader, and the top one at that, if you can't boast the best grades in the class, you should at least rank above average. Otherwise, how could you possibly set an example? Give him one more chance, or we'll have to find someone else. Wu Yongxian's eyes flickered slightly as he silently contemplated. Zhang Xiao, 95. Huang Zichen, 103. Feng Sini, 91. I passed? Feng Sini bit her hand in disbelief, taking the test paper and examining it left and right, her face beaming with joy. Ruan Xiaoxiao, 107. After all, Class 12 was an ordinary class, and most students scored around 90 or 100. Ruan Xiaoxiao's score was the highest Wu Yongxian had announced so far. Impressive, Xiaoxiao. Feng Sini had scored better than expected and, in her happiness, chattered away as usual. Let me see your test paper. Ruan Xiaoxiao had wanted to review her mistakes herself, but since Feng Sini snatched the paper away, she could only smile indulgently. Zhao Jingjing, 92 points. Shang Qiming appeared calm below the stage, but inside he was burning with impatience. Why hadn't Wu Yongxiang announced his score yet? Every second earlier it was announced meant an extra second for him to bask in public admiration. Shang Qiming, 134. Hearing this score, the entire class turned their eyes toward the usually inconspicuous Shang Qiming, silently labeling him as an academic prodigy. Awesome! This feels amazing. Shang Qiming even pretended not to hear, making Wu Yongxiang announce his score once more, before slowly rising to his feet and walking to the podium to receive his badge of honor. 134 points? That's a bit careless, you should have gotten 140. Wu Yongxiang handed him the test paper with a nod and said, "You did well." "Well, are you being tsundere too, teach?" Shang Qiming took the test paper and adjusted his glasses as he asked, "Teacher, did I get the highest score in class?" More than half the scores had been read out. With only one person breaking 120 points, his 134 was absolutely crushing. But he had to ask, he needed Wu Yongxiang to personally acknowledge his dominance in mathematics. No. Wu Yongxiang seemed momentarily surprised before giving an unexpected answer. And no? Shang Qiming was thunderstruck, shakily returning to his seat while the words "not you" kept echoing in his ears. Who else? What other genius is hiding in our class? Some students craned their necks curiously, looking left and right. Ma Wanya, 148 points. Wu Yongxiang ignored the commotion below and continued reading out the scores. Wow. Damn, that's insane. He scored that high? That's inhuman, absolutely inhuman. The sound of a chair scraping back echoed as Ma Wanya swaggered with exaggerated flair, tossing his stubbornly unshakable short hair, striding confidently toward the podium, muttering under his breath, "Such an easy paper and I still didn't get full marks. Maybe I forgot to write the units." So irritating. Everyone knew he was showing off, but there was nothing they could do. Even Wu Yongxiang just chuckled good-naturedly. Yang Jun, 106 points. Chen Xing, 141 points. Two prodigies in one class. Another score above 140 points. Fortunately, thanks to Ma Wanya's 148-point high score setting the precedent, Chen Xing's result only caused a minor stir. "Boys are really amazing at math," Feng Sini remarked with admiration, resting her chin on her hands. Ruan Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shimmered as she responded softly, "It has nothing to do with gender. They must just study harder than us and solve more practice problems." How could that be? Shang Qiming was screaming in his heart. He had originally assumed it was just someone who happened to score 1 or 2 points higher than him. With his 134 points, wasn't he at least the runner-up if not the top scorer? Now looking back, I was nothing but a clown, a stepping stone for others. Ma Wanya, what kind of freak is this guy? Never seen him study seriously, yet he scored 148? And that Chen Xing, coming in late every single day, just in the mornings alone. I study an hour more than he does. How on earth did he score a 141? Why? Shang Qiming couldn't figure it out until he heard people chatting behind him. Math was complete garbage. No idea how the other subjects went, one boy said. Same here, but I doubt I did any better in other subjects, another boy sighed. Other subjects. Right, there are other subjects too. Shang Qiming's slightly hunched posture straightened up again, and the light returned to his eyes. There's still a chance. Chen Xing and Ma Wanya can't possibly be that good at all subjects, otherwise, why would they still be in the regular class? They're obviously specialized geniuses. The more he analyzed it, the more logical it seemed. I'm well-rounded in Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology, a true all-rounder. Why get discouraged just because of one subject? A real champion masters all 6 subjects. Total scores are what truly matter. That thing called confidence began coalescing once more within Shang Qiming. In stark contrast to Shang Qiming's battle-ready tension, the back-row duo of Ma Wanya and Chen Xing were cheerfully bickering with laughter ringing between them. Not bad there, Comrade Chen. Keep pushing and soon you'll be breathing my exhaust fumes, Wang Yama said with a grin. Chen Xing was reviewing his mistakes. The content of the first math chapter wasn't particularly difficult, only the final multiple-choice question had stumped him, while the other 4 points were lost due to calculation errors in the longer problems. Showing off? I'll make you soar through the air. Having identified the reasons for his mistakes, Chen Xing sneered coldly. Impudence! Who gave you permission to speak like that to the top math student in the class? Because it's English morning reading soon, I expect the English test papers will be handed out as well. Is that so? Then never mind. Ma Wanya softened just for the moment. Anyway, he'd wait until the physics grades came out before getting tough again. Chen Xing chuckled darkly. Nothing like a bit of Western influence to put this kid in his place. Chapter 46, here to wreck the competition. With the math grades just released, no one had the slightest inclination to recite English vocabulary during morning reading. Instead, they seized the opportunity while the teachers were absent to whisper among themselves. Ma Wanya and Chen Xing's academic performance became hot topics of discussion among many. As for Shang Qiming, very few people actually paid attention to him. After all, everyone knows Mount Everest is the world's highest peak, and some may know K2 ranks second, but hardly anyone could name the third highest mountain, and no one truly understands how crushing this lack of attention was for a Chinibu teen desperate for the spotlight. Shang Qiming's mind wandered during study time for the first time, his heart tormented as he awaited the arrival of the English teacher. Tap tap tap. A pair of exquisite black high heels appeared before anyone noticed the teacher herself. Unlike other teachers who had to carry stacks of test papers, English teacher Xia Rui only needed to hold a small bundle of answer sheets. Your scores are out. Xia Rui shook the answer sheet in her hand, her youthful doll-like face wearing an inscrutable smile. Teacher, just announce the scores outright, give it to us straight. Since Xia Rui had an eccentric, whimsical personality and had already grown quite familiar with everyone over the past month, a bold male student immediately shouted out. Don't rush it. The teacher has OCD, they have to announce the scores from lowest to highest, Xia Rui said, then flashed a teasing grin at the boy who had spoken earlier. But Su Zian, you probably won't have to wait long. Yours should be coming up soon. Su Zian's smile froze. He likes counting from low scores up, soon enough it'll be his turn. Teacher, you might as well just say I ranked last. No need to beat around the bush. After teasing the junior boy, Xia Rui placed the answer sheet on the table, pulled over a chair from the side, sat down with her legs crossed, and began the main event. The first one is, Ma Wangye, 65 points. Ma Wangye, him again. Double first place in both math and English, but this time, it's counting down. Everyone burst into laughter, and Shang Qiming was already popping champagne in his mind. Just as he expected. Ma Wangye and Chen Xing were nothing more than the legendary specialized warriors, completely useless in other subjects. The throne of first place still belongs to him. The strongest man in class 12, Shang Qiming. Ma Wangye scratched his head sheepishly as he scooted from his seat to the podium, bowing his head to await Xia Rui's verdict. You're quite something, aren't you? I heard you topped the class in math, yet scored dead last in English. Is it because I've been unkind to you? Got some grudge against me, Xia Rui bent down to meet Ma Wangye's downcast eyes, but he was already on the verge of cracking. He had expected his English score to be low, but not this low. Especially recalling how Wang Qingji had copied his answers on the blackboard that morning, nearly making everyone think English would be their Waterloo, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chuckling? Xia Rui narrowed her eyes, mentally sentencing this little troublemaker to death. No, teacher. It's just that I naturally have smiling lips, Ma Wangye quickly explained. Unfortunately, his trembling apple cheeks betrayed his true feelings. Please come to the office with me after class. You may return to your seat now, Xia Rui said. Ma Wangye smiled bitterly. Yes, teacher. Before he could return to his seat, Xia Rui resumed announcing the scores. Yan Wen, 76. Tian Wenjie, 79. As the score slowly reached the 90 to 100 range, Shang Qiming noticed Chen Xing's name still hadn't been called, and couldn't help feeling vigilant. Passing English too, huh? Interesting. But I'm a man who scores above 125. Shang Qiming said confidently, having already checked his answers. Zhao Jingjing, 109. What? She actually scored over 110? Shang Qiming's heart sank. Even if his English was better than Chen Xing's, it seemed their combined scores in math and English still fell short. An archenemy, huh? Damn it. Soon, the stack of answer sheets in Xia Rui's hands dwindled to just a few. With a smile, she said, the moment of truth has arrived. Will we have more than 5 students scoring above 125 this time? Fang Xini noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao hadn't received her answer sheet yet and began glancing around to find other classmates whose names hadn't been called. Do you have an answer sheet? I have one. What about you? I don't think I heard your name called. The fourth one was me. Maybe they announced it too early and you forgot. Just like the host of I Am a Singer, Xia Rui kept her classmates in suspense as she slowly announced, Zhou Xian, 126. A cute short-haired girl shyly stood up to retrieve her answer sheet. Cui Jun, 126. They actually had the same score. Reaching a score above 125 makes each additional point extremely difficult to achieve, so this situation isn't surprising. Shang Qiming sat in his seat with a darkened expression, unsure of what to say. Although his name hadn't been called out, neither had Chen Xing's. Shang Qiming, 128 points. What a shame, you were so close to 130. Keep working hard for next time. Xia Rui smiled. Forcing a smile, Shang Qiming felt like crying but had no tears left to shed. The worst-case scenario had come true. His English was no match for Chen Xing's either. On the podium, Xia Rui looked at Chen Xing's answer sheet, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. Well, who would have thought this kid? Clearing her throat, she announced, Chen Xing, 131 points. Getting up and walking to the podium to retrieve his answer sheet, Chen Xing found himself under the collective gaze of the entire class. Academic excellence was undeniably one of the most respected traits in school. After all, learning was what everyone was steeped in the most. Chen Xing had long had a rough idea of his grades, so he wasn't particularly surprised. After sitting back down, he simply raised an eyebrow at Ma Wangya. If you suck, practice more. Barking like a dog? Let's compete in physics then. Ma Wangya refused to back down. Can your physics score even be 66 points higher than mine? Damn it. Then Xia Rui spoke again. There's one more answer sheet. Exactly 5 students scored above 125. Ruan Xiaoxiao, 139 points. She smiled warmly at the lovely girl approaching and said proudly, as expected of the class representative I chose. You really make me proud. All the students received their answer sheets, and Xia Rui didn't go back on her word. Instead of going over the test papers, she pushed aside the blackboard and started playing a movie. Long live the teacher. Awesome. Whether their grades were good or bad, at this moment everyone forgot everything, squeezing out every second of joy they could. That was the high schooler's philosophy. Of course, there were a rare few in no mood for such revelry, like Shang Qiming. Head bowed, he'd abandoned all traces of his former arrogance. Even with 4 subjects' results still unreleased, he wouldn't dare claim guaranteed victory over Chen Xing now. Dominating both arts and sciences? Since when does a prodigy of his caliber come slumming in our mediocre little school? Absolutely shameless. Shang Qiming couldn't help but complain. He didn't believe Chen Xing had given his full potential in the high school entrance exam. Chapter 47, The Omniscient Wu Xin. Chinese, Math, English, Physics, Chemistry, Biology. All 6 subject grades were fully announced by Friday. Chen Xing's high school performance was somewhat ideal. Although most subjects only tested the simplest first chapter content rather than comprehensive exams, considering the average level of regular classes, Chen Xing's results still spoke volumes. Chinese, 105 points. Mathematics, 141 points. English, 131 points. Physics, 79 points. Chemistry, 82 points. Biology, 83 points. Although Wu Yongxiang didn't mention calculating the total score this time, with 621 points, Chen Xing would undoubtedly rank at least top 3 in class barring any surprises, and most likely first place. Chen Xing immediately realized how crucial the system-mandated 2-hour self-study sessions were. Among classmates who had just entered high school and were still being pushed by parents and teachers to study, he went from being slightly below average in the entrance exam to topping his class within just 1 month. Of course, this was also inseparable from his 73 intelligence points. Since 60 represents an average person's level, his 73 could truly be considered high intelligence. Coupled with the fact that high school coursework was completely different from junior high material, this allowed him to successfully reinforce his foundations and achieve high scores. If studying could yield such remarkable results, that would be truly impressive. Chen Xing thought to himself. By noon, before he could even boast about it himself, classmates who enjoyed collecting and compiling everyone's scores were astonished to discover his total score was a full 20 points higher than the second-place student. Wu Xin, who fancied himself the class know-it-all, handwritten a ranking list and proceeded to spread it around everywhere. Top student. Absolutely a top student. Wu Xian's own grades barely ranked outside the top 20 in class, yet he bragged about Chen Xing's scores as if they were his own. Shang Qiming, who came in second, only got 601 points. Chen Xing outscored him by like a whole tier and a half. A nearby classmate curiously asked, why exactly a tier and a half? Ah, whatever, don't overthink it, just a turn of phrase. Let's check who got third place. Wu Xinyue became increasingly animated as he spoke, even planting one foot on someone else's chair while gesturing wildly with both hands, as if directing traffic. Alright, there's also this eccentric Ma Wangya, even sharper than Chen Xing in math and physics, but couldn't break 150 combined in English and Chinese. He's definitely unique, just a bit too unbalanced academically. Everyone chuckled. Suddenly appearing with a toothy grin, Ma Wangya chimed in, don't roast me like this. It's not that I'm not trying in English and Chinese, I just happen to allocate all my talent points to STEM subjects, okay? So you're putting effort into reading novels, huh? Wang Qingji mocked from behind. Ma Wangya, who had finished reading Dragon Raja 1 and 2 in just 1 month, was in a foul mood. His favorite characters, Lao Tang and Xiaomi the little dragon girl, had both been killed off by the damnable author Jiang Nan. Wang Qingji had touched a nerve, so Ma immediately sought out his opponent's weak spot. Glancing at Wu Xian's paper, Ma Wangya noticed his own 21st place ranking comfortably exceeded Wang Qingji's 27th position. With a sly grin, he retorted, Wang Qingji, how dare you laugh at me? You're so bad even Grandpa here could thrash you in English and Chinese while giving you a several dozen point handicap. That's not a thrashing when you're only 9 points ahead, you shameless bastard, Wang Qingji retorted indignantly. Stop barking, just tell me who's taller. Let's compete again during the midterms. I was just warming up this time. Looks like you didn't do well in the midterms either. Does talking make it possible or not? You're all talk right now, aren't you? Amidst their bickering, the two stepped away from the crowd surrounding Wu Xian when a classmate suddenly remembered something and asked him, how about the other exam results? Do you know, Wu Xian? This remark instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Even as an ordinary disciple in a mediocre sect, everyone was always eager to compare the masters of their own sect with those of others. Yeah, I heard class 11 and several other classes recently had exams. Wu Xin smiled confidently and slowly responded, actually, I do know a bit of inside information on this. A middle school classmate of mine in class 11 told me their highest total score didn't even reach 600 points. Are the test papers the same? They're identical, all uniformly distributed by the school to each class. Oh, I'm referring to the standard track classes here. The Olympiad class has already covered nearly half of compulsory Module 1, so their progress differs from ours. Hearing this, no one said anything. There was a silent consensus that the Olympiad class was inherently more special than the regular ones. They were the elite disciples of number 2 high school, untouchable by ordinary students. Chen Xing's grade should be competitive enough for the Olympiad class, right? After some thought, Wu Xin shook his head and said, all the students in the Olympiad class are absolute beasts. This exam wasn't actually that difficult, and the inflated scores don't reflect real ability. If we're comparing honestly, Chen Xing would probably rank at the very bottom of their class. Hiss. The group collectively gasped as they each mentally calculated their own scores. If they went up against an Olympiad class student, they'd probably get obliterated without a trace left, right? Finished talking? Get the hell out of here. Who said you could step on my chair? Wu Xin, who had been enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by people, was suddenly shoved so hard he nearly fell. Turning around, he saw it was none other than class monitor Yao Jun. Turns out, this was his chair. Sorry about that, monitor. Let me wipe it clean for you. Knowing he was clearly in the wrong, Wu Xin sheepishly tried to clean the chair with his sleeve, apology written all over his face. Who asked you to wipe it? You're just making it dirtier. Yao Jun pushed Wu Xin away again with a darkened expression, his tone distinctly unfriendly. Class monitor, are you upset? Wu Xin noticed something was off and softly voiced his observation. None of your damn business. Alright. As an old hand, Wu Xin had no intention of getting into any conflict with Yao Jun. He let out a nervous laugh and quickly made himself scarce. Seeing this, the others also dispersed. Chen Xing, who had been the subject of gossip for some time, wasn't in the classroom. He had gone to Xia Rui's office. As soon as he stepped into the office, a cool breeze greeted him. Chen Xing couldn't help but think how nice it was to be a teacher, air conditioning still running even in October. Xia Rui, currently free from class commitments, was binge-watching a drama on her phone when Chen Xing's sudden cough startled her. Watching the usually imposing English teacher get startled, Chen Xing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Xing, what are you doing here? Xia Rui flushed crimson. This was an outright reversal of roles. She had never managed to scare Chen Xing before, yet here she was frightened by him instead. You noble creatures forget easily. The phone, teacher. Surely you haven't forgotten? Chen Xing spread his hands with an innocent expression. Only then did Xia Rui recall the bet they'd made during the first week of school. Oomph, so impatient? All your thoughts are on that phone, aren't they? Well, wouldn't the bad girl be thinking about going back on her word? Chen Xing blinked. Teacher Xia, you can't just make things up. I've been studying diligently every day. Lately, I wanted to learn some things online in advance, but I don't even have a phone. It's really killing my motivation to study. Nice try with the nonsense. Don't worry, I don't want your phone. Xia Rui burst into laughter, then bent down to retrieve Chen Xing's phone from the nearby drawer and handed it to him. Chen Xing's face brightened with joy. My royal iPhone 13 Pro. Online forums, your emperor has returned. Chapter 48 Broad Beans. Xia Rui looked at the beaming Chen Xing and warned, I'd given you the phone and didn't report it to your homeroom teacher, but don't you dare mess up your midterm exams. Otherwise, I'll be in serious trouble. Wu Yong, as the homeroom teacher of class 12, didn't openly mention calculating total scores, but secretly made his rounds through several teachers' offices under the pretense of casual chats, quietly checking everyone's grades for each subject. And since Chen Xing ranked near the top in almost every subject, Wu Yong clearly knew who the class's prized panda was. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Chen Xing promised, thumping his chest. With a smirk, he added, even if my other subjects slip, I'll fight tooth and nail to keep my English scores up. You've got some sense, kid. Xia Rui beamed with delight, grabbing a pack of broad beans from the table to share with Chen Xing. Do I have to? Chen Xing said with a pained expression. If you're gonna give some, give them properly. What's the point of dumping them in my hand like trash? He didn't want dirty hands. No way. You'll take what I give you. Xia Rui glared at him aggressively. Succumbing to her domineering attitude, Chen Xing fell silent. He watched as Xia Rui poured half a bag of broad beans into his palm, then nodded in satisfaction with a smile, saying, Don't you dare drop them. Okay. Chen Xing turned and ran, afraid Xia Rui might come up with some new idea. Hey, don't forget to share some of those broad beans with my class rep. Xia Rui yelled after him with a laugh. Like hell I'll share. Keep dreaming. Chen Xing scoffed dismissively. Even if he'd rejected others, he'd have to accept yours. Who besides that undiscerning glutton Ma Wanye would take something that's already been handled? Miss Ruan Xiaoxiao was from a well-to-do family. One glance told you she was fastidious. As if reading his mind, Xia Rui called after him again. Next time Ruan Xiaoxiao brings the homework, I'll ask her. If you haven't given it to her, you're dead. Damn it! Chen Xing turned around in disbelief, catching the sly smile Xia Rui hastily tried to conceal. He knew this troublemaker woman was definitely up to something. So petty. It wasn't like Chen Xing had intentionally scared her. Back in the classroom, Chen Xing gazed at Ruan Xiaoxiao sitting quietly at her desk. She was troubled by a wrong answer on a physics problem, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed, occasionally poking her cheek with a ballpoint pen. Her delicate egg-white face bore round indents from the pen, which instantly vanished when she lifted it, restoring her flawless porcelain complexion. Quite adorable indeed. Chen Xing smiled inwardly as he approached her. Xiaoxiao was so engrossed in solving the problem that she completely missed Chen Xing's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. The desk was quickly tapped several times. 3 short, no long. Ruan Xiaoxiao raised her head with a docile expression, her clear eyes brimming with naive confusion. Just another girl tortured by physics. Poor kid, have some snacks to replenish your brain. Here, the English teacher asked me to give this to you, Chen Xing said with a grin, not daring to defy the dreaded woman's order, because Xia Rui genuinely seemed like the type who'd ask Ruan Xiaoxiao whether he'd delivered the broad beans or not. Give it to me? Yeah, Teacher Xia said this is the reward for being in the top 2 in English. Both of us got 73 points. What a peculiar reward. Ruan Xiaoxiao wore a silly, adorable expression as she carefully picked one broad bean from the pile Chen Xing was cupping in both hands. 1 piece is enough for me. How did you grow so big without liking to eat? Born with talent? Chen Xing gave her a strange look and said helplessly, take some more, or Teacher Xia will accuse me of embezzling. Ruan Xiaoxiao wasn't good at refusing others. When Chen Xing insisted, she obediently took a few more pieces. The spicy flavor was actually quite tasty. Returning from the restroom, Fang Sini saw the scene and started making exaggerated wow sounds. Chen Xing, did you come all this way just to bring snacks for my Xiaoxiao? Don't make it weird, it's just the teacher's assignment. Chen Xing glanced at her. Want some? Of course. Let me try one and see if I can rub off some of your academic genius vibes, Fang Sini teased with a playful smile. What genius? The real geniuses are all in the Olympiad class. You're amazing to us, no need to be overly modest, young man. Chen Xing smiled helplessly and said, don't take them one by one, just grab however many you want at once, alright? Are you using me as a serving tray now? Hee, I don't want to get my hands dirty. You're already dirty anyway, so it's fine if you work a little harder. Fang Sini then glanced at Ruan Xiaoxiao, don't you think so? Sini, give him a break, class is about to start. Oh wow, such thoughtfulness from Xiaoxiao. If I were Chen Xing, I'd definitely fall for you. Don't talk nonsense. Ruan Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed as she shot a glare at her outspoken deskmate. Having teased Ruan Xiaoxiao, Fang Sini turned around and grabbed a handful of broad beans. Thanks, these beans are really tasty. Watch out for farts, Chen Xing said with a raised eyebrow. Go away, fairies don't fart. Chen Xing grinned, fairies drink too, yet you're here taking my broad beans. Fang Sini took half a step back, instantly switching to food guarding mode. No way. Just joking. I couldn't finish it all by myself anyway. Now there's only a handful left. Chen Xing poured all the broad beans onto one palm, then used 2 fingers from his other hand to try grabbing a tissue to wipe them clean. Can't reach. This is where the downside of having deep pant pockets becomes apparent. Never mind, licking them clean will do. Chen Xing stopped struggling and walked toward his seat. Wait. Chen Xing turned back to see Ruan Xiaoxiao handing him a packet of scented tissues, their fragrance quite pleasant. Got it? Is this how the wealthy heiress spends? A single pack of tissues could have bought Ma Wangye's worthless life. Chen Xing was slightly startled, then took 2 sheets with thanks. You're welcome. Ruan Xiaoxiao gave a sweet smile. Fang Sini, playing the role of an avid romance connoisseur beside them, kept glancing back and forth between the two, already conjuring up scenes from various love stories in her mind. Why do you have such a love-struck look on your face? Chen Xing asked curiously. With Chen Xing's sharp tongue, he definitely couldn't be the male lead in any novel. Fang Sini glared at him and said, none of your business. I haven't even asked whether you washed your hands after using the bathroom. I'm not eating these broad beans with peace of mind. Chen Xing's face stiffened. Had he actually washed his hands after using the toilet just now? He really couldn't remember. But at this point, even if he hadn't, he had to firmly insist that he did, otherwise, where would his dignity be? I already washed it. Why would you even ask that? Don't tell me you didn't wash yours? Chen Xing turned the accusation back on Fang Sini. You're shifting blame. Of course we girls wash our hands after using the restroom. Whatever, you wouldn't understand anyway. When the topic turned personal, even the usually outgoing Fang Sini couldn't help but stumble over her words. Hearing this, Chen Xing, a seasoned binge watcher, flew into a rage. I don't understand? What a joke. How many websites do you have to be so tough? Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud and could only play dumb, pretending not to understand. Don't ask, just know he's an innocent high school boy. Chapter 49 Sudden Role Reversal. Chen Xing, the innocent high school boy, walked away without a backward glance. Having this kind of conversation with unfamiliar people, especially girls, would definitely be a mood killer. All boys are like mangoes, green on the outside but yellow inside, though that inner yellowness shouldn't be casually revealed. Unless the person you're chatting with is also a mango. Back in his seat, Chen Xing overheard Ma Wanye and the two boys in front whispering behind their hands, punctuated by lewd snickers. Get a little closer, and you might catch the names of legendary figures like Hebei Kaihua or Brother Phone whispered among the crowd. Shrimp head, shrimp head, shrimp head, these guys are all such shrimp heads. Compared to them, I'm like a pure, flawless white lotus, Chen Xing lamented. Quit acting like a damn chicken, kid, Ma Wanye scoffed, giving him a disdainful look. You telling me you've never seen it? Chen Xing stayed silent. It was a tricky question. Admitting he'd seen it would draw ridicule, but saying he hadn't would invite even more mockery. No solution. How old were you when you first started watching? Wang Qingji suddenly asked the group. Too much to tell, all bittersweet memories. Back in junior high, I loved reading novels, pirated ones at that. You know how shady browser ads can be, flooding everything. Accidentally clicked once and fell straight into the abyss. Ma Wanye unabashedly shared his tale of how he stumbled onto the wrong path. You might not believe this, but my brother introduced me to this stuff when I was only in 3rd grade, didn't even understand it back then. Zhang Xiao scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Your brother's quite the character. You'll have to repay him someday, Ma Wanye and Wang Qingji mocked. Scram! After comparing their respective awakening moments, the group turned their gazes in unison toward Chen Xing. What about you, Chen Xing? Chen Xing expressionlessly pulled out a math workbook. I'm going to start studying now, don't disturb me. Damn! This bastard listens to our secrets and then plays dead, refusing to share anything himself. Wang Qingji stared at him in shock. Fuck it, if he won't talk, let's make him. Ma Wanye grabbed Chen Xing in a bear hug, shouting at Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao, quick, torture him, tickle him fast. Okay. In the hallway outside, Wu Yongxian was heading toward the classroom with his math textbook in hand. Teachers have this universal habit, they either arrive way too early or fashionably late, but never right on the dot when the bell rings. Before reaching the back door, Wu Yongxian already heard the eerie noises coming from the classroom. His face immediately darkened, and his brows furrowed. As soon as he entered, he saw a heartbreaking scene, the class treasurer of class 12, their giant panda Chen Xing, being pinned down by 3 boys in what seemed like bullying, with the source of those eerie screams being none other than the perpetrators. Stop right now. Wu Yongxian quickly stepped forward and loudly called a halt to what he perceived as outright bullying. Oh shit, the homeroom teacher's here. Ma Wanye and the other two, seeing Wu Yongxian's furious expression, quickly stopped what they were doing and obediently sat in their seats with their heads down. This is too much. Wu Yongxian stood next to Ma Wanye, ready to scold him, but suddenly remembered Ma Wanye's math grades. His heart softened, and he moved to stand beside Wang Qingji instead. Failing grades make you fair game for verbal attacks. Wu Yongxian recalled Wang Qingji's math scores with a piercing glare and scolded. Class is about to start, and here you are bullying classmates again. Have you previewed the new lesson I'm about to teach? Will you make the same mistakes from last class again? Look at yourself, do you even resemble a student anymore? After finishing his tirade at Wang Qingji, he turned his wrath toward Zhang Xiao. And you, Chen Xing studies diligently while you insist on picking on him. Is it jealousy because he outperformed you on exams? Not an ounce of your energy goes toward proper studies. Ma Wanye didn't dare to make a sound, fearing he'd be the next one to get scolded. Chen Xing, however, grew increasingly bewildered as he listened. When was I ever bullied? Chen Xing, were they bullying you? Don't worry, you can tell me. I saw everything just now, and I definitely won't let them get away with it. Wu Yongxian put on what he thought was a kind smile as he looked at Chen Xing. Teacher, we were just joking around earlier. They weren't bullying me. Chen Xing explained. Good kid, what a good kid. Too kind-hearted, even when bullied still defending them. Wu Yongxian's gaze softened as he looked at Chen Xing. In his mind, Chen Xing was already the image of a model student, academically excellent, morally upstanding, yet with a somewhat timid personality like an obedient little lamb. Here's what we'll do, you and Dong Fangyuan can switch seats. Actually, he approached me earlier saying he wanted to move to the back row. Wu Yongxian suddenly had a brilliant idea and spoke up. In his mind, this was a good solution, it would satisfy Dong Fangyuan's request while also allowing Chen Xing to move to a middle seat for better focus on his studies. Chen Xing was dumbfounded. You want me to just give up the seat I fought so hard to get at the start of the semester with one sentence? I have an 8 a.m. class. Teacher, He barely started speaking when Wu Yongxian cut him off. No need to thank me. This is just my duty as a teacher. Holy shit. Thinking the radiant aura of his noble teaching profession had moved Chen Xing, Wu Yongxiang smiled slightly and instructed, switch seats after this class is over. With that, he walked to the podium to begin the lesson. Chen Xing was speechless. After wrestling with his thoughts for a long time, he ultimately swallowed his words. There's no choice, he's the homeroom teacher, the classroom's little emperor. A single word from him could exile me. Chen Xiao, I don't want to break up with you, Ma Wanya said with a bitter face. Who's to blame? Just accept your fate. Chen Xing sighed helplessly. Damn, our homeroom teacher must be blind. It's been a whole month and he still can't tell we're tight? That was obviously just a joke. Then go explain it to him. I won't go, I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Ha, then what the hell are you talking about? With a disdainful glance at the irresponsible Ma Wanya, Chen Xing shook his head and focused on the lecture. After class, a chubby boy approached Chen Xing with his books. Chen Xing, the teacher wants us to switch seats. Dong Fang Yuan? That's right. Need help moving your stuff? Dong Fang Yuan asked cheerfully, genuinely pleased that Wu Yongxiang had actually allowed him to change seats. To students and teachers, the value of seating arrangements couldn't be more different. While front and center spots are prized by educators, students consider them absolute garbage. Back row seats are the real treasure, offering unbeatable comfort whether you're studying or slacking off. They completely outclass the front any day. Dong Fang Yuan stared pleadingly at Chen Xing, who couldn't bear to linger any longer. Muttering about his rotten luck under his breath, Chen began gathering his books. As he finished packing, Chen asked, by the way, where's your seat again? Dong Fang Yuan pointed toward the middle row. Sit there, behind Ruan Xiao Xiao. Ha! Chen Xing froze for a moment, his gaze lingering on the round-faced, buzzcut, bespectacled chubby boy Dong Fang Yuan before silently putting some distance between them. This guy, isn't he into that sort of thing, is he? Logically speaking, Ruan Xiao Xiao, the class belle, should be the kind of girl every boy wants to get close to, yet there's actually a boy unwilling to sit behind her. He was a little worried about Ma Wanya. In the eyes of the non-tongue boys, is Ma Wanya considered a little Lolita? Chapter 50, for you. Hey there, Chen Xing. As Chen Xing was moving his belongings to Dong Fang Yuan's former seat, Fang Xini from the front left turned around with a cheerful grin to greet him. Heh, didn't expect such a coincidence, Chen Xing chuckled. Yeah, so does this mean I can ask you for help with difficult problems from now on? Fang Xini inquired. Sure. Xiao Xiao, did you hear that? Come on, didn't you say you couldn't solve that physics problem? Asked Chen Xing. Fang Xini patted Ruan Xiao Xiao's shoulder and said excitedly. Ruan Xiao Xiao never expected today would be so magical. Chen Xing inexplicably sat behind her, completely out of the blue. But would it be too much to ask him a question right away? Seeing Ruan Xiao Xiao hesitate, Chen Xing joked with her, if there's really anything you don't understand, just ask freely. At most, I'll charge you 2 sheets of paper as payment, and today's fee, you've already paid. So go ahead and ask. His words lightened the mood perfectly. Ruan Xiao Xiao smiled coyly and no longer held back, turning around to show Chen Xing the problem she hadn't grasped earlier. It was a conceptual question, the kind where misunderstanding leads directly to choosing the exact opposite of the correct answer. This one. Let me explain. After a brief glance, Chen Xing immediately identified the flaw in Ruan Xiao Xiao's reasoning, snatched the ballpoint pen from her hand, and began sketching diagrams on the test paper. Ruan Xiao Xiao listened intently while he explained earnestly, their heads unconsciously drifting closer together as the breeze from the window made a few playful strands of their hair touch. Chen Xing transformed completely when explaining problems, his voice became gentle and warm, his magnetic tones resonating by Ruan Xiao Xiao's ear. Does this explanation make sense to you? Chen Xing gave an example, breaking the concept down in an easy-to-understand way. I think I get it now. Ruan Xiao Xiao paused for a moment before responding, pressing her lips together. Actually, she didn't quite understand yet, but for some reason, she didn't want Chen Xing to think she was stupid. Seems like? Chen Xing frowned slightly. Understanding means you understand. Not understanding means you don't. Learning is most afraid of this kind of half-baked comprehension. With physics, if you gloss over one concept, it'll only get harder as you go. Out of good intentions, his tone came out a bit harsh. Oh, Ruan Xiao Xiao felt slightly wronged after being lectured like this, her fair cheeks puffing up a little. Chen Xing paid no mind to these thoughts. Since he decided to be a good Samaritan and see things through to the end, having promised to teach her, he would do it properly. Let me think about how to explain this more clearly. As he pondered how to phrase his explanation, he unconsciously bit his pen out of habit. He realized something was wrong mere seconds after starting to chew on it. Damn it, this doesn't seem to be my pen. Looking up at Ruan Xiao Xiao, I saw her face frozen in shock before twisting into deeper grievance. That had been her favorite pen, the one that felt so comfortable when poking cheeks, and now it was. I'm sorry. Damn awkward. Chen Xing sheepishly handed the pen back to her. Ruan Xiao Xiao stared at the pen that appeared unchanged, lost in thought. Though it showed no visible damage, Chen Xing had already bitten it. How could she ever use it to poke faces again? Does that mean Chen Xing was biting her? Ruan Xiaoxiao startled herself with that thought, her pretty face flushing crimson in an instant. Holy shit, he's this furious? Chen Xing was equally stunned. How did Ruan Xiaoxiao instantly transform into a red-hot Rambo? Was she about to grab a pen and morph into a Yordle swordsman to whack him next? I'll buy you a new one. I really didn't mean it, it's just a habit of mine, he said, rubbing his head and sincerely apologizing again. No worries, no worries. You can have this pen, as payment for your next tutoring session. Ruan Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands in explanation, realizing Chen Xing had mistaken her reaction for anger. I was just overthinking, not actually angry. Isn't this inappropriate? Chen Xing scratched his head. Was it really fair to take a pen for free after doing something wrong? It's fine, I have plenty of pens. Let's focus on solving the problem first. Ruan Xiaoxiao wanted to quickly change the subject, so she pointed at the physics test paper. Oh, right, okay. Seizing this graceful exit, Chen Xing also forgot about the minor awkwardness from earlier, stroking his chin as he resumed pondering. Let me explain it this way, you see? Their heads leaned close together once more, and this time Chen Xing finally made Ruan Xiaoxiao understand. I get it now. Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded adorably. The class bell rang precisely then. After murmuring thanks, she turned back to face the front. The ballpoint pen in Chen Xing's hand still held traces of lingering warmth. You actually got a saint relic right after sitting down. Damn it, weeb. Chen Xing instinctively muttered a complaint, then suddenly froze with shock. Who's speaking? Chen Xing looked left and right, only to suddenly notice his deskmate lying on the desk watching him. Yikes. So he actually had a deskmate all along? Been here this whole time yet completely unnoticed. Such low presence. Perfect assassin material. Chen Xing turned his head to look at him. The boy sitting next to him had long bangs, a pale face that looked somewhat malnourished, and a skinny frame. His weight probably didn't even reach 100 pounds. Hi, I'm Chen Xing, right? I know you, though you probably don't know me. His deskmate smiled and added, my name is Jiang Xiaoshu. Oh, right. We'll be deskmates from now on. Looking forward to working together, Jiang Xing said politely. All right. After speaking, Jiang Xiaoshu lowered his head again, not caring that class had already started. Perhaps it was because his presence was too faint even the teachers didn't notice him in class. At night, Chen Xing rode his bike home. As soon as he parked his bike by the entrance, he carelessly yanked the latest test papers out of his backpack. Mom, take a look at how well your precious son scored. At school, Chen Xing never bragged about his grades, but once home he'd gladly announce them loudly because doing well made Zhao Qin happy, and when Zhao Qin was in a good mood, Chen Xing could live comfortably at home too. I won't look at it, keep it pretty for yourself. Chen Xing had been pulling out several test papers these past few days, each with high scores. Zhao Qin had already grown immune to it. Though she was secretly overjoyed, she still reminded herself not to let this kid get too cocky. My heart is broken. I won't score so high next time. How dare you? Hee. I wouldn't dare. But since I did so well on the exams, shouldn't our meals improve a bit lately? You get meat every day, what more could you want? Zhao Qin scoffed. Should I go catch a dragon from the sky for you to eat? Not a bad idea. I've never tried dragon meat before, Chen Xing chuckled. In your dreams, came the retort. Zhao Qin placed a plate of stir-fried pork on the table, untying her apron as she said, take it or leave it. To treat the 12th class's national treasure like this is simply outrageous. Oh, it's the national treasure's mom, never mind then. Chapter 51, Unexplained Hatred. After the first exams for all subjects ended, the students of Class 12 sighed in relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, ushering in a relatively relaxed period. New lessons were taught, homework was assigned, and problems were explained. The days repeated like this one after another. Chen Xing's daily life also settled into a steady routine. Every day, he attended classes, helped Ruan Xiaoxiao with problems she didn't understand, snacked on some treats, jogged after evening self-study, studied for 2 hours back home, and on weekends, he would invite Sher Hongdo and Manhwa to hang out at the mall or something similar. Quite a nice life indeed. The life of a high school student is so monotonous, which is precisely why everyone becomes increasingly eccentric after entering university, having repressed themselves for too long. Sure enough, the slightest anomaly in the classroom becomes fodder for idle chatter. Because one desk in the middle row was empty, several classmates gathered around and started chatting. Shang Qiming didn't come to school today. Who's Shang Qiming? That's the guy who only scored slightly lower than Chen Xing in total, quite the little academic ace himself. If Shang Qiming were here, he'd probably be shedding tears of joy. Finally someone acknowledged he's an academic ace too. How rare. Oh, what happened with him not showing up? Nothing much, just curious why he didn't come. You sick or something? Could be, but I'm guessing it's probably family issues. What's wrong with you? Why bother guessing? Might as well say he's dead already. A boy rolled his eyes. People really had nothing better to do than speculate about someone's absence. They might as well be growing maggots from boredom. The first speaker sighed. You think we'd get time off if he actually kicked the bucket? Are you stupid? The only way we'd get a break is if you jumped off here. Why don't you do us a favor? No way. I'd only consider it if my jumping forced you all to attend extra days of class. Damn, you're such a dick. Call me handsome instead. The bell rang for class, and the few cats playing blindman's buff scattered back to their seats. Wu Yongxiang walked in, his complexion not looking too good. Halfway through the new lesson, Wu Yongxiang suddenly told everyone to start self-study, suggesting they practice some problems to reinforce what they just learned. He then began pacing around the center aisle of the classroom. Ahem, I suppose you've all noticed Shang Qiming's absence today. No one dared respond to his abrupt remark. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Wu Yongxiang continued, Shang Qiming's mother requested leave for him last night. The reason is that Shang Qiming has been spending too much time on his studies every day. According to her, Shang Qiming started getting up at 4 a.m. every morning after the first exam. By 4:30 he'd be in the classroom studying, working until midnight or later each night, getting barely any sleep. Yesterday his eyes started hurting so badly he had no choice but to go to the hospital for an exam. Wu Yongxiang spoke expressionlessly, while the students below were already buzzing with discussions. What time did you say? 4 a.m.? That's pure insanity. I'm willing to call him the Kobe of Huaicheng. Learn the Mamba mentality. Lauda, I miss you. Wu Yongxiang's mouth twitched. Was he getting old? Why couldn't he understand a single word his students were saying? Forget it, let's get to the point. He cleared his throat twice, and everyone immediately fell silent. The homeroom teacher's authority was unmistakable. I'm telling you this to make a point. While studying is indeed important for high school students, you must also know your limits. Don't harm your own health. Excessive studying is wrong. After finishing, Wu Yongxiang even felt like he'd been spouting nonsense. Overstudying? Among these students in the regular class, you'd be lucky if half of them even touched their books after school. Someone like Shang Qiming, in all his years of teaching, he'd never encountered anything like it. The most astonishing part was that despite Shang Qiming's relentless studying, he still couldn't outscore Qin Xing in exams. Sometimes, he genuinely felt sorry for students like this, those who worked hard but lacked a bit of natural talent. Sigh. Study more, the midterm exams are next week. Make good use of your time at school by doing more practice problems. Wu Yongxiang waved his hand and then went alone to the corridor for a smoke. He turned his back to the classroom, and some students immediately started misbehaving, whispering secretly among themselves while others passed notes. Of course, there were also a few who openly talked under the pretext of asking questions. Chen Xing, can I ask you about a problem? Ruan Xiaoxiao turned around with an exercise book in hand, genuinely seeking help. Such polite words. If I said no, would you really turn back around? Chen Xing said with a laugh. Ruan Xiaoxiao revealed a faint dimple in her smile. Of course not. Since she frequently asked him for help with problems, and Chen Xing often snacked on the treats she offered, a natural camaraderie had developed between them through this little exchange. Indeed, they'd even started teasing each other now. Let me see what problem has stumped our class flower, he said. Chen Xing took a closer look and exclaimed, Whoa, isn't this a physics problem? Cheating on the curriculum, huh? Doing physics during math class. Ruan Xiaoxiao tilted her head in confusion and asked, What do you mean by cheating on the curriculum? Don't ask too many questions, kid. Let's look at the problem first. Chen Xing coughed twice, nearly revealing that he wasn't as pure-hearted as he seemed. But, was Ruan Xiaoxiao really this naive? After studying the problem for another 2 minutes, Chen Xing had already figured it out and began explaining it carefully to Ruan Xiaoxiao. From the right side behind him, a pair of jealous eyes glared intently at his back. Yao Jun clenched his fists, feeling extremely irritated inside. As the class monitor, he should have been the most spotlight-stealing boy in class 12, but then Chen Xing showed up. Good-looking and tall to boot, playing basketball well while also excelling academically. Damn it, he's got all the advantages. The most infuriating part. Why on earth does he get to sit behind Ruan Xiaoxiao? Watching the two of them chatting and laughing every day felt like Yao Jun's heart was dripping blood. He and Ruan Xiaoxiao had been in the same middle school. Though not in the same class, they were next door, and he'd already fallen for Ruan Xiaoxiao long ago. Damn it. That damn Chen Xing, doesn't he understand first come, first served? No, I've got to give that guy a warning. Watching Ruan Xiaoxiao smiling at that guy again and secretly handing him a snack from her desk, Yao Jun couldn't help but seethe with anger. Bang! Not too hard, but not too soft either. He pounded the desk with his fist. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Quiet. Study properly. Fortunately, Yao Jun reacted quickly and immediately spoke up. However, these days as class monitor, he hadn't gained everyone's respect. For one, his own academic performance wasn't ranked high in the class, and secondly, his temper wasn't great either. This was evidenced by the minor conflicts he'd had with Wu Xin, who had the best relationships in class. So after he said this, someone unseen muttered whatever, sparking suppressed laughter from others. It wasn't until Wu Yongxiang turned around at the noise that everyone stifled their giggles and returned to studying. Yao Jun's face flushed red as he sat in his seat, blaming Chen Xing entirely for his own embarrassment. Chapter 52, A Mat Ras. If one day I fall in love with your wife, and if your wife falls in love with me too, brother please don't cry out loud, I promise I won't let her suffer any grievances. Evening self-study ended, and Chen Xing, after finishing his run, walked out of the school gate humming this viral internet song. Ha, where's my car? Looking at the empty roadside, Chen Xing was astonished to find his beloved car missing. I definitely parked it right here. After searching nearby thoroughly, Chen Xing still couldn't find it, and his frown deepened in frustration. After nearly 10 minutes, Chen Xing finally spotted his bicycle lying fallen in the weeds dozens of meters from where he'd parked it. King hell. His temper flared instantly. Chen Xing rushed over to pick up the bicycle and check for damage. Fortunately, only the frame was dirty from the mud, the chain and other components remained completely intact. Which idiot did this messed up thing? Damn it to hell. Chen Xing couldn't help but curse aloud. He couldn't understand why someone would push his bike here and abandon it. Had his bicycle been blocking the way? This shouldn't be happening. Filled with confusion, Chen Xing rode his bike home in a foul mood. There wasn't much he could do. He'd parked by the roadside where there were no cameras nearby. Even if he wanted to pursue it, catching that asshole would be unlikely. Little did he know, this matter was far from over. The next evening, Chen Xing once again found his bicycle discarded in the weed pile, this time with the chain fallen off. Hey, what the hell? Who the hell did I piss off? Chen Xing was utterly puzzled. His daily routine consisted of nothing more than attending classes and devouring meals. Who on earth could he have possibly offended? If he had to pick someone who held a grudge against him, it would have to be that punk he beat up at the milk tea shop more than 2 months ago. But this guy's way of getting revenge is so childish. Instead of confronting him, he takes it out on his bicycle? What a complete idiot. Muttering under his breath about his bad luck, Chen Xing realized he could no longer park his bike there. So for the next few days, he rode a little farther and parked his bicycle in the school parking lot instead. I wonder if this camera actually works, but at least it should serve as a deterrent, right? Staring at the security camera mounted above the awning, Chen Xing muttered to himself. Hey, Chen Xing, what are you doing here? A surprised voice came from behind as Ruan Xiaoxiao pulled up beside him on her light green e-bike. Oh, what a coincidence. Chen Xing turned around to find it was Nanny and greeted her, then the two instinctively walked side by side toward the classroom. In class, they were relatively familiar with each other. Doesn't your family live in the east? Yeah, but Mom said it might rain in the next couple of days. I was afraid the bike would get soaked, so I left it here. Seeing no need to explain his situation to Ruan Xiaoxiao, Chen Xing casually made up an excuse. Oh no, I didn't bring an umbrella. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face instantly fell. Don't worry, I've got one, Chen Xing said casually. But if you lend your umbrella to me, how will you get back yourself? Wait, who said I was lending you my umbrella? You just told me not to be afraid. If it rains, I have my umbrella, so I really don't need to worry, Chen Xing said seriously. Oh, I see, alright then. Ruan Xiaoxiao forced a smile, dying of embarrassment inside. Damn Chen Xing. Ruan Xiaoxiao silently decided to cancel today's fruit snacks for Chen Xing in her heart. No, cancel tomorrow's servings too. The midterms start tomorrow. How's your preparation going? Chen Xing casually asked. Not bad I guess. With Chen Xing acting as her personal human homework helper, Ruan Xiaoxiao could quickly solve any problems she encountered. Her weaker subjects like physics and math had recently shown significant improvement. But being Chinese inherently modest, Ruan Xiaoxiao gave a middle-of-the-road response. Just not bad? With Shang Qiming absent from this exam, aren't you guaranteed at least second place? Chen Xing teased. Chicken butt? Ruan Xiaoxiao's small head was filled with big question marks. As an artistic girl who didn't spend much time surfing the internet, she couldn't quite understand the slang Chen Xing and his friends were using. It means coming in second place. After playing too much PUBG and chess, they'd unconsciously started calling first place winner chicken dinner and second place chicken butt. Video games ruined me. I too once had clear, innocent eyes. Every time he was met with Ruan Xiaoxiao's naive retorts, Chen Xing would feel his mind had been defiled by the internet, too much junk swirling in those thoughts. Oh, so you're pretty confident, huh? First place must be yours then, I suppose? Ruan Xiaoxiao caught the subtext in Chen Xing's words and replied with a playful lilt. So you want to challenge me? No way. Your rival should be from the Olympiad class. Don't compare yourself to me. Punching the elderly home in South Mountain, kicking the kindergarten at North Lake, I just love picking on the weak. Chen Xing let out a dry chuckle, not daring to voice what he truly thought. Ruan Xiaoxiao asked again, do you think you can make it into the top 100 in the midterm exams this time? With 200 students across the 4 Olympiad classes at second high, ranking within the top 100 school-wide would mean surpassing at least half of the Olympiad class students. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively at the question. Not a chance? I mean, no need to say more, I'll handle it myself. Chen Xing flashed a confident grin, his white teeth gleaming. Ruan Xiaoxiao also laughed, clenching her delicate fist as she chimed in cheerfully, well then, go ahead and give it your best shot. Don't let our class 12 down. The two walked into the classroom and suddenly noticed someone sitting at Shang Qiming's desk, which had been empty moments before. Is he not in the hospital? I'm actually back? Chen Xing was slightly surprised when Shang Qiming looked up and flashed him a grin, though the way he kept one hand clasped over his left eye looked rather comical and ridiculous. Chen Xing, this time I will definitely defeat you. Lowering his head, Shang Qiming roared the vow inside his heart. For this, he would stop at nothing. Even when his mother urged him to continue taking leave since his eyes hadn't fully recovered, he refused, knowing that missing this midterm exam would mean waiting until the finals to prove to everyone that he was academically better than Chen Xing. He couldn't wait any longer. If he had to keep studying day and night only to wait several more months for the final exams, he might as well die. Of course he wasn't stupid, he knew the dangers of eye strain. Even the Sharingan had its limits when it came to chakra exhaustion. But, if he just kept one eye closed while using the other, shouldn't that be fine? Amaterasu. He recalled Sasuke's signature move from Naruto and thought his current pose looked incredibly cool. For once, a rare smile appeared on his face, the classic Nike swoosh smirk. Chen Xing, who had been watching him, twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems Shang Qiming hasn't fully recovered yet. Maybe we should persuade him to stay in the hospital until he's completely better before coming back? Chapter 53, Midterm Exams. The return of Shang Qiming was met with tremendous enthusiasm by Class 12, which left the usually reserved Shang Qiming feeling somewhat uneasy around classmates he wasn't very familiar with. Big boss, why are you always turning a blind eye? A guy asked casually, slinging an arm over Shang Qiming's shoulder as if they were old friends. I'm not your boss. Just call me Shang Qiming. Oh, so you don't like that nickname? How about Black Mamba or Study Poppy then? Whatever you want. Shang Qiming was actually a complete Shinibu at heart, but in reality, he was a bit socially awkward. Since he didn't ask the other person to change how they addressed him the first time, he just let it be. Are you cosplaying Sasuke? The other short-haired girl asked curiously. I am Sasuke. This was what Shang Qiming truly thought, but the words that came out of his mouth were completely different. And no, it's just, my eyes are strained. This feels better. Wow. Our homeroom teacher was right, you're really hardworking. Shang Qiming blushed and touched his nose, feeling as if a flower were blooming in his heart. Praise. That's a compliment. A girl's compliment. I knew studying was useful. Make sure to protect your eyes, the short-haired girl said with a sweet smile. I will. Don't be ridiculous. Why on earth do I blush every time I talk to a girl? Shang Qiming's imaginary little man in his head knelt on the ground, hugging his head with an expression of utter agony. Everyone gathered around him chattering away. Though they might just be using him as gossip material, the concern from so many classmates still warmed his heart. Go for it. I believe in you. Take down Chen Xing. Suddenly, a male student joked with a grin, and his words happened to strike a chord with Shang Qiming. This time, he didn't stammer but nodded seriously instead. I will win. I will win the midterm exams. Wait, isn't this phrase a bit ominous? Ah well, it's been said now. The boy who'd just spoken also froze for a moment, initially thinking Shang Qiming was joking too, so he didn't dwell on it. Since tomorrow was midterm exams, the teachers weren't covering new material anymore, instead having everyone review previously learned content. Wu Yongqiang emphasized from the lectern, unlike regular tests that only examine single chapters, midterms comprehensively cover all material learned so far. When you're in the exam hall, scrutinize each question carefully, first identify which knowledge point it's testing, then recall similar problems we've practiced to see if any approaches come to mind. Midterm exams were not only crucial for the students but also a test of his capabilities as a homeroom teacher, so Wu Yongqiang took them very seriously. This exam, his reliance naturally fell on the giant panda Chunxing. He even purposely paced around him twice during self-study. Not too exhausted lately, are you? Nothing catches you off guard like sudden concern. Chen Xing looked up in astonishment. Nothing. Do well on the test. Stay calm. Wu Yongqiang patted him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Damn it, telling me to stay calm? Then what the hell are you doing? Isn't this just piling on the pressure? Chen Xing curled his lips disdainfully. Wu Yongqiang had initially planned to step into the corridor for a cigarette, but after a moment's thought, he instead approached Shang Qiming and repeated the same words. Unlike Xing's calm indifference, Shang Qiming was invigorated by his encouragement, itching to pry open his currently closed left eye right that instant. To repay the Lord's Golden Tower favor, I wield the Jade Dragon sword ready to die for you. Wasn't Wu Yongqiang practically the emperor of their class? In their classroom, only two people ever received his encouragement. One was Chen Xing, the other was Shang Qiming. Shang Qiming naturally assumed he held the same position in Wu Yongqiang's heart as Chen Xing did. I won't let you down. Secretly making up his mind, he temporarily lifted the seal and opened his left eye, using both eyes simultaneously. This time he came to tell everyone that everything he had lost, he would take back all of it. The next day, as the morning study session ended, everyone gathered their stationery and scattered from their seats. The midterm exams were administered school-wide, with assigned examination halls where each classroom could accommodate only 30 examinees. What should we do if there aren't enough classrooms? No problem, someone donated a whole building, the Shaw Building. The examination hall and seat numbers were naturally assigned based on the previous major exam results, specifically, the high school entrance exam rankings. Strangely enough, Chen Xing happened to be assigned to class 12. Now that's comfortable, no need to shift my spot, and I can get in 10 extra minutes of reading time compared to everyone else. Win! Totally nailed it. In the same examination hall with him was also Ma Wanya, seated diagonally behind him to the left. Hey Chen, can you let me glance at your English answers later? Ma Wanya asked with a grin. Chen Xing shot him a glance. Everyone knows your English level. If you suddenly improve, guess whether our homeroom teacher would skin you alive. Can't it just be that I got lucky? You only hit jackpots on highway billboards, your exam luck never even reaches average levels. Fuck, your words cut deeper than knives. TCH, just calling it like I see it. I was just joking about not planning to copy anyway. Ma Wanya changed the subject and asked, Young Master Chen, how does it feel sitting behind the class beauty? Absolutely fantastic. Getting to smell her natural fragrance every day and enjoying the snacks she shares, what more could you ask for? Damn, getting too comfortable, huh? Trading friendship for lust, you utter disgrace. You really deserve to die. Ma Wanya knew Chen Xing was exaggerating, but he couldn't help feeling a pang of jealousy. You don't need to envy me. You're right next to the trash can, it has its own distinctive scent too. Are you a dog or something? Hee. The invigilator frowned as he watched the two students giggling with their heads bowed together, calling out sternly from the front, quiet down now, we're about to distribute the test papers, no whispering. For students assigned to those back row exam rooms, the supervising teachers instinctively assumed the two were discussing how to cheat later, so they quietly memorized their faces, ready to keep a close eye on them in due course. As a result, during the first mathematics exam, neither of them made any suspicious movements and both solved the problems at an astonishing speed, leaving the invigilator utterly dumbfounded. Perfect score? Standing behind Ma Wanya and staring at his messy, unsightly handwriting, Chen Xing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Looking at Chen Xing again, he also got everything right. Holy shit, is this really exam hall 12? Secretly shocked, he quietly glanced at the class numbers written by those two. Who's the math teacher for class 12 again? Oh yeah, it's Wu Yongqiang. When did old Wu get so good at teaching? Won't you be transferred to Feiqing number 1 middle school or Feiqing number 168 one day, right? Damn it. I figured once you land a government job people would slack off, but who knew old Wu at his age is still grinding so hard? How despicable. Chapter 54, Cornered. In the first year of high school, science subjects weren't combined, physics, chemistry, and biology were tested separately. So for these 2 days, we'd have to take 2 exams every morning. The first morning tested mathematics and physics, while the afternoon was dedicated to Chinese. The second morning assessed chemistry and biology, followed by English in the afternoon. Then, utterly unsurprising, the opening 1-2 punch of mathematics plus physics shattered the defenses of many right from the start. Are you kidding me? After just 2 exams, half the students already look like they've got 1 foot in the grave. What's the point of taking the rest? No wonder the college entrance exam schedules Chinese language as the first subject. The Education Bureau officials really thought this through. Half an hour before the afternoon exam, the rearranged seats in class 12 hadn't been returned to normal yet, with some students even sitting on chairs in the hallway waiting to go to the exam rooms. Ruan Xiaoxiao asked Chen Xing nervously, do you think the physics and math exams will be difficult? Girl, you're asking the wrong person. The answer I give here will only hurt you. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Chen Xing immediately knew she hadn't performed well in the morning exam. He paused briefly. It was quite difficult. The average score this time probably won't be high, Chen Xing replied. He was still too kind-hearted to bear hurting Ruan Xiaoxiao. Our handsome leader is born with the ability to love. If even Chen Xing found it difficult, then it must be truly hard. Hearing Chen Xing's reply, Ruan Xiaoxiao's mood visibly improved, tiny dimples appearing on her cheeks as she turned her head and peacefully began reciting ancient poetry. Meanwhile, Wang Qingji in the hallway was asking the same question. Ma Wanye, did you find this morning's exam difficult? Difficult my ass, it was way too easy. If I weren't worried about running into the school director, I would have handed in my math and physics papers early. Ma Wanye shook his head with exaggerated arrogance, his face plastered with disdain for the test papers. Damn, alright. Wang Qingji gave a bitter smile, feeling utterly devastated inside. He shouldn't have asked. This was all his own damn fault for opening his big mouth. Wait. Rather than blaming yourself, it's better to blame others. All thanks to that damn Ma Wanya who's got no emotional intelligence, can't even read someone's mood before talking. If Chen Xing were here, he'd surely burst out laughing and say, Old one, you can only blame yourself for not being a pretty girl. No one's gonna go easy on you. If it were me, I'd tear you down hard too. The afternoon Chinese language exam wasn't particularly difficult, offering some comfort to everyone's fragile young hearts. After preparing for the next day's exams during evening self-study, Chen Xing once again left school late because of his solitary running practice. The bicycle was indeed much safer parked in the lot this time, spared from being maliciously thrown around by petty troublemakers. Still exercising caution, Chen Xing thoroughly inspected his beloved bicycle. Only after confirming no needles had been placed on the seat did the weight lift from his heart. An open attack is easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. This doesn't seem like a sustainable way to go on like this. Chen Xing, lost in thought while cycling, suddenly braked about 100 meters from school. He was being cornered. At the entrance of an alley with a broken streetlight, the chain of Chen Xing's bicycle made one final click. For dark figures closed in from the roadside after spotting him, the kicked-over soda can still rolling on the asphalt with a hollow clatter, the words Coca-Cola on its surface gleaming mockingly beneath the moonlight. 4 guys sharing one Coke? That's some faker-level stinginess right there. God damn it, why am I thinking about this? I'm literally about to get beaten up. Chen Xing shook his head, already certain they were targeting him. His face darkened instantly. While stealing a bicycle might be considered harmless mischief, having someone ambush him was taking things too far. What kind of grudge is this? I haven't even been trash-talking anyone in the canyon lately. Lend us some money for cigarettes, honor student. The blonde-haired leader shoved his hands in his pockets and sauntered over, contempt dripping from his voice. What, cat got your tongue? Our brother June is asking you a question. What the hell are you spacing out for? Seeing Chen Xing remain silent, another tall and lanky boy with a foil perm cursed, wondering just how possible it'd be to speed up and run over these damn idiots right now. Chen Xing muttered to himself. Forget it. I'm riding a bicycle, not a dump truck. Charging straight at them isn't really an option right now. Thinking of this, Chen Xing braced his feet against the ground while sitting on his bicycle. His left hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a 50 yuan bill, while his right hand grabbed the rental keys and wedged them between his fingers. Too bad there were only 2 keys, just barely enough to make a makeshift knuckle duster. I only have 50 yuan on me, he said, offering it all. Can I go now? If he could avoid conflict, he'd rather try, so he started by extending an olive branch. 50? You think I'm some fucking beggar? The blonde-haired teen roared, yet his hand instinctively snatched the green 100 yuan bill. Though Yao Jun had paid him 500 bucks to teach Chen Xing a lesson and warn him, 50 yuan was still money he couldn't pass up. So what do you want? Chen Xing's right fist clenched tightly, the sharp edge of his keys glinting coldly from within his pants pocket. Waiting passively to get beaten isn't possible. Chen Xing isn't the type to cower from confrontation. Should I avoid clashing with him head-on? Just want to teach you a lesson. Heard you've been acting real cocky at school lately? Do I know you? What makes you think I'm cocky? Chen Xing fired back sharply. Who cares how I know? But someone told me to warn you to stay away from Ruan Xiao Xiao. Got it? Chen Xing originally thought it was that Korean Appa who liked Sher Hongdo and had challenged him to a basketball game last time that sent these people. To his surprise, it turned out to be Ruan Xiao Xiao's admirer. Not cool, bro. I just eat some of Ruan Xiao Xiao's snacks. We're purely innocent here. If you like her, why don't you go after her yourself? What's the point of harassing me instead? Who told you to come looking for me? I've got professional ethics, alright? Yellow hair glared with wide eyes. So there's no talking this out then? Let Grandpa here knock some sense into you first, then we'll talk. Yellow hair grinned viciously and waved his hand. Several delinquents from other schools, though clearly no strangers to fighting, attacked without any skill. The guy with the tinfoil perm launched straight into an Ultraman flying kick. Faced with this, Chen Xing had no time to protect his bike. Swiftly dismounting, he dodged just as the permed boy's kick landed on the bicycle frame. Instant agony, the ingrown toenail felt like it was exploding. The blonde and 2 other boys closed in. Outnumbered, Chen Xing quickly took 2 punches despite his best efforts. Adrenaline surged through him as he angrily delivered a heavy blow back to the blonde guy. The key stab made the blonde yelp in pain, nearly putting him out of action. You little punk, resorting to tricks, huh? 4 against 1 and you're calling me tricky? Screw you. To his surprise, after their falling out, Chen Xing's mouth turned out to be even filthier than his own, instantly making the blonde-haired guy lose face. Damn it, get him. Panting heavily, Chen Xing narrowed his eyes, uncertain if drawing blood would even stop this brawl. Maybe running was the better option? Of all 36 stratagems, retreat reigns supreme. Just as he was about to turn and flee, someone yelled from behind. Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Lin Siyu happened to be passing by the area and, seeing Chen Xing being beaten, immediately called out anxiously to stop it. Thinking it might be reinforcements, Chen Xing was dismayed to find it was only the delicate senior girl. His head began to ache. Are you here to feed yourself to the enemy, senior? 2 chapters will be posted later today. Got some stuff to handle. Chapter 55. The senior is also a class president. Run, senior. Without thinking much, Chen Xing shouted and prepared to drag Lin Siyu along as they fled. After all, she had stepped forward to defend him when he was getting beaten up. If any harm came to her, Chen Xing wouldn't be able to live with himself. If even a single hair on our senior's head gets hurt, we're gonna explode on these motherfuckers. Channeling the golden iron beast, activating reserve hidden energy, he had to use his flawed brass knuckles to land at least one hit on each of them. But just as Chen Xing grabbed Lin Siyu's arm to pull her away, he noticed 4 or 5 more boys stepping out from behind her. Just now, the darkness obscured the view, but now that I've gotten closer, I noticed. Each of the guys was tall and sturdy, with one slightly shorter but exceptionally muscular, his right eyebrow broken in a way that made him look like a fierce fighter. So the senior wasn't just yelling randomly, there really are people here? Chen Xing thought to himself, his footsteps instinctively freezing. Don't be afraid, Chen Xing. The usually gentle-faced senior now wore an expression of unwavering resolve, her voice carrying a hint of frost. She absolutely despised bullies who picked on others. Xiao Jun. Duanmei stepped forward from behind Lin Siyu, surprisingly recognizing Huang Mao, the leader of the 4 troublemakers. Li Ge? He was about to lose his temper when someone called him by his nickname, but upon seeing the person's face, the blonde guy got a huge fright and stammered out his words. Why is Xiang Li here? And he knows, Chen Xing? His older brother Xiang, who was top dog at number 1 high school after all. Oh no, this is bad. The punk instantly broke into a cold sweat, clutching the spot where Chen Xing had just hit him and desperately wanting to make a run for it. Where are you running to? Weren't you brave enough to come bully people at our second high? Why so scared now? Xiang Li stepped forward, gripping the punk by the neck from behind as he spoke with a chilling smirk. Li, brotherly, this is like the tide washing over the Dragon King's temple. I had no idea that kid knew you. The blonde guy was practically on the verge of tears. Why did he always have such rotten luck? Yao Jun, you motherfucker, why didn't you tell me earlier that Chen Xing had connections like that? You think you can bully someone just because you don't know them? Hasn't my brother told you not to cause trouble near number 2 high? Does he even know you came here looking for someone? Number 2 high was the top school in Huicheng. Any random student there could be future Ivy League material. That's why the top troublemaker from number 1 high kept warning everyone not to start fights near number 2's campus. Fighting in other places usually doesn't cause much trouble as long as neither side calls the police or sheds blood, but behind number 2 high school stands the Education Bureau. That's a whole different story. When Xiang Hu's name was brought up, the blonde guy didn't even dare to meet Xiang Li's gaze and hastily explained. I was really strapped for cash this time, made a stupid decision taking this job. Brotherly, please don't tell brother Hu about this. Whether I tell brother Hu or not depends on whether this little brother here agrees with letting it slide. Xiang Li pointed at Chen Xing. He had a crush on Lin Siyu, so of course he'd show deference to anyone Lin Siyu wanted to protect. Lin Siyu's little brother was his little brother too. The decision was handed to Chen Xing. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to let the blonde-haired guy off the hook. He had 2 reasons. The first reason was that he and Xiang Li weren't acquainted at all. It was only because of Lin Siyu that Xiang Li was so eager to show off. If they truly pissed off the punk beyond repair, what if next time he played dirty and schemed in secret? The second reason was that punks like him who caused trouble for money weren't the masterminds. He was more interested in finding out who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes. Forget it. He didn't gain any advantage anyway. Let's call it even this time. Chen Xing's words made the punk breathe a sigh of relief, and in the next second, he even became polite. Thank you, brotherly. Can I leave now? Wait, I still have some questions for you, Chen Xing suddenly added. Ha, ask away, ask away. The blonde-haired fellow immediately replied, ready to truthfully answer even if Chen Xing asked what color underwear he was wearing today. Who hired you to corner me? That's it? Yao Jun, the blonde-haired guy answered without hesitation. Professional ethics weren't worth a penny at that moment. He's a thug. What does professional ethics matter to him? His eyes darting between Chen Xing and Xiang Li, the blonde guy hastily waved his off, signaling his lackeys to bolt with him now that he was sure he could leave safely. As the group scurried away in disarray, Xiang Li kindly picked up Chen Xing's fallen bicycle. There wasn't a trace left of the vicious demeanor he'd once had when brawling alongside Xiang Hu back in the day. Chen Xing, are you hurt? Lin Siyu, seeing that the matter had settled, asked with concern. Just took a couple punches, no big deal, Chen Xing said, rubbing his head. Last time he had been teasing Lin Siyu, and yet this time she was still so eager to help him. Is this senior's sister for real? She's too kind. Chen Xing suddenly remembered the task he hadn't started yet, silently vowing to complete it within a couple of days to repay his senior. Xiang Li walked over at this moment and gave Lin Siyu a simple, honest smile, saying, Class President, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Lin Siyu nodded, her gentle demeanor returning. Take care on your way home too. Got it, bye. Receiving Lin Siyu's concern transformed Xiang Li instantly from a schoolyard tough guy wolf into an obedient puppy, chuckling cheerfully as he led the other boys away. Their house is to the west, They only came over just now after hearing Lin Siyu shout, "Senior, you're not some kind of gangster madam from the movies, are you?" Walking alongside Lin Siyu while pushing his bike, Chen Xing couldn't help but ask. Lin Siyu found it rather amusing and rolled her eyes at him. "What are you thinking? We're just classmates. I'm the class monitor, and they're athletes. The homeroom teacher recently asked me to help them with their studies." "Oh, I see. Got it. But, how can there be such a big gap between two class monitors?" Thinking about his own class monitor, Yao Jun, Chen Xing let out a sigh. Lin Siyu's home was near the school. Judging by the location, the landlord must be the owner of the nearby supermarket. "Siyu." Lin Siyu waved her hand, her slender figure wrapped in the school uniform, her snow-white neck faintly visible beneath the sway of her high ponytail. How many boys must have cherished our senior as their unattainable dream? Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh before mounting his bicycle and heading home. The next day, Chen Xing wasn't affected by the events of the previous night and took his exams as usual. Now that he knew Yao Jun was the mastermind behind it all, he actually felt no urgency. Revenge is a dish best served cold. A gentleman can wait 10 years to settle a score. The students in class 12 returned their seats to their original positions during evening self-study, with those checking answers wailing and laughing in chaotic disarray. Chen Xing quietly slipped away from his seat and headed toward Wu Yongxiang's office. Ahem, 10 years might still be a bit late. The man's notorious for holding grudges. Chen Xing explained last night's incident clearly to Wu Yongxiang. Although there was no substantial evidence, Wu Yongxiang still looked serious and believed what Chen Xing said. "Don't worry about this matter. Once I've ascertained the details, I'll handle it strictly." Touching his national treasure during midterms? Wasn't this smashing Wu Yongxiang's rice bowl? Severe punishment. They must be severely punished. Chapter 56, Transfer Classes. Yao Jun, how many Chinese multiple-choice questions did you get wrong? "I only missed 3, haha." In the classroom, his deskmate shook his Chinese test paper and proudly pointed at the multiple-choice answers on the blackboard while asking Yao Jun, "Huh, what did you say?" Distracted Yao Jun was suddenly put on the spot and stammered with a start. "The multiple-choice question, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well?" Nothing. I was just absorbed in reading the test paper." Yao Jun didn't dare tell the truth, shaking his head and pretending to compare answers instead. He was utterly consumed by regret at this moment. Why had he been so impulsive as to hire someone? He must have been completely out of his mind. What an enormous blunder. The worst part was that the guy he hired turned out to be unreliable. Why hadn't anything happened to Chen Xing? There he was today, alive and kicking at school. Damn Huang Jijun, no professional ethics at all, took my $500 and ghosted me. Won't even reply to messages. Is he trying to kill me with anxiety? Yao Jun's mind was tangled like a ball of yarn, especially after noticing Chen Xing had vanished from the classroom. Where the hell did he go? The unease gnawed at him. Maybe he's just in the bathroom, but why's it taking so long? Taking a massive dump or something? No way he'd report this to a teacher. How could he possibly know I hired Huang Jijun? Yao Jun tried to use psychological suggestion to calm himself down, but Murphy's Law quietly took effect. The more he feared something, the more it seemed destined to happen. Chen Xing unconsciously called out behind him, "Yao Jun, go to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher wants to talk to you." "What?" Yao Jun abruptly turned his head, his face twisting into an expression more pitiful than tears. "Teacher, what did you need to see me about?" Chen Xing scoffed inwardly with disdain. "Got something to say? Here comes your reckoning." But on the surface, he pretended not to notice, saying follow me before walking ahead. He deliberately let this ominous uncertainty envelop the man, making his legs tremble all the way to the office. Yao Jun trailed behind, his mind chanting nonstop, "It's over, it's all over." But what good would that do now? Now you're scared? Where were these concerns earlier? Chen Xing brought him to Wu Yongxiang's office, staring at him coldly from the side. Chen Xing had no intention of letting Yao Jun off just because of youth or impulsive actions. Wrongdoing demanded accountability, especially for something this repulsive. "Yao Jun, about this, you know why I called you here, right?" Wu Yongxiang took a sip of tea and asked from his chair. "And no, I don't know." Even if there was the slightest chance of getting away with it, there was no way he would admit to hiring outsiders to bully his own classmate. So he stubbornly shook his head like a dead duck clinging to denial. Having been a teacher for so many years, Wu Yongxiang's ability to read people had reached the pinnacle. Yao Jun's terrified expression might as well have written the confession across his face. Already inclined to believe most of Chen Xing's words, he was now utterly convinced. With a disappointed sigh, Wu Yongxiang looked at him directly and said bluntly, "Did you hire people to ambush Chen Xing yesterday? Don't lie anymore. Confession brings leniency, resistance invites severity." I really didn't." Chen Xing stepped forward at this point, staring straight into his eyes. "You didn't? Then should I go find Senior Lin Siyu or Senior Xian Li from grade 11? Both of them heard that thug last night explicitly naming you as the mastermind. Or are you saying you have some feud with that bleach blonde guy, and he deliberately framed you?" "How would I know? maybe that's exactly what happened. Yao Jun avoided Chen Xing's gaze, staring at his feet as he shamelessly doubled down. Fine, I remember there's surveillance footage in that area. If you don't admit it, I'll have no choice but to call the police and confront you publicly with Blondie. Chen Xing played his trump card. Though he wasn't sure exactly how intimidating the authorities were within the framework of Chinese education, he knew Yao Jun nearly wet his pants at the mention of the police station and immediately started begging for mercy. No, it was me. I messed up in a moment of stupidity. Please don't call the police, my dad would kill me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yao Jun's face turned ghostly pale as he kept bowing repeatedly to Chen Xing. Is that it? If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? If Chen Xing hadn't met Lin Xiu and Xiangli yesterday, he probably wouldn't even have been able to take the midterm exam today. Right now, he wasn't feeling the slightest bit soft-hearted. He turned his head to look at Wu Yongxiang. Teacher, you saw it, right? Yao Jun admitted it was him. Wu Yongxiang also looked displeased. After all, Yao Jun was from his own class and served as monitor. He didn't want this family disgrace to be reported to the police, but he also couldn't find any reason to stop Chen Xing, leaving him in a dilemma. How about this? I'll first remove Yao Jun from his position as class monitor, and Chen Xing, reconsider reporting this to the police, give him another chance. After prolonged consideration, Wu Yongxiang spoke slowly. Chen Xing hadn't planned to call the police in the first place, that would be too troublesome and simply not his style. The reason for mentioning this is primarily to set up the following demand. As the saying goes, aim for the stars to land on the moon. By first threatening to call the police to scare him, we can smoothly achieve our goal later. If you want me to not call the police, Yao Jun, you'll have to transfer classes. I'm afraid I might unknowingly provoke him again, and he'll send someone after me. Chen Xing said expressionlessly. Transfer classes? Yao Jun was momentarily at a loss, casting a pleading glance toward Wu Yongxiang. Wu Yongxiang met Chen Xing's resolute gaze and smiled helplessly, ultimately yielding to the top student in the class. He turned to Yao Jun and said, I think it sounds good, Yao Jun. You talk to your parents, and I'll help you find a class. Yao Jun was still hesitating, but Chen Xing greeted Wu Yongxiang directly and walked out of the office. Let them figure out the rest. How to arrange the class transfer didn't concern him, and which class he'd end up in didn't matter either. All he knew was that he never wanted to see Yao Jun in his classroom again. Wu Yongxiang acted swiftly. Within 2 days, Yao Jun had moved out of class 12, apparently transferring to class 9. Many were left baffled by this, and Wu Yongxiang simply used Yao Jun wanted to move on his own as an excuse. Even the well-informed Wu Xian didn't know the real reason. But Yao Jun wasn't particularly popular in the class. After failing to uncover the truth, many classmates simply stopped caring, and some even secretly rejoiced. Did this mean they had a chance at becoming class monitor? But unfortunately, there's only one class president. Chen Xing privately declined Wu Yongxiang's appointment. He was fine with being a casual sports committee member and didn't want to waste effort on a position that wouldn't even show up on his resume. In the end, Su Zian was elected class president with 36 votes, narrowly defeating Ma Wangye, who trailed by just 3 votes. Don't cry, young Master Ma. I'll still vote for you next time, Chen Xing said with a grin. What's the use of your vote? Those girls only care about looks. Seriously unbelievable. But only 3 of us guys voted for you. Damn, with you putting it like that, how am I supposed to save face now? Alright, my bad. By December, the weather had gradually turned chilly. That noon, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly appeared outside the classroom window. It was Dong Wan Xiaoxiao's mother, who had come to the school. Chapter 57, The Invitation. In the classroom, printed copies of the midterm exam results circulated among the students, passed around by Wu Yongxiang. As expected, Chen Xing remained in first place. With a total score of 613, he ranked first in his class and 68th in the entire school, the only student from his class to break into the top 100 school-wide. Shang Qiming, who came in second place, scored only 581 points in total, ranking 156th in the entire school. Damn it, I still can't do it? Shang Qiming muttered to himself at his desk. He had already given it his all. Why was the gap getting bigger and bigger? Gave it my all, yet still couldn't prevail. Why did heaven create Xing when it already had Ming? Like the helplessness felt facing an unbeatable boss, his passion for learning gradually waned. Should I even bother competing with him for this throne? Shang Qiming clutched his forehead, lost in profound contemplation. Ma Wangye remained the undisputed king of selective excellence, though he'd climbed a few spots in class rankings and now sat at 480th school-wide. Since traditionally the top 500 students at number 2 high could aim for Tier 1 universities, he was in remarkably high spirits. All those weeks resisting Dragon Raja weren't wasted. Midterms are finally over. Now I can sneak read Dragon 3 during class. Sweet freedom. Ma Wangye's face beamed with joy as he rubbed his hands together. He peeled off the plastic wrapping from his newly purchased Dragon Raja 3, Black Moontide, took a deep breath to savor the scent of fresh ink, then slowly turned to the first page as if unveiling a treasure. The carnival in the fantasy world has begun. Ma Wangye prayed inwardly. Hopefully, this time Jiang Nan hasn't unleashed his signature heartbreak. Longy, Longer, Lao Tang, Xiaomi successively meeting their demise had him fuming inside, cursing the old rascal vehemently. Ruan Xiaoxiao ranked 9th this time, improving by 2 spots compared to her last exam. The midterm exams for math and physics were indeed quite challenging, with the class average scores dropping by 7 and 5 points respectively. So not only did she not perform poorly in these subjects, but she actually seemed to have improved a bit. However, as she glanced at Chen Xing's scores in math and physics, 139 and 85 respectively, her cheeks puffed up slightly in frustration. Didn't he say it was really hard last time? How did he still score so well? Was he just humble bragging or? Thinking that Chen Xing might be trying to spare her feelings, Wan Xiaoxiao's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and the tips of her ears began to grow warm. Next time I'll bring him more chocolate then. Ruan Xiaoxiao felt as if she had just eaten preserved fruit, her heart brimming with a honeyed sweetness. Damn it! Chen Xing suddenly poked her from behind with a pen. Seeing she didn't react, he repeated his action. Your mom. Ha, why are you cursing at me? Ruan Xiaoxiao was about to turn around and demand an explanation when she noticed her actual mother waving from outside the window. How embarrassing. It really is my mom. Dong Hui, realizing her daughter had spotted her, covered her mouth to suppress a giggle and scurried up to the podium with quick little steps. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face was full of confusion. What on earth was her mom trying to do? The classmates were equally baffled. They had initially thought she was a new teacher and promptly fell silent, not daring to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Ruan Xiaoxiao's mother. Dong Hui's statement made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, though they were also surprised. Is there a parent-teacher meeting today? How come I didn't know? My mom's still at home playing mahjong. Your mom is so pretty. Fang Xini gently nudged Ruan Xiaoxiao with a starstruck expression on her face. She wasn't exaggerating. Dong Hui looked exceptionally young today, wearing a high-neck cashmere sweater paired with a pink cropped jacket, not at all looking like someone with a child in high school. Some classmates began analyzing the brands of Dong Hui's outfit, only to discover with astonishment that her ensemble definitely cost tens of thousands. Oh, and that's not even counting the handbag. Instantly, they all thought of asking, Ruan Xiaoxiao, is your mom single? Such young age and already dreaming of being a sugar baby. I'm here today to invite everyone to Xiaoxiao's birthday party this Saturday. All classmates are welcome. Auntie will prepare lots of delicious food. Beautiful, elegant, and polite. Dong Hui's graceful speech quickly won everyone's positive response. A boy yelled excitedly, Don't worry, Auntie, even if it's tomorrow, I'll skip class and come back. Auntie, I stole my grandma's pension to buy a gift for the English class representative. Auntie, when is your birthday? Dong Hui was giggling uncontrollably at the antics of the playful boys around her, while beneath them, Ruan Xiaoxiao had already buried her head in embarrassment. I really can't do anything with this socially fearless mom of mine. Hey, Xiaoxiao, aren't you happy? Isn't this a nice surprise? Isn't your mom just amazing? Dong Hui walked over to Ruan Xiaoxiao and asked with a smile. I don't want to talk to you right now. Ruan Xiaoxiao said angrily, puffing up her cheeks. She knew Dong Hui all too well. Must be bored at home to pull this stunt. You finished your latest Korean drama? Ha, how'd you know? It only updates 1 episode a week, way too slow. Dong Hui first sounded puzzled, then confessed. Exactly as I thought. Ruan Xiaoxiao was utterly speechless. Can you believe this, fam? My mom's more childish than I am. You're Chen Xing, right? Dong Hui noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao didn't want to engage with her, so she turned to Chen Xing who was curiously staring at her instead. Chen Xing immediately straightened up and replied politely, Yes, Auntie, I'm Chen Xing. I heard from Xiaoxiao that you often help her with school problems. Thank you. You're welcome. I charge for this too. Chen Xing pointed at the half-eaten mango slices on the table. Put. Dong Hui chuckled gracefully. You're free this Saturday, right? You must come to my place. I'll make sure Xiaoxiao saves you the biggest slice of cake. Percent. Mom, stop talking. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she tried to cover Dong Hui's mouth. MPH, fine, I'll go. Just as she reached the back door, Dong Hui turned and shouted at Chen Xing, Chen Xing, don't forget to come. You. Ruan Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in frustration, and Dong Hui quietly slipped away with a chuckle. Your mom's quite amusing. Chen Xing remarked to Ruan Xiaoxiao. Don't listen to her nonsense, she acts just like a little girl. Ruan Xiaoxiao sighed. So you're saying I'm not welcome at your birthday party? Chen Xing looked at her, blinking his eyes. Ha, no. Ruan Xiaoxiao quickly explained, of course you're welcome to come. Oh. Chen Xing paused for a moment. Is there anything you like? Just don't pick anything too expensive, I'm on a tight budget. No need, don't worry about gifts. Ruan Xiaoxiao tucked a few unruly strands of hair behind her ear and said somewhat shyly. Then I'll just pick whatever I like, don't blame me if you don't like it later. Chen Xing let out a soft chuckle. How could this be? I like them all. Ruan Xiaoxiao silently added this in her heart before turning away absent-mindedly to doodle on paper. She suddenly wasn't as angry anymore about her mom Dong Hui's surprise attack. I was wondering how to invite Qin Xing. Chapter 58, The Kardashian of the Dog World. Saturday, cloudy day. With no evening self-study session scheduled, the afternoon felt delightfully carefree. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the school commute, the air sweet with happiness. Chen Xing rode his bicycle to the commercial street, intending to buy a birthday gift for Ruan Xiaoxiao there. You can't show up empty-handed to someone's birthday party. Budget, under 50. Don't say he's stingy. After all, they were just classmates without any deeper relationship, and even with a slightly higher budget, it wouldn't be considered expensive in front of a rich young lady. The thought counts. As for what gift to buy, Chen Xing strolled through the commercial street, ignoring a group of young couples still dressed in school uniforms, before stopping at a doll and accessories shop. Maybe I should buy a backpack charm? This thought seemed perfectly reasonable, so he stepped inside. Following the salesgirl's recommendation, Chen Xing picked out a backpack charm with a stitch doll attached. Balance, -36. After purchasing the gift, Chen Xing didn't rush to Ruan Xiaoxiao's house. Instead, he turned his bike around and headed to a pet hospital near the commercial street. That's right, stingy Chen Xing was preparing to complete his dog-buying mission. These past 2 days, Chen Xing had been meticulously timing his departures from school, solely to engineer coincidental encounters with Lin Xiu. Then, during their seemingly casual chats, he'd subtly fish for information about the puppy. No wonder women love surprises. The time and effort spent crafting one is simply astronomical. Happy Pet Hospital. Chen Xing glanced at the sign, confirming it was the hospital he was looking for, then rubbed his nose before stepping inside. In this small county town, the pet hospital not only treated animals but also sold them. Both sides of the shop were lined with numerous cages housing all kinds of cats and dogs. Shiba Inus, Alaskan Malamutes, Ragdolls, Golden Chinchillas. Whoa! And this one. That wise look in its eyes, definitely a husky. Very dark fur, and a big, perky butt. Glancing around, he recalled Lin Xiu's description of the puppy duo, when his brain suddenly short-circuited. Is this dog the Kardashian of the dog world? He might as well see how perky this dog's but really is. Noticing a tall boy in the second high school uniform walk in, the clerk Han Jing set down her phone where she'd been scrolling through videos and rose with a smile to approach him. Percent. Hello? Oh, hi. Seeing the shop assistant who suddenly appeared, Chen Xing responded with a smile. Chen Xing didn't bring a pet, so Han Jing immediately guessed he wasn't here for veterinary treatment. Go ahead and take a look, or feel free to touch if you're not afraid. Thinking it was just another dog-loving boy passing by, Han Jing smiled and said, she'd encountered plenty of high school students who couldn't afford pets now, only to beg for one after graduation. They'd play with them all summer, then abandon the pets to their parents when university began. In her eyes, these were all potential customers, being enthusiastic never hurt. Thank you. Chen Xing nodded politely, then moved closer to the cage to carefully search for Kardashian. After about 3 minutes, Chen Xing spotted the black dog named Duo in one of the inner cages. Damn, that's impressively perky. No wonder the pet hospital accepted it, truly one-of-a-kind talent. Staring at the little black dog's round, plump rear that looked like 2 tightly packed steamed buns, Chen Xing suppressed a laugh and turned his gaze to the other cages. He randomly pointed at a Shiba Inu and asked, Miss, how much for this little guy? Was he really here to buy a dog? Han Jing felt slightly surprised internally but maintained her composure as she replied, this one's got excellent pedigree, all vaccinations done, 1,800 yuan. Question mark. Even more expensive than Meng Yuan, forget it. Daily Meng Yuan insult mission accomplished. Chen Xing's eyelid twitched as he switched to asking about another dog. How much for this one? Golden shaded, 1,500. Where is it? 1,200. After inquiring about several, Chen Xing revealed his true target. How much for this little black puppy? Han Jing patiently explained again, this is a Chinese rural 5 black dog. See how perky its butt is? As the saying goes, a round dog's rear means a granary full and near. So how much does it cost? 1,500. Meng Yuan, your ranking just dropped another spot. Chen Xing coughed twice and said earnestly to Han Jing, Miss, I'm a student. The smile faded from Han Jing's face. What student? Could he be trying to get a free ride? Then you can't even afford birth. Can you give me a discount? I've been saving for a long time but still don't have enough. Phew. Han Jing let out a long sigh of relief. So it was just about a discount, she thought, her smile returning as the initial scare faded. Nodding, she said, alright, I can give you a 10% discount. That's the best I can do, I'm just a staff member here, after all. Boo-hoo. Okay then. As a high school student, even daring to haggle put Chen Xing ahead of many his age. Knowing when to stop pushing his luck, he swiftly proceeded with the payment. His smooth, almost effortless speed left Han Jing wide-eyed in surprise. Isn't money tight? Then what's with that stack of 100 yuan bills in your pocket? When Chen Xing finally left the store with the little black dog, Han Jing muttered while watching his receding figure. Are boys these days learning to lie at such a young age? Carrying Kardashian, he swung his long legs onto the bicycle, pressing the dog against the frame with one hand while steering with the other. Chen Xing set off again into the cool breeze. Arriving at Lin Siyu's doorstep, Chen Xing peered through the window and saw her resting her chin in her hands while pondering a problem. Lin Su wasn't home, it seemed she'd gone out. Knock knock knock. Lin Siyu snapped out of her complicated math problems at the sound, pursed her lips, and opened the door to the rented apartment. Senior. A familiar face greeted her eyes, grinning broadly with big white teeth, his silly expression making her chuckle involuntarily. Why are you here? Did someone corner you again? Wow, Senior, you're even joking now? Chen Xing grinned. Don't worry, Senior. Even if I were really being chased, I wouldn't come to you. I'd feel guilty if I got you involved. Glib tongue, Lin Siyu wrinkled her delicate nose, noticing the chill outside. She asked, would you like to come in? No need, I just came to drop something off for you. Although sitting for a while at Senior's place sounded tempting, Chen Xing still had to attend Wan Xiaoxiao's birthday party and didn't have much time to spare. Give me something? Yes, a thank you gift. Chen Xing crouched down and lifted the little black dog digging in the dirt beside him to the senior's eyes, chuckling as he spoke. Duo? Lin Siyu exclaimed in delight, not minding the dirt on the little black dog at all as she cradled it in her arms. Watching the little black dog emit a woof and nuzzle its head against the senior student's chest, Chen Xing twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn little black dog, enjoying yourself, huh? Do you even know what you're rubbing against? Let me take your place. Chen Xing, how did you manage to bring it out? Stolen. Ah, Lin Siyu gasped in surprise, urging Chen Xing to quickly take Duo back home. Just kidding, I bought it for you. Chen Xing scratched his head and turned to run off before she could refuse, shouting over his shoulder, Senior, I'm a rich second generation, don't you dare turn it down. If you really don't want it, just throw Dajuo in the trash. Chen Xing dashed away in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Siyu momentarily stunned before she suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Duo, would you rather go back to the hospital or head to the garbage bin? Woof. Lin Siyu gave a light chuckle, then suddenly spotted a small blue trinket about 10 meters ahead of her. It seemed Chen Xing had dropped it in his hurry. Picking it up, she mumbled, why would Chen Xing carry a backpack clip in his pocket? And it looks brand new too. I'll return it to him next time we meet, Lin Siyu thought as she closed the door. Chapter 59, where's my bag strap? Ding. Mission, have Lin Siyu become the owner of Dog Duo once again, completed. Reward, 3 charm points. Chen Xing summoned his personal panel in his mind. Host, Chen Xing. Charm 7-4. Intelligence 7-6. Stamina 7-0. Wealth 8. Locked. After several months, all attributes have increased by a few points, bringing him one step closer to becoming a stat monster. No complacency, keep pushing forward. Chen Xing thought gleefully. Yayuan Tianfu. Since Dong Hui had informed the security guard in advance, Chen Xing was allowed in after explaining his purpose. Although Huiqing is just a county town, it's close to the provincial capital, Feiqing, so there are a lot of wealthy people here. The average housing price has skyrocketed to 9,000 per square meter, on par with some third-tier or even second-tier cities. The Yayuan Tianfu complex where Wan Xiaoxiao's family lives is the most expensive neighborhood in Huiqing, featuring exclusively detached villas with courtyards, available in 3 sizes, 300 square meters, 400 square meters, and 500 square meters. When Wan Xiaoxiao reluctantly revealed the location and size of her family home, the classmates collectively let out odd woes. Students who hadn't yet entered society seemed to have no real concept of what a 500 square meter villa priced at 15,000 per square meter meant, merely joining in the excited commotion. Perhaps some thought an 8 million yuan villa wasn't all that special. After all, in Shanghai or Beijing, 8 million might only get you a passably decent apartment. But, an 8 million yuan home bought with a mortgage is a far cry from a fully paid up standalone villa. Not to mention the vast difference in living costs between major cities and small counties. In short, there's no doubt that Wan Xiaoxiao comes from a powerful family. The path ahead was paved with cobblestones. Worried about jolting his butt in family jewels, Chen Xing simply got off and pushed the bike instead. When Chen Xing arrived at Wan Xiaoxiao's house, he realized he was almost the last one to show up. Aside from a few overly enthusiastic boys, even the girls who claimed I don't want to go had all shown up. Every last one of these animals had gone home to ditch their school uniforms and put on fancy new clothes, dressed up as if attending some high-end business conference. Everyone split into 3 small groups, each forming a circle with various snacks spread out in the center. Chen Xing is here. Ma Wangya's keen nose was the first to sniff out Chen Xing's handsome aura, and he immediately raised his right hand, shouting loudly. That damn thing somehow got his hands on suspenders and deliberately combed his hair in a slick side parting. Looking every bit like a damn traitor, Chen Xing nearly lost it trying not to laugh. The cherry blossoms have bloomed in Masong, my hometown. All the classmates turned their gazes toward Chen Xing as he greeted them and prepared to sit down beside Masong. Master Chen, why are you so late? What have you been up to? Ma Wangye inquired. Something held me up. Just after school, what could possibly be so urgent? Didn't even have time to change clothes. Ma Wangye curled his lip dismissively. A girl nearby covered her mouth and teased. Could it be he went to pick out a gift for Xiao Xiao? They had all handed their gifts to Ruan Xiaoxiao as soon as they arrived, so they assumed Chen Xing just had decision fatigue and took forever choosing a present. Oh, as soon as these words were spoken, not only Chen Xing's group, but students from the other two small clusters also turned their heads and joined in with drawn-out oaths to tease him. Damn it! What are these virgin losers who've never even held hands with the opposite sex OING about? Wait a minute, come to think of it, I've never held a girl's hand either. Does holding Hongdo's hand when we were kids count? Probably not. Amidst everyone's teasing, Chen Xing wore a helpless expression. Fortunately, Ruan Xiaoxiao emerged from the villa just then, carrying several boxes of chocolates. Perfect timing to give her the gift. As this thought crossed Chen Xing's mind, his hand froze mid-reach into his pocket, the gift was gone. Hey, where's my backpack clasp? He glanced back at the gate, it definitely hadn't been left behind on the road. Could it have been snatched by a Kardashian? Damn dog. Chen Xing blamed everything and everyone, except his own carelessness for leaving his wallet at Lin Siyu's place. The most critical question was, what should he do now? Aside from some cash and his house keys, he had nothing else in his pockets to serve as a gift. Sending the rich young Miss Ruan Xiaoxiao a 200 yuan red packet? That would be ridiculous. House keys? Nope, that's even worse, I'd get beaten for sure. Gosh, I'm so desperate, what should I do? Chen Xing was drenched in sweat, and to make matters worse, Ruan Xiaoxiao was walking straight towards him. I thought you weren't coming? The warm white high-neck knit sweater she wore flattered Ruan Xiaoxiao's figure perfectly, with her chest, far more developed than girls her age, towering prominently beneath a delicate snowflake brooch pinned upon it. Below, she paired it with a caramel-colored plaid wool skirt whose high-waist design elongated her proportions, while the dimensional pleats at the hem added a touch of lively girlish charm. Now this was truly the epitome of an elegant young noblewoman. Ruan Xiaoxiao looked so stunning tonight that even Chen Xing, who had just seen Lin Siyu, momentarily froze in surprise. Hey, you dumb or what? The girl waved her hand in front of Chen Xing's face, secretly pleased inside. Oh, happy birthday. Chen Xing snapped out of his daze and scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, that's it? Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes expectantly, staring at Chen Xing. Ahem, what else is there? Chen Xing pretended not to know, avoiding eye contact. Ruan Xiaoxiao sniffled slightly, her lips puckering almost imperceptibly. Then she noticed Chen Xing was still wearing his school uniform, and it dawned on her, perhaps he'd rushed here in such a hurry that he hadn't had time to bring her birthday gift. Hee, never mind then here, have some chocolate. The girl unwrapped the box and handed Chen Xing a Ferrero Rocher. Thank you. Chen Xing understood Ruan Xiaoxiao wasn't pressing further to spare his feelings, and felt deeply grateful. As Ruan Xiaoxiao continued handing out chocolates to arriving classmates, he quietly returned to his seat. Damn, Chen Xing, you didn't even get our class beauty a birthday gift? Too cheap to buy a pen? Old Ma, might have to look down on you for this, yelled Ma Wangya with his trademark lack of tact. Climb, then. Chen Xing rolled his eyes and refused to engage, his mind tangled in frustration and guilt as he wrestled with how to resolve this problem. Before long, Dong Hui and Ruan Xiaoxiao's father, Ruan Xingyang, emerged with welcoming smiles, greeting everyone warmly. Behind them followed an aunt pushing a cart bearing a cake. A six-tiered masterpiece. This scene made some classmates who had never had a birthday cake before utterly envious. Ruan Xiaoxiao's parents are really wonderful. Then Dong Hui placed a birthday crown on Ruan Xiaoxiao's head and personally lit the candles on the cake. Let's all sing happy birthday together, okay? She invited everyone with a smile. Got it. Ruan Xiaoxiao stood in front of the cake, her face beaming with joy as she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to make a wish. The chorus of happy birthday to you surrounded her warmly. The candles were blown out, and everyone burst into applause. At this moment, she was the happiest little princess. But one person in the crowd was distinctly absent-minded. Arriving late and losing the birthday gift meant for someone else. How could Chen Xing possibly be in good spirits? Here, for you. At the sound of her voice, he looked up to find Ruan Xiaoxiao smiling at him, holding out a neatly sliced piece of cake. It's all right, how about singing me a song later? Ruan Xiaoxiao leaned forward and whispered. Startled by her gaze, Chen Xing also noticed the cake in his hand was the third piece. This meant that besides Dong Hui and Ruan Xingyang, Ruan Xiaoxiao was the first to give him cake. Woman, are you trying to kill me with guilt? Chen Xing sighed inwardly. Chapter 60 Birthday Gift. A birthday cake is the tombstone of youth. A faint voice came from behind as Mwanji blinked and said, the class beauty seems to treat you differently. Shut up, dumbass. Using foul language to hide emotional turbulence? Damn it, Ma Wangye, you think you're some kind of psychological master. Chen Xing rolled his eyes. He was about to continue his verbal assault but suddenly remembered something and chuckled, asking, young Master Ma, where did you get to in Dragon 3? What's it to you? None of your damn business. Ma Wanya took a step back, sensing something off in Chen Xing's piercing gaze. What the hell is with that hint of pity? Just curious, so I'm asking. I won't tell you. Ma Wanya curled his lip after finishing reading Grand Escape Towards the Sun. Fine, forget it if you won't tell me. Judging by his expression, he hadn't been stabbed yet. When Maverick Wang sees the shriveled up part about Yui, he'll probably writhe in agony, won't he? Chen Xing suddenly lost interest in attacking Maverick Wang. He took a bite of the cake in his hand and realized the cream wasn't cloying at all. What's more, Ruan Xiaoxiao had deliberately cut him the portion with more chocolate and fruit. Because there were quite a few people, Ruan Xiaoxiao was still slicing the cake. By tradition, this was the moment when the birthday person's closest friend would appear and smear frosting on their face while pretending to grab a piece of cake. But no one dared, or rather, no one had the heart to do so. Ruan Xiaoxiao looked so stunning today that the shared sentiment among everyone was to admire her from afar rather than intrude upon her presence. After a while, almost everyone had grabbed a slice of cake and started eating. Chen Xing, who had arrived late, still felt hungry after finishing his cake and found a spot to grill some meat. As the saying goes, a full stomach fuels productivity. During this meal, Chen Xing had roughly formulated an idea in his mind to make up for his carelessness. Anyone up for some karaoke? Fang Sini called out from the middle of the crowd, and immediately many classmates expressed interest, following along. Of course, there were also some students who knew they were tone-deaf and chose to stay in the courtyard chatting and snacking. Chen Xing had originally intended to be part of the latter group, but unexpectedly, Fang Sini came trotting over with a stern face and dragged him away. Don't even think about running away. Big sis, I can't sing. Nobody can, we're just fooling around. Seriously? You mean to tell me little Wang Fei's and little Jay Chou's might suddenly appear later? Heh, what's wrong? Getting scared? Good, just a little scared, that's all. A mansion is truly a mansion. The karaoke room in Ruan Xiaoxiao's house alone spans over 30 square meters, easily accommodating 20 to 30 people. Just as Chen Xing was about to find an obscure corner to sit in, Fang Sini grabbed the microphone and shouted at him. Who goes first is the question. I suggest we arrange the order based on grades. How about that? I agree. Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao somehow managed to sneak into the crowd, cupping their hands like microphones to stir up excitement. Soon enough, everyone started joining in on the fun. Damn, you're really targeting me, huh? Might as well just send me up there first, sweating emoji. I dare you to let me be the first to collect if the village ever hands out gold. Chen Xing looked exasperated, but under the glittering gaze of the birthday person beside him, he had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. Chen Xing, what song do you want to sing? I'll play the background music for you. Fang Sini sat down beside the karaoke machine with familiar ease, smiling as she spoke. Can you play the original instrumental version for me? No way. Let me think. Chen Xing truly didn't know many songs by heart, and most of what he did remember were melancholic love ballads. It wasn't easy for him to come up with a song that fit the moment perfectly and that he could actually sing. After pondering for a while, Chen Xing said to Fang Sini, I'll sing Spring Breeze Blows. The one by Khalil Fong? Yeah, okay. The cheerful music played, and Chen Xing unconsciously nodded slightly to the beat. Blushing the peach blossoms, greening the lush trees. You'll always comfort someone along the way. Wake up the frogs, he whispered. The spring breezes roused the swallows from sleep. Someone's distinctly missing from this city scene of mine. Fortunately, Chen Xing had listened to this song often enough that he didn't sing off-key. Combined with his pleasant timbre, the performance turned out to be surprisingly lovely. Ruan Xiaoxiao smiled at him, subtly swinging one arm in a small cheer for Chen Xing. In the end, luckily, he didn't become one of those publicly embarrassed souls. Bravo! That was amazing. Encore! Encore! Wang Qingji began exaggeratedly praising him, but Chen Xing knew better, shooting him a glare before quickly retreating off stage. The second person supposed to sing should have been Shang Qiming, but since he wasn't present, Fang Sini simply dropped the pretense and let anyone volunteer. The earlier rule had clearly been tailor-made for Chen Xing. Women can be so wicked. As classmates took turns singing one after another, the atmosphere in the karaoke room grew increasingly lively. They'd tease those who sang off-key in good humor one moment, then give thunderous applause to those who sang well the next. Nobody noticed Chen Xing stepping outside to make a call before returning to quietly pull Ruan Xiaoxiao aside, summoning the birthday girl outside. On the cobblestone path. Chen Xing, where are you taking me? Ruan Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I'll sell you off. Stop joking around. Alright, I'll take you to see your birthday present. Ha, birthday present? Ruan Xiaoxiao had already prepared herself for Chen Xing forgetting to give her a gift, so this unexpected turn filled her with a sense of joyful recovery. But what kind of birthday gift requires going outside? Since Chen Xing wouldn't explain, Ruan Xiaoxiao could only suppress her curiosity and follow quietly by his side. After walking about 500 meters outside the neighborhood, Chen Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the neatly arranged boxes of fireworks by the roadside. Money still talks. The moment extra payment was mentioned, the fireworks shop owner had everything sorted in less than half an hour. Of course, the boost in intelligence points also improved Chen Xing's memory, allowing him to recall the phone number displayed on the signage of the fireworks shop they'd passed earlier. In any case, it wasn't too late yet. Fireworks? Ruan Xiaoxiao said cheerfully. Bingo, correct answer. Chen Xing took the lighter the shopkeeper had placed on the fireworks, told Ruan Xiaoxiao to stand back a little, and then deftly lit all 3 boxes. Burn away, my hard-earned money. Chen Xing's heart ached at the thought, but glancing at the girl's delighted reaction beside him, he suddenly felt it was worth it. Why do I suddenly understand King Zhou of Shang and King Yu of Zhou a bit now? Praise, praise, praise. The fireworks soared rapidly into the sky before bursting open, dyeing the pitch-black night in a riot of colors. The glow from the exploding fireworks painted Xiao Zhao's little face in hues of dusk. As she gazed up at the sky, something beyond pure exhilaration began to unfurl within her. So, not bad, huh? Chen Xing laughed. Consider the song of Freebie too. This guy completely forgot about his own carelessness in the blink of an eye, as if the fireworks had been prepared by him all along. Thank you, I love it. Ruan Xiaoxiao's dimples were so deep this time they could cradle a sugar cube. She was truly happy. Chapter 61. Where has Chen Xing gone? Huai City was a small county town, not a metropolis, so the policy prohibiting fireworks hadn't been implemented in this area. Setting off fireworks here is a very ordinary thing, but fireworks set off for just one person are a rare sight indeed. The two watched the fireworks, and without realizing it, the distance between Ruan Xiaoxiao and Chen Xing grew slightly closer. She secretly glanced at the boy's sharp jawline and prominent Adam's apple. Chen Xing wasn't deliberately trying to look cool, he was simply dumbstruck. Ding! In his mind, the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, you have triggered and completed the hidden mission. Move 2 girls with charm values exceeding 85 points within 1 day. Reward system updating. Reward system update complete. Note, in addition to fixed reward points, random type, random value, have been added to current task completion rewards. The host can choose which type to receive. Gasp! At least give me a system manual, or my pig brain might seriously short-circuit. Word by word, Chen Xing read with more focus than during exams, and soon grasped the general idea in his mind. The system implied that the current mission rewards, in addition to the fixed points like before, also offered the option of gambler-style randomized points. The random point values could be high or low, and they might not even be added to the attributes you want. Who knows if the system's randomness is real or fake? If it turns out to be like Tencent Games' so-called random mechanics, he'd be absolutely screwed. Say no to gambling addiction, starting with me. Chen Xing wore a look of determination in his eyes, but whether he'd actually choose the random point rewards in the future, only heaven knew. After all, gambling addicts truly lived for the thrill. The fireworks burst close to the residential area, so not only did the students in the yard witness the spectacle, but even the group in the karaoke room faintly heard the explosions. Someone's setting off fireworks outside, wanna go watch? A girl suggested. Yeah, let's go. Another girl immediately agreed, having grown tired of listening to music for so long. Xiao Xiao, are you going? Just as the girls were about to call the birthday girl Ruan Xiaoxiao to join them, they suddenly realized she had mysteriously vanished. Did you go to the bathroom? Fang Xini scanned the surroundings but couldn't spot Ruan Xiaoxiao anywhere. The strangest thing was, Chen Xing had vanished too. Fang Xini's gossip-detecting instincts tingled with suspicion. Could these two have sneakily gone out for snacks together? It was a bold theory, yet Fang Xini couldn't shake the feeling it might just be true. The fireworks outside ended, and after another 10 minutes, Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao still hadn't shown up. They weren't in the restroom, nor were they outside in the courtyard. Could it be? Fang Xini covered her mouth in amazement. Today truly held an unexpected surprise. However, Fang Xini wasn't the only one who discovered this secret. That sharp-nosed troublemaker Wang Qingji had already whipped out his phone and started frantically tagging Chen Xing in the class group chat. Orange Juice King, Wang Qingji at taking it slow, where are you? Report your whereabouts immediately, or I'll send out the celestial Han Zhangxiao to hunt you down, hee. Zhang Xiao the arrogant at Orange Juice King, you're the one who's the howling mutt, I'm your damn daddy. Orange Juice King at Chichokuba, ignoring my messages, huh? Don't give me that my phone ran out of gas excuse. Spill it already, where did you take the class bell? King Horse, Horseman Wang Wo, is something big about to happen? Did I miss anything outside the courtyard? Taro milk tea with boba, Fang Xini sends a melon-eating emoji. The group chat was in utter chaos when Ruan Xiaoxiao, one of the main protagonists, finally returned from outside. Xiaoxiao, where have you been? Fang Xini asked with a mischievous giggle. Ruan Xiaoxiao answered truthfully, he just went out. I knew it. Wang Qingji put down his phone and shouted excitedly. He was practically Detective Conan. Chen Xing really did steal the class beauty away. After 2 seconds, he stopped his excited gesturing. Wait, why am I so happy? Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, then sank into profound contemplation. Chen Xing might even get to hold the class bell's hand, while I'm still battling with snacks. What on earth is he so gleeful about? Fang Xinyi whispered furtively, Xiao Xiao, you and Chen Xing. Chen Xing? Ruan Xiao Xiao frowned. What about Chen Xing? Stop pretending, you and Chen Xing disappeared at the exact same time. Did he also leave? I didn't know that. Ruan Xiao Xiao wrinkled her petite nose earnestly and said, I went out because a close friend from middle school visited, so I went to meet her. Ha! Everyone froze. Had they misjudged the situation? Where did Chen Xing go? I don't know, he hasn't given me my gift yet today. Ruan Xiao Xiao snorted indignantly, then looked around at everyone. What did you all think we were doing? Everyone awkwardly rubbed their heads. Fang Xinyi noticed her phone vibrating. Chen Xing had suddenly replied, and she shouted to let everyone know. Everyone turned to look at their phones. Taking it slow, got a stomachache, heading home first. Poop man emoji pack. Orange juice king? I'm so badass? Horse king? Taro boba milk tea? Xiao anger, Ruan Xiao Xiao? Orange juice king at Zaya watch your formation. Zaya sorry. Zaya recalled a message. Zaya take a stroll mouth bar at OJ King. Why you looking for your daddy me in the group? Need me to hold your dick while you pee? Ruan Xiao Xiao burst out laughing when she saw Chen Xing's message in the class group chat. Wang Qingji instantly flushed with anger when he saw Chen Xing's retort had even drawn mockery from the class bell, his fingers hammering away at the screen. OJ King at take a stroll mouth bar. I don't believe you went home to take a shit. Send a pic and prove it. Walking mouth, I'm in the restaurant where you're eating, and photography is prohibited here. Thanks. Orange juice king, that old man lying on bed with gun meme, that's your restaurant, not mine. Walking mouth, fine, my restaurant then. I'll whip up a couple dishes for you. Walking mouth, image, done. Looking at the photo Chen Xing had sent of the toilet, its center blacked out with mosaic censorship. Wang Qingji's lips twitched. Chen Xing actually went home to use the bathroom? In DOF text. Class beauty, Chen Xing here has a wicked tongue. You'd better not be blind enough to fall for him in the future. Wang Qingji turned around and said with a dark expression. Ruan Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, dragging out a drawn-out hum that left people uncertain whether it was affirmation or denial. Wang Qingji was shocked at class bell. What's with this ambiguous answer of yours? You don't actually have feelings for Chen Xing, do you? The thought that his sworn brother might win the affection of the class bell was more unbearable than killing him. He turned to glance at Ma Wangya, wanting to share the realization he'd just come to. Turns out this guy was even more outrageous. Holding his unfinished large bottle of cola, he asked Ruan Xiao Xiao, English class rep, can I take this soda home with me? Ha, sure, I can give you a fresh bottle. No need. Half a bottle's perfect anymore and I won't finish it, Ma Wangya replied with an idiotic grin. Wang Qingji smacked his forehead in resignation. Apparently, being too clever wasn't always a good thing. Chapter 62, Give it back to him. Half lying in bed after his shower, Chen Xing relentlessly insulted Wang Qingji over his phone until the latter finally cracked and sent the message, you fucking asshole Chen Xing, just wait till Monday, you're getting the alubata. Only then did Chen Xing scratch his head and relent. Try to avoid him on Monday. Chen Xing thought to himself. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking came, and Chen Xing quickly tucked his phone between the pages of a textbook, flipping a few sheets to conceal it. There was no way Zhao Qin could find out he had a phone now. While her fear of it distracting him from studies was one thing, explaining where the money to buy it came from would be even harder. Carrying a plate of cut fruit, Zhao Qin peeked inside and saw Chen Xing leaning against his bed, staring intently at the book on his lap. She treaded much more lightly as she entered. Don't forget to eat the fruits, Zhao Qin said softly, several toothpicks already stuck into the neatly sliced apples, bananas, and honeydew melon arranged on the plate. Chen Xing nodded, barely glancing at Zhao Qin before fixing his eyes back on the reference book, pretending to be engrossed. Rule-based bizarre tales. When you pick up a book at home, even your parents dare not speak loudly. During this time, you enter an invincible state where no one dares to disturb you. Zhao Qin set down the plate, quietly walked out, and gently closed the door behind her. Phew, that was close, my phone almost slipped out. Chen Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead when he suddenly noticed Cher Hongdo had sent him a message. Red bean blooms in southern land, 1. Foot dragging mouth bar, 1. Since they often hung out together on weekends, their chat greetings had evolved from are you there, to the simple one. Red beans grow in the south, where should we hang out tomorrow? Piggy hero head tilt wide-eyed sticker. Chen Xing, who just suffered a major financial blow today, froze for a moment before typing a few words on the screen. Walking mouth ba, not going anywhere, studying at home. Red bean from southern land? Who are you? Walking mouth ba, I'm your daddy. Red bean from southern land, humph, I'm telling Auntie Zhao how you broke your classmate's phone. Angry, hesitating steps, I suddenly feel like going out again. Where do you want to go? Red bean in the southern land, I want to eat KFC. Hesitating steps, just letting you know up front, I'm broke. Red bean in the southern land, Are you even a man? Hesitant mouth, I'm male, but not when paying. Southern red beans, disdainful look. With a smile on his face, Shen Xing soon managed to freeload a KFC meal. Total expenditure today, 2,000 yuan. Finally earning 50 yuan tomorrow, tearing up. A girl who doesn't make him spend money is a good girl. Shi Hongdo's status in Chen Xing's heart rose another few notches. Ahem, that's just how pragmatic he is. Rich lady, I'm hungry, feed me. Having secured his meal ticket, Chen Xing was in high spirits, chatting with Shi Hongdo for over an hour and providing her with ample emotional fulfillment. At the same time, near number 2 high school, Lin Siyu was holding the little dog Duo while looking down at her toes. Opposite her stood Lin Su, whose expression didn't look too pleasant. You said Duo had already gotten sick and died. How come she's back now? Lin Su's voice carried suppressed anger. Lin Siyu fell silent. The moment Chen Xing returned the dog, she knew there would inevitably be this conversation waiting once Lin Su got home. Spit it out, what's really going on here? Fine, I lied earlier. Duo was just sent to the vet by me, Lin Siyu said, pursing her lips. Where'd you get the money to send Duo to the hospital? Parvovirus treatment isn't something a couple hundred yuan can cover. I saved up some money during summer break. Be specific. Lin Su stared coldly at her daughter. Lin Siyu clenched her teeth and poured out everything she'd done during summer break, handing out flyers and collecting bottles. A sudden lightness filled her chest. She finally had no more secrets from her mother. But the price of telling the truth was enduring Lin Su's fury. You're quite good at hiding things, aren't you? I went out to earn extra money during the summer, only to find my own daughter working too. So tell me, what's the point of me supporting your studies? Might as well drag you to the factory and have us both screw nuts for a living. Lin Su slammed the table and shouted in rage. You're not an elementary school student anymore, nor a middle schooler. You're already a sophomore in high school, with college entrance exams just around the corner. Why can't you just listen to me and study properly? Lin Su grew angrier as she spoke. Back then, it was because your grandmother favored others that I had to drop out of elementary school, missed my education, and ended up like this. That's why I work so hard now, just so you can go to school. Not because I want you to support me someday, but because I don't want to see you end up like me. As she spoke, Lin Su's tears suddenly began to fall. As a child, her parents showed favoritism. As an adult, she was abandoned by a scoundrel. Now after struggling to raise her daughter, the girl had learned to lie. She raged at the unfairness of fate, and raged at her own helplessness. Lin Siyu panicked. She could handle Lin Su's constant scolding, but these tears signaled the situation was deteriorating. Mom, please stop crying. I was wrong, okay? I really know I was wrong. Lin Su remained silent. Honestly, she didn't know how to face her daughter either. Is it normal for an underage girl to love puppies? Absolutely normal. Did Lin Siyu's studies really suffer because of this? Actually not really. She's always been well behaved and consistently ranked within the top 100 in the whole school. What Lin Su feared didn't actually happen, but she didn't dare take the chance. The puppy had indeed recovered now, but what if it fell ill again in the future? What if the illness happened to coincide with the critical period right before Lin Siyu's college entrance exams? If she failed the exams, it would affect the entire trajectory of Lin Siyu's life. Her family was too poor to bear such a loss. Although she knew it wasn't Lin Siyu's fault and that the responsibility mainly lay with herself, Lin Su, as a mother, didn't know how to explain it all. I'll return the puppy. Tears welled up in Lin Siyu's beautiful eyes as she sniffled and spoke. Lin Su stood up, discreetly wiping the tears from her face. You must be hungry. I'll make you some midnight snacks. She didn't dare face Lin Siyu anymore, using cooking as an excuse to flee the room. The little black puppy Duo raised its head, its eyes shifting between its owner and the owner's mother. It didn't know it would soon be sent away again after just returning to its familiar home. Lin Siyu stroked its head with deep reluctance in her heart. But leaving the puppy at home would upset Mom, so faced with the choice between the puppy and her mother, she decisively chose the latter. Where should Duo be sent? The image of that boy surfaced in Lin Siyu's mind. She should return it to him. After all, he was the one who paid for it. The 2 chapters for today will be updated in the evening. No saved drafts. Need to stock up during May Day holidays to recover. Chapter 63 Meeting. At this moment, still at home, Chen Xing was unaware that his act of gratitude had sparked a conflict between Lin Su and her daughter. Even less did he know that Lin Siyu would end up returning the little black dog to him. The next morning. Wake up, wake up. Rubbing his head, Chen Xing crawled out of bed. Because he had to wake up early every day for school, his biological clock was completely messed up. On weekends when he wanted to sleep in without setting an alarm, he'd inexplicably wake up on his own anyway. Damn it all. Chen Xing once again extended his greetings to the female members of the school leadership's families. After washing up, he went out alone to buy breakfast. Back in his room, Chen Xing ate while doing homework. Even though his grades were far ahead of his classmates, assignments still had to be completed. Fortunately, he had solid knowledge in his head, so the work went quickly without straining his brain. Chen Xing spent about an hour finishing the assignments for several subjects. Work of this quality could easily sell for 10 yuan a copy in the class group chat. Someone would definitely buy it. Yet Chen Xing dared not actually do this. There was no guaranteeing that some sneaky bastard in the group, like Yao Jun, wouldn't secretly try to screw him over. Forget it, better to play it safe. Glancing at the clock and seeing it was barely 9, Chen Xing executed a graceful spin straight onto his bed, sprawling face down to play a game. Timmy. Though on silent mode, as soon as those 4 letters appeared on the screen, that familiar jingle automatically played in Chen Xing's mind. Let's play a couple rounds. Let's play. As soon as he logged in, he noticed Ma Wangya, Wang Qingji, and many other male classmates were online, instantly lifting his spirits. Great, great. So all your studious energy is being poured into the King's Canyon instead, huh? Click invite. Ma Wangya didn't respond at all. Chen Xing checked his gaming stats and figured he'd probably fallen asleep after pulling an all-nighter playing games, though his account was still online. Wang Qingji adapted surprisingly fast. Through the team voice chat, he boisterously challenged Chen Xing to a 1v1 match, itching to avenge his humiliation from yesterday's verbal showdown in the class group chat. I don't play solo, bullying elementary school kids is no fun. Chen Xing chuckled and started queuing up. You're just scared. Wang Qingji grinned mischievously and boasted he'd show off his Han Xian with a 70% win rate to Chen Xing. Then I'll pick Yao, Chen Xing said. Let's see what this jungle king is really made of. Fuck off. Go play some damn tank instead. What the hell am I supposed to do with my jungle when you pick a support like that? None of my damn business. I'm not the jungler. Chen Xing let out a scoffing laugh, instantly locking in the heroine Yao, which infuriated Wang Qingji so much he slapped his thigh in frustration. My combat stats, damn it. I'm Huai City's 93rd ranked Han Xian. If this ranking drops, I'm holding you responsible. The two bickered playfully as they duo queued for 7 or 8 rounds. Around 11 p.m., Chen Xing called it quits. That's enough for today. What? Giving up already after just this long? No stamina at all. Something's come up. Let's meet another day. What could be more important than playing games with me? To freeload KFC from a pretty girl. Keep bragging. If you can get a beauty to treat you to KFC, then I'm Louis Fei's secret husband. Time to quit Pinhaofan. I think there's signs of addiction creeping in. After mocking Wang Qingji, Chen Xing put away his phone, greeted Zhao Qin, and rode his bike to the entrance of the neighborhood where Shi Hongdou lived. The damn Shi Hongdou claimed to have no sense of direction, so every time they went out, Chen Xing had to pick her up from her neighborhood and guide her. To make matters worse, she was his creditor, leaving Chen Xing unable to refuse. This was supposed to be a service reserved for my future girlfriend, yet you got to enjoy it first. Chen Xing rode his bicycle alongside Shi Hongdou, who was on an electric scooter, traveling side by side on the road. So what's the matter? Shi Hongdou let out a delicate humph, her snow-white swan neck exposed to the air. The debt I owe you needs to be reduced a bit. Hey, Chen Xing, is money the only thing on your mind? I'm starting to look down on you. If I don't care about money, what should I care about? Whether you slept well last night? Whether you ate enough this morning? That's your future boyfriend's job, not my duty. Chen Xing shook his head and said, TCH. Stop riding that e-bike so much. Just ride a bicycle like me, more exercise. Looks like you've been putting on some weight, Chen Xing teased. When Shi Hongdou heard the words gain weight, she instantly bristled and huffed, nonsense. Your eyes must be crooked. Today, she had simply put together a casual outfit, a blue and white baseball jacket paired with faded jeans, her slender, jade-like legs daintily pressed together as she sat on the electric scooter. Glancing at the girl's slim and graceful figure, Chen Xing lied through his teeth. It's true. I never lie. I suggest you eat less KFC today and leave the task of demolishing those burgers and fried chicken to me. Ha! So your real motive is finally exposed, Shi Hongdou giggled before preparing to tease Chen Xing in return. Glancing at Chen Xing, who was riding his bike one-handed, she suddenly froze. How did he suddenly seem even more handsome? Unlike Wang Yi, Wan Xiaoxiao, and the others who saw Chen Xing almost daily, Shi Hongdou usually only hung out with him once a week. This made her far more attuned to the gradual changes in his appearance. His nose seemed more defined, and the contours of his face had grown sharper. Had he lost weight from sticking to his running routine? Shi Hongdou was well aware of Chen Xing's habit of running. What does a guy need to be so good looking for? Shi Hongdou was thinking strangely when, in a moment of carelessness, she failed to steady the handlebars, causing the electric bike to swerve diagonally toward Chen Xing. Damn it! Female driver. While pulling his leg back, Chen Xing reached out to help Shi Hongdou straighten the handlebars. Do you hate me that much? At least let me finish freeloading this KFC meal before you kill me. He rolled his eyes, exasperated. Shi Hongdou's cheeks flushed pink. Uncharacteristically, she didn't talk back, simply responding with an obedient "oh." Good thing I'm quick on my feet. If this happened to someone slower or with shorter legs, like Manhwa, they'd already be lying on the ground waiting for an ambulance. I wasn't paying attention. What were you thinking about? You weren't even paying attention while writing. Chen Xing sent a question mark. None of your business. Sure, Hongo pouted. Unbelievable. You really can't reason with girls, all they care about is your attitude. Chen Xing muttered under his breath, curling his lip. What did you say? Sure, Hongo didn't quite catch his whisper and asked curiously. Nothing, I just said I'm going to eat 10 egg tarts later. You did bring enough money, right? Don't worry, more than enough. Sure, Hongo patted her pocket proudly. Sure, hurry it up. Manhwa didn't come today, apparently he got sick from class and really didn't feel like going out. So at KFC, only Chen Xing and Sure Hongdo were sitting together at a table. Sure Hongdo was eating with modest elegance, while Chen Xing went all out, devouring his food like a starving man, even regretting that he'd eaten breakfast that morning. Piggy. Seeing this, Sure Hongdo secretly smirked with mischievous amusement in her heart. After finishing their KFC meal, the two went to play at the arcade for a while before finally setting off home around 2 p.m. Only to unexpectedly run into another girl near the school. Senior? Chen Xing's way of addressing Lin Xiu made Sure Hongdo stop her car and exchange a glance with her. Chapter 64, A Peculiar Feeling. Lin Xiu crouched by the roadside, holding the little black dog Duo in her arms. She had originally wanted to try her luck to see if she could run into Chen Xing in the area. If she was fortunate enough to meet him, she planned to return Duo to him so he could take care of the dog. But now that she had actually run into Chen Xing, she noticed there was a pretty girl by his side. Are they a couple? Lin Xiu hesitated, unsure whether she should call out to Chen Xing. Afraid the girl might misunderstand her relationship with Chen Xing, she anxiously furrowed her brows. To her surprise, Chen Xing spotted her from afar and boldly called out senior, seemingly unafraid of upsetting the girl beside him. Lin Xiu felt puzzled but still stood up and said softly, Chen Xing, are you out for fun? Yeah, heading home soon. Chen Xing nodded, then suddenly remembered something and pointed to Sure Hongdo, introducing, Senior, that's my maidservant, Sure Hongdo. Sure Hongdo immediately took offense, jumping off the electric scooter to deliver a playful pink-fisted punch before offering Lin Xiu a friendly smile. Hello, don't mind his nonsense, I'm actually his creditor. Creditor? Lin Xiu immediately thought about the money Chen Xing had used to buy Duo. Had he borrowed it from this beautiful girl in front of her? Being a creditor and a helper maid aren't mutually exclusive. Chen Xing chuckled, then asked curiously, why are you squatting by the roadside, senior? It's nothing. Lin Xiu gave a sudden shiver and shook her head repeatedly. Noticing the peculiar expression on his senior's face, Chen Xing didn't push for answers. He crouched down to rub the little black dog's head, then gave its perky rounded rump a pat. Bouncy and springy, you've really got quite the talent there, little guy. Chen Xing chuckled as his hand moved faster across the dog's head, prompting the small black canine to protest with a series of indignant woof-woofs from the floor. Sure Hongdo watched with envy and also crouched down to join the torture squad targeting the little black dog. Why is it so black? Just like Chen Xing, Sure Hongdo teased Lin Xiu. Giggle. Not really, Chen Xing isn't that dark, he's pretty fair-skinned actually. Chen Xing's eyes welled up with tears, his senior really knew how to comfort someone. Sure Hongdo, you're the one who, oh, forget it. I won't argue with you. To say Hongdo is dark-skinned would be a downright lie, even Chen Xing couldn't bring himself to say that. Hongdo snorted and continued petting the dog's head. Little guy, did you steal Tang Monk's Kasaya robe or something? That was the black bear spirit, not the black dog spirit. I know, but they do look pretty similar. That's not the same thing. Just because I look like Andy Lau doesn't mean I actually am Andy Lau, Chen Xing replied shamelessly. You Chen Xing, you're so shameless, I need to stay away from you. Senior, do you think I look like Andy Lau? Chen Xing, having just been scorned by Sure Hongdo, immediately turned to Lin Xiu in hopes of some consolation. Yeah, that looks about right. The senior was still kind enough to save Chen Xing's face, though she silently added another line in her heart. All guys are the same, one nose, two mouths, pretty similar in that regard. It shouldn't count as lying, right? At worst, it's just a white lie. Lin Xiu comforted herself this way, otherwise, her conscience wouldn't rest. Look at your senior sister, then look at yourself. Sure Hongdo, can't you be honest for once? Is it so hard to admit I look like Andy Lau? Sure Hongdo couldn't hold back anymore, stifling her laughter as she said, actually, the dog looks more like him. Her jade-like finger pointed at the little black dog. The rascal instantly stood up on its hind legs with a spring and flashed an eerily human-like grin. Ah wow, so adorable. Sure Hongdo's girlish heart surged, instantly wanting to reach out to hug the little black dog tightly and plant several kisses on it. Chen Xing's eyelid twitched as he swiftly pulled the little black dog to his side with lightning speed. Phew! That was close. He was even more terrified now than when Sure Hongdo nearly crashed into him at noon. That damn dog almost got to cozy up to pretty girls again. He hadn't even hugged Lin Xiu or Sure Hongdo yet. How could they let this mutt get ahead of him? Absolutely not. Woof! Woof! The little black dog, which was supposed to be cradled in the beautiful girl's arms, now found itself being lifted by the scruff of its neck by Chen Xing, dangling mid-air. The stark contrast between heaven and hell made it bark indignantly in protest. The puppy won't stop barking, it's probably hungry. Did you buy any sausages, senior? Chen Xing asked. There's still half left. Lin Xiyu took out half a Wang Zhong Wang sausage from her pocket and handed it to Chen Xing, then watched with amusement as he eagerly fed the little dog. Let me feed it. Give it to me, Shi Hongdou called out. Everyone gets one turn at feeding. Don't grab it randomly, I'm afraid you'll just eat it yourself. Chen Xing, you're gonna get it. Taking a few more punches on his back, Chen Xing burst into goose-like laughter. As the two competed to feed the puppy, a flicker of indecipherable emotion passed through Lin Xiyu's eyes. After all, she'd have to return it to Chen Xing sooner or later. Should she just tell him now? She could also tell that Shi Hongdou and Chen Xing weren't exactly a couple, just close friends of the opposite sex, so returning the dog to him wouldn't affect their relationship. Chen Xing, do you like dogs? Lin Xiyu casually asked. Yeah, I do. There's a big yellow dog back at my hometown. It even saved my childhood friend's life once, Chen Xing replied offhandedly. Then how about I give you Duo? Okay. What thing? Chen Xing abruptly looked up, his face full of disbelief, while Shi Hongdou beside him also turned to gaze at her in astonishment. Senior, are you kidding? You don't want this dog anymore? Little black dog, what did you do to our senior? She's already tired of you after just one day. Woof, the little black dog, I don't get it. I'm still as cute as ever. Lin Xiyu pursed her lips and said in a low voice, my mom doesn't want me to keep it, so I'll give it to you. If you don't want it either, you can send it back to the pet hospital. Oh well. Chen Xing suddenly realized his good intentions might have backfired. Had he accidentally caused a quarrel between the senior and her mother? He really had become the villain in this situation. Alright then, senior, I'll take it home and ask my mom. Our family dog, Dahuan, stayed behind with my dad, and my mom's been kind of lonely alone in the rental, Chen Xing said after a moment's thought. Shi Hongdou remained silent nearby. She actually wanted to keep the puppy, but since she was staying at her aunt's place, raising one would be impossible. She had no choice but to give up the idea. Then can I go see Duo later? Lin Xiyu blinked. Of course, you can even pat his butt all you want, Chen Xing chuckled. Got it. Lin Xiyu and Chen Xing were exchanging tips on dog care and sharing habits of the little black pup, their conversation flowing incessantly. Shi Hongdou, standing to the side, became an outsider, and a faint feeling of irritation suddenly stirred within her. It was as if something might be snatched away from her. Chapter 65. Anyway, I don't like dogs. Then Duo is in your hands now. Though Lin Xiyu was reluctant in every possible way, in the end she still handed the little black puppy Duo over to Chen Xing. Be a good boy. She gave the little black dog one last pat on the head and gently instructed. Don't worry, senior. I'll take good care of Duo. Following Chen Xiao? Prepare for starving 9 times in 3 days. MHM, I believe in you. Lin Xiyu gave a gentle smile, watching Chen Xing cradle the puppy in one arm as he rode off on his bicycle. Shi Hongdou pedaled alongside and huffed. Quite the charmer, aren't you? When did you get to know such a pretty senior? And she even gave you her puppy, must be really close, huh? Chen Xing shot Shi Hongdou a puzzled glance. Was it just him, or was there suddenly a faintly sour tinge hanging in the air? Could it be, his childhood sweetheart was actually jealous over this? Testing the waters, Chen Xing cleared his throat and deliberately said, Senior Lin and I do get along quite well. She's beautiful and has such a pleasant personality. Who wouldn't like a gentle girl like her? Yeah, sure. Shi Hongdou narrowed her eyes slightly, her heart already wanting to bite Chen Xing to death. This guy, was he implying she wasn't gentle enough? Just this morning, she had even treated Chen Xing to KFC. Seeing Shi Hongdou smile without saying a word, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Oh no, she really seemed jealous. Could it be that Shi Hongdou likes him? Surely not. It was probably just that little possessive streak all girls have. The thought had barely formed when Chen Xing immediately shook his head to dismiss it. Sigma male rule #10086, never assume a woman likes you just because of some trivial action until she explicitly confesses her feelings, always treat it as non-existent. These are all bait thrown out by wicked women, used to chum the waters, bite the hook and you're hooked for good. At this thought, Chen Xing's eyes immediately regained their clarity. But, since Shi Hongdou also held the status of being his creditor, offering a simple retraction shouldn't cause any issues. He cleared his throat twice and said, of course, it's not just gentle girls who are cute. Lively and cheerful ones are quite lovely too. We girls are all adorable. Who told you to say that? Hongdou was clearly pleased by Chen Xing's words, but her naturally tsundere nature made her lift her chin and let out a cold snort. Hey, don't tell me you thought I was talking about you? Give you an inch and you take a mile, feed you some praise and you puff up with pride, Chen Xing teased with amusement. Am I not cute? Everyone who meets me says I'm adorable. Shi Hongdou tilted her head at Chen Xing, as if waiting for him to disagree so she could unleash her petite fists upon him. Hey, look ahead, not at me. Are you trying to crash into me again? Chen Xing shouted. I know, there's no one in front anyway. Look at you, a grown man, yet so timid. It's clearly you being reckless. I think the government should issue a ban on Hongdo riding bicycles. Blah blah blah, in your dreams. You think you're the county governor or something? Who knows? I read online that if you just make the right choices at every turn, you could become provincial leader by 50. Oh sure, just like how if only every Chinese person gave me 1 yuan, I'd instantly have 1.4 billion. Holy shit, I've actually thought about that too. Thought it was just some niche fantasy, Chen Xing said, surprised. Put, he. Hongdo was clearly an easy girl to appease, especially since she had no real reason to be jealous in the first place. After all, she and Chen Xing were just good friends. So halfway down the road, Chen Xing had already coaxed her back into a good mood. After parking his bicycle, Chen Xing placed Duo on the ground and gave its rump a light kick. Come on, let's go see the Empress Dowager. If she agrees, you can stay at my place. If not, you'll have to make do with the trash can. Woof! The little black dog wagged its tail non-stop, as if saying it would behave well. Dinner time hadn't arrived yet. Zhao Qin stayed in her room scrolling through her phone, one moment sending a message to Chen Xing's second aunt, the next calling her grandmother. To be honest, if it weren't for accompanying Chen Xing to high school, she would never have come to this completely unfamiliar place. With no relatives or friends around, most of her days were spent in a state of utter boredom. Who knows where that boy has run off to again? Zhao Qin set down her phone and rubbed her stiff neck. Getting older meant even sitting for a while left her aching all over. But going out wasn't much better when she didn't know where to go. Ah, Mom, I'm home. The sound of the door opening, Chen Xing peeked out with a mischievous look. Where have you been playing again? Just wandered around with Hongdo. Oh, where's Hongdo? Why didn't you bring her back for dinner? There's no reason to have her come over every week. If you're not tired of it, I am. Look, I brought a new one home this time. Chen Xing grinned and stepped aside to make room. The little black pup trotted in on its short legs, looked at Zhao Qin sitting on the bed, and let out a woof. Where did this dog come from? It's as black as charcoal. Heh, found it on the road. What do you say we keep it at home to keep you company? No, I don't like dogs. Zhao Qin pouted her lips. Taking care of Chen Xing alone exhausted her. She absolutely didn't want a dog to care for too. Wow, Mom, saying that would hurt Dawan's feelings. That was your father's idea to keep it, and since we had nowhere else to throw the leftovers, I agreed. But now you wolf down everything like a starved ghost, licking the plates clean, there's nothing left to feed it. Zhao Qin still shook her head. Come on, I'll eat less. Look how cute this dog is, with such a perky butt too. While I'm at evening study, you can take it out for walks by the river in the county town, enjoy the breeze, won't that be lovely? Chen Xing grinned cheekily, cradling the little black pup and giving it a spin in his hands, showcasing the dog's remarkably talented posterior. Zhao Qin had initially kept a stern face, but seeing the dazed, silly expression of the pup being twirled around by Chen Xing, she couldn't help but crack a smile. Gotta say, it really looks like you when you were little and just as dark too. Attacking me? Chen Xing's smile froze. How could someone as handsome as me resemble a dog? He muttered inwardly, thinking his mother must be talking nonsense again. Heh, really? Wasn't I way cuter when I was little? About the same. Neither of you were particularly adorable. Zhao Qin recalled Chen Xing's childhood photos with a hint of nostalgia. Fine, you really don't want to keep this dog? If not, I'll just leave it on the roadside. When it gets run over by a car later, we won't care either? Zhao Qin rolled her eyes at him, paused, and said, let's try keeping it for now. But I'm saying this up front, you'll have to clean up its poop yourself after school. No problem, I'll make sure it learns to use the toilet. If it makes a mess, I'll cut its little butt off. Woof! Zhao Qin scoffed and reiterated, suit yourself. I don't like dogs anyway. Chapter 66 Crushing the Little Virgin. Another agonizing Monday. No! Chen Xing rose up with a grotesque expression on his face. The weather was getting colder, making it increasingly difficult to get out of bed. The South had no central heating, and his family wouldn't splurge on air conditioning for sleep either. He wondered how effective an electric blanket would be. Chen Xing rubbed his head in a daze, then sighed and obediently got up to wash. On the way to school, Chen Xing took his phone with him. Compared to the risk of Zhao Qin finding the phone at home, Chen Xing still felt it was safer to keep it with him. What? Keeping it on me would make it too easy for the teacher to find out? What kind of joke is this? He's the strongest in class 12. A smirk tugged at Chen Xing's lips as he took a bite of the pan-fried bun against the chilly wind. They say eating against the wind gives you diarrhea, but he didn't believe in superstitions and was determined to challenge it. With Yao Jun's matter long since resolved, Chen Xing no longer needed to park his bicycle a few extra steps away in the parking lot. Leaving his bike beneath a small tree, Chen Xing hummed a tune as he strode through the school gates. Coincidentally, Ma Wanye was just up ahead, unmistakable with his towering height over 6 feet and the distinctive small blue backpack, the only one of its kind in number 2 high school. Chen Xing took 2 quick bites of his pan-fried buns before speeding off to catch up. Don't lower your head, young Master Ma, or your crown might slip. Noticing Ma Wangya listlessly dragging his feet like he hadn't woken up yet, Chen Xing gave him a shoulder pat and teased. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Xing's teasing didn't register in Ma Wangya's mind, he just kept muttering the same phrase over and over. Heartbroken? Chen Xing was baffled. But how could Ma Wangya be suffering from heartbreak when he'd never even been in love? What's up with you? Did your online romance fail? How could this be? Chen Xing, how could this happen? What happened? Just tell me. I finished reading Dragon Volume 3 Part 2 over the weekend when I had time. Ha! Hearing Ma Wangya say this, Chen Xing understood instantly. Poor kid, tricked again by Uncle Jiangnan's stories. Why is Lu Mingfei such an idiot? Hiratsuki likes him so much, she's his alone. Chen Xing chuckled as he listened to Ma Wangya vent out the complaints that any reader would inevitably voice. Lord Lu, was the wine from Takamagara to your liking? Did drowning in all that liquor finally quench your cowardice? Why aren't you saying anything? Ma Wangya had been ranting halfway when he noticed Chen Xing had also fallen silent. Suddenly realizing this guy had already read Volume 3, he immediately cursed. Fuck. No wonder you asked me which chapter 1 was on last time, you bastard already knew, didn't you? Yeah, but I can't spoil it. Dragon Tribe is a great book, it just didn't unfold the way we all wanted it to, Chen Xing said with a shrug. Then curse Lu Mingfei with me, and I'll forgive you. Blame Jiangnan if you want, but why curse Lu Mingfei? I don't think he's done anything wrong, said Chen Xing. Lu Mingfei isn't at fault? If he had arrived just a little sooner, Ari wouldn't have gotten hurt. Ma Wangya said emotionally, his voice filled with anger. But he likes Nono after all. Ari is just a girl he met a few days ago. It's only natural he couldn't bring himself to sacrifice a quarter of his life for her. Ma Wangya widened his eyes as if hearing something hilarious. Why hesitate over a quarter of a life? If it were me, I'd never be like Lu Mingfei. Oh, Chen Xing smiled. Like many others, Ma Wangya had no real concept of what losing a quarter of one's life meant. Few knew Lu Mingfei had already sacrificed 2/4 by then, so saying it cost half his life wouldn't be an exaggeration. Would you willingly lose an arm for a girl you've just met days ago, one who loves you, but whom you don't love? Chen Xing rephrased the question. Ma Wangya was about to immediately answer yes, but suddenly hesitated. 1/4 of a life might sound insignificant, but an arm, he truly couldn't bear to part with it. Lu Mingfei was brave enough after all, he did use that 1/4 of his life in the end. What's more, not once did he use it for himself. He was a real man, though also a hopeless simp, Chen Xing remarked flatly. How did you see through everything so clearly? Ma Wangya asked curiously. Because I'd already cursed Lu Mingfei and Jiangnan to hell and back, so I cooled off by now. Chen Xing thought this to himself, but still uttered some pretentious nonsense out loud. Because you're too naive to see past the superficial. When you're as mature as me, you'll understand, kid. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Cut the bullshit, you pretentious fuck. Don't bust a nut trying so hard. Ma Wangya immediately saw through Chen Xing's pretense and locked him in a headlock. Cough, cough. I was wrong. Chen Xing laughed while pleading for mercy. On second thought, if there really was a girl like Yezi, I might not be willing to give up my hand, but I genuinely offer a quarter of my life. Ma Wangya said wistfully. For a virgin like him, the allure of a beautiful girl who only had eyes for him was simply too devastating. Don't worry, young Master Ma, no one's after your life, you'd never meet a girl like Yui anyway, Chen Xing roared with laughter. Get lost, can you even imagine it? Note, the translation captures the angry, dismissive tone while preserving the repetition for stylistic effect. He's flustered, really flustered. I never said I wanted to meet them anyway. No encounter means no encounter, Chen Xing shrugged. Nothing infuriates an angry person more than the other's indifference. Ma Wangya nearly transformed into King Kong. Damn it, you deserve to die. To be honest, in this day and age, there aren't any girls that naive anymore. A character like Ari obviously only exists in fiction. Stop acting like you know everything. How can you be so sure it's impossible? Not just unlikely, but outright impossible under any circumstances. Think about it, if a girl were as stunning as Ari, she would have never lacked love growing up, and naturally wouldn't be easily moved by a loser like you. Stop, I'm begging you, don't say anymore. One of my buddies is really gonna lose it if he hears this, Ma Wangya said with a pleading gesture. Out of thin air? Chen Xing smiled and continued his question. If a girl really liked you and had a great personality, but wasn't good looking and had a very large figure, would you still like her? Don't say it. Ma Wangya's mental defenses were crumbling bit by bit. He broke into a sprint, desperately trying to escape Chen Xing's haunting verbal assault. How amusing. Seeing his psychological attack had successfully shattered this innocent virgin boy's pure love ideals, Chen Xing felt thoroughly pleased. With light-hearted steps, he trailed behind Ma Wangya into the classroom. Chapter 67. Damn it all. The moment Chen Xing entered the classroom, he could see many classmates hunched over their desks scribbling away. Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken Class 12 for having an excellent study atmosphere, with everyone diligently working on exercises. Actually, let me copy it. Let me copy it. I got it from Su Peng. Find someone else to copy from if you want it. Why don't you just put it in the middle? I'm copying the essay questions, you're copying the multiple choice. Quit flipping through. Class is about to start, there's no time left. How can you be so selfish? Great desolate imprisoning heaven finger. Chen Xing took his seat, and Fong Sini immediately turned around from the front row. Chen Xing, you've done the math homework, right? Let me have a look. Want to copy mine? 5 yuan per session, thank you. I didn't copy yours, I solved it myself and wanted to check the math answers. Chen Xing had now reached such an authoritative status that everyone automatically assumed his answers were correct. Is it really necessary? It's not even graded. He pursed his lips but still handed her the paper. Chen Xing, why are there no working marks at all on your multiple choice answers? The test was easy this time, I just scribbled some notes on scratch paper. I don't like making my answer sheet look messy. Fong Sini blinked, thinking to herself how different top students like him were from struggling students like her. She loves covering the entire test paper with her working notes, that's what gives her a sense of accomplishment and puts her mind at ease. I chose D for question 11 on the multiple choice section. Why did you pick C? Did I get it wrong? Whoa, let me see. Chen Xing leaned over for a look and immediately spotted Fong Sini's mistake. This is a classic blunder, textbook 0-point material. Ha, teach me, then. Chen Xing nodded and took out a black pen to demonstrate on her test paper. Having frequently tutored Yuan Xiaoxiao, Chen Xing had become quite adept at being a teacher. In just a few steps, he helped Fong Sini understand the problem's logic. Take another look yourself. I won't do the calculations for you, Chen Xing said with a flourish of his pen. Fong Sini bobbed her head up and down like a pecking chick. Studious guys are seriously so charming, especially for girls like her who aren't great at academics. A sense of admiration for excellence sprouted in Fong Sini's heart. At this moment, Chen Xing practically shimmered in her eyes, glowing brilliantly. Actually, occasionally, she would wish she were as beautiful as Yuan Xiaoxiao, then she could chat and interact with Chen Xing without any hesitation or self-doubt. Then, even if she ever wanted to pursue a relationship in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about being unworthy. What a pity, there are no ifs. She was just an ordinary girl, and her life would most likely remain ordinary in the future too. A boy like Chen Xing, good-looking, academically outstanding, and tall, could only be considered a legendary crush, right? For most people, youth is rather uneventful, devoid of dazzling experiences or outstanding performances. Instead, there are only breakouts of acne and desks piled high with exam papers. This is precisely why so many people read novels. Real life is far less colorful than fiction, with its bizarre and fantastical worlds, unwavering love, poetry, and distant horizons. Most of us have none of these things. Fong Sini felt that simply having had a crush on a moonlight-like boy was enough to satisfy her. As for whether he belonged to her, she never dared to hope for such a thing. Simply watching his perpetually proud demeanor from the sidelines was sufficient. The classroom clamor suddenly quieted as Yuan Xiaoxiao entered at that moment. Wearing a purple hoodie, her exquisitely beautiful face made her shine just as dazzlingly. A match made in heaven. Fong Sini lowered her head, feeling strangely guilty about the thought that had just popped into her mind. It felt as if she was stealing someone else's man. What the hell? She covered her face with both hands, silently chastising herself for being so obsessed. That was close. I almost overslept. Yuan Xiaoxiao sat down, patting her chest as she let out a long sigh of relief. Hee, almost late doesn't count as actually late. Just made it. Fong Sini replied with a slightly guilty conscience. True enough. Yuan Xiaoxiao smiled gently, then took out several small packs of seaweed snacks from her backpack to share with Fong Sini and Chen Xing, along with Chen Xing's deskmate, Jiang Xiaoshu. If Jiang Xiaoshu hadn't lifted his head himself, Yuan Xiaoxiao wouldn't have noticed him at all. After stealing a couple more glances at Jiang Xiaoshu, Yuan Xiaoxiao genuinely worried she might one day walk right past this physically close classmate without recognizing him. Jiang Xiaoshu gave an awkward, sheepish grin. My apologies for failing to make an impression on our class bell. After the morning classes ended, the students galloped toward the playground like wild horses finally set free. Instantly, the hallway became a surging tide of people, clogging every inch of the staircase. Chen Xing squeezed into the fifth-floor stairwell, gazing at the densely packed crowd ahead, his lips twitching involuntarily. Moving downward amid the sluggish human flow, each step felt like wading through molasses. Finally reaching the ground floor, Chen Xing thought he could finally catch his breath, but the moment he stepped out of the teaching building, he realized the real battlefield had just begun. The playground was packed with people, students surging back and forth like a tide, noise and shouts rising and falling in waves. Is this an attack on Pinyin County or what? Chen Xing quipped. Among all these people, is there not a single one who could be my area? Ma Wangye murmured in a faint voice, still dreaming away in that head of his. Kid, you're almost beyond saving. Sure, bro, there are plenty of girls like Area out there. Seeing Chen Xing making meme references again, Ma Wangye immediately cursed. Get lost. Don't you dare mention Huli, I'll find her myself. Had ha. During the flag-raising ceremony, Class 12 was positioned toward the inner area, so Chen Xing and Ma Wanya had to weave through the crowds from several front classes to reach their spot. Class monitor Su Zian was counting heads. According to him, the principal would be making an announcement today about something important. Is second high school going bankrupt? The school's government funded. How could it possibly go bankrupt? Are you out of your mind? Then what's he going to say? It can't be about canceling night self-study sessions, can it? Holy shit, you dare to dream big, but I support this idea. If you ever want to be principal, you've got my vote. The students continued chatting casually below until the national anthem began. Only then did everyone stand upright, their expressions turning solemn as they paid their respects. After the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the principal indeed took the stage to speak. He rambled on, but it all boiled down to one thing. This year's New Year's Eve Gala would be a joint school-wide event, no longer organized separately by individual classes. Hold it together? Isn't that just the talent show? Some classmates asked in confusion. Sure enough, the next moment, the principal announced that this year's arts festival was cancelled. Damn it, I knew something bad was coming. Why does the arts festival get cancelled right after we start high school? If the seniors aren't performing dances for us, maybe the principal should dance instead, someone in the dispersing crowd cursed. Cancel the arts festival means one less day off. That's basically losing 100 million by rounding up. He really deserves to die. John Nan should write him into a book. Ma Wanya said bitterly. You want him to kiss Ari? Chen Xing asked. Damn it, Chen Xing, you're dead today, not even Jesus can save you, I swear. This remark completely shattered Ma Wanya's defense, who immediately called Wang Qingji to give Chen Xing a proper aluba treatment. I dodge. Chen Xing swiftly turned around and dashed straight for the classroom. Chapter 68 Classroom Conflict. Retreat. Retreat. After teasing Wang Qingji last weekend and offending Ma Wanya today, Chen Xing knew all too well that he mustn't let them catch him, otherwise an aluba punishment would be unavoidable. He had absolutely no desire to become human fertilizer. Taking advantage of his long legs, Chen Xing rushed ahead, practically taking 3 steps at a time, and was the first to reach the classroom before tightly gripping the desk with all 4 limbs. Fuck, this dumbass really thinks this'll work. Wang Qingji, let's drag him out and humiliate him. Ma Wanya cracked his knuckles with a vicious grin, while Wang Qingji beside him also rolled up his sleeves eagerly. Chen Xing's mind raced frantically, but he had no way to deal with these two. It's only fair to suffer the consequences of one's own foolish actions. Could you let me off just this once? Chen Xing pressed his forehead against the desk as he asked, then offered to buy them drinks, a Kobe drink each. Iku. Face the lion's fangs. The two lunged directly into action, engaging Chen Xing in a frantic tug-of-war. While Chen Xing's physical condition was indeed good, Horse King Yi was no pushover, especially with Wang Qingji fighting alongside him. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Despite resisting with all his might, Chen Xing was gradually being forced out of the classroom. Could you move aside, please? Ruan Xiaoxiao had just returned to the doorway when she bumped right into the 3 entangled boys. A light laugh escaped her lips. Are all boys this amusing? If it were girls pulling each other's hair, it would surely signify bad blood between them. But with boys, you can't interpret it that way. The better their friendship, the more they enjoy physical confrontation. Oh, okay. Just 1 day had passed since the class belle treated them to delicious food at her birthday banquet, yet the moment she spoke, those 2 dogs instantly became polite and well-behaved, leaning against the wall like obedient kids. Is this even appropriate? I can already see you two trending toward becoming boiling rams. Chen Xing was even worse. The moment he saw Ruan Xiaoxiao, it was like spotting a lifeline. He instantly transformed into Wall Jr., abandoning the table to hide behind her, practically crying, Mommy, save me. Ruan Xiaoxiao, get out of the way, don't let you get caught in the crossfire. Perhaps Chen Xing had wounded them too deeply. They were willing to abandon their meek personas in the school belle's eyes, if only to take Chen Xing down. Don't go, Xiaoxiao. I taught you so many problems, now it's your turn to repay me. Stand behind Braum. Oh, you're a farming teammate? Then stand behind Shield Hero. In short, Chen Xing was really relying on women this time. Holy shit, Chen Xing, have you no shame? If you've got the guts, quit hiding behind Ruan Xiaoxiao. Nope. Chen Xing taunted them with his eyes. What really got them was how Ruan Xiaoxiao actually stayed put, watching the 3 of them with an anti-like grin in the middle. Break time was nearly over, and class was about to start. Ma Wanya gritted his teeth and spat out, Fine, you fucking turtle. Thanks for the compliment. Ma Wanya and Wang Qingji retreated back to their seats when Chen Xing suddenly noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao staring at him with a playful smile. What? Was she a fujoshi? Had she already written a BL novel in her head starring him and Ma Wanya? If so, Chen Xing decided he needed to stay far away from Ruan Xiaoxiao. Fujoshi see BL everywhere. Even straight men fear them. It's fine. Ruan Xiaoxiao shook her head and watched as Chen Xing lifted the desk back into place, murmuring under her breath. You look pretty cute like this. What? Woman, trying to bait me again, huh? I won't fall for it. Chen Xing pretended not to hear and quietly returned to his seat. The class bell rang. This period was chemistry. Chemistry teacher Hu Chunjian was even older than Chinese teacher Qian Heping. The current class was his final batch before retirement, which made him untouchable. Not even the homeroom teacher or principal dared cross him. But then again, being older isn't necessarily an advantage when it comes to teaching. All that talk about rich experience is just bullshit. Being stubborn and inflexible is the real truth. Hu Chunjian, already nearing retirement age, had long lost interest in teaching. Every day, he just clocked in casually, occasionally bragging in class about his daughter studying and working in Hong Kong. Hu Chunjian, his hair gray and his neck slightly hunched forward, stepped onto the podium. He kicked things off with the usual textbook formulas, calling a few students up to write the answers to the homework problems on the blackboard. Chen Xing couldn't see the point of any of this. While other classes were pooling money to buy study materials and tackle practice questions, their class was still stuck on the few outdated problems at the back of the chemistry textbook. What's even more outrageous is Hu Chuangang's accent, painfully hard to understand, possibly because teachers back in his day didn't need to pass Mandarin proficiency tests. In any case, Chen Xing got a headache after just 2 minutes and lowered his head to study the chemistry materials he'd bought. Since his academic performance was already well known in class, Hu Chungang merely furrowed his brows without commenting. But other students who skipped lectures to self-study like Chen Xing weren't so lucky. Hu Chungang made scathing examples of them, nearly tearing their textbooks apart. You haven't even mastered the textbook problems yet, and you're already trying to tackle supplementary materials? Learning to run before you can crawl. Listen up, mastering chemistry requires diligence, don't aim too high too fast. Enough already, master, spare us the lecture. Chen Xing's face darkened as he struggled to suppress the urge to snap back. The other students also rolled their eyes in silent exasperation. Being down to earth is good, but after sitting through so many classes, shouldn't we also broaden our horizons a bit? It's time to expand our perspectives. In the last midterm exam for Class 12, their performance in most subjects ranked above average among regular classes school-wide except in chemistry, bottom ranked among all regular classes, averaging 3 points lower than the second-to-last class. How could the students not have complaints? They'd long suffered under Hu Chuangang's teaching, yet remained powerless to change anything. Outburst or perish in silence. The boy who had been lifted up and endured endless ridicule suddenly erupted, shouting with a choked voice, "Don't you have any idea what kind of teacher you are? Your classes are terrible, and you won't even let us self-study. Are you going to take responsibility if we flunk the college entrance exams? Ha!" Chen Xing glanced at the boy in surprise. He vaguely remembered him as Peng Shuai, one of the top 10 students in class. Truly, a fitting name. That outburst was undeniably badass and downright thrilling. Hu Chungang was in the middle of delivering his motivational speech to the others when the sudden outburst startled him. After a brief moment of confusion, his blood rushed to his head, flushing his face crimson as he angrily retorted, You, how dare you speak to a teacher like that? Have you no respect as a student? I'm absolutely furious. I'll report this to your homeroom teacher and settle this once and for all. Let's see who's in the wrong then. Still flushed from his earlier outburst, Peng Shuai now hung his head in regret. His teenage temper had gotten the better of him. It felt great in the moment, but why bother fighting with him? He's a total idiot. Now that Wu Yongxiang's involved, he's basically done for. It wasn't just Peng Shuai. The other students who'd secretly enjoyed Hu Chuangang's embarrassment turned pale instantly when they heard the homeroom teacher was implicated too. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavy in an instant. Chapter 69 Calling Parents. Seeing Peng Shuai bow his head and the classroom fall silent, Hu Chunjian knew invoking Wu Yongxiang's name had worked. A cold sneer rose unbidden in his heart. A bunch of snot-nosed kids thinking they could challenge him? After nearly 40 years of teaching, there wasn't a single rebellious student he hadn't encountered. He knew exactly what students feared most. Perhaps genuinely provoked, or maybe taking advantage of Peng Shuai's timid nature, Hu Chunjian actually refused to back down even when he wasn't in the right. What's the point of me teaching class when you're like this? Since you all have such strong opinions about me, maybe I should just leave. You can find another teacher too. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and exchanged knowing glances, thinking to themselves, deal. 2 birds with 1 stone. Every single one of you thinks you're hot stuff, huh? Do you even know your own grades? Your chemistry scores are pitiful, your foundations are terrible, and yet you think you can teach yourselves. Do you even have the ability? I've been pouring my heart and soul into helping you build a solid foundation, making sure you focus on the textbook basics, and you haven't listened to a word. What a shameless old man he is. If one student struggles with chemistry, you might say they're not working hard, but when the whole class fails, shouldn't you examine your own teaching? Answer me. Looking my eyes. Chen Xing felt an overwhelming urge to slam the table, point an accusatory finger at that damned old man, and unleash a torrent of scathing insults upon him. Unfortunately, reason prevailed over impulse. Even though he ranked first in the class, the homeroom teacher couldn't possibly allow him to defy another instructor. Just as Chen Xing was inwardly dismissive yet truly at a loss, the system issued another task. Ding! Mission, assist class 12 in replacing their chemistry teacher. Difficulty, 4 stars. Reward, 4 intelligence points or 1 random attribute point reward. Ha! Chen Xing was stunned. If there was a mission to announce, he'd have to take the lead in charging forward. Meanwhile, Hu Chunzhen was still ranting wildly from the podium. Pang Shuai's ears were buzzing, and the unlucky guy in the front row got absolutely drenched in spit. Only this lyric popped into his mind. When your sky suddenly pours with heavy rain, that's me blasting away the dark clouds for you. I'm not teaching this class anymore. Whoever wants to can take over. Pang Shuai loves self-study anyway, he must have already mastered everything I was going to teach. Let him teach you instead. With that irresponsible remark, Hu Chunzhen actually threw a petty tantrum, grabbed his book, and stormed back to the office. God damn it, are we seriously supposed to go coax him back? Did I come here to study or babysit? Ma Wanya blurted out this line after he left, and the entire class couldn't hold back their laughter. A 3-year-old baby who's actually 682 months old? Ha, ha ha ha, fine by me if he leaves. I wasn't even interested in listening to his lecture anyway. How are we gonna explain this to old class monitor when he finds out? Explain my ass. I didn't even insult him, he got butthurt and ran off on his own. In the hallway, Hu Chunzhen, hearing the burst of laughter from the classroom from afar, flushed even redder and silently vowed to himself that if those brats didn't come to apologize, he'd really wash his hands of the whole thing and quit. Hey, Wu Yongxiang, your class students are too damn good, I can't teach them. Find someone better, Hu Chunzhen said while heading downstairs, pulling out his phone to call class 12's homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang. Wu Yongxiang was leisurely sipping tea in the office when he got the call, instantly feeling a headache coming on. Of course he knew exactly what kind of person Hu Chunzhen was, but he was just an ordinary class's homeroom teacher. All the competent chemistry teachers had been allocated to the prioritized classes, leaving only a few older ones with mediocre skills. Even if he didn't want to accept it, he had no choice but to hold his nose and bear it. Just like the midterm exams, their class's chemistry average score was so low it was impossible for him not to feel upset about it. But what could he do? Hu Chunzhen was about the same age as his father, so he couldn't possibly dare to blame him. All he could do was casually mention during their corridor chats that Hu Chunzhen should keep a stricter eye on the students in class, be more severe with them and such. Ugh, what a mess. Wu Yongxiang let out a long sigh, took a sip of the bitter tea, and stood up to head toward class 12. Regardless of who's right or wrong, just have the student who clashed with Hu Chunzhen apologize in his office first, placate Hu Chunzhen so he can teach properly. As for the students, well, they'll just have to endure another hardship. The moment he stepped into the classroom, Wu Yongxiang switched to stern mode, immediately folding his hands behind his back and remaining silent to exert pressure. When everyone was holding their breath, he slowly spoke. Teacher who just called me, would anyone like to explain what happened? Silence. Teacher who has been teaching at our school for decades, and no one has ever questioned his competence. Yet you all managed to drive him away. Who was the one not paying attention in chemistry class but studying on their own? Stand up. Wu Yongxiang uttered the last 3 words through gritted teeth, sending a chill down everyone's spine as they silently thought, we're done for. Pang Shuai shakily rose to his feet, not daring to lift his head. Though frightened, he still rose to his feet. What he had brought upon himself, he would face alone. Suddenly, the crowd in the classroom gasped in surprise, and Pang Shuai instantly straightened his back. Are they cheering for me? Truly, a hero deserves praise. He slowly raised his head, astonished to find that everyone's gaze was not on him, but on Chen Xing. Not only was he stunned, Wu Yongxiang was also dumbfounded. Wasn't Hu Chunzhen talking about Pang Shuai? Why was his own national treasure standing up too? Chen Xing stood expressionless, locking eyes with Wu Yongxiang without the slightest hint of fear. Wu Yongxiang might not side with him if he were openly humiliating Hu Chunzhen, but merely asserting his stance was something Wu Yongxiang couldn't do anything about. Teacher, I did it too. Chen Xing took on the persona of that man and confessed openly. Let's not mince words, Teacher Wu. I wouldn't joke about my future teacher whose lectures genuinely aren't effective. I won't comment on how they were before, but what he teaches now is completely useless to us. Listening is the same as not listening at all. It shouldn't be like this. Teacher whose lectures are actually quite decent. Wu Yongxiang felt a throbbing headache coming on inside helplessly. If they were really decent, our class's chemistry average wouldn't be ranked last in the entire school. Take me as an example, my overall grades are pretty good, right? Yet I put in serious effort for chemistry, and it's still one of my weakest subjects. Chen Xing wasn't lying, his 81 in chemistry on the midterm barely landed him in the upper percentile school-wide, truly marking it as his weak subject. Wu Yongxiang was well aware of Chen Xing's argument. Of course he wanted better teachers for the class, but that depended entirely on the school's approval. Mr. Who was assigned to our class by the school, but at least he teaches his classes properly. Wu Yongqiang spoke very tactfully, implying there was nothing he could do about it either. Then we'll just have to let our parents settle this, since the college entrance exam is too important to waste time on unpleasant matters, Chen Xing said firmly. Wu Yongqiang's eyelid twitched. What? Calling parents? The heavens are reversed. Isn't that supposed to be my line? Chapter 70, there's no precedent for changing teachers, but surely there is for changing principals? How could someone be so shameless? Peng Shuai was now looking at Chen Xing with the same gaze Cao Cao once fixed on Yuan Xiao. How dare he confront the powerful Dongjua, Wu Yongqiang, head-on? Peng Shuai yearned to say, can I be your dog? Chen Xing, teacher, we understand your difficulties, but please understand us too. Most of us will only experience the college entrance exam once in our lives. We don't want our efforts to go to waste. For someone like Hu Chunzhen, not only is his teaching ability lacking, but he even prevents students from self-studying. Keeping him around would be downright unjust. Chen Xing's words wormed their way into Wu Yongqiang's ears like a haunting spell. After a long silence, he finally sighed. Teacher who is getting old now. Everyone should know where to draw the line. After speaking, he coughed twice, glanced around, and said, back to self-study. We still have half a class left. In truth, Wu Yongqiang's stance was already clear enough. By not siding with anyone, he was effectively siding with the students. His silence meant, I won't interfere in this matter. If you want to call parents, do it yourself. If this escalates to the school administration, it has nothing to do with me. At the same time, a faint glimmer of anticipation rose unbidden in his heart. What if the students actually succeeded? Is there hope for their class's average chemistry score? Is there hope for his year-end bonus as well? Damn, bro. Chen Xing, you're a damn brave bastard. Holy shit, this is more hype than Bolai. Is this the head-on clash between the sect's holy son and the sect master? Chen Xing hadn't even sat down before the surrounding onlookers began sighing with admiration. Even Jiang Xiaoshu, who normally remains silent, gave him a thumbs up. Stay humble, stay humble. Laughing cheerfully, Chen Xing responded to everyone's praise. It was all in service of the people, after all. Damn it, isn't this just to complete the system task? And now you're pretending. Of course, there were still clear-headed people in the class, like Wan Xiaoxiao, who curiously asked, Chen Xing, what do you mean by involving parents? I think if we all really want to change our chemistry teacher, we could talk to our parents about it. Then have one of the students' parents take the lead and file a joint complaint to the principal, putting pressure on the school to agree to replace the teacher. Chen Xing said slowly. The classmates exchanged glances, thinking this made so much damn sense. There's strength in numbers. If a whole class of parents jointly petitions the school, could the principal possibly hold out? How could anyone possibly withstand that? The principal isn't exactly a carjack, after all. I think it's fine, I support your idea. I'll discuss it with my mom when I get home. Wan Xiaoxiao was the first to voice her agreement, immediately offering positive feedback. Soon after, more and more classmates nodded in approval, each deciding to bring the matter up with their parents when they returned home. Then, is there any parent willing to take the lead? Chen Xing asked. Peng Shuai's eyes lit up as he raised his hand and shouted. My mom used to work in the village committee, she can represent the parents. He had already lost to Chen Xing in terms of standing up to the teacher. He absolutely couldn't lose the mom showdown too. If he lost again, people might completely forget that he was the one who sparked this whole incident. His contribution to Class 12's development was historic. So it's decided then? We'll discuss it more in the class group chat tonight and see how many parents are willing to join. Okay. Hu Chunzhen, sitting in his office sulking, had no idea that this time he might truly be in for it. Instead of swallowing their grievances as they had in the past, the students had banded together to give him a taste of his own medicine. That evening, when Chen Xing returned home, he saw Zhao Qin playfully teasing the puppy Duo with her foot. Duo probably knew he was still on probation, so he put on an energetic performance, bouncing in sync with Zhao Qin's rhythm while wagging his tail like a spinning fan. Woof! Hey, you little thing, you're quite clever. Zhao Qin smiled as she spoke, then picked up a rib with her chopsticks and placed it on the floor. Go ahead, eat it. Chen Xing, who had just entered the kitchen, widened his eyes in disbelief. Holy shit, I haven't even taken the first bite, and this damn dog is already eating. Ha, you're back? Zhao Qin retracted her smile upon seeing Chen Xing return, as if she hadn't been the one playing with Duo just moments ago. Let's eat. I'll serve myself. Chen Xing snatched the bowl with a grin and started telling Zhao Qin about what happened that morning. Your chemistry teacher has such a terrible temper? Yeah, and his teaching sucks too. If he keeps teaching us, your son's Tsinghua Peking dreams will be shattered. What do you think, Mom? Should you come check things out at school? Chen Xing asked. Pfft, Tsinghua Peking dreams? I'd be happy if you just got into any 985 university. Zhao Qin scoffed teasingly. Her expectations for Chen Xing had already risen from Tier 1 universities to the elite 985 institutions, and realizing this made her feel secretly pleased. Go, of course we're going, Zhao Qin said calmly with her arms crossed. Chen Xing knew Zhao Qin too well. In her mind, his studies always came first, and she would interfere with anything that might hinder his academic progress. I'll add you to a group chat later. Other parents are going to the school too. Okay. Not only Zhao Qin, but when the other students from class 12 went home and embellished the story to their parents, they all unanimously decided to come to the school and demand answers from the principal. For Chinese parents, assigning an unreliable teacher to educate their children is absolutely unforgivable. It crosses their bottom line. They acted swiftly. The very next morning, while Chen Xing and the others were still in class, a group of parents, led by Peng Shuai's mother Lin Xiaowei, stormed angrily into the principal's office, giving the principal such a fright that he momentarily thought the Eight-Nation Alliance had invaded again. A few sharp-tongued parents launched into a rapid-fire barrage of words, leaving the principal feeling like his head might explode. He immediately begged for mercy. Stay calm, everyone, please stay calm. What exactly is the purpose of your visit today? We demand a new chemistry teacher for class 12. I don't care if teacher who wants to retire peacefully, but we won't let our children suffer under his teaching, Lin Xiaowei declared. Well, there's no precedent for replacing teachers like this. Several parents' expressions instantly turned frosty. Teacher who lacks competence but has no shortage of temper ridiculing and insulting students in class. If you don't handle this, we'll take it to the Education Bureau. There may be no precedent for changing teachers, but surely there's precedent for changing principals? A mother among the parents suddenly remarked, causing the principal to break into a cold sweat. Ding! Mission, help class 12 replace their chemistry teacher completed. Reward, 4 intelligence points or 1 random attribute reward. Please choose. Chen Xing, seated in his chair, couldn't hide his delight. The parents are just too awesome. Has the task been completed this quickly? Now comes the question, which reward should he pick? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing, who's always as steady as an old dog, made his mental selection. Random attribute reward, choose. Chapter 71. I kinda want to be an IT teacher now. Everyone knows gambling addicts are bad, yet everyone wants to be one. Who knows if you might hit the jackpot? Chen Xing thought to himself, since the rewards weren't hard to obtain anyway, why not give it a try? If the random attribute rewards turn out to be really crappy, then at least he'd learn a lesson and simply not choose them next time. It's not like he'd lose anything. Optimistic people always have good luck. The very next moment after confirming the option, a pleasant system voice chimed. Ding! Random attribute reward selected. Acquired, intelligence +2, stamina +2, charm +1. Total of 5 points? Not bad at all. Chen Xing gleefully checked his attribute panel. Host Chen Xing. Charisma 7.5. Intelligence 7.8. Stamina 7.2. Funds 7. Locked. Feels good, progressing towards becoming a well-rounded warrior. From now on, whenever someone mentions overpowered stats, he'll just smile and say nothing. If stats were truly broken, why hasn't he encountered them while playing Volibear and Mordekaiser every day? Closing the stat panel, Chen Xing regained focus and continued listening to class when suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Peng Shuai's mother Lin Xiaowei led the parents to the window, giving an okay hand signal that was instantly understood by everyone. We did it. Goodbye, Hu Chunzhen. During Shen Hongmei's biology class, she being the kind-hearted teacher everyone loved, the students of class 12 experienced the power of teamwork for the first time, and smiles unconsciously spread across their faces. Not only were the students fighting back laughter, Wu Yongxiang, who had just hung up his call with the principal in the office, couldn't suppress the smirk curling his lips. His mind was even racing with visions of hand-picking the new chemistry teacher himself. No, he must not laugh, absolutely not. Wu Yongxiang pressed down the corners of his mouth, furiously reminding himself that as an adult, his priority now was to console Hu Chunzhen first, then reluctantly yield to the principal's arrangement as if against his will. This way, he'd avoid any blame while still getting exactly what he wanted, replacing Hu Chunzhen. Rubbing his saggy, wrinkled face, Wu Yongxiang lowered his head and walked toward the office where Hu Chunzhen was waiting. In the innermost part of the chemistry office, Hu Chunzhen was nervously rubbing his thighs, unsettled. Something's wrong. Based on past experience, ever since he'd called Wu Yongxiang, those students should have come to apologize, if not yesterday, then at least by today. But now, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single student, and Wu Yongxiang still hadn't called. An inexplicable restlessness grew in his heart as a bad premonition slowly surfaced. Hu Chunzhen debated whether he should still attend the upcoming chemistry class. If he went, wouldn't that mean lowering himself before those impudent brats? I can't go. Where would I hide my dignity if I did? Remembering his past invincible reputation among the students, Hu Chunzhen secretly steeled his resolve. Lost in thought, Hu Chunzhen didn't even notice Wu Yongxiang approaching him. Teacher Hu? Wu Yongxiang adopted a mournful expression and called out softly. Yongxiang. Hu Chunzhen snapped out of his thoughts, and seeing Wu Yongxiang appear before him, the weight in his heart finally lifted. No doubt those shameless students were too embarrassed to come themselves, so Wu Yongxiang had arrived to make a formal apology. He's had it tough too. Why not give him an out? Hu Chunzhen thought smugly, congratulating himself on his extraordinary magnanimity. Teacher Hu, the principal just called me. He wants you to suspend teaching class 12 for now. I forgive. Wait, what? Hu Chuangan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up and stared at Wu Yongxiang. Who would have thought that he would be the first to get axed? The principal won't let me teach class 12 anymore? I don't believe it. I'm going to demand an explanation. Hu Chuangan's wrinkled face flushed red with the humiliation, and with an angry wave of his hand, he stormed toward the office door. Hey, Teacher Hu, don't rush, the principal isn't even at school. Seems something came up and he went home. Wu Yongxiang quickly intercepted him, explaining. The principal of number 2 high school was a shrewd man. Knowing he'd face Hu Chuangan's confrontation after being pressured into the decision by parents, he simply left school first, an emergency avoidance tactic. Hu Chunzhen spoke in a muffled, resentful tone. Yongxiang, we've known each other for years. Level with me, what's really going on? How could the principal make such a decision? Wu Yongxiang guided Hu Chunzhen to sit down, then pulled over an empty chair himself with a sigh. Teacher Hu, honestly, we can't really blame the principal this time. He had no choice. You didn't see it this morning. A whole group of class 12 parents stormed into the principal's office, clamoring and shouting, threatening to have you replaced. The principal desperately tried to explain and refused at first, but the parents wouldn't take no for an answer. They insisted they'd complain to the education bureau if he didn't comply. Wu Yongxiang shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. Hu Chunzhen listened with shock all over his face, stammering as he asked, what, how did things come to this? Is it really that serious? Teacher Hu, you don't understand, times have changed. Those students aren't as obedient as before, they can't handle even the slightest grievance. Yesterday when you called me, I immediately rushed to the classroom and scolded them harshly. On the surface, they seemed remorseful, but in reality, they went home and secretly told their parents about it, even embellishing the story with some unflattering things about you. Wu Yongxiang spread his hands, indicating there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the Oscar for Best Actor beckoned to him. A dazzling star was ascending in the annals of cinematic history. Then I've been wronged to death, Hu Chunzhen said resentfully. Did the principal say what would happen to me afterwards? Surely they won't fire me, I wouldn't accept that. You know I'm due to retire in just 1 year, this critical juncture can't go wrong. Teacher Hu, don't worry, the school absolutely stands by you. This decision was only made because there were too many parents pressuring. The principal told me they'll arrange lighter duties so you can work comfortably until retirement. An easy job? Yes, our school still needs an IT teacher. The principal's idea is, an IT teacher? I'm not even skilled with computers. No problem, just knowing how to use some office software will do. Seeing that he had almost convinced Hu Chunzhen, Wu Yongxiang immediately intensified his efforts, earnestly analyzing the pros and cons of teaching chemistry versus computer science. Finally, they reached a conclusion. With the same pay, computer science teachers not only got to teach in air-conditioned computer labs, but also didn't have to prepare lessons or grade exams. It was practically tailor-made for retirees. Damn, this makes me want to become a computer science teacher too. When I'm about to retire, I'll definitely switch to teaching IT, he muttered. Wu Yongxiang muttered to himself as he left Hu Chuangan's office. Chapter 72, The New Teacher. The fourth class in the morning was originally chemistry, but as expected, Hu Chunzhen didn't show up. With a stern face, Wu Yongxiang announced the heartbreaking news of changing teachers to the class. The students of class 12 were still lingering in sorrowful reluctance just a moment ago, when suddenly someone piped up with, Teacher, who's going to teach us chemistry then? Is it a new teacher? Ahem. Well, I don't know about that. Wu Yongxiang struggled to suppress his amusement. Alright, follow the school's arrangements for now. Open your textbooks first. And so, with both the teacher and students in remarkably good spirits, what should have been an agonizing math lesson unexpectedly turned out to be quite pleasant. The school couldn't possibly let class 12 remain without a chemistry teacher for long. If the principal dared to do so, parents would likely storm the principal's office for a second time. So very quickly, a new chemistry teacher was assigned to class 12. My name is Shai Changxin, and I'll be your chemistry teacher from now on. Since this is my first class and I'm not yet familiar with everyone, let's start with some simple basics. On the podium, a middle-aged man with thinning yet flowing hair spoke in a booming voice. He stood at about 1.68 meters tall with a noticeable beer belly, clearly no stranger to group dining feasts. The most peculiar thing was that he was actually wearing a pair of leather pants, giving Qin Xing every reason to suspect he was a fan of Wang Feng, a rock music enthusiast. Fortunately, despite Shai Changxin's rather alternative appearance, it didn't take long for him to demonstrate his formidable teaching skills. With a few simple questions, he effortlessly expanded into several key concepts, then gracefully wrote notes on the blackboard with floating chalk strokes. With just a few words, he outlined the entire framework of the chapters class 12 had studied so far. There's definitely something to this. Chen Xing's sharp eyes immediately recognized the new chemistry teacher was exceptional. He blinked and focused intently on the lecture. The 45-minute class flew by in a flash. Shai Changxin tossed the chalk with precision into the chalk box and smiled. In this session I've only outlined the framework for everyone. There's still much more worth exploring together, no rush. We'll tackle it piece by piece in upcoming lessons. After finishing his sentence, he clasped his hands behind his back and swaggered out of the classroom, shaking his head as he left the lesson. Damn, not even assigning extra time, what an absolutely legendary teacher. The students all looked reluctant to leave, their faces showing newfound interest in a subject they'd previously found dull or even disliked. Dude's insane, his lecturing skills are next level. Feels like Hu Chunjian isn't even worthy enough to carry his jockstrap. Don't insult Professor Zhai, Hu Chunjian can't even be compared to him? I know of him. A classmate of mine in Olympiad Class 2 said their chemistry teacher is really interesting, named Shai Changxin. Probably the same person as our new chemistry teacher, right? Definitely the same guy. I doubt you could find another professor with the surname Zhai in this entire school. If Professor Zhai hadn't mentioned it himself, I would have thought that character was pronounced Hua. You illiterate fool. Olympiad class teacher? Holy shit, that's impressive. He's probably going to be our chemistry teacher from now on, right? He won't bail on us, will he? No way we're letting him escape. Lock the doors. Release Yangqiang. You're implying the homeroom teacher is a dog, you little punk? Brace yourself for divine retribution. Ha ha ha. Although it was just a regular class, the students of class 12 had all passed the high school entrance exams to get into number 2 secondary school. Grades were of utmost importance in their eyes, so everyone was genuinely thrilled to get a better chemistry teacher. Chen Xing, what do you think of the new chemistry teacher? Fong Sini turned her head and asked. Ruan Xiaoxiao didn't turn around, but leaned back slightly in her seat, clearly also paying attention to their conversation. Not bad at all. Listening to his lecture gives me the illusion that I'm actually in the honors class too, Chen Xing replied humorously, scratching his head. You're being way too modest. Your grades are totally on par with the Olympiad class, aren't they? Fong Sini giggled behind her hand. I was just pretending to be humble so I could hear you say that. Feels great to be praised. Chen Xing joked. Damn. Ruan Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she listened. She really enjoyed hearing Chen Xing banter with others. She felt her own words weren't particularly interesting, but whenever Chen Xing chatted with others, it was always so engaging. Listening to him talk easily brought joy. By the way, the class monitor is collecting performance sign-ups for the New Year's Eve party. The sign-up sheet just got passed to me. Do you guys want to register any acts? Ruan Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up, handing Chen Xing an A4 sheet. Chen Xing glanced at him and took the paper. There weren't many program sign-ups, with just 2 listed lines. One was the class president's own song performance, and the other was Ruan Xiaoxiao's entry. You can play the guzheng? He exclaimed in surprise. Chen Xing's impression of the guzheng was always tied to graceful young women dressed in hanfu performing on stage. My dad originally wanted me to learn piano, but my mom thought the guzheng was better, so I've been practicing it since childhood, Ruan Xiaoxiao explained. I'm jealous. Unlike me, who can only manage to be first in the class academically but has no other skills, Chen Xing said with a smile, handing the A4 paper back to Jiang Xiaoshu. You Chen Xing, you're so full of yourself, Fong Sini said scornfully. Really, I have no talents. For the New Year's party, I can only watch Xiaoxiao take the stage and shine for our class. Don't say that. This is just signing up. Performing still requires pre-selection, Ruan Xiaoxiao replied with a laugh. Who dares to stop our class flower from going up? She's the face of number 2 high school, trust me, the judges definitely have good taste, Fong Sini encouraged. I'll do my best. Chen Xing made a fist at Ruan Xiaoxiao before turning to his deskmate Jiang Xiaoshu. Shuge, why don't you sign up for a performance? Seems like barely anyone's volunteering. Jiang Xiaoshu was already puzzled by Chen Xing handing him the A4 sheet, but now, seeing Chen Xing ask him to sign up, a giant question mark practically bloomed across his forehead. Bro, even if I go up there, nobody might even notice me. I'll pass. I don't have much presence. That's exactly why we need your special quality. You go on stage and flawlessly perform an invisibility act. I guarantee a bunch of guys will approach you afterward, saying, bro, with so many people around earlier, I couldn't kneel, but now I'm begging you, I really want to learn that invisibility trick. Chen Xing teased. Please, no. Jiang Xiaoshu passed the note to the back, but the person behind didn't even notice it at first. It took several seconds before they suddenly realized a piece of paper had miraculously appeared on their desk. Are all people with extraordinary talents so low-key? Chen Xing shook his head, sighing with emotion. To be honest, he really wished he had some special talent. Unfortunately, he'd never practiced any musical instruments since childhood, and his singing and dancing were just average. Without the system, he'd probably just be an extra in the crowd. Speaking of which, since he hadn't signed up for any performance at the New Year's Eve party, when would he ever complete that gain the admiration of 100 girls mission? Currently, his daily routine only shuttled between home and classroom. Even if every girl in his class developed a crush on him, it would never be enough. Chen Xing suddenly thought of his long-abandoned task and fell into deep contemplation upon seeing the 7 of 100 progress. Chapter 73, Just as Unattractive as You. Since this task had remained unfulfilled, Chen Xing hadn't paid much attention to it. It just happened to cross his mind when signing up for the New Year's Eve performance. Yet he abruptly noticed the progress had changed from 1/100 to 7 out of 100. Which 7 girls have such good taste to instantly pick the Wu Yanzu of Huaichen? He couldn't help feeling a little curious, but upon careful consideration, he realized there shouldn't be any problem. With the system enhancing all his attributes, accelerating his intellectual, physical, and aesthetic development, it's hardly surprising he could attract the opposite sex. Besides, the system's description of favor doesn't necessarily mean romantic interest, it's most likely just goodwill reaching a certain level. Otherwise, he should have received way more love letters, right? Also, 7 girls fancying you is actually quite a lot. Given how few people we interact with daily, Chen Xing isn't exactly so handsome that every girl falls for him at first sight. Did you really think it'd be like in those novels where there's a campus crush everyone secretly admires? In reality, most classes don't even bother choosing a class flower. Unless you're on the same level of beauty as Shi Hongdou and Ruan Xiaoxiao, it's hard to convince everyone you're the most attractive. Ugh, this really is a tricky situation. Chen Xing scratched his head. He truly coveted those 5 attribute points. After all, these were distributable stats. But haste makes waste. He couldn't just stop random girls on the street and ask, "Do you like me, babe?" If he did that, he'd definitely get photographed, blasted online, and torn to shreds. Forget it. I'll take it slow. If all else fails, I'll just join an idol survival show and debut by stepping over some gidge. First place in votes, Chen Xing. Second place in votes, Kai Shukuan. Sorry bro, I've got my eyes on your center position. Evening self-study ended, and Chen Xing finished his usual 5-kilometer run as always. On his way back cycling, he was suddenly called out. Chen Xing, Turning around, he saw it was Shi Hongdou. He slowed down to let the electric scooter catch up. Getting home so late? Did the teacher keep you for a talk? Chen Xing said half-jokingly. Nothing good ever comes out of a dog's mouth, Shi Hongdou scoffed. I was just rehearsing with my classmates, that's all. Rehearsing? For the New Year's Eve party? Chen Xing frowned. Bingo! Too bad there's no prize for guessing right. Didn't they just announce the upcoming party? You guys are already rehearsing? Seems like the liberal arts class really has it easy. Go crawl away. Shi Hongdou shot Chen Xing a glare. How could this guy always belittle their liberal arts class? He wasn't friendly at all. You science stream classes are just so amazing, aren't you? Not every aspect of science stream is better than art stream though. When it comes to girls' looks, your art stream definitely has the upper hand, Chen Xing analyzed earnestly, completely missing the murderous glint that had appeared in Shi Hongdou's eyes beside him. Chen Xing, what on earth are you talking about? Sorry, as a science student, I tend to analyze everything like test questions, force of habit. Chen Xing gave an awkward laugh before quickly changing the subject. What performance did you sign up for? Singing or dancing? Singing Fei Wan's Red Bean, how about it? Aren't you excited? Time to sing Red Bean while eating red beans? That's your signature song, isn't it? Hey, isn't this hilarious? The host is gonna be so confused when announcing the program list. Just imagining it makes me laugh. Shi Hongdou seemed particularly cheerful today, giggling to herself like a goose. Your top priority right now is to get checked at the hospital. I think there might be something wrong with your brain, Chen Xing said dryly. Excuse me, is that any way to talk to your creditor? Damn, using that move again? Don't you have anything else to say? Who cares what trick I use? As long as it works, that's all that matters. Shi Hongdou lifted her chin proudly. When I finish singing, you better clap for me, clap really hard. I'll be watching you. Shi Hongdou pouted as she spoke. No way, I'm not from your class. I've got to cheer for my own class's performance. What performance did your class sign up for? Are you participating? Shi Hongdou asked curiously. Do I look like someone with artistic talents to you? Chen Xing shot her a glance. Our class has singers and someone who plays the guzheng. Playing the guzheng? Is it a girl? Yeah. Is she pretty? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xing replied, she's alright. Just okay? What do you mean by just okay? If it's good looking, then it's good looking. If it's not, then it's not. Why do you ask so many questions? Fine, it's just as unattractive as you are, Chen Xing said helplessly. I'm unattractive? Shi Hongdou narrowed her eyes slightly. Even though she knew Chen Xing was joking, she still felt like punching him. Just so. Chen Xing pretended not to care as he spoke, noticing how Shi Hongdou's cheeks puffed up and her beautiful eyes narrowed when she was angry. It was especially adorable, so he decided to tease her a little more. Seeing the intersection ahead, Chen Xing waved his hand. Alright, I'm off. See ya. Stupid Chen Xing, your eyes are crooked. Shi Hongdou watched his retreating figure with a huff, then lightly twisted the handlebars and vanished into the night. Back home, Chen Xing found that the little black puppy, Duo, had once again taken the first bite of his midnight snack. Damn it, you little runt trying to compete with me for the heir's position, huh? Chen Xing crouched down and vigorously rubbed Duo's furry head, only for Zhao Qin to immediately smack him. Finish your food, must you really fight with the dog over it? Favoritism. Absolute favoritism. What happened to not liking dogs? As New Year's Day approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. Many students with weaker constitutions or sensitivity to the cold had already felt the chill and switched to thicker clothing, with some even wearing short down jackets. We'll get to see your Guzheng performance tomorrow, Xiao, Feng Sini said excitedly. Ruan Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't expected that among all the performances submitted by Class 12, hers would be the only one to pass the preliminary selection, leaving her as the lone representative. Fly high, Xiao, we'll always have your back, Chen Xing chimed in cheerfully from behind, unconsciously twirling a pen in his right hand. I'll do my best. What are you wearing tomorrow, Hanfu? Feng Sini blinked, rubbing her hands together with a gleeful look that screamed girl on the prowl. You'll find out tomorrow, it's a secret for now. Ruan Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing like a rabbit hopping wildly inside. Just imagining everyone's astonished expressions when she stepped onto the stage tomorrow wearing her carefully chosen outfit made tiny dimples appear on her cheeks. Will Chen Xing think she looks good? Chapter 74, the party begins. Not good at all. She's hideous. Wearing that double-breasted coat makes you look like a pig standing upright. Chen Xing's retort and mockery cut like a blade, piercing Ma Wanye straight through. You motherfucker. What kind of taste is that? Everyone else says I look like a Korean oppa in this. You damn bastard's got a mouth full of poison. Time erases all things, and Wang Yi had gradually stepped out from the shadow of Kanei's death. On the day of the New Year's Eve party, he even wore the new coat he had bought. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Xing. Sorry, bro, I just can't help but tell the truth. Chen Xing transformed into a little gangster, chuckling as he spoke. Get lost, you piece of shit. Ma Wanye cursed loudly, but he was still grinning from ear to ear. The relationships between guys are strange. Those who treat each other with polite deference are usually just acquaintances, while those who freely hurl insults at each other are often the closest of friends. And, the worse the insults, the stronger the friendship. If someone calls you son of a turtle, doggone thing, or my worthless puppy, then without a doubt, they're your true bro. Because there was a performance at the New Year's Eve party, Ruan Xiao hadn't appeared in the classroom since the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Wanye sneaked over to sit at her desk to chat with Chen Xing while waiting for the event to begin. The classroom wasn't very crowded, as many had already carried their chairs to the playground and settled into their preferred spots. Sangwosha, a Chinese card game, Truth or Dare, 5v5 Honor of Kings. Various activities commenced within small circles of students. Both teachers and school administrators turned a blind eye to this. After all, New Year's Eve parties were meant for students to unwind, so they might as well enjoy themselves freely. They're not like those heartless animal teachers from Sanzhong High who squeeze every minute out of students just to boost the college entrance exam average scores. Pants pocket on fire, naturally urgent to handle, double meaning, crotch burning / stress buildup. Worrying these youngsters might crack under pressure and make a leap of faith from the rooftop, ending both lives and teaching careers, is also a minor contributing factor. 20 minutes left. Coming down? Ma Wanye glanced at his mechanical watch and called out, "Let's go." Chen Xing nodded. The reason he hadn't gone down earlier was because it was too cold. Now that it was about time, he should head down. He didn't believe for a second that those impulsive guys who dragged their chairs down early to brave the cold wind weren't regretting it now. Besides taking his own chair, Chen Xing also brought one for Ruan Xiao. They'd agreed on this yesterday. After all, Ruan Xiao wouldn't be performing the whole time. She'd just play for a few minutes before coming down to watch the show with the rest of the class. Oh, the class beauty entrusted such an important task to you? The moment Ma Wanye opened his mouth, Chen Xing knew exactly what kind of nonsense he was about to spout and immediately rolled his eyes. If you like this task so much, you can have it. Heh, no thanks. Carrying my own chair is way easier. Ma Wanye lifted his chair with one hand as he spoke. Idiot. Go, let's go. How bitter black coffee may be. I'll take the fizzes. Carefree. Ma Wanye was in an unusually good mood today, humming Deng Chao's viral tune under his breath. Chen Xing silently took a step sideways, increasing the distance between himself and Ma Wanye. I'm not that close with him, really, not close at all. The only lights on the playground were focused on the constructed stage. Everywhere else was pitch black. The two of them struggled quite a bit before finally locating Class 12's designated area. Ruan Xiao's chair, you're responsible for it. Chen Xing set down the chair he was holding in his right hand beside Feng Sini, tilting his chin as he spoke. Feng Sini was chatting with a group of girls when she turned her head and smiled. Okay then, I won't thank you on Xiao's behalf. I'll have her thank you personally after her performance. She placed heavy emphasis on the word personally, and her tone immediately caused the other girls gathered around to cover their mouths and stifle their giggles, their minds no doubt running wild. Damn it! Chen Xing was speechless and quickly walked away from these desperate girls, then pulled up a chair to sit with the boys. Ma Wangya, with that double-breasted coat on, you look like a sow standing up. Wang Qingji commented on Ma Wanji's outfit today, nearly making the just-seated Chen Xing die of laughter. Indeed, the aesthetic standards of intelligent people are not only remarkably consistent but also expressed with refreshing bluntness. The instant these words left his mouth, Ma Wanji's face darkened ominously. Had it just been Chen Xing saying it, he might have brushed it off as a joke. But coming from Wang Qingji too, he had to admit his fashion choice had truly crashed and burned. Depression hitting hard folks, drop it, Ma Wanji said with a pained expression. Don't be sad, young Master Ma. At least you've brought us joy. You should headline the New Year's Eve performance. Grand finale, definitely the grand finale. Just standing there, young Master Ma is comedy gold, guys like Guidi Gang are small fry in comparison. Zhang Xiao chimed in, stoking the flames. Hearing these two bastards still mocking him, Ma Wangya immediately pounced on them with a crushing Mount Tai descent. Die for me, scum. Damn, this pig must weigh a ton? It's time for slaughter. Even pinned beneath it, Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao couldn't stop their honeyed little mouths from running. Chen Xing watched the commotion for a while when suddenly, a sound check came from the main stage. Hello, can you hear me? After confirming the microphone and sound system were working fine, a handsome young man and a beautiful woman, both dressed formally, immediately began their opening remarks. Distinguished leaders, esteemed teachers, and fellow students, the New Year's Eve Gala has officially begun. Let's enjoy the first performance, a comedy sketch presented by Jin Qingyu and Yang Lisan from Class 1 of Grade 10. Since it was the first performance, many classmates showed their support by putting down their phones. What virtue or ability do we ordinary sect disciples possess to deserve a performance from core disciples? Wow, the top Olympiad class elites are performing? I should stand up to watch. It's not like it's Liu Benwei, stand all you want then. Top students all have such standard-looking faces, like they were stamped from the same mold, whispered a girl from class 12. Who says? Chen Xing is actually quite good-looking. Hee, is someone developing a little crush? Don't even dream about it. Chen Xing's clearly dating the class beauty. You can only wish upon a star. What nonsense. Who's thinking about that? I've got Ma Jieqi and Ding Qingxin to keep me company, okay? Beside them, Chen Xing was just feeling a headache coming on. The boost in physical strength seemed to have improved his vision and hearing. Now he rarely even wore his glasses and could occasionally catch snippets of others' whispered conversations. Ma Jieqi, what the hell? Teen Times, we love you. Chapter 75, The Foolish King. On stage, the top students performed with all their might, but except for their own classmates, the audience quickly lowered their heads again to focus on their own activities. Can't really blame the others, these academic achievers probably had no time to rehearse due to constantly burying themselves in studies. As a result, their performance was rubbish. Not only were the jokes outdated, but their delivery sometimes faltered too. Of course, no one was in the mood to waste time watching the performance. Phones were way more fun. They snapped photos while casually spamming emojis in the class group chat. Holy shit, stealing this milk dragon shaking its head and sticking out its tongue sticker pack. Ah, this little alligator emoji is so cute. Can I save it to my favorites? Of course I can, but you're way cuter, baby. Someone scrolling through Bilibili furrowed their brows and glanced around, seemingly having uncovered a secret young couple in class. To the left front, a boy and girl from class 12 had their chairs pushed together, their heads close as they stared at each other's phone screens. The guy was named Huang Zichen, quite handsome. The girl was unrecognizable to Chen Xing in the dim lighting, but that didn't stop him from grumbling. Damn, school hasn't even been in session for a full semester and you're already dating? You must be second highest Playboy king. Are you even legal yet to be dating? Don't kiss in front of single dogs like me, or I'll give both of you a good punch. Chen Xing pouted, but didn't have any intention of telling the teacher. What if he accidentally got into a puppy love relationship later too? Always leave room for maneuver, you never know when you'll meet again. Just as he lowered his head, Zhang Zhao's voice came from beside him. Damn, how come all of you have phones? I begged my mom forever but she still won't give me one. Come on, stop playing, I'm getting jealous. Let's play Sangwosha instead. Zhang Xiao asked Ma Wangye first but got rejected, then turned to Wang Qingji only to be bluntly refused again. I could play with you, but what would we play? You as the lord and me as the rebel? Or a showdown at the Xuanwu gate? Wang Qingji didn't even look up, his fingers frantically tapping the screen. He was actually playing piano tiles. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao immediately scurried back to Chen Xing's side. Chen, wanna play Sangwosha? Restore the Han dynasty? Sounds interesting. Let's start a match. Chen Xing chuckled. Since he could play on his phone every day, the urge wasn't that strong at the moment. At Chen Xing's reply, Zhang Zhao's face lit up with joy. After a brief moment of tearful gratitude, he went right back to pestering Wang Qingji. 2 players already, Ji Mi and Chen Xing. Are you in or not? Make it 3. Zhang Xiaoshu 2. Chen Xing shifted his chair, having keenly noticed Zhang's budding interest in the Three Kingdoms card game that Zhang Xiao had overlooked. Sweet, 3 it is. With Zhang violently rocking his chair, Wang Qingji misfired yet again and rolled his eyes. Fine, count me in 2. 4. If Horseboy doesn't come, we'll aluba you tomorrow. Damn, threatening me? Just wait and see what I do to you later, growled Ma Wanye as he put down his phone fiercely. Who's scared of who? Zhang Xiao pulled out the box of cards and turned to the other boys. Quickly, a few more wanted to join. Unexpectedly, Shang Qiming, known as Class 12 Sasuke, also came over. Can I be the Lord? Shang Qiming asked. Rolls are drawn randomly, you play whatever you get, Zhang Xiao replied. Alright then. Shang Qiming originally wanted to say he only preferred playing as the Lord, since he was born to be the protagonist. But then again, considering he wasn't that close with them, he decided to keep that thought to himself. Let's begin. On stage, performances came one after another, while below the platform, the 12th class's game of Three Kingdoms kill grew increasingly intense. Holy shit, Mai Shinji is on her period or what? All fucking red. Bro, you think you've got it bad? I played the 8 diagram formation and every judgment card came up black. Ma Wanya said with a miserable face. Ha ha. Wang Qingji, who was playing Lu Meng, snickered on the side. As the Lord, Chen Xing couldn't take it anymore. Wang Qingji, what the fuck are you laughing at? Equip the Qilin Bao, I'm killing your horse. Get lost, you idiot lord who can't even tell good guys from bad guys. I've been helping you all along. Wang Qingji cursed. Heh, can loyal ministers really play Lu Meng style? Chen Xing sneered as he activated Huang Dai's skill to lose health and draw cards. Wow, the very first card drawn is Zhuge's repeating crossbow. Attack! Chen Xing pointed at Wang Qingji. F***CK. Dodge. Kill again. Dodge again. Another one. Wang Qingji ran out of dodges, using his character card to cover his health points. Fine, take one hit then. You're ruthless, go ahead and kill me if you dare. See how satisfying it is when you reveal all your cards. Quit yapping nonsense, kill. Chen Xing never second-guessed himself once he locked onto a target, decisively moving to eliminate Wang Qingji. Wang Qingji nearly fumed himself into a fury, shouting loudly. Hit me, go ahead and keep hitting me. Nobody save me, I dare you. Chen Xing sneered again, keep pretending, you little traitor. Ha! Wang Qingji's health bar was completely drained by Chen Xing's 6 consecutive strikes. He threw down his hand cards, there were clearly 3 peach cards hidden among them. What a blind ruler. I'm done resisting. Let's see if you regret this later. Damn, he was actually the loyalist? Chen Xing scratched his head awkwardly. Who would have guessed that the damn Lu Meng he killed turned out to be on their side? Discard your hand cards. Wang Qingji gritted his teeth and snapped. That idiot Chen Xing, first he picks Huang Dai as the Lord and keeps bleeding himself. Then he randomly kills a loyalist. All those peach cards I'd been saving up were meant to heal him too. My sincerity was wasted on the wrong person. I swear I'll never trust men again. Wang Qingji pulled out his phone and went into full hermit mode. Chen Xing, devoid of any remaining cards and having slain his own loyal minister with his own hands, was swiftly subdued by the traitors led by King Mai Yi. You with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, who would have thought you're a rebel? Chen Xing muttered exasperately at Ma Wanye. Heh, seeing you as the Lord reassures me, too dumb to pose any challenge. Ma Wanye gave an exaggerated wiggle of his body. Shang Qiming was also a rebel at heart. Having killed Chen Xing, he now felt a surge of delight. He had finally discovered Chen Xing's weakness. The ultimate noob at Three Kingdoms kill. In Three Kingdoms kill, he's no match for me, that's 1 win for me. 1 win beats 0 wins, that's 2 wins for me. 2 wins beats 0 wins, that's 3 wins. Chen Xing is nowhere near my level. Shang Qiming curled his lips into a smirk, his confidence fully restored. On stage, the host announced after the previous performance ended. Next, let's enjoy the musical piece 3 Variations of Plum Blossom performed by classmate Wan Xiaoxiao from Class 12, Grade 1. Please welcome her. No more playing, no more playing. The class bell is about to come on stage, they said in unison, all sitting up straight with solemn expressions. We must support our own people's performance. The guzheng was carried onto the stage, with Wan Xiaoxiao appearing slowly behind it. The audience erupted in cheers instantly, no planted applause, just genuine enthusiasm from the boys. Ruan Xiaoxiao absolutely dazzled in her outfit today. Chapter 76, First Photo Together. For a split second, the entire playground fell silent as all eyes, boys and girls alike, turned toward the stage. Ruan Xiaoxiao wore a water blue Ruchuan dress adorned with golden peony embroidery at the waistband. The flowing sleeves cascaded like spilled sunset clouds, while her snow-white shawl, draped over her arms, slipped halfway down with her slight bow, the gentle light making her skin shimmer like freshly fallen snow. Her raven hair was half gathered up, adorned with a gilded kingfisher feather hairpin whose delicate tassels swayed by her temples. For tonight's occasion, she had specially requested Dong Hui to apply light makeup. A soft blush dusted her cheeks, and her willow leaf brows and eyes were as finely drawn as meticulous brushwork. Of course, Ruan Xiaoxiao's stunningly beautiful face was the fundamental reason for all this. Everything else was just embellishment. I can tell at a glance whether this guzheng is being played well or not, she said. A boy in the audience widened his eyes as he spoke. Why am I not in class 12? It's all because of my slip-up in the entrance exam accidentally ending up in class 1. Damn it! Even the top student of class 1 was slapping his thigh in frustration. July dusk? That's so expensive. The girl's attention focused entirely on Ruan Xiaoxiao's outfit. I feel like our class flower could easily become our school's beauty queen after this battle, Wang Qingji said dazedly. Same here. Simply unbeatable. This is the average beauty standard of our class 12. Chen Xing said nothing, silently taking out his phone to open the camera and zoom in. As a conscientious back row seatmate, it was his responsibility to capture his front row mate's charismatic moments. Ruan Xiaoxiao slowly sat down, her heart pounding uncontrollably fast. Truth be told, she wasn't someone who feared grand occasions, but tonight she felt inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, her affluent upbringing had cultivated exceptional emotional resilience in her. Taking a deep breath, she placed both hands on the guzheng. Her fingertips lightly plucked the strings as the shifting stage lights illuminated her jade-like profile, her delicate nose bridge, slightly upturned eyes, and long lashes casting faint shadows beneath them. On Chen Xing's phone screen, her face appeared luminously beautiful, breathtaking in its elegance. What a genius I am, this angle is perfect. I've practically taken root in the photography industry already. Just as he was smugly basking in his thoughts, Fang Sini suddenly called out to him. Shan Xing, Shan Xing. He turned his head. Daddy's here. You're so fucking weird. What do you want me for? Teacher wanted you to present flowers to Ruan Xiaoxiao after her performance. What? Since when was this a thing? Just decided. Several classes ahead of us did it, so ours can't miss out. Teacher asked me to borrow a bouquet from another class to keep up appearances. Why don't you go yourself? Why does it have to be me? Chen Xing frowned, unsure whether Fang Sini was joking or not. He'd been playing sangwosha with his back to the stage and genuinely hadn't noticed if anyone had sent flowers. Come on, the homeroom teacher suggested it. Besides, you're the top student in our class, and let's face it, you're the handsome one too. By all accounts, you should be our class representative. While Chen Xing was lost in thought with his head bowed, Fang Sini frantically blinked at Ma Wangya, Wang Qingji, and the others beside him. The bunch of rascals immediately caught her drift. Wang Qingji stroked his chin and said, I think I did see someone go up to deliver flowers just now. I saw it too, and none of the faculty said anything about it. Ma Wangya nodded in agreement. Hurry up, Chen Xing. Xiaoxiao's about to finish playing. Fang Sini was practically possessed by an actress's spirit, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance with her tearful urgency as the other girls chimed in agreement. Chen Xing glanced at Wu Yongxiang in the distance, who nodded at him with a gentle smile, seemingly confirming the situation. Fine, I'll go. Where's the bouquet? He asked. Beaming with delight, Fang Sini produced a sunflower eustoma bouquet from behind and urged him onward. Hurry up! Hurry up! Fang Sini screamed from behind. When she saw Chen Xing disappear into the crowd with the bouquet, she couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Damn, Fang Sini, you really played Chen Xing like a fool. Ma Wangya and Wang Qingji, those sneaky bastards, burst out laughing. Not at all, I just exaggerated a tiny bit, okay? Someone really did give flowers just now, though it was just between girls. What if the school administration makes Chen Xing a scapegoat as a warning example? How is that possible? Chen Xing is prime material for the bar dance battle scene, Fang Sini asserted confidently. Alright then. The melodious notes of the guzheng gradually faded as Ruan Xiaoxiao finished her performance. Chen Xing's going up there, look. A girl's voice alerted the group, prompting everyone to crane their necks in curiosity, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Xing carried the flowers across the entire playground, feeling increasingly uneasy under the gazes of so many students. Damn, could this be a prank? But since he was already here, with clenched teeth, he stepped onto the stage stairs, appearing before Ruan Xiaoxiao in the final second as the guzheng's music faded. Wow. Damn, dude. Boldly committing crimes against the wind? Impressive, truly impressive. A ruthless man, an absolutely ruthless man. Fang Sini, Ma Wangya, and a few others were the first to let out astonished wows, stirring up the atmosphere in the audience. Soon, everyone was watching the flower-giving scene on stage with excitement. Meanwhile, in the area where teachers and administrators were seated, Wu Yongxiang nearly blacked out. No way. Was his national treasure about to drop a bombshell on him? Which class is that boy from? The principal, seated at the center, clasped his fingers together and asked lightly. Damn it! Wu Yongxiang said with a trembling voice, Principal, that's Chen Xing from our class 12. After some thought, he added, his grades are quite good, ranking in the top 100 of the school, and he's good friends with the girl on stage. If it were any other student, Wu Yongxiang would have brushed it off, but since it was Chen Xing who had caught the principal's attention, he had no choice but to explain a few words. The principal's face remained unreadable, and while Wu Yongxian was still uneasy, the man suddenly smiled. That's good. Kids these days. Wu Yongxian was stunned. Principal, is this something you're actually capable of saying? Weren't you the one who forbade puppy love in school? Now you're suddenly feeling nostalgic for youth? The principal didn't explain. Truth be told, he had recognized Ruan Xiaoxiao at first glance. Her father had donated 50 computers to the school, after all. As the song ended, Ruan Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and caught her breath for a fleeting moment. Standing against the backlight, the boy cradled a sunflower that shimmered with golden flecks under the stage lights. As Chen Xing stepped forward, the hem of his white jacket fluttered lightly in the draft, revealing a glimpse of his slender waistline. For you. Chen Xing smiled as he handed over the flowers. When Ruan Xiaoxiao instinctively reached out to take them, their fingertips brushed lightly, sending a wave of warmth through her. The fragrance of the fresh blooms mingled with the faint scent of laundry detergent lingering on the boy, making her suddenly forget how to breathe. Thank you. Ruan Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed pink, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Chen Xing gave me flowers. What does he mean? Hello, you too. The female photographer hired by the school suddenly peeked her head out from behind the side curtain. Get a little closer, I'll take a photo of you both, the girl said with a bright smile, not expecting such a pleasant surprise today. The most coveted, the sweetest scent of youth. Let's take one then. Chen Xing looked at Ruan Xiaoxiao. The girl nodded shyly, happily agreeing. The photographer girl adjusted her angle. Alright, I'll count down from 3, and you both smile at the same time, okay? 3, 2, 1. Perfect. The young woman looked at the frozen figures in the viewfinder. Chen Xing's slight leaning posture seemed as though he was guarding some precious treasure, while the girl holding the bouquet of flowers had ear tips so red they looked about to melt, like protagonists of a youth campus novel stepping right out of the pages. Chen Xing instinctively lowered his head, only to find that Ruan Xiaoxiao was also stealing furtive glances at him from the corner of her eye. The moment their gazes met, the girl suddenly buried her face in the flowers against her chest, leaving only her crimson ear lobes exposed. This is their first photo together. Chapter 77. What does Chen Xing dating have to do with me? Near the stage. Can I post this photo on my social media account? The female photographer asked Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao, her voice brimming with 50% excitement, 30% enthusiasm, and 20% pleading. Clearly caught off guard by her request, the two hesitated. Seeing this, the young woman quickly opened her phone to show them her social media account boasting tens of thousands of followers. Wow, she's actually a mini celebrity. Could you send us the photos you just took? Ruan Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. No problem at all, I'll give them to you for free, the girl immediately replied, while showing Ruan Xiaoxiao the photos in her camera. The two nodded in satisfaction as they looked through the pictures in the camera. In the end, their collaboration went smoothly. Ruan Xiaoxiao agreed to let the girl post the photos online, while the girl promised to send them to her for free. But, what about me? Chen Xing was dumbfounded. He hadn't even spoken yet. Didn't they need to ask for his opinion? Can't you see a guy who's 1.8 meters tall here? At this moment, he felt the same helplessness as when shopping with a girlfriend who haggles with shopkeepers, totally devoid of any say in the matter. Just as Chen Xing was about to speak, the female photographer turned to him with a smile. Classmate, this photo of you is absolutely stunning. You look so youthful and charming. If you were this handsome in your first year of high school, I can't even imagine how many girls will be crazy about you in a couple more years. Fine. Chen Xing's expression changed instantly. It doesn't hurt to be a little indulgent with an honest sister who speaks her heart. Ruan Xiaoxiao took out her phone and added the girlfriend on WeChat, then waved goodbye to Chen Xing before leaving. Not wanting to draw too much attention, instead of cutting directly through the crowd, the two walked halfway around the playground, planning to return to class 12's area from the back. Why did you think of giving me flowers today? Ruan Xiaoxiao asked, her hands clasped behind her back as she tapped her toes lightly, skipping along with light steps. When she posed this question, her head tilted slightly to the side, stealing glances at Chen Xing's profile from the corner of her eye. But Chen Xing was a hopelessly straightforward guy. He answered honestly, it wasn't my idea. Fang Sini said our homeroom teacher told me to deliver them. Doesn't every class have them? Ruan Xiaoxiao's smile faltered, the dimples on her cheeks gradually fading. After a long silence, she finally forced out a single sentence. Judging by your expression, no one from other classes brought flowers? Not everyone did. You've been tricked by Sini and her friends. Ruan Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up in annoyance, but she still explained the situation to Chen Xing. Damn, I'm usually so sharp-witted, but today I've been outsmarted by those little schemers again. Chen Xing was grinding his teeth in frustration. Again? Ruan Xiaoxiao caught the oversight. The first time was during a Three Kingdoms game when I killed the wrong person as the monarch, 6 consecutive kills to take down my own loyalist. Ruan Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, blinking her beautiful eyes as she said, I don't really sense any regret from you. Actually, you seem a little excited about it? Is a woman's sixth sense really that sharp? Chen Xing was taken aback. Though he had indeed slain loyal ministers, combing it with the Zhuge repeating crossbow to swiftly take down that bastard Wang Qingji gave Chen Xing an indescribably satisfying feeling. Alright, you got me. Chen Xing shrugged. So you're saying these flowers weren't originally your idea to give me? Ruan Xiaoxiao still refused to give up and pressed the question once more. Obviously not? Chen Xing gave the woman a strange look. Last time he'd bought fireworks for her birthday, it had already cost him an arm and a leg. If he bought her flowers this time too, wouldn't that be even worse? Does he really think he's some rich tycoon? Throwing money around like an idiot, he'd only do that kinda dumb shit once in his life for a woman. Well, once per woman. Secretly patching his logic with this correction, Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao returned to the 12th grade area. So you dare toy with me, Fong Sini? Bullying an honest man, is that it? Chen Xing cracked his knuckles as he advanced toward Fong Sini, looking every bit ready to unleash his inner set. The intentional punch, what a breathtaking spectacle. Handsome, I was wrong. Fong Sini watched Chen Xing storming over and immediately transformed into a pitiful puppy begging for mercy. You should be glad you're a girl, otherwise I'd have to aluba you, Chen Xing threatened. Wang Qingji quietly chimed in at this moment. Young Master Chen, girls can be alubed too. Oh, never thought you'd be that kind of person, Wang Qingji. Hurting women has become second nature to you, huh? Then you do it. Chen Xing extended his right hand in a pleased gesture. Forget it. Wang Qingji scratched his head. He had only intended to stir the pot and enjoy the show. How could he possibly lay hands on a girl? Ho, if you won't attack her, then I'll have to attack you, Chen Xing sneered. Young Master Ma, young Master Zhang, Wang Qingji says he's missing the taste of aluba again. What should we do? Handle him. Bad boys waste no time. As soon as Chen Xing shouted, Ma Wangye and Zhang Xiao shot forward like springs, pinning Wang Qingji from both sides while Chen Xing cheerfully hoisted his upper body. No. Wang Qingji screamed in terror as he watched himself being carried toward the playground trees by these three bastards. Meanwhile, Shi Hongdo, who was about to perform on stage, stared thoughtfully at her class group chat where their classmates were wildly discussing the situation. A boy from class 12, grade 10 sent flowers? The photo is so blurry. Why does this guy look so much like Chen Xing? That's impossible. I must be overthinking it. Chen Xing even mooches off mine for KFC. How could he possibly afford to buy flowers for a girl? Wait, we've cleared up the photo a bit. How much more like Chen Xing could he be? The girl is quite pretty too. It wasn't until someone in the group chat investigated and revealed the name of the flower delivery boy that Shi Hongdo finally confirmed. That boy really was Chen Xing. A strange emotion spread through Shi Hongdo's heart, leaving her feeling slightly displeased. What does Chen Xing dating have to do with me anyway? Shi Hongdo stood up, sniffed lightly as she heard the host calling her name on stage. Her outfit today was distinctly Korean style, a gray coat paired with a black skirt, combined with her currently expressionless yet exquisitely beautiful face. An aloof, stunning version of Shi Hongdo appeared before the audience below. Wow! The crowd erupted in gasps comparable to when Wan Xiaoxiao took the stage, leaving the upperclassmen dumbfounded. Were all the junior girls this stunning? Some sophomores knew of Lin Siyu, but the senior year relics were practically drooling. Weren't they told second high had no beauties? Turns out it was just their graduating class that drew the short straw. Shi Hongdo's decision to sing Red Bean wasn't impulsive. Her voice bore an ethereal resemblance to Fei Wang's, layered with a gentle melancholy, making her performance an undeniable success. As the song ended, even the school administrators on the other side clapped with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Fei Wang was undoubtedly the diva of their generation. Who would have thought students today still love her music? 5 stars. Absolutely 5 stars. Amid the roaring applause, Shi Hongdo's heart remained curiously unmoved, because she hadn't spotted Chen Xing in the audience. Chapter 78. Women are truly unfathomable. You have time to send flowers to other girls, but no time to applaud for yourself? Shi Hongdo pressed her lips together lightly and walked off the stage with an icy expression. Chen Xing was also wronged. He was currently busy making Wang Qingji enjoy an aluba and had genuinely forgotten about Shi Hongdo's singing performance. Staring at the departing figure of Shi Hongdo, a boy from class 12 whispered quietly, I thought our class flower's beauty was already unbeatable. Whose fierce warrior is this? This type is really my style. I'd love to be her dog, sighed a Valorant-loving guy. Hold on. I'm from class 12, I've got to support our own girls. If we're voting for the prettiest girl in school, I'm casting my vote for our class flower. I gotta be fair and square as a horn dog. The prettiest one's definitely that girl we just saw. Suddenly, a guy cautiously chimed in, am I the only one who thinks the English teacher is the hottest? Damn Chow Chow reborn. You're something else, preferring married women. Never thought you'd have that kind of taste. Topics about girls always get boys talking. There are many groups like the guys from class 12. Almost every male student in the school is arguing over whether Shi Hongdo or Ruan Xiaoxiao is prettier. In some corner of the 10th grade, Xiangli gazes at Lin Siyu's high ponytail, his eyes brimming with admiration. What's the fuss about Shi Hongdo and Wan Xiaoxiao? None of them can hold a candle to our class monitor. Xiang Li thought to himself. When Shi Hongdo returned to her class's area, her good friend Jiang Xiaoxi immediately gathered around, chattering excitedly. Hongdo, you sing so beautifully. The title of Little Fei Wong of number 2 high school is definitely yours now. I recorded you singing just now on my phone. Want to see it, Hongdo? You can send it to me tonight. I'm a bit tired now. Shi Hongdo forced a smile as she replied. Hey, are you unhappy? Jiang Xiaoxi keenly noticed Shi Hongdo's gloom and asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just a bit tired from waiting so long. Shi Hongdo shook her head as she found her chair and sat down, her long lashes fluttering, feeling increasingly sad inside. She wouldn't pay Qin Xing any attention from now on. She specifically told him in advance, yet he devoted all his attention to another girl. How infuriating. If Qin Xing were standing before her, she'd definitely make this traitorous friend who abandoned loyalty for beauty regret it. Besides, was her own charm really inferior to that girl's? Just thinking about it made Shi Hongdo even angrier. Edge of the soccer field. Chen Xing, Ma Wanye and Zhang Xiao roared with laughter while helping Wang Qingji crash into a tree, finally dumping him on the ground before yelling run, and sprinting back to Class 12's territory. Wang Qingji sat on the ground dazed for several minutes, seemingly dumbstruck by the torture. The poor kid propped himself up with his hands, then charged toward the trio while shouting die. He had only one thought, he had to take these 3 bastards down with him, at least trade 1 for 1. And the first target? Of course, Shan Xing. That guy's the sneakiest of them all. It's absolutely worth it to trade 1 for 1. Shen, you bastard, pay with your life. After circling back to the center of the field and grappling for a while longer, the boys slumped breathlessly into their chairs. Yet their eyes remained locked in wary surveillance, darting side to side. None dared lower their guard, lest someone launch another surprise attack. On stage, the New Year's Eve performances were winding down. Visible exhaustion crept into the hosts' faces, yet they summoned professional enthusiasm to proclaim with vigorous voices. Now let's give a warm round of applause for tonight's grand finale, Camel Bells, performed by our Director of Political Education, Teacher Lu Guoquan. This is it? The smiles instantly dropped from the audience's faces, with some quick-witted students even starting to sneak out of the school grounds. For a grand finale, shouldn't it at least be some pretty senior or junior sisters dancing, or at the very minimum have the hottest guy performing Koan-style dance moves? You singing Camel Bells is pure cringer content. If you got no talent, just go bite a lighter or something. That last attempt was a complete flop. As everyone was shaking their heads and about to leave, class monitor Suzian stopped them all. You can't leave now, homeroom teacher said there'll be a roll call later. Damn. Force-feeding us this bullshit? That's shameless as hell. Ma Wanye didn't mince words, roasting it outright. Special tradition, same every year. School administration just gets off on this stuff. What can you do? The ever-accommodating Su Zian gave a bitter laugh and shrugged. Disappointing. Damn it. Everyone shook their heads and turned away resignedly. Then, our beloved teacher Lu Guoquan sang a song in highly non-standard Mandarin at the top of his lungs. All heart, no technique. I have a feeling Teacher Lu was the one pushing for this evening party just because he wanted to sing himself. Should, even if you know, don't say it, he's got his pride. Ha ha. Around 7:30 in the evening, the event finally ended, and everyone cheerfully carried their chairs back to the classroom. No evening study session tonight, plus a day off tomorrow. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Internet cafe, Wang Yama whispered excitedly. You're of age? Chen Xing shot him a glance. Whether I'm old enough doesn't matter, as long as the internet cafe owner's granny's legally an adult. Long as you pay up, they'll give you her ID to use. Wang Yama snorted with laughter. Shut up, you're leaking all our trade secrets. Qin Xing chuckled along. You coming or not? That cafe owner's still got a granddad too, seems right up your alley. Go ahead and say that to the boss's face if you dare. Ha, I wouldn't dare. On his way back to the classroom, Chen Xing caught sight of a familiar yet strikingly beautiful figure. At that moment, Hongdo grinned and took 2 quick steps forward to catch up. Running to Shi Hongdo's right side, he patted her left shoulder. Seeing Shi Hongdo look left in confusion without spotting anyone, Chen Xing couldn't suppress his laughter. So clueless, he teased. Shi Hongdo's expression instantly stiffened upon hearing Chen Xing's voice, her lips puckering slightly in a pout. Hey, why aren't you talking? Chen Xing tilted his head to look at the girl, blinking as he asked. Humph. The girl snorted lightly. Instead of going to find the one he loved, why was Qin Xing bothering her instead? Hey, can you see me? Chen Xing waved his hand in front of her eyes. Shi Hongdo's beautiful eyes widened as she chided. Get lost, you're irritating my eyes. Before Qin Xing could ask for the reason, Shi Hongdo kicked him and quickly scampered away. Ouch. What the hell? Chen Xing was utterly baffled, scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong with Shi Hongdo? Is she hitting menopause in her first year of high school? Women are really incomprehensible. Chapter 79. Are you jealous? The night was cool as water. The gusts rattled the bedroom window. Chen Xing lay on his bed after the beauty's kick. The more he thought about it, the more it gnawed at him. Seriously, what's wrong with her? What did I do wrong? Tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, Chen Xing took out his phone and opened QQ. Sure, Hongdo's chat window was pinned to the top, marked with special attention. Who told her to be his creditor, treating him to food from time to time? Such benevolence naturally warranted the highest respect. But, that's no reason for Sure Hongdo to kick me. Fine then? Starting with a question mark strikes directly. In another residential area? Sure Hongdo, dressed in a yellow embroidered nightgown, leaned against the headboard with her snow-white jade feet showing. The sound of a notification came from her phone, also set as a special alert. What does that stinky Chen Xing want from me this late at night? Sure Hongdo thought angrily, folding her arms across her chest. I shouldn't bother with him. Time for bed. As if taking her frustration out on the air she imagined as Chen Xing, the girl gave a few more kicks with her snow-white feet before curling up under the blankets and hugging them tight. After more than 10 seconds, she still changed her mind and reached for her phone. Just one glance, if it isn't an apology, she'd keep ignoring him. Pressing the power button, the question mark Chen Xing had sent on the screen nearly enraged Sure Hongdo to death. Arg! Damn Chen Xing, stupid Chen Xing, I really want to bite him to death. Tossing her phone aside, Sure Hongdo buried her face in the pillow, her dark hair spilling messily around her. Ignoring me? Seeing that Sure Hongdo hadn't replied for a long time, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Hesitating mouth baba? Hesitating mouth baba? Hesitating mouth baba? After sending dozens of question marks in a row, Sure Hongdo's phone kept buzzing non-stop. Her cheeks puffed up as she snatched the phone, first setting it to vibrate before ultimately muting it completely. So annoying. Chen Xing is so annoying. One more disturbance and I'm blocking him. Still not replying? Could she really be mad? What exactly happened? Chen Xing sat up straight, even he wasn't dense enough to miss that something was seriously wrong. Sure Hongdo did have a bit of a spoiled young miss temper, but she wouldn't just lose her temper for no reason. He immediately started racking his brain, trying to remember what he'd done today to upset her. Nothing came to mind. The only time he'd seen her was after school tonight. Could patting her shoulder and teasing her have made her angry? No way. Chen Xing scratched his head, still not understanding, so he tentatively sent a message. Moving slowly, sorry, shouldn't have teased you tonight. This time, after about 20-something seconds, Sure Hongdo finally replied. Hongdo grows in the south? What the hell? What does this mean? Copying me? Chen Xing furrowed his brows. Could Sure Hongdo be thinking that his apology wasn't sincere enough? It must be those relatives again, it has to be them. No wonder the attitude is so horrible. Chen Xing silently thought it best not to argue with women, but he didn't continue apologizing either. Instead, he asked if she wanted to go out somewhere tomorrow. What's up? Got any plans for tomorrow? Red beans grow in southern lands? Fine, whatever. Wanna ask Meng Yuan to hang out? Red beans grow in southern lands? Damn it. Send another question mark and I'm blocking you. Got it? Chen Xing's face darkened instantly. There was something deeply irritating about receiving a question mark. It had a way of hitting a nerve. Sure, he could send them to others, but the reverse was unacceptable. Double standards much. Fortunately, Sure Hongdo immediately followed up with another message after that long question mark. She had initially typed out, "What do you want from me? Why not go find your little girlfriend?" But after finishing the sentence, she realized how petty and jealous it sounded. So she deleted it and started phrasing something else. Red beans grow in the south. No, don't call me ever again, find someone else. We're not close, smile. Hesitant steps alright, so you mean I don't have to pay back the money I owe you? Delighted. Red beans grow in the south, Chen Xing, go to hell. Hesitant steps alright, inciting murder is a punishable offense, just saying. Red beans grow in southern land, one of Shark's arms. Hesitantly, really not going? Fine then, just when Senior mentioned wanting to see Duo again. I'll visit her tomorrow. Sure Hongdo clenched her thighs until the quilt lost its shape. Chen Xing was still provoking her. Red beans grow in the south, you scoundrel. Hesitant steps, weak words, don't go spraying baseless accusations, alright? Call me an idiot if you want, but calling me a scoundrel is pure nonsense. I haven't even been in a single relationship yet, for goodness sake. Nope, I haven't even kissed a girl's lips yet. Chen Xing added in his heart. Sure Hongdo snorted coldly on the bed, thinking, you're about to start dating soon. After half a day of arguing with Chen Xing, this idiot still couldn't figure out what went wrong. Sure Hongdo gave up on him, realizing it himself, and started typing on her phone. Red bean born in the south, did you watch my performance today? Shocked. Silence. It's over. Chen Xing suddenly woke up, that's it. He had completely forgotten about Sure Hongdo's singing performance. No wonder she was so angry. What should he do now? There's no way he can admit he didn't watch it. Chikaruba, I watched it. You sang really well. I even clapped for you. Hongdo grows in the south? Where did you watch it? Chikaruba, watched it with my classmates. They all said you're good looking too. Chen Xing spun his tail convincingly, never realizing that Hongdo had been scanning the audience for his figure the entire time she sang. And I couldn't find him at all. Chen Xing wasn't in the class 12 area. Red bean grows in southern land, swear it if you're lying, may you be struck by lightning when you step outside. Chen Xing clicked his tongue in disdain and typed back immediately. Take it or leave it, I swear I watched it, may lightning strike me 5 times if I'm lying. Telling small lies helps maintain relationships, the heavens will forgive me. Red beans grow in the south, you said Chinese don't deceive Chinese. Damn it, this is really going too far. Chen Xing's eyelid twitched, thinking to himself that Hongdo was being too pushy. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Xing finally admitted defeat. Okay, cough cough, alright, I actually haven't read it. Red beans grow in the south, smiles, knife dripping blood. Walking mouth, I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty. I can explain, I was conducting a collision experiment between human bodies and plants with classmates at the time. It was crucial, so I couldn't get away. Serious face. Red beans grow in the south, really? Walking mouth, yes. Red beans grow in southern lands. What's up with that girl ahead? Sure, Hongdo couldn't keep circling with Chen Xing anymore and blurted out what was on her mind. Walking mouth, what girl? Which one are you talking about? There's more than one? Sure, Hongdo punched the Kuromi plush beside her. Southern red bean, why don't you go play with that girl you sent flowers to? If you're dating her, you shouldn't be coming to me. If she gets jealous, I'll become the culprit. The moment she sent this message, sure Hongdo immediately regretted it, but Chen Xing's status already showed typing. He'd definitely seen it. Too late to recall now. Why did I say something like that? What does Chen Xing's business have to do with me anyway? Sure, Hongdo covered her face in regret for acting impulsively, twisting and turning on the bed. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Chen Xing had replied. She took out her phone to check. Hesitating mouth, you, getting jealous? Chapter 80, Puberty Hits with a Crush. No, of course not. The flickering phone screen cast a glow on her earlobes, making them look like 2 ripe cherries. The prompt, the other party is typing, above the dialog box flickered repeatedly, as if mocking the restless pounding of her heart she couldn't hide. Sure, Hongdo's fingertips trembled slightly as Chen Xing's words in the chat bubble seemed ready to spill over the screen. Abruptly, she buried her burning cheeks into the goose-down pillow, her fluffy hair exploding into a dandelion puff under the warm yellow glow of the bedside lamp. It was clearly the telltale look of someone who'd been caught red-handed yet stubbornly refused to admit it. Fortunately, Hongdo was at home now. If she had been outside and someone had seen this scene, who knows how many little boys would have died from sheer adorableness. Red beans grow in the south. No, I'm going to sleep, don't bother me, no more messages allowed. She viciously jabbed out the last message and slapped her phone face down on the nightstand. The night breeze lifted a gap in the sheer curtains, allowing moonlight to slip inside just in time to catch her ridiculous pig in a blanket impression. Tomorrow when Chen Xing wakes up, he probably won't remember this, will he? He definitely doesn't remember. No, he must forget it. This is so embarrassing. Beneath the blanket, 10 pearl-like toes curled together in shame. This became the most mortifying moment of Sure Hongdo's 16 years of existence. Chen Xing on the other end wasn't faring much better either. After sending that message, he too froze in awkwardness. Things seem to be getting a bit ambiguous now, Chen Xing muttered to himself. During this time, his relationship with Sure Hongdo had always hovered between friendship and something more, teetering on the edge of romance. Yet now, with that single question, are you jealous? The delicate veil between them had been abruptly torn away. How would they navigate their interactions from here on out? As lovers? Should he continue pretending everyone forgot and maintain their friendship as usual? Chen Xing didn't realize this was also why both he and Sure Hongdo fell into silent understanding after that momentary incident. His experience with girls was still too lacking. If this were some real pickup artist, they'd probably lighten the mood with just a couple words, right? Chen Xing scratched his head and sighed ruefully. Forget it, let me say something damned ruthless. When the sun rises tomorrow, the awkwardness will fade away. Tossing his phone beside the pillow, Chen Xing also drifted into a hazy sleep. If Zhao Qin saw the scene, she'd definitely give Chen Xing another good smack or two. First, this brat dared to hide his phone, and second, he even placed it next to his pillow while sleeping. Radiation will fry your brain. Whether dreaming during sleep indicates good or poor sleep quality remains unclear, but Chen Xing genuinely dreamed that night. I don't remember the exact details anymore, but it was something about him marrying Sure Hongdo in the future. After the wedding banquet, the two entered their bridal chamber, where a large bed covered with rose petals awaited them. Sure Hongdo's delicate face was flushed with shyness, while Chen Xing kept grinning foolishly. Then I don't remember the rest. Chen Xing suddenly opened his eyes, wondering why he would have such a dream. Wait a minute. In the morning, he felt an unusual sensation in a certain part of his body. Chen Xing looked down to check. Damn it, I couldn't control the Monkey King's staff in time. Chen Xing was utterly embarrassed and quickly changed his underwear. Then, sneaking around like a guilty dog, he stepped out of his room and realized Zhao Qin wasn't home. His face instantly brightened with relief as he grabbed a basin and laundry detergent to wash the underwear himself. Damn it! It turned out to be a wet dream. This was just a normal physiological reaction for a teenage boy. It wasn't like he'd intentionally let his mind wander. Though it was kind of a pity. He hadn't gotten to see what Shi Hongdou would look like grown up. In her 20s or 30s, probably at the absolute peak of her beauty, right? Considering how stunning his childhood friend already was now, Chen Xing was certain she'd grow into a breathtaking beauty. Then he couldn't help but feel unwilling to let her marry someone else. Was this jealousy? Or possessiveness? Chen Xing shook his head, dispersing these inexplicable thoughts, and focused on scrubbing the clothes. To prevent Zhao Qin from noticing anything unusual, Chen Xing even washed all the old clothes he changed out of yesterday, which took him quite a while. So much so that when Zhao Qin returned from grocery shopping, she was completely astonished, looking at Chen Xing with a bewildered expression and asked in surprise, "Did the sun rise from the west today? See, you scold me for being unfilial, but when I genuinely help you out, you just have to make sarcastic remarks." Sigh. What kind of perfect son would please your majesty the queen mother? Chen Xing let out a helpless sigh. Anything unusual always hides a trick. Are you asking for money again? What kind of person do you take me for? I'm clearly smart, brave, and strong, diligent, hardworking, and caring. Are you Gigi Bond? Zhao Qin shot him a glance. Wait, Mom, you've seen that show? Have you forgotten how you used to drag me to watch that damn pig every day when you were little? Zhao Qin said. That's not a dead pig, that's my crush. After giving Chen Xing a glare and washing her hands at the sink, Zhao Qin tied on her apron and headed into the kitchen to start cooking. Chen Xing, meanwhile, ran over to little black Dogwood's kennel and fished him out. You little rascal, you actually got my mom to splurge on a doghouse for you from Taobao. Not bad at all. Chen Xing ruffled its furry head and asked, want to go see senior sister? If you do, squeak once. Woof, woof, so you don't want to go? Fine then. Woof. Duo panicked. It wasn't a mouse, so why should it squeak? It's a dog. Clinging to Chen Xing's pant leg, Duo desperately rubbed against him. Alright, I'll take you to the senior's house. Chen Xing chuckled and gave Duo's furry rump a gentle kick. Wow, this little butt was practically made for kicking. After exchanging greetings with Zhao Qin about taking the dog for a walk, Chen Xing strolled around the rental house area with Duo. Even though Lin Su wasn't around, Lin Siyu still didn't dare let Chen Xing and Duo into her room. Mainly Duo. The puppy smell was quite strong, and if Lin Su found out, she'd inevitably get upset. So Lin Siyu just slipped on a pair of shoes and hurried out. Duo. Woof. Oh dear, it seems like you've put on some weight, Lin Siyu said happily. Woof. Definitely gained weight. At home it eats better than I do, my mom always gives it the first bite. Chen Xing chuckled as he crouched down too. Does your mom really love dogs that much? That's so sweet. Yeah, when I first brought Duo home, she kept insisting she didn't like dogs. Barely 2 days later, she completely changed her tune. Now my ranking at home has dropped another spot, second to last. Lin Siyu asked curiously, then who's in last place? My old man. Oh, watching Chen Xing tease his own family, Lin Siyu felt a twinge of envy. By the way, my mom even gave Duo military training once. Ha, what do you mean? Chen Xing looked at Duo and commanded, sit. The little black dog immediately bent its hind legs, plopping its rump onto the ground. Wow, Duo, you've gotten so clever, Lin Siyu exclaimed in delight. The sudden turn left Chen Xing no time to dodge. The senior's high ponytail, carrying the scent of shampoo, brushed past his face. Chapter 81, Intelligence 80 points. The tips of her hair lightly grazed Chen Xing's lips, leaving behind a faint lingering fragrance. I took a deep lung hit like a pro. Oh no, gotta play it cool like I don't care. Chen Xing kept staring straight ahead, continuing to pet the dog's head as if nothing happened. Lin Siyu quickly waved her hands apologetically. Sorry, really sorry. It's fine. Chen Xing smiled. What's wrong with trying again? He could take it. Nothing was too much for Chen. My mom was at home scrolling through short videos and came across some dog training content. With nothing better to do, she decided to give it a try. Surprisingly, Duo learned pretty quickly. Guess his IQ might be catching up to my childhood friends, Chen Xing said. Daily insult to Meng Yuan, mission accomplished. Lin Siyu flashed a charming smile. Last time you teased your deskmate, this time your childhood friend. Next time, are you going to tease me with someone else too? Chen Xing shook his head. Of course not. How would I dare joke about you, senior? If anyone heard, they'd probably beat me up. That's right, the image of Xiang Li's burly figure immediately sprang to his mind. Even if Chen Xing mastered shadow cloning and split into two, he probably still couldn't take Xiang Li down, let alone the fact that Xiang Li had an elder brother who ruled the first high school. Better not mess with them, really better not. Lin Siyu nodded. The two crouched together and played with Duo a while longer, an exceptionally heartwarming scene. The senior was wearing a yellow Winnie the Pooh jacket today, paired with blue jeans on the bottom, a casual style that matched her gentle demeanor, making Chen Xing unconsciously steal a few extra glances. Chen Xing suddenly thought of last night's dream. What would he feel if the senior married someone else? It seemed envy outweighed jealousy by far. Compared to the senior, Chen Xing's possessiveness toward Shi Hongdou felt much stronger. Was it because their relationship was closer? Chen Xing frowned in thought, as if he already had an answer in his heart, but he didn't dare to admit it. A while later, when it was time for dinner, the senior sister gave Duo one last pat, then propped herself up by her knees and stood, saying, "Alright, Auntie should have dinner ready by now, right? You should take Duo back to eat." Based on previous experiences, Lin Xiyu had already roughly figured out Zhao Qin's cooking schedule, so she took the initiative to speak up. "Aunt Lin isn't home yet, senior. Would you like to come to my place for dinner?" Chen Xing offered politely. Lin Xiyu shook her head in refusal. "No need. Your mother doesn't know me. It wouldn't be proper for me to suddenly show up for dinner." "Alright then." Chen Xing didn't press the matter either. His only connection with the senior was through their shared affection for their dog Duo. Their conversations mainly revolved around petting the dog, with occasional mentions of studies or other topics, all of which were briefly touched upon before moving on. After bidding farewell to the senior, Chen Xing returned home for dinner. In the afternoon, he worked on 2 sets of practice exams, one for math and another for English. He no longer found studying to be a painful chore. Instead, he took pleasure in the process of solving problems and enjoyed maintaining his reputation as a top student. People are not born to dislike learning. It usually happens when they encounter problems they can't solve, feel frustrated, avoid addressing them, and gradually fall into a vicious cycle. Problems become increasingly unsolvable, leading to a dislike for learning, which then prevents improvement, and without improvement, problems remain unsolvable. In short, learning certainly has its joys, not just the thrill of solving difficult problems, but also the pleasure derived from the admiration of classmates when achieving top grades. When Shi Hongdou refused to hang out and nobody funded their little group's activities, Chen Xing simply didn't bother inviting Meng Yuan either. That evening, after playing with his dog and running 5 kilometers on the school track, he proceeded to complete a full set of practice papers for chemistry, physics, and biology. While other students from class 12 were still glued to their phones during New Year's Day, Chen Xing was already 5 sets of papers ahead of them. Being an academic overachiever feels so good. Later, when asked back in class about how he spent the holiday, Chen Xing would nonchalantly shrug and casually drop lines like, "Oh, I didn't study at all, just gamed all day at home, or practice papers? Nah, seems pointless. I just coast by on raw talent." And just like that, he'd bask in yet another wave of admiration from his clueless peers. Far ahead. Placing the 5 completed test papers on the upper left corner of his desk, Chen Xing lay down on his bed, ready to turn in early. "I can't stay up late tonight, or I might have another wet dream and run out of clean underwear to change into." The next day, Chen Xing was awakened by the system's voice. Ding! Task: gain the favor of 100 girls, completed. Reward: 5 distributable attribute points or 1 random attribute reward. What the hell, no more wet dreams, now I'm having daydreams? Chen Xing groggily rubbed his eyes. He spent New Year's Day holed up at home, and then the system notified him that the mission gain the favor of 100 girls was completed? What a load of crap. After a while, Chen Xing realized the system was already urging him to choose his reward. Holy shit! Did he just win again without lifting a finger? Last time the MVP was his mom Zhao Qin. Who could it be this time? Unable to figure it out, Chen Xing decided to set it aside for now. Completing the mission was an overwhelmingly good thing for him, all gain and no loss, so why overthink it? 5 distributable attribute points available. Chen Xing silently reminded himself that this time he wouldn't gamble like last time. Although the random attribute bonus had indeed been slightly higher than the original reward points, the difference wasn't significant. These precious 5 distributable attribute points were too valuable to gamble away. Bringing up his attribute panel again, Chen Xing began pondering how to allocate the points. Host: Chen Xing. Charm: 75. Intelligence: 78. Stamina: 72. Financial resources: 7. Locked. Let's allocate 80 points to intelligence first and see what happens. Chen Xing willed his mind to move, clicking the plus sign behind intelligence twice in succession, immediately boosting the value to 80 points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your intelligence value has reached 80 points, surpassing 99.9% of your peers. Main quest, 2, has been automatically cancelled. Damn it, does that mean all my self-study yesterday was for nothing? Chen Xing immediately grumbled. This is such a huge loss. I could have boosted my intelligence points just by sticking to the main quest, but now that the quest is gone, I've basically wasted 2 points. I mean, when Honor of Kings tells me my Hui skills surpass 99.9% of players in my tier, it doesn't stop me from playing Hui. What's your problem, you damn system? Just jealous of how awesome I am, huh? Chen Xing slapped his thigh in regret, thinking there was no way he could allocate the remaining points to stamina now. He needed to keep leveraging the endurance boost from the 5-kilometer main mission. Drain the system dry, not a single drop wasted. Apply it to charm. Watching his charm stat rise to 78, Chen Xing got dressed and prepared for school. Had this been before his wet dream, Chen Xing would have unhesitatingly dumped all 3 remaining points into wealth. But now, he had alternative ideas. Besides, with the system's recent hotfix, the cost-effectiveness of allocating points to financial resources isn't as high anymore. It'd only be worthwhile if he could earn money and naturally boost his finance stat before investing further.